A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. A historical fiction set in London and Paris during the French Revolution, 1789 to 1799. The principal characters are Dr. Manette, a French physician, wrongfully imprisoned for 18 years, Lucy Manette, his daughter, Charles Darnay, a former French aristocrat who has repudiated his title and left France to live in England, Jarvis Lorry, the able representative of Tellson and Company, a banking house, Sidney Carton, a law clerk, and Madame Defarge, a French peasant and longtime revolutionary. In the year 1775, King George III sat on the throne of England, preoccupied with his rebellious colonies in America. Across a narrow neck of water to the east, Louis XVI reigned in France, not very much bothered by anything except seeing to his own comforts. On a cold and foggy night in late November, Mr. Jarvis Lorry was headed out of London bound for Paris via Dover on a matter of business. In the darkness of the coach, as he and other passengers waked and drowsed by turns, Lorry was confronted by a gaunt and ghostly apparition who engaged him in a silent and macabre conversation. The figure haunting him through the night was Dr. Manette, a French physician and the father of Mr. Lorry's young ward. When the doctor had disappeared from his home 18 years before, his young English wife had diligently and sorrowfully searched for him until she died 2 years later, leaving her small daughter Lucy, who was placed in the care of Mr. Lorry. Lorry had brought the child to England, where she was turned over to Lorry's servant, Miss Pross, a wild-looking, wonderful woman who adored her. At Dover, Lorry was joined by Lucy, now a young woman, and Miss Pross. Lorry informed Lucy that her father had been found alive after years as a political prisoner, and that he, Mr. Lorry, was making this trip to Paris in order to identify him. Lucy, it was hoped, could then help restore him to life. The sudden reality of finally meeting her father was so great that Lucy could only mutter in an awe-stricken, doubting voice, "I am going to see his ghost. It will be his ghost, not him." In Paris, Mr. Lorry proceeded directly to the wine shop of Monsieur Defarge, a former attendant to Dr. Manette, who was now looking after him. The company ascended to the attic. Lucy had been prophetic. Indeed, Manette seemed but the ghost of a man, bending over his little shoemaker's bench, unaware of anything around him. Still, together with the free and bewildered Manette, the little group journeyed back to England. Lucy already showed a love and understanding for her long-isolated father, and her companions felt sure she would accomplish the miracle of calling him back to his former self. 5 years later, Lucy and her father were called as witnesses in an English court, where a Frenchman, Charles Darnay, was on trial for treason. In the courtroom sat another young man, a lawyer's clerk named Sidney Carton. Carton was immediately struck by the resemblance he and Darnay bore to one another, and when a key witness identified the prisoner as the man he had seen gathering information at a dockyard, Carton managed to discredit the witness by calling attention to the fact that in that very courtroom sat another, himself, who could easily be mistaken for the prisoner. The jury was swayed, and Darnay was acquitted. During the trial, both Carton and Darnay became acquainted with the Manettes. From that time on, they often visited the Manettes' comfortable little house on Soho Square. Both men enjoyed the company of the good doctor, whose health of mind and body had been restored through Lucy's patient ministrations, and they also came to see Lucy. As suitors, their physical resemblance was never remarked upon because they were so different in attitude and demeanor. While Darnay, who had turned his back on his ancestral name and title, showed his refined upbringings in his confidence and courtliness, Carton seemed to be his own worst enemy. He was only confident of continued failure, and assured himself of it through drink, slovenliness, and a morose character. Though Lucy welcomed them both, she was most drawn to Darnay. Being of a sympathetic and loving nature, she listened and wept one day as Carton, in uncharacteristic openness, confessed his love for her. He asked from her nothing in return because he believed even her love would not be enough to redeem him. The conversation ended with Carton's strange statement and promise. "It is useless to say it, I know, but for you and for any dear to you, I would do anything. Think now and then that there is a man who would give his life to keep a life you love beside you." Lucy and Charles Darnay were eventually married and began their family. They were happy, but always in the background of their lives lurked a cloud, which seemed to draw menacingly closer year by year. Finally, in 1789, the French Revolution exploded into being. Centuries of aristocratic indifference to the plight of the starving peasants and the years of cruelty and selfishness had at last brought on a bitter rebellion that turned Paris into a cauldron of chaos. Madame Defarge, the wife of Dr. Manette's former servant, became a leader in the Revolution. Through the long years from girlhood on, Madame Defarge had always kept her knitting in hand, recording with each stitch a death list of the names of all those whose injustices she witnessed. Now her denunciations came forth as if they had been coiled inside the knitting. Out came the hatred, vengeance, and lust for blood that only a woman who had seen all her family killed by the aristocracy could feel. When Madame Defarge and her husband and cohorts, armed with knives and axes, stormed the Bastille, they opened a floodgate of mob violence that would inundate the country. 3 years of tumult elapsed. At last, both Mr. Lorry and Charles Darnay felt they must go to Paris. Lorry, true and loyal businessman that he was, looked after the affairs of the Paris branch of Tellson and Company, while Darnay visited a family retainer who had written begging for his help and presence. But upon his arrival, Darnay was immediately taken into custody and imprisoned, along with many aristocrats and political victims. When Lucy and her father discovered what had happened, Dr. Manette was convinced that, as a former prisoner of the Bastille, he alone could rescue his son-in-law. He hurried to Paris with his daughter and grandchild. There he was quickly accepted by the revolutionaries and allowed access to civil authorities who could perhaps help. But Charles, now identified under his true name as heir to the notorious House of Evremond, had become a certain target of Madame Defarge. She would not allow his release. When, after 15 months in prison, Charles was acquitted of his alleged crimes through the quiet, confident, and moving defense of Dr. Manette, the family's rejoicing was short-lived. 4 men came to arrest the young husband again that very afternoon, declaring that he had been denounced by 3 other accusers, the Defarges and 1 other. It was only at the second trial that the identity of the 3rd accuser was discovered, Dr. Manette himself. Now at last came the complete story of Manette's imprisonment. It was presented in the form of a letter written by the doctor after he had spent 10 years in prison and was fearing for his sanity. He had hidden the letter behind a stone wall in his cell, where Defarge had encountered it the day the Bastille was stormed. The letter gave the names of those responsible for Manette's abduction and imprisonment, 2 brothers of the House of Evremond, Charles' father and his uncle, and ended with a condemnation of that house and its descendants. Thus Dr. Manette, in a tragic and ironic turn of events, was named as his son-in-law's 3rd accuser, and Charles, for his ancestors' crimes, was pronounced guilty and sentenced to death by guillotine. Sidney Carton, who had by now come to Paris, appeared singly calm and purposeful in the face of such terrible news. With a disciplined courage quite foreign to himself, he gained entrance to Charles' cell as his final visitor. There he drugged Darnay, rendering him unconscious, exchanged clothes with him, and had him carried from the cell as Sidney Carton, a friend of the prisoner, totally overcome with grief. Carton remained in Darnay's stead. Hours later, as the coach bearing the Manettes, Mr. Lorry, and a still unconscious Darnay thundered toward the Channel and refuge in England, Sidney Carton was making his own escape from his self-imposed prison of constant failure. Riding along at an unhurried pace in the third tumbril of 6, bound that day for La Guillotine, Carton's face and demeanor were those of a man who had found his way, and he was unafraid of his destination. "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far better rest that I go to than I have ever known," he whispered to himself. He was now about to offer up his life for his friends. Dickens conceived the idea for this complicated plot while acting in a play. Every event penned in A Tale of Two Cities draws toward one great climax, set against the backdrop of the greater drama, history. Master of detailed settings and characterizations, Dickens gave himself the challenge of stripping details down to the bone and letting the many intertwining characters be swept along with the action and violence of the times. Fortunately for the reader, the novelist couldn't resist the temptation of fleshing out his minor characters, who provide some relief in an otherwise grim account of the French Revolution. Dickens takes the least time with Lucy and Darnay, supposing perhaps that we would see them clearly enough. Sidney Carton's inner reform is more fully drawn, and Dr. Manette's brief lapses back into insanity are an early study of the psychological effects of extended inhumane treatment. Jarvis Lorry shows the most character development, evolving from a man of strict business and propriety to one of feeling and warmth. The vindictive Madame Defarge, at first glance, seems to be the main villain in the piece, but on reflection, La Guillotine, a symbol of revenge run amok, seems to vie for the honor. A Tale of Two Cities is a sad account of man's inhumanity to man, for even though Darnay escapes, the reader is left haunted by the many innocent who did not.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The Reader's Digest Association, Pleasantville, New York, 1987. The Red-Headed League. When Watson arrived at the Baker Street apartment of Sherlock Holmes one fine October morning, he found his friend already engrossed in conversation with a Mr. Jabez Wilson, an elderly pawnbroker with fiery red hair. "You could not have possibly come at a better time, my dear Watson," Holmes enthused. Then, because he knew that Watson shared his love of all that is bizarre, Holmes asked Mr. Jabez Wilson to restate his narrative. It was, Holmes promised, one of the most singular he had ever heard. Wilson explained that the whole affair had begun months earlier when a clever assistant, Mr. Vincent Spaulding, had drawn his attention to a newspaper ad which bore the curious headline, "To the Red-Headed League." The ad, Wilson said, announced a vacancy in the League for a red-headed man over the age of 21. Moreover, the position would pay a handsome salary of $4 a week for purely nominal services. Acting then on Spaulding's advice, and on the reflection that his own pawnbroker's business was mostly conducted in the evenings, Wilson had applied and gained admittance to the League. The conditions of employment were as simple as they were peculiar. Each weekday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., he was to come to the League's office and copy by hand the Encyclopedia Britannica. There was one caveat, however. He could not budge from the office during that time. If he did, he would forfeit his position forever. 8 weeks passed away like this, said Wilson. He had nearly copied the A's and was anticipating moving on to the B's, when suddenly the whole business came to an end. This morning, he said, when he arrived at work, he found the office locked and a note tacked to the door, "The Red-Headed League is dissolved." He had come to Holmes because he wanted to find out why the League had played this exotic prank on him. At once, Holmes and Watson burst out into a roar of laughter. As Holmes noted, apart from having been the object of a prank, Wilson had no real grievance. Indeed, he was richer by some 30, to say nothing of his newly acquired mastery over every subject which comes under the letter A. Nonetheless, Because the tale was so refreshingly unusual, Holmes agreed to take the case. Before Wilson left, he obtained additional information about Spaulding, who Holmes reasoned undoubtedly counted for a good deal in this mystery of the Red-Headed League. Most notably, Holmes learned that Spaulding had come to work at half wages, and that he spent his idle time in the pawn-shop cellar, ostensibly developing photographs. The pair took the Underground Railway to Saxe-Coburg Square, the location of Wilson's pawn-shop. Holmes tapped the pavement in front of the shop with his cane 2 or 3 times, and then knocked at the door. Instantly, he pronounced his deduction that Spaulding was, in reality, the notorious criminal John Clay. Holmes then surveyed the surrounding streets, noting that the Coburg Bank abutted the square. "A considerable crime is in contemplation," he informed Watson, "but today being Saturday rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight." At 10 o'clock that evening, Holmes and Watson returned to the bank to meet Mr. Merriweather, its director, and Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard. Merriweather escorted the party into the bank vault and explained that, according to rumor, an attempt might soon be made on the bank's reserve of gold bullion. Holmes nodded presciently. Matters, he said, would soon come to a head. They waited, and after an hour, a gash of light appeared in the floor. Then through a gaping hole, John Clay lifted himself into the vault, where Holmes immediately seized him by the collar. His accomplice was caught soon afterward. "You see, Watson," Holmes later explained, "it was perfectly obvious that it was Clay who had placed the newspaper ad in order to lure Wilson from the pawn shop in the mornings. Then, while Wilson toiled for the bogus League of the Red-Headed Men, Clay had tunneled from the pawn-shop cellar to the bank's vault. The note announcing the dissolution of the League, Holmes reasoned, confirms not only that the tunnel had been completed, but that Clay would immediately put it to use." "You reasoned it out beautifully," Watson exclaimed. "It saved me from ennui," Holmes yawned, adding as an afterthought that solving these little problems helped him in his lifelong effort to escape the commonplaces of existence. The Adventure of the Speckled Band. This case, associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, began, as Watson remembered it, early April in the year 83. Holmes had awakened Watson that morning with news that a client, a young lady, in a state of excitement, was waiting downstairs. Watson quickly dressed, and together they descended to the sitting room where the young woman, dressed in black and heavily veiled, sat shivering in fear. Her name, she began, was Helen Stoner, and she lived at Stoke Moran with her stepfather, Dr. Grimesby Roylott, the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England. The Roylott family had long since fallen into ruin when, 30 years earlier in India, Roylott had met and married Miss Stoner's widowed mother. Her mother, she continued, possessed a considerable sum of money, which she had bequeathed to Roylott with one provision, that an annual sum be given to Miss Stoner and her twin sister Julia if either girl should marry. 8 years later, Miss Stoner's mother had died, and Roylott moved the family to his ancestral estate at Stoke Moran. It was then that a terrible change came over him. He became reclusive, quarrelsome, and violent. He installed gypsies on his estate, and he began to collect Indian animals, which he let roam freely over his grounds. Their lives, Miss Stoner reported, quickly degenerated. No servant would stay with him, and Julia's hair had already begun to whiten when she died at 30, 2 years ago, only a fortnight before she was to marry. Miss Stoner then described how, on the night of her sister's death, Julia had come to her room and asked if she had ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night. Miss Stoner replied that she hadn't, but later that night, after a storm began beating and splashing against the windows, she had heard a low whistle and a metallic clang, followed by Julia's scream. When she arrived at her sister's room, she found Julia writhing in terrible pain on the floor. "Oh, my God! Helen!" she shrieked. "It was the band! The speckled band!" The reason for her visit now, Miss Stoner apprised Holmes, was that she herself was about to marry, and for the past few nights, at about 3 in the morning, she had heard a low, clear whistle. "You have done wisely," Holmes told her, and then promised that he and Watson would meet her at Stoke Moran later that day. Some minutes later, the two men were treated to an abrupt visit from Dr. Roylott. He had traced his stepdaughter there, Roylott said. Then, snatching up a poker from the fireplace, he bent it in half and warned Holmes not to meddle in his affairs. Holmes and Watson were met at Stoke Moran by Miss Stoner, who allowed them to examine her room. It was a typically homely bedroom, except for two details. First, the bell rope hanging beside the bed was a dummy, and second, the rope had been fastened to a ventilator on the ceiling. Holmes then asked to see Roylott's bedroom, and before leaving instructed Helen precisely on what to do. That night, professing to have a headache, she would retire early. Then when she heard Roylott enter his room, she would signal Holmes and Watson with a lamp. That evening, after Helen's signal, the sleuths slipped into her room and began their dreadful vigil. The parish clock had struck 12 when, inside the ventilator, they saw a momentary gleam of light. A half-hour later, they heard a very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet stream escaping continually from a kettle. Instantly, Holmes sprang to his feet. "You see it, Watson?" he shouted, striking a light and lashing at the rope with his cane. Then Holmes stopped and looked up at the ventilator. Momentarily, they heard a horrible cry in Roylott's room. Entering, they found him dead, staring at the corner of the ceiling. "The band! The speckled band!" Holmes pointed, as the strange headgear began to move on Roylott's head. It was, Holmes explained, a swamp adder, the deadliest snake in India. Initially, Holmes told Watson that he had been distracted by the presence of gypsies and the use of the word band. It wasn't until he saw the dummy bell rope, which he surmised was a bridge to allow something to pass from the ventilator to the bed, that the idea of a snake occurred to him. That knowledge, in addition to the whistle and Roylott's ready supply of creatures from India, had led him to conclude that he was probably on the right track. Thus, when the snake descended the bell rope and Holmes attacked it with his cane, he knew that he had roused its snakish temper, and that as it returned through the ventilator, it would attack the first person it saw, its master. In this way, Holmes concluded, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. Perhaps no other fictional character in the history of literature has enjoyed the phenomenal celebrity of Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes. Whether readers refer to the sleuth as the embodiment of Victorian eccentricity, hyper-rationalism, or brooding romanticism, they do more than merely confer on him the status of a cultural icon. They imbue him with reality. Through his combined passions of forensics and deductive logic, Holmes, along with his assistant, John H. Watson, M.D., the chronicler of the cases of Sherlock Holmes, is still considered, after over a century of sleuthing fame, the greatest private detective in the world. We may find it hard to bear in mind, as we read Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's elegantly crafted stories, that most were composed hastily for magazine sale and were initially targeted at passengers and commuters traveling by train. Perhaps the peculiar constraints of writing for this audience, however, help explain two important features of the prose. First, because he wanted each adventure to provide his audience with a complete narrative experience, Conan Doyle decided against using a serial format. Instead, he fashioned his plots so that they could be read independently of each other. Second, to allow for some complexity of plot without sacrificing clarity, he devised a narrative form wherein each story could be told, as it were, as a variation on a theme. Thus, apart from the fact all the adventures are narrated by Watson, each of the plots unfolds in essentially the same way. That is, Holmes receives a communication, usually a letter or telegram, followed by a visit from the client. The client, in turn, recounts a story that requires some action of Holmes, and prior to that action, an exercise of his brilliant deductive skills in order to solve the case. Once these elements are established, the action ensues, And then, as the adventure concludes, Holmes explains the process by which he arrived at the solution. In all, Conan Doyle wrote 56 adventures and 4 detective novels featuring Holmes and Watson, an oeuvre which, by the standards of any other reading public, might be considered rather large. For Holmes aficionados, however, the number is regrettably small. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer by Mark Twain. The type of work is a juvenile adventure novel. It's set in the small town of St. Petersburg in antebellum Missouri. It features Tom Sawyer, a 10-year-old boy, his Aunt Polly, Tom's guardian, Huckleberry Finn, Tom's best friend, Injun Joe, a half-breed scoundrel, Muff Potter, the town drunk, the widow Douglas, an elderly townswoman, and the girl who captures Tom's interest, Becky Thatcher. For Tom Sawyer, St. Petersburg was more than a friendly frontier town located on the banks of the Mississippi. It was a place of adventure. A resourceful and scrappy lad, Tom lived with his Aunt Polly and spent his free time fishing, playing, and trying to avoid school and chores. One beautiful Saturday afternoon, when most boys were at play, Aunt Polly stuck Tom with the task of whitewashing her fence. But Tom heard another boy, Ben Rogers, coming down the lane and had an idea. He began to paint with zeal. "Say, I'm going in a-swimming, I am," Ben crowed. "Don't you wish you could? But of course you'd rather work, wouldn't you?" Tom answered nonchalantly, "What do you call work?" "Why, ain't that work?" Ben asked, referring to the whitewashing. "Well, maybe it is, maybe it ain't," Tom countered. "All I know is it suits Tom Sawyer." Ben guffawed. Surely Tom couldn't like the task. "Like it?" Tom asked. "Well, I don't see why I oughtn't to like it. Does a boy get a chance to whitewash a fence every day?" Now, this line of reasoning put the thing in a whole new light. Ben stopped nibbling his apple. "Say, Tom," he offered, "let me whitewash a little." Before long, other children came by and wanted a turn at whitewashing. Not only was the fence soon finished, but Tom also had collected many treasures in exchange for the privilege of whitewashing, including Ben's apple, a kite, and a dead rat, and some string to swing it on. A boy as inventive as Tom had no trouble figuring out how he could attract the attention of sweet Becky Thatcher later that summer. Tom would woo Becky by winning a Bible in a Sunday school contest, and he'd be sure to win by trading marbles and toys for the tickets that the Sunday school superintendent had awarded the children each time they memorized a scripture. The superintendent was amazed when Tom, who had recited very little scripture, proudly presented 28 tickets. To Tom's surprise, when he stepped up to claim the Bible, he was asked to give the names of Jesus' first 2 apostles. The eyes of the whole congregation were fixed upon him, and although the question was repeated, the boy remained silent. Finally, Tom breathed deeply and almost shouted, "David and Goliath!" In fact, in all of St. Petersburg, there was only one other boy half as high-spirited as Tom, Tom's friend, Huckleberry Finn. The envy of all the boys in town, Huck had no family except for a drunken father, and so could do whatever he pleased. Thus, one night, he and Tom stole off to the graveyard to perform a wart-curing spell. When they arrived, they happened upon a frightening scene. Muff Potter, young Doc Robinson, and a local criminal named Injun Joe were digging at a fresh gravesite. The men hoisted up a coffin and opened it. When the drunken Potter demanded more money from the doctor for helping him secure a cadaver, a fight ensued. Snatching up a knife from the ground, Injun Joe went for Robinson, who had already felled poor Potter with a board. When the doctor spun around, Injun Joe thrust the knife into his chest. After killing Doc Robinson, Injun Joe placed the knife in Potter's limp hand. Then when the man came to, Injun Joe convinced the bewildered fellow that it had been he who had killed the doctor. "Why, you two were scuffling," he related. "You snatched the knife and jammed it into him." Potter sputtered, "It was all on account of the whiskey. I never used a weapon in my life." The two men then fled the graveyard. Terribly shaken, Tom and Huck finally reached safety and swore that they would never breathe a word of what they had seen. Nobody crossed Injun Joe without paying with his life. As it happened, the next day the whole town was abuzz about the murder. After one of the townsmen recognized the knife left at the scene as Muff Potter's, and Injun Joe had given his statement to the sheriff, Muff was put in jail to await trial. And Tom Huck and a friend named Joe Harper, meanwhile, had decided they wanted to leave town and become pirates. Late one night, the three boys set sail on a makeshift raft for Jackson Island. As they spent the day swimming, fishing, and exploring, it struck them that they had discovered the perfect life. No school, no washing, and no one to tell them what to do. That afternoon, however, the boys heard the sounds of a cannon and saw a ferry boat approaching. "Somebody's drowned," Tom cried. "It's us!" That night, after Joe and Huck fell asleep, Tom quietly left camp and returned to his house. Peering inside, he saw his Aunt Polly, his sister Mary, and his brother Sid, and Mrs. Harper all mourning the boy's death. This gave Tom an idea. He paddled back over to the island and announced to Huck and Joe that they would attend their own funeral. Disguised, the three boys sat through the first part of the service in the church gallery. Then they rustled down the stairs and walked down the church aisle. Needless to say, Aunt Polly and Mrs. Harper were ecstatic to see the boys alive. Doc Robinson's murder, meanwhile, was on everyone's mind, and finally the date for Muff Potter's trial arrived. What with the stack of evidence against him, Muff had to have done the deed. When Injun Joe took the stand and convincingly lied about how Muff had murdered the good doctor, Tom and Huck stood by, expecting every moment that the clear sky would deliver God's lightnings upon his head. God's judgment, however, did not come. Tom couldn't stand by and see old Muff hanged, so on the third day of the trial, he came forward to tell what he had seen that night. In the middle of his testimony, a loud crash rang out, and Injun Joe sprang from his seat and disappeared out the window. Now that he had established Muff's innocence, Tom went back to pirating and to courting Becky. Once she accidentally tore a page in the schoolmaster's book, and the schoolmaster began questioning all the children about it. Knowing that Becky would be unable to lie, Tom suddenly leaped up and confessed. He received a whipping, but won Becky's admiration. Having succeeded with Becky, Tom now set out in earnest with Huck to find hidden treasure. They had just started prying up the floor in an old house when they heard voices. After they crept upstairs, they peered down through the floorboards and saw Injun Joe and another bandit. Tom almost fainted on the spot. The men dug until one of their knives hit wood. Then they removed a box that was filled with gold coins. After discussing where they might rebury the gold, the scoundrels grabbed the box and left the house while the two boys scurried home. Determined to discover where the treasure was re-hidden, Huck kept an eye on the tavern where Injun Joe was staying. When he noticed Injun Joe and his accomplice leave the tavern toting a large bundle one night, he trailed the criminals, who headed straight for the home of the kind Widow Douglas. "Her husband was rough on me," Huck heard Joe say. "He had me horsewhipped. Do you understand? He took advantage of me and died, but I'll take it out on her." Huck was horrified. Quickly he enlisted the help of a nearby farmer, and Widow Douglas was rescued from harm. Soon the whole town was chattering about how Huck had saved the widow's life. That same evening, Tom, Becky, and some of their friends went on a picnic to McDougal's Cave. After exploring the many splendid caverns, most of the children returned to town. Tom and Becky, however, got lost in the cave. When Aunt Polly and Becky Thatcher's mother discovered that the children were missing, they became hysterical. Poor Tom and Becky wandered from one narrow chamber to another. Becky soon began to cry. Finally settling down to sleep, they hoped someone would find them. When they awoke some hours later, Becky shared with Tom a piece of cake she had brought. Then their candles burned out. Finding a kite string in his pocket, Tom tied one end to a protruding rock and set out in search of an exit. Just as he reached the end of the string, a candle and a hand suddenly appeared 20 yards ahead of him. Then Injun Joe came into view. Tom stood paralyzed by fear, but Injun Joe in his haste had apparently failed to see Tom. Badly shaken, he returned to Becky, and eventually they discovered a small opening, a hole 5 miles away from the cave's main opening, and managed to crawl out and hitch a ride back into town. Becky and Tom spent nearly a week recovering from the ordeal. When Huck finally was able to visit his friend, Tom told Huck about seeing Injun Joe in the cave and about his suspicion that the gold was hidden there. Judge Thatcher, however, had had the cave's entrance barricaded with a triple-locked iron door to prevent other children from being lost there. When Tom heard this news, he turned white. "Injun Joe's in the cave!" he cried. A posse was organized to ride to the cave, and when the door was unlocked, Injun Joe lay just behind it, dead. The morning after Injun Joe's funeral, Tom and Huck made their way back inside the cave. Tom led Huck to a large rock marked with a cross. They hoisted up the rock and found a natural chasm where the treasure box lay. Filling 2 sacks with coins, the boys stashed the rest of the gold in the Widow Douglas's woodshed. But by the time they reached her house, a crowd had gathered to hear the widow's news. Putting her arms around the mangy Huck, she told him he could come and live with her. Why, he'd saved her life, and forever she'd clothe, educate, and take excellent care of him. "Huck don't need it," Tom broke in. "Huck's rich." Then he ran outside to fetch the money. The coins amounted to over $12,000. Judge Thatcher put the money into safekeeping and promised the boys an allowance of $1 a day. Huck moved in with the grateful Widow Douglas. He went to school, used a knife and fork, and washed regularly. But he never would have consented to such civilized things if Tom, true adventurer that he was, had not promised to assemble a respectable band of robbers, with Huck as one of its chief marauders. Samuel L. Clemens was born in Hannibal, Missouri in 1835 and spent his boyhood on the banks of the Mississippi. He began writing under the pen name Mark Twain when he was about 26. He is best known for his characters Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. Tom, the adventurous, all-American boy, is in reality a rather complex character. On the one hand, he does everything possible to avoid school and church. At the same time, he is highly principled, always trying to do the right thing according to his rather romantic ideals. The importance of this novel, and its equally beloved companion volume, Huckleberry Finn, is in the rich, colorful portrait Twain paints of an unforgettable American era.
All Quiet on the Western Front by Eric Maria Remarque. It's a fictional study of social and wartime sentiments set in World War I's famous Western Front. The principal characters are Paul Baumer, the narrator, a German infantryman; Stanislaus Katazinski, Kat, Paul's older friend and fellow soldier; Kropp, Jaden, Hyde, Müller, Kemmerich, and other German soldiers. Remarque's unique novel of World War I trench warfare not only catalogues the grim realities of war, but poignantly describes the spiritual and physical destruction of the youth who are sacrificed in the struggle. Before he was 20 years old, Remarque had fought on the Western Front, and his graphic accounts of death, misery, and the loss of personal ideals ring oppressively true. Undoubtedly, he left this work on the war to end all wars as a testament and a warning to the future. But World War I, as we well know, did not end war. It did usher in a century of deepening disillusionment and spiritual rootlessness that remains part of our legacy even in the technological promised land of the 90s. Because Remarque opposed the Nazi regime and wrote against the party, he was eventually deported from Germany. He came to America, where he became a citizen in 1947. Paul's unit rested not far from the front lines. Half of the unit had been destroyed in an English artillery barrage, leaving twice as much food for the survivors. And Kat, the 47-year-old man fighting alongside 7 young kids just out of school, always had an uncanny way of dispensing provisions. No one had to ask where the double rations of food and cigarettes came from. It would not be such a bad war if only one could get a little more sleep, Kat complained after the meal. Indeed, sleep had come with difficulty during the first weeks at the front. Kantorek, Paul's old schoolteacher, had propped up the war as a glorious event. Iron youth sent to repel the foe. Naturally, we couldn't blame Cantoric for this, Paul reasoned. There were thousands of Cantorics, all of whom were convinced that they were acting for the best in a way that cost them nothing. That is why they let us down so badly. In due time, faced with the true effects of war, even the teacher's wisdom had vanished. What's more, their commander, Corporal Himmelstoss, had ordered them to carry out punishing and cruel drills. They hated him and could no longer trust authority figures in general, thinking themselves more experienced. We were all at once terribly alone, and alone we must see it through. The men went to visit a member of their unit, Kemrick, who had been wounded in the thigh and now lay in a field hospital. The man's foot had been amputated, but crazed with gangrene and fever, he did not know this. He it is still, and yet it is not he any longer, Paul thought when he saw his friend. His features have become more uncertain and faint, and his voice sounds like ashes. Kropp attempted to comfort the delirious soldier. Now you will be going home soon. You would have had to wait at least 3 or 4 months for your leave, and Mueller brought him his possessions. Among the articles were a fine pair of leather boots. Mueller tried to negotiate for the boots, but Kemrick was unwilling to part with them. Once outside, Mueller, carrying the boots, told the group that Kemrick was done for. On the way back to the barracks, they discussed how the fighting could be ended. Kropp joked that his idea would do the job. Give all the generals and ministers clubs and let them personally fight it out in an arena. That would be much simpler and just than this arrangement, where the wrong people do the fighting. Meanwhile, Himmelstoss was making their lives miserable, especially that of Jodin, who had a bladder disorder and wet his bed every night. Himmelstoss tried to correct this by placing another man who had the same problem over Jodin's bunk, then each night reversing the men's position. One evening, finding the corporal drunk, the men crept up behind him and threw a sheet over his head. Using a whip, each man, Jodin in particular, satisfied his bitter anger by taking a turn in the thrashing. Soon after, Himmelstoss was openly reprimanded for his harsh mistreatment. The men thereafter took bold pleasure in jeering and insulting their leader. Finally, they shipped out to the front. To me, the front is like a mysterious whirlpool. Though I am in water far away from its center, I feel the whirl of the vortex sucking me slowly, irresistibly, inescapably into itself. We march up, moody or good-tempered soldiers. We reach the zone where the front begins and become on the instant human animals. The unit was hit with heavy bombardment. Men, crying out in unabashed fear, crouched inside trenches and shell craters. The screaming of 1,000 wounded horses filled the air. Gas fumes choked the soldiers, and those lucky enough to have gas masks waited in fearful silence, wondering if they were airtight. Straightway, the unit found cover was in a graveyard, only to have shells, coffins, and corpses unearthed all around them when the shells pounded down. Finally, the gas dispensed, and the shelling ceased. Cat and Paul prepared to perform a mercy killing on a young soldier with mortal wounds to the stomach and hip. Young innocence, Cat murmured before firing the bullet. Later, back at the barracks, the young men began discussing what they'd do once the war ended. Most planned on returning to mundane, ordinary jobs, and Paul, drafted right out of school, had no idea what he would do with his life. Oddly, though, it seemed no one could remember even the most humorous high school prank they had pulled. The war has ruined us for everything, Albert said. Paul agreed. We are youth no longer. We don't want to take the world by storm. We are fleeing. We fly from ourselves, from our life. We are cut off from activity, from striving, from progress. We believe in such things no longer. We believe in the war. As they marched to the next offensive, the company passed stacks of coffins. Each man knew that one of the coffins was meant for him. The front is a cage in which we must await fearfully whatever may happen. One continual round of shelling, gas, and rats. In an effort to relieve their boredom, the men took sport in killing the bold, hungry rats, which had grown huge from feeding on dead bodies. Presently, the rum and cheese rations improved, sure signs of an impending battle. Then the attack came. We have become like wild beasts, Paul explained. We do not fight. We defend ourselves against annihilation. Men blown apart, decapitated, and other horrible scenes flashed across their eyes. Still they advanced, scurrying over mangled corpses, fighting on instinct, killing mechanically without feeling. The French have been driven back. The German company also fell back to the original front lines, gathering up any food they could find along the way. Of the some 200 men, only 32 remained. With the battle over, Paul had time to reflect again. Here in the trenches, memories are completely lost to us. We are dead, and they stand remote on the horizon. We could never regain the old intimacy with those scenes. We are forlorn like children and experienced like old men. I believe we are lost. The remnants of the company rested and found company with some French girls across the river. Swimming to the other side, the soldiers entertained themselves, bribing the girls with gifts of bread and sausage. Paul was soon given a 2-week leave. He felt odd about returning home, his companions still at the front. As the train neared his father's home, the scenes became more familiar, bringing back childhood memories. The sound of his sister's voice made him break down and cry. I try to make myself laugh or speak, but no word comes. So I stand on the steps, miserable, helpless, paralyzed, and against my will the tears run down my cheeks. Paul found that the war had changed him so much that he scarcely knew how to behave. Was it very bad out there, Paul? His mother questioned. He wanted to cry out, Mother, you could never realize it, but lied instead, saying, No, Mother, not so very. There are always lots of us together, so it isn't so bad. News came that his mother had cancer. With this sad revelation and the stream of questions asked about the war, questions Paul could not somehow answer, a strange and lonely feeling suddenly fell over him. He felt awkward in his civilian clothes, and his thoughts continually wandered to the front. Leave is a pause that only makes everything after it much worse. I was a soldier, and now I am nothing but an agony for myself, for my mother, for everything that is so comfortless and without end. Before returning to the front, Paul paid a visit to Kemrick's mother. In order to spare her the details of his long period of suffering, he lied, telling her son had been killed instantly. This is where I belong, Paul blurted out in emotion upon reuniting with his comrades, most of them still alive. Paul's unit was called into action again. In the ensuing battle, Paul was separated from his group. Panicking and caught in a hail of machine gun fire, he crawled into a hole and buried himself in the mud to avoid detection. When a French soldier landed there too, Paul frantically stabbed him. At first, appalled at the brutality and horror of his deed, Paul shrank from the wounded man. When he overcame his terror, he was filled with remorse and relieved the suffering of the soldier during his last hours. Never having before killed a man face to face, his conscience burned in torment. Every gasp lays my heart bare. When the soldier finally died, Paul addressed the corpse, promising the man he would write a letter to his wife. Paul finally recovered his senses and crawled back towards his lines. There, Cat found him, still in agony over what he had done, and the older veteran assured his weeping comrade that he had committed no crime. The war dragged on. Dysentery, disease, and death dogged the soldiers constantly. One day, while guarding a supply dump, both Paul and Albert were wounded. Paul's leg healed, and soon he began hobbling around the hospital. But Albert's leg had to be amputated. Unable to bear his friend's jealous gaze, Paul returned home for a short while to his mother and sister. Again, in a trench on the front lines, Cat was wounded in the knee with shrapnel, and Paul carried him to the rear. When he reached his destination, Cat was dead. He had bled to death, a tiny piece of shrapnel having pierced his head. Grieving and demoralized, Paul affirmed, I am 20 years old, yet I know nothing of life but despair, death, fear, and fatuous superficiality cast over an abyss of sorrow. I see how peoples are set against one another, and unknowingly, foolishly, obediently, innocently, slay one another. Our knowledge of life is limited to death. What shall come out of us? Paul was alone. His comrades, one by one, had been killed. Even more than their physical death, Paul shuddered at how they had been spiritually murdered. Rumors circulated that the end of the war was near, but they only served to madden the already disillusioned, weary soldiers, many of whom now stood on the front lines, supported by wooden legs. Paul fell in October 1918, on a day that was so quiet and still on the whole front that the Army report confined itself to the single sentence, "All quiet on the Western Front."
Animal Farm by George Orwell, an allegorical political satire set on the manor farm representing Russia during and after the Communist Revolution. The principal characters are Old Major, i.e. Karl Marx, an ancient and venerated Boer; Snowball, i.e. Trotsky, a young, porcine intellectual; Napoleon, i.e. Stalin, an unscrupulous, aggressively fierce young pig; Boxer, i.e. the Russian worker, a huge, hard-working male horse; Molly, the Russian bourgeois capitalist, a frivolous mare; Moses, i.e. organized religion, a tame raven; Squealer, i.e. Russia's propaganda machine, a young pig and fluent orator; and various dogs, i.e. Stalin's secret police, and men, capitalist enemies, and sheep, hens, and other animals, those who follow. And finally, Farmer Jones, i.e. Tsar Nicholas, Frederick, i.e. Germany, and Pilkington, i.e. England. George Orwell, a dedicated British socialist, wrote this classic 1945 fable in embittered protest against what he saw as the perversion of socialism by post-revolutionary communism in the USSR. Rather than highlighting factual incidents from the grim cauldron of horrors that had boiled to a climax under the Stalinist regime, Orwell chose to focus an allegorical mirror on the brutal dynamics that blazed beneath the action. And within this mirror, the pigs and sheep and horses of Animal Farm move as vivid and grisly reflections of the historical figures and factions they represent. But Orwell's book mirrors more than the evils of Soviet communism. Read closely, it is also an impassioned indictment of capitalism. And read more closely still, Animal Farm reflects the haunted and ironic image of the dark gulf which the author sees opening, perhaps inevitably, between the two eternal poles of idealism and expediency, between all noble ends and their self-betraying necessary means. This little fairy story, as Orwell calls it, is in the end an angry, eloquent, and almost despairing protest against the tragic potential for tyranny in all social institutions, including even language itself, over those very ideals and hopes for human transcendence that they are supposed to nurture and to serve. One day on the manor farm, the Old Major, a venerable 11-year-old Boer known as Old Major, gathered the animals together. "Now, comrades," he said, "what is the nature of this life of ours? Let us face it. Our lives are miserable, laborious, and short." He went on to detail Farmer Jones' cruel exploitation as he butchered the animals and plundered the products of their labor. "Is it not crystal clear, then, comrades," concluded Old Major, "that all the evils of this life spring from the tyranny of human beings? Only get rid of man, and the produce of our labor would be our own. All men are enemies, all animals are friends." At this passionate invocation of a world ruled by those whose lives and labor made it fruitful, the animals themselves, everyone broke into a rousing anthem until the disturbance was silenced for the time being by a round of shot fired above them by Farmer Jones. 3 days later, Old Major died, and the other pigs, generally recognized as the cleverest of the animals on the farm, began to expound his teachings on animalism. Napoleon and Snowball, preeminent among the younger pigs, led the discussions, which centered on open rebellion. At first, the other animals objected. Some were swayed by thoughts of food or loyalty. Others, like Molly, the cart horse, who loved the ribbons that Farmer Jones tied in her hair, actually enjoyed the frills that man provided. The pigs were angered by the apathy that greeted their call to battle. They were equally exasperated by the raven Moses, who squawked of forbearance and of a better life in heaven after death. Napoleon had to argue very hard to persuade the animals there was no such place. Finally, however, he convinced the group to accept animalism. Meanwhile, Farmer Jones, fallen on evil days, began to neglect the animals. One day, he failed to feed them altogether, and they broke into the stalls to get at the food. When Jones and his farmhands burst into the barn, whips ready, the enraged animals attacked the men and drove them completely off the farm. The animals were left victorious and alone. In their initial elation, the animals burned all the farm implements, along with any other items that smacked of man, including Molly's ribbons. Then they warily entered the farmhouse where, to their utter disgust, they found Molly trying on a fine ribbon. Seeing how weak and capricious even an animal could be, they agreed that, in their new order, no animal would inhabit the house, put on clothes, or in any other way imitate humans. As the first order of business, Snowball removed the Manor Farm sign from the front gate and replaced it with a sign reading Animal Farm. Then, in great white letters on the barn wall, the pigs painted the 7 commandments of animalism. 1. Whatever goes on 2 legs is an enemy. 2. Whatever goes on 4 legs or has wings is a friend. 3. No animal shall wear clothes. 4. No animal shall sleep in a bed. 5. No animal shall drink alcohol. 6. No animal shall kill another animal. 7. All animals are equal. Just then, the unmilked cows set up a loud lowing of complaint. The pigs, whose forehooves made good milkers, soon filled many buckets from the cows' swollen udders, but they left the apportionment of the milk until later, after more important work in the fields. When the animals came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk had disappeared. Later, when the pigs also appropriated the wind-fallen apples, they explained that day and night we are watching over your welfare. It is for your sake that we drink that milk and eat those apples. Napoleon and Snowball now organized committees to put the others to work, though as managers they themselves participated in none of the actual labor. But the animals were given all the hay they could eat, and gradually they accepted the pigs' dominance. Meanwhile, Farmer Jones had spread the news of the uprising to his neighbors, Pilkington and Frederick. Frightened by the thought that their own animals might revolt, they agreed to form a contingent of men to launch a counterattack on Jones' farm. A fierce battle ensued. The animals, led by Snowball, once again drove the humans from the farm. Snowball was wounded in the engagement, and several animals were killed, but the survivors were elated by their successful defense. Afterward, Molly, discouraged by the dearth of ribbons in her life, left the farm, never to return. Now Snowball and Napoleon began to compete for leadership. Their struggle culminated at a meeting where the animals were to vote on Snowball's plan for a windmill he had designed to supply electricity to the farm, thus easing the animals' burden. Napoleon appeared at the meeting with a contingent of sheep, which he had trained to interrupt Snowball's speech, repeatedly bleating out the Animal Farm slogan, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, until no animal could remember what was being said.
Then, just before the vote was called, Napoleon summoned a pack of ferocious dogs who chased Snowball from the farm. After this display, the animals dared not question Napoleon's will, nor did they fail to note that the dogs he always kept around wagged their tails to him as other dogs did to Mr. Jones. Even after Napoleon's brainwashing sessions, when some of the animals came forward fervently confessing their allegiances to Snowball, they were immediately torn apart by Napoleon's dogs, who then set them to building the windmill which he had once opposed. But it was the workhorse Boxer, in his simple-minded faithfulness, who truly inspired the animals. When Boxer promised that "I will work harder," and agreed that Napoleon is always right, any objections to the project were silenced. The building of the windmill began. The pigs, as usual, did no actual work. While they supervised, Boxer wore himself out, hauling huge stones from the quarry. Napoleon then determined that certain materials would be needed to finish the mill, and decreed that he must bend the 2 legs bad rule, the first commandment of animalism, and deal with a man who could make their purchases. The animals were also placed on rations, in order that their surplus food could be sold to purchase the needed materials. When the hens were told that they had to give up their eggs, they put up a brief and futile resistance in which 9 hens were killed. The shocked animals consulted the list of commandments. They concluded that they must have remembered the 6th incorrectly, for it now read, "No animal shall kill another animal without cause." Soon, Comrade Napoleon had persuaded Pilkington and Frederick to buy wood from Animal Farm. Napoleon had forced Frederick to raise his price by 12 pounds, but Frederick, in turn, swindled Napoleon by paying for the wood with false notes. Enraged and humiliated, Napoleon now prepared for a follow-up attack from Frederick. It came the next morning. Frederick's men managed to destroy the newly finished windmill, but once again were finally driven off by the angry animals. The pigs watched the battle from the safety of the farmhouse, and later got uproariously drunk on Farmer Jones' whiskey. Before long, Napoleon had moved into Farmer Jones' house, sleeping in his bed and soon drinking all his liquor. And when the animals again went to look at the 7 commandments, they found written, "No animal shall sleep in a bed without sheets," and "No animal shall drink alcohol to excess." Through the never-ending exhortations of Squealer, the animals began to reconstruct the windmill and to accept even smaller rations. Squealer even convinced them almost that they had never been happier or better fed, and their readjustment hardships were forgotten under endless processions and marches, celebrating their victory over Frederick and honoring their benefactor and greatest hero of all, Napoleon. As the windmill neared completion, old Boxer was approaching his retirement. One day, as he hauled a great load of stone, the faithful old workhorse collapsed, and Napoleon arranged for a cart to take him to the hospital. But when the already uneasy animals gathered to wave goodbye to their friend, they were told what was written on the hospital van's side: "Alfred Simmons, horse slaughterer and glue boiler." As they called out to warn Boxer, he tried to escape, but he was too feeble to kick his way out. The next day, Squealer assured everyone that he himself had been there at the hospital when Boxer died. The doctor, he said, had just bought the cart from the horse slaughterer. Relieved and chastened, the animals returned to their duties. Finally, the windmill was rebuilt, but rather than supplying power to the farm, it was used to grind corn, which was then sold for a profit. The suffering animals worked by now out of habit, still under the dim illusion that it was they who ran the farm. None of the old dreams had been abandoned. Then one day their illusions were shattered. Napoleon and his charges appeared in the yard dressed in Joan's clothes and striding on 2 legs instead of 4. In his hoof, Napoleon clasped a whip, while the sheep bleated, 4 legs good, 2 legs better. Indeed, the last commandment of animalism had been altered to read, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Later that day, Joan's neighbors arrived in their carts to be entertained. The animals gathered around while Pilkington toasted Napoleon for his successful management tactics, tidy profits, and his discipline of the animals. "If you have your lower animals to contend with," pronounced the human farmer, emptying his mug, "we have our lower classes." In pride, Napoleon announced that the name of Animal Farm would revert to Manor Farm, and in the end, the animals could not distinguish which of the guests were men and which were pigs.
The Call of the Wild by Jack London. The type of work is an adventure novel set in Alaska during the gold rush of the 1890s. The principal characters are Buck, a large, intelligent, and well-bred dog, Spitz, a cruel lead sled dog, and John Thornton, Buck's Northland master. Buck, a huge 4-year-old Scottish Shepherd St. Bernard crossbreed, lived a life of ease at Judge Miller's Santa Clara Valley estate. As the judge's loyal companion, working with his sons and guarding his grandchildren, Buck ruled over all things, humans included. Combining his mother's intelligence with the size and strength of his father, Buck became the undisputed leader of all the dogs on the estate. At this time, gold had been found in Alaska, and thousands of men were rushing to the Northland. They wanted dogs like Buck. One night, Manuel, the estate's gardener, who felt he was not earning enough to support both his family and his gambling habits, took Buck for a walk to the railroad station. There, money was exchanged. A rope was placed around Buck's neck, and his life in the civilized world had come to an end. For 2 days and 2 nights, Buck traveled northward in a baggage carrier. Caged with no food or water, his placid disposition changed to that of a raging fiend. In Seattle, Buck was met by a man in a red sweater holding a club. As Buck came charging out of the open crate, the man cruelly beat him into submission. Buck had learned his first lesson. He stood no chance against a man with a club. Buck, along with other dogs, was purchased by Francois and Perrault, dispatchers for the Canadian government, and transported by ship to Alaska. Buck soon came to respect his French-Canadian masters, but life among the dogs was savage. No law existed but that of fang and force. The first day Buck looked on as one of his shipmates, downed in a fight, was savagely killed by the anxious pack of dogs. Thus he learned that in the event of a fight, he must always stay on his feet. Spitz, the sly-eyed and powerful lead dog of the sled team, took pleasure in these disputes. Dogs being slashed to ribbons seemed to amuse Spitz, making Buck hate him from the beginning. Buck came to know his teammates, which dogs were approachable and which to leave alone. He learned the necessary skills of a sled dog, which included digging under the snow at night for warmth, surviving on far less food than he was used to, stealing food from other dogs, and the knack of pulling a load. His body became hardened, and over time those instincts once possessed by his ancient ancestors sprang to life within him. The domesticated generation's softness fell from Buck, and the wilderness wolf emerged. As time passed, Buck coveted the position of lead dog. He found that his size and cunning allowed him to come between Spitz and the shirkers, those that the cruel dog would have otherwise punished. With Buck protecting them, the pack lost its fear of Spitz, and discipline broke down. The dogs no longer worked as a team. Francois and Perrault became furious with the lack of order and the loss of time spent separating skirmishing animals. One night Buck saw his chance, and a death fight began. Spitz was a practiced fighter who felt a bitter rage toward Buck, but as the battle continued, Spitz slowly lost ground. With a final rush, Buck knocked his enemy to the snow, and the eager pack moved in for the kill. Though his masters beat him severely, Buck refused to be harnessed until he was given the lead position. He willingly accepted the demands of supremacy, and where judgment, quick thinking, and action were required, showed himself superior to all. With Buck in the lead, the team picked up and became as one, moving smoothly over the snow on a record run from Dawson to Skagway. Buck's name soon became legendary. In Skagway, Francois and Perrault received orders to relinquish the team to a Scottish half-breed, and after only 3 days' rest, the team was back in the traces and headed for Dawson. It was a strenuous trip. The once proud, confident dogs arrived short of weight, in poor condition, and needing at least 10 days to recuperate. Nonetheless, only 2 days later, they were again out on the trail, headed back to Skagway. A heavier sled combined with bad weather made the going slow. At night, Buck would lie near the fire and dream of Judge Miller's big house, the great fight with Spitz and his hunter ancestors. A wildness long held in check began to surface anew. He seemed to hear the faraway cries of a wolf. The team arrived at Skagway 30 days later, the dogs in wretched condition. In this sad, exhausted state, the team was sold to Hal, Charles, and Mercedes. These 2 men and 1 woman were recent arrivals from the States, intent on getting rich in the Northland. As the team struck out, Buck could sense that the humans were undependable and knew nothing of wilderness travel. They journeyed at half speed, as if on an extended social camping trip, and the food was quickly depleted. Dogs gradually died of starvation. Midway to Dawson, only 5 of the 14 remained. What's more, the humans argued continually amongst themselves, and Mercedes refused to walk, making the few dogs drag her extra 120-pound weight. The valiant animals often stumbled under the load. Only the sting of the whip could bring them back to their feet to strain for another mile. Through it all, Buck staggered along at the head of the team as in a nightmare. He pulled when he could. When he could no longer pull, he fell down and remained down until blows from whip or club drove him to his feet again. All the stiffness had gone out of his beautiful furry coat. The hair hung down, limp and draggled, or matted with dried blood where Hal's club had bruised him. His muscles had wasted away. Each rib and every bone in his frame were outlined cleanly through the loose hide that was wrinkled in folds of emptiness. It was heartbreaking. Only Buck's heart was unbreakable. At last the team crept into John Thornton's camp at the mouth of White River. It was here that Buck refused to get up. He was dying and sensed disaster close at hand. Despite the blows from Hal, Buck would not move. Suddenly John Thornton jumped in, and after a brief scuffle, stopped Hal's brutality. He cut Buck from the traces and ordered the group to leave. Together, Buck and John watched as the team and sled crawled onto the ice-covered river. Quarter of a mile out, the ice gave way, and the entire assembly disappeared into the frigid water. Thornton had saved Buck's life. After traveling 3,000 miles, a rest was what Buck needed. As John waited for his partners by the White River, little by little, Buck won back his strength. He romped through his convalescence and into a new existence. Not only respect, but a feeling of love grew between dog and master. One time, John was swept away by a river, and Buck saved him, risking his own life. On another occasion, Buck won a bet of $1,600 for John and his partners by breaking a sled carrying 1,000 pounds of flour out of the ice and pulling it a given distance. Offered great sums of money for his famous sled dog, John only replied, "No, sir, you can go to hell, sir." The group was finally able to pay off old debts and traveled east into mining country. John and his friends were experienced trailmen. Months rolled by. Spring came, and they found a broad valley where the gold shone like yellow butter across the bottom of the washing pan. Here John and his partners settled down and began piling up bags of gold. In these warm, leisurely months, Buck's dreams turned more vivid. He began to feel ever more strongly the call of the wild. For days he would leave the camp, but his love for John always brought him back. But over time, the blood longing became stronger than ever. He was a killer, a thing that preyed, unaided, alone, by virtue of his own strength and prowess, surviving triumphantly in a hostile environment where only the strong survived. As the fall of the year arrived, Buck came across a herd of moose. The chief bull was well over 6 feet tall, and as formidable a quarry as even Buck could desire. For 5 days he stalked the moose until he pulled the exhausted animal down. For another day and night Buck rested and feasted upon his kill. Then he turned back to John and the camp. Nearing camp, Buck paused, sensing danger. Arriving on the outskirts, he was stunned to find that the Yehots had attacked the site. Men and animals were dead, and the tribe was performing a victory dance. The Yehots heard a strange noise, and suddenly a white monster raged amongst them, a fiend incarnate, killing and destroying with a crazed fury and scattering the remaining braves. Afterward, Buck returned to camp and mourned his loss. John Thornton was dead, and his passing left inside of Buck a huge, aching void. The last vestige of civilization stripped from him, Buck was now a wild animal. He joined with his wild brothers in the wolf pack and became their leader. Even now the Yehots often speak of an evil ghost dog that inhabits the land, running at the head of the pack, killing any man it comes across. They tell the story of how the phantom selected a certain valley for an abiding place. All still bypass that valley. Buck occasionally returns alone to the gold-speckled river, where he reflects on times past, howls long and mournfully, then steals back into the forest shadows. Jack London led a life crammed with violence and adventure, both of which were transferred into his writing. He had virtually no childhood, starting work at age 10. At 15, he became a hobo. At 16, an oyster pirate and longshoreman. Joining the Alaskan gold rush at 19, London hiked across the United States and Canada to the Klondike. He found no gold, but later used some of his northern experiences to draft The Call of the Wild. In Buck, London endows all of the cunning and savagery that he feels lurks not only in animals, but in human beings as well. Buck's transformation into a ferocious animal is London's attempt to argue his survival of the fittest philosophy. The potential primitive beast he feels lies within each individual. However, London's great love for animals and nature inspired him to also write of the loyalty, affection, and excitement experienced by Buck. This adventuresome, emotion-packed novel seems to capture all of these qualities in a powerful way.
The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger, Bantam Books Incorporated, New York, New York, 1945. The type of work is a psychological journey set in New York City. The story centers on a disturbed and sensitive adolescent by the name of Holden Caulfield, his 10-year-old sister Phoebe, and his girlfriend, Sally Hayes. Unlike his high school classmates who were already dreaming of solid careers as businessmen and professionals, Holden Caulfield had turned his soul loose to wander through quiet lands of its own. "You know that song," he would say, "If a body catch a body coming through the rye? I keep picturing all these little kids playing some game in this big field of rye and all. Thousands of little kids and nobody's around nobody big. I mean except me. And I'm standing on the edge of some crazy cliff. What I have to do, I have to catch everybody if they start to go over the cliff. I mean, if they're running and they don't look where they're going, I have to come out from somewhere and catch them. That's all I do all day. I'd just be the catcher in the rye and all. I know it's crazy, but that's the only thing I'd really like to be. I know it's crazy. Crazy indeed." Holden was telling a story from behind the walls of a mental hospital. In December of 1949, Holden was expelled from the Pensy Prep School for Boys. He had failed 4 out of his 5 classes, and he refused to apply himself at all to his studies. This was the 4th academy Holden had flunked out of. On the eve of his departure, Holden went to see his history teacher, Mr. Spencer, who had asked him to stop in for goodbyes. He found Mr. Spencer smelling of Vicks nose drops and wearing a ratty bathrobe that opened to reveal his bumpy old chest. Almost immediately, the old man launched into a farewell lecture. "Life is a game, boy," he declared. "Life is a game that one plays according to the rules." Yes, Holden was failing in school and in life, said Mr. Spencer, because he didn't play according to the rules. After suffering through this visit, Holden returned to his dormitory. His roommate, Stradlater, who was prepping himself for a date, asked him for a last favor. Could he come up with a descriptive essay about a house or a room for Stradlater's English assignment? Holden agreed, but after Stradlater left, he couldn't think of any house or room to write about, so he scrawled some lines about his brother's baseball mitt. "My brother Allie had this left-handed fielder's mitt." He was left-handed. The thing that was descriptive about it, though, was that he had poems written all over the fingers in the pocket, everywhere, in green ink. He wrote them on it so that he'd have something to read when he was in the field and nobody was up at bat. He's dead now. He got leukemia and died when we were up in Maine, on July 18th, 1946. When Stradlater returned from his date and read Holden's essay, he went crazy. "For Christ's sake, Holden," he shouted, "this is about a goddamn baseball glove. You don't do one damn thing the way you're supposed to." Now, this was the second verbal assault Holden had endured that night. He struck out at Stradlater with his fist. But when the much stronger Stradlater responded, Holden was left beaten. Humiliated, his nose bleeding, he gathered his things and ventured into the December night. Since Holden had not yet told his parents about his expulsion, he was not expected home for Christmas vacation until Wednesday. So he took a train to the west side of New York and checked into the Edmont Hotel. On his way up in the elevator, he was informed by the attendant, who doubled as a pimp, that for only $5 he could arrange to have a girl sent to his room. Feeling as if he were in some remote, lonesome country, Holden acquiesced. When the prostitute appeared, however, he changed his mind. He handed her the $5 and sent her away. But a few minutes later, the girl showed up at his door again, with her pimp in tow. The pimp demanded another $5. When Holden refused to pay any more, the pimp barged into the room and pummeled him. Afterward, Holden climbed into bed and pondered a while. "I felt like jumping out the window. I probably would have done it, too, if I'd been sure somebody would cover me up as soon as I landed. I didn't want a bunch of stupid rubbernecks looking at me when I was all gory." Then, after a few more dead sober thoughts about this, Holden turned over to plan what he would do for the next few days. The following morning, Holden checked out of the Edmont and called his girl, Sally Hayes, to ask her if she wanted to see a movie. "Okay," said Sally. She would meet him later that afternoon. After that, he wandered absently through the streets. Suddenly, he heard a child singing. "A body catch a body coming through the rye," crooned the little boy. And at that moment, at that very instant, Holden felt happy. The song reminded him of his mission, of what he always wanted to be, the catcher in the rye. Stepping cheerfully, Holden proceeded down the street to a museum, one he hadn't been to since he was a young child. There, standing once more in front of the familiar glass cases, the pleasant musty odor returning to his lungs, he noticed that everything was positioned exactly the way he remembered it. In all those years, nothing had changed. The best thing about a museum was that it always stayed the same, he thought. Certain things, they should stay the way they are. You ought to be able to stick them in one of those big glass cases and just leave them alone. I know that's impossible, but it's too bad anyway. Reluctantly, Holden exited the museum. After the movie that afternoon, Sally and Holden went ice skating. As he gazed out over the rink, Holden couldn't help but think how phony everyone was. Sally, the movie actors, the theater goers, the skaters, all the students at his 4 schools, they were nothing but phonies. Practically the only people who weren't phony, he concluded, were himself, his 10-year-old sister Phoebe, and his dead brother Allie. He had let himself flunk out of school. It was all a fraud. He refused to live by Mr. Spencer's rules. After all, the rules must be phony too. But when Holden tried to share this news with Sally, she was bewildered. They argued. Finally, Holden rushed out of the ice rink, leaving Sally behind, crying. He meandered for a while, then he found a bar and got drunk. Towards the end of the evening, still at the bar, he staggered into the men's room and initiated an argument with a stranger. The man punched him until he passed out and hit the floor. When he came to, he felt an overwhelming urge to see his little sister. Not wanting his parents to know he was home already, that he'd been kicked out of his 4th school, he took a cab to his family's apartment building and crept through the dark toward Phoebe's bedroom. When he woke her up, Phoebe was overjoyed to see Holden. Their parents weren't home, she said. They wouldn't be returning until late that night. "Daddy's going to kill you," the girl erupted when Holden told her he'd been expelled. No, that would never happen, Holden said, because he was going to move west and live in a cabin all by himself. He'd only come home to say goodbye to Phoebe. But Phoebe finally made her brother promise to stay in New York, at least until Friday, so he could see her school play. Finally, with $8.65 borrowed out of his sister's Christmas gift fund, Holden made his way out of the apartment. Unable to find a room for the night, Holden showed up at the home of one of his old teachers, Mr. Antolini. Mr. Antolini seemed happy to see him and invited him to stay the night. But then, as they drank coffee together, Antolini started in just like Mr. Spencer before him, with a lecture. Holden was headed for a big fall, he warned. Then, in a kinder voice, he advised, "You'll find that you're not the first person who was ever confused and frightened and even sickened by human behavior. You're by no means alone on that score. You'll be excited and stimulated to know. Many, many men have been just as troubled morally and spiritually as you are right now. Happily, some of them kept records of their troubles. You'll learn from them if you want. Just as someday, if you have something to offer, someone will learn something from you. Holden had suddenly grown very tired. Could he go to sleep now? Bedded down on Antolini's couch, Holden nodded off quickly, but he did not sleep long. He was awakened by a hand stroking his head. There, sitting next to him on the floor, was his teacher. Mr. Antolini was apparently making a pass. Holden got up and bolted out of the house. For the rest of the night, he sat up in a bus station. In the morning, Holden walked to Phoebe's school and asked an office attendant to deliver a note to her explaining that he couldn't wait until Friday to move west after all. He was leaving today, and he wanted Phoebe to meet him in front of the museum during her lunchtime to say goodbye. When his sister showed up at the museum 20 minutes late, she was carrying a suitcase. "I'm going with you," she announced firmly. "No, you're not," retorted Holden. Finally, after a tearful argument, brother and sister decided to spend the rest of the day in the park. Holden could not keep his eyes off Phoebe. He loved her. How idyllic, how perfect, how beautiful she was, riding around and around in the park on the carousel. When D.B., Holden's older brother, came to visit him in the mental hospital, he asked Holden what he thought about all the stuff that had happened. Holden didn't know how to respond. "If you want to know the truth," he said after a moment's thought, "I don't know what I think about it." For over 6 months, the puzzle of Holden's life had remained unresolved. Every now and then there was talk of his being reinstated in school. The question was, could he apply himself? Could he survive? Could he catch himself? No one seemed to know. No one seemed to understand. Even Holden himself just didn't understand. Almost everyone who has weathered adolescence can, to some extent, relate to Holden Caulfield. Though the particulars of Holden's life are unique, his experience is universal. Many, many men have been just as troubled morally and spiritually as you are right now, says Mr. Antolini. You'll learn from them, just as someday, if you have something to offer, someone will learn something from you. Holden, however, does not want to teach anybody anything. Instead, he wants to prevent people from having to suffer the way he has. Though he has failed in salvaging his own life, he nevertheless yearns to be the catcher in the rye, the savior who can keep innocent, playful children from falling off the cliff of adolescence, who can keep their lives as pure and unchanged as a museum exhibit. But heroic as these intentions are, Holden has burdened himself with an impossible responsibility. Eventually, every child must fall off the cliff, and there is no catcher in the rye. Holden will never be able to prevent the moment in childhood and the inevitable moments throughout life when anyone who ventures out to play in the rye field finds himself suddenly staring through an unmasked sky at the gray gods below. But perhaps, as Mr. Antolini suggests, just before he himself snatches away Holden's last slice of ground, perhaps in telling his story, Holden will be able to teach somebody else something useful about the encounter.
Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke was published by Harcourt, Brace & World, Incorporated, New York, New York, in 1953. This work of prophetic science fiction was set on Earth in the late 20th through the 21st centuries. The story features Earth's alien master and supervisor, the Overlord Karelin, Secretary General of the UN Richard Stormgren, Karelin's human liaison, Alexander Wainwright, leader of Earth's Freedom League, an organization fighting against Overlord rule, an enigmatic Overlord researcher in the area of human psychology, Bergerac, and Jan Rodricks, a restless graduate student. When the Overlords came to Earth in their enormous, gleaming ships, stationing themselves above every major Terran city, humanity was at once alarmed and relieved. For while the conquest of their planet eliminated international conflict, the very soul of humanity, in part defined by that struggle, was also now diminished. Supervisor Karelin, the apparently beneficent overlord who administered Terran affairs through the agency of envoy Richard Stormgren, Secretary General of the UN, was strangely evasive about his plans for the human race. Regardless, the overlords had ushered in a golden age among the Terrans. With their technologically advanced rule had come true peace, plenty, and freedom for the first time in history. Individuals at last were empowered to pursue any field they chose, albeit with limitations on the exploration of space and certain forms of scientific and artistic experimentation. And with pressure for supporting the arms race tidily removed, the world's wealth nearly doubled. Apart from the question of their ultimate plans for mankind, one other major mystery remained concerning the conquerors: their physical appearance. For whatever reason, the overlords refused to show themselves in the presence of humans. Even Stormgren, the one Earthling authorized to deal directly with Karelin, communicated with the supervisor only through an opaque grill. Alexander Wainwright, the vocal and devoutly religious leader of the planet's Freedom League, had used this argument to stir up a measure of protest against the overlord rule, despite the futility of resistance. "We've lost the freedom to control our own lives," Wainwright warned. Finally, the overlords issued an announcement. "In 50 years, 2 generations from now, we will come down from our ships, and humanity will at last see us as we are." "In 50 years," scowled Wainwright, "the damage will have been done. Those who remembered our independence will be dead. Humanity will have forgotten its heritage." "Karelin is working for a united world," Stormgren countered, "and I'll do nothing to help his enemies. What his ultimate plans may be, I don't know, but I believe that they are good." Stormgren's faith might have been justified. 50 years later, humanity's new golden age was in full swing. The overlord's laws of benevolence were in force. Religious faith had become a relic of the past. And the mad tempo that had so characterized the 20th century was now a distant memory. Humanity had lost its ancient gods. Now it was old enough to have no need for new ones. And now, at last, Karelin fulfilled his promise. In the presence of worldwide media, the overlord stepped from his ship. A great collective gasp arose from the onlookers, for before them stood the devil himself, horned, black-scaled, barbed-tailed, and standing over 2 meters tall. The most terrible of all legends had come to life out of the unknown past. But after the Terrans' first collective shudders of shock, the Overlord's planetary administration continued without a hitch. Meanwhile, bathed in the golden afterglow of a past that could never return, human civilization drifted on, and no one worried except a few philosophers. By this time, freed by technology from the need to congregate in cities, humans had begun to emigrate to the far reaches of the globe. It was at one of these remote sites, a house owned by jungle caretaker Rupert Boyce on the southern tip of Africa, that a group of partygoers gathered some years later to commemorate Boyce's latest wedding. Among the celebrants were George Gregson, a noted theater designer, and his attractive and vibrant fiancée Jean Morrill, a researcher into the occult. The couple were surprised to find an actual overlord also in attendance, a scholarly young devil named Rashavarac, who had come to inspect Boyce's extensive library on paranormal psychology. Also present was the bride's brother Jan Rodricks, a graduate student in astronomy. As the party finally wound down, Boyce prevailed upon his remaining guests, including Jan, George Gregson, and Jean Morrill, to join him in a séance. Rashavarac, however, elected merely to observe. As the séance unfolded, the Ouija board revealed several baffling messages, including, "Believe in man, nature is with you." Finally, Jan was invited to ask the board a question. Stealing a single glance at the impassive bulk of Rashavarac, the young scientist called out, "Which star is the Overlord's sun?" At once, the plate began to move, spelling out the galactic coordinates. NGS 549672. At this point, the séance was interrupted. Jean Morrill, who had stood transfixed throughout the proceedings, suddenly toppled over into a faint. But Jan Rodricks did not forget that configuration. After correlating the figures from the board with the direction in which the Overlord ships had been seen to exit the solar system, he contacted a well-known oceanographer, a Dr. Sullivan. At that moment, Sullivan was busy readying a large ocean diorama, specifically a display of a sperm whale fighting a giant squid, for the Overlords to take back to their planet for exhibition. Now Jan presented the doctor with a startling proposition. He himself would stow away, Jonah style, aboard the whale, and visit the overlord's home. Several years passed. George and Jean Gregson were now living with their 2 young children in a colony on a remote South Pacific island. At first, the colonizers of New Athens had feared that their isolated community of artists and intellectuals would invite the wrath of Carellin. However, the overlords appeared to take little notice of the colony. But the Gregsons were uneasy. Their oldest child, Geoffrey, had begun to experience vividly haunting dreams of exotic, far-off worlds. At last, even the skeptical George began to suspect his son's sleeping mind might be connecting with the aura of some remote universe. Then one night, Jean awoke to a faint, incessant hissing sound. Moments later, she stood transfixed in the nursery doorway. There before her, suspended in the air, was her infant daughter Jennifer's favorite rattle, beating rhythmically above Jennifer, who lay unmoving, her eyes closed placidly over a smile of bliss. Just a few days later, Carellin delivered his final oration to humanity. George and Jean listened in silence. They had already learned the worst and the best from Rashavarac. The overlords, it was at last revealed, had come to Earth ultimately not as masters, but as midwives. From time immemorial, their race had lived in the service of a vast, disembodied directive network of power, which they called the Overmind. Of its origins and purposes they knew little, only that it pervaded the universe and yet remained somehow unfinished, seeking endlessly to expand the depth of its wholeness and awareness by merging with ripening sources of consciousness and creativity. And just such a source, teetering at the evolutionary crosspoint between self-annihilation and exaltation, was Carellin's collective mass of humanity. Now mankind was at last about to be liberated from its earthly prison of animal individuality. Now, at last, the human race would rise into cosmic consciousness, except, of course, for those over the age of 10. With the onset of adolescence, Terrans were unredeemable, hopelessly sealed off from breakthrough under the armor of individuality. Only the children of Earth would inherit the heavens. The Gregson children had been the first chosen. Jean, during that long-ago African seance, had connected with the Overmind. And she could only have done so, Rashavarac surmised, through the medium of a child, her then unconceived son-to-be, Geoffrey. And now the chain reaction was accelerating. Very soon, children the world over would be conveyed to the remote interior of Australia, there to join together in an endless chain, dancing in wordless rhythm for months and years, while their minds expanded and blended, until they were ready to rise to their waiting destiny. My work here is nearly ended, Carellin concluded in his oration, but he did not speak with the ringing tones of triumph, for in fact the overlords had come to Earth with a dual mission. First, and obviously, to incubate humanity within the safe, nurturing climate that would ensure a productive breakthrough for the Overmind. But they had also come, just as they had come before to other worlds on the verge of breakthrough, to search for their own salvation. And in this search, they had once again failed. Intellectually, the overlords were far superior to the Terrans. Yet, confessed Carellin, there is something in your minds that has always eluded us. Our minds have reached the end of their development. So, in their present form, have yours. Yet you can make the jump to the next stage, and therein lies the difference between us. So the overlords, with all their superb analytical and technological powers, would return again to their home world as barren midwives, still lacking the essential spirit or circuitry that might have made them into priests, poets, artists, and prophets, that one day might have lifted them into the Overmind. Decades passed away, but due to the time displacement of faster-than-light travel, The stowaway Jan Roderick's, now returning to Earth after his 80-odd-year odyssey among the overlords, had aged only 6 months. He found himself back home on a doomed and deserted planet. Of his race, only the one-time children remained, silently awaiting their liberation. Now, very soon, like a growing plant that consumes the seed which originated and nourished it, the children would swell, merge, and vanish into the overmind, absorbing the Earth itself in their cosmic journey. When our ships entered your skies a century and a half ago, Karelin reminded the desolate Jan, you feared and recognized us. We became identified with your race as death, even while it was 10,000 years in the future. It was time for the overlords to leave. Jan, however, chose to stay behind. The last of a noble race, he awaited the ultimate exaltation and annihilation of his kind. And it was not long in coming. The earth trembled slightly, then shimmered as its children, in a violent outward spinning wind, finally burst the bonds of their own flesh, devouring the fragile chrysalis that had nurtured them. In his last radio transmissions to the overlords, Jan described the tumultuous escape of the Earth's atmosphere and his own ghostly weightlessness as the planetary mass whirled into a pinwheel of disintegration. The transmissions ended in a blur of static. And looking down from the lonely height of the stratosphere, Karelin silently saluted the men and women he had known on the vanished planet. Remember this, he had told them in his last message. We will always envy you. In Childhood's End, Arthur C. Clarke celebrates humankind's spirituality, the force that drives us to transcend, to create, to connect, to prophesy in a realm beyond words. And in fact, from his seat in the 1950s when this book was written, Clarke himself proved to be a remarkable prophet. Perhaps this prescience stands as testimony enough to the validity of the mysterious Ouija board message. Believe in man. Nature is with you. And the world, our world, may end not in a holocaust after all, but in a triumphant metamorphosis.
The Reader's Choice Treasury is a collection of short stories compiled by the readers and editors of Together magazine, Doubleday and Company, Inc., Garden City, New York, 1964. The short stories included in this anthology first appeared in the popular Reader's Choice section of Together, a Methodist-sponsored family magazine, when its editors invited older readers to send in stories they remembered from their youth. The Red Wagon by Leon Ware. Janice long loved her job working at the Sunset Valley School for children with special needs. She marveled at their appreciation for all that was done for them, as well as the almost complete lack on their part of any feeling of being ill-used by fate. Not all aspects of Janice's work, however, were as delightful as her interactions with the children. On the school's governing board were some of the city's staunchest citizens, stalwarts who often disagreed with her on policy decisions. Fortunately, Janice had one ally on the board, a housewife who usually backed her in the tussles with the board, most of which were about money and the sensible use of it. At today's meeting, though, Janice was certain there wouldn't be any squabble. A local philanthropist had given the school a check to buy a brand new station wagon for field trips. When the children heard about the check, they had shouted and clapped and laughed in their delight. And when Janice asked them to select a color for the station wagon, they had called out in unison, "Red!" One of the boys then wondered, "Please, Miss Long, will it have our name on it?" "In gold," answered Janice. But when Janice came before the board to obtain their blessing, the okay was snagged on the objections of Mason Arnold, an auto agency owner. It was rather ridiculous under the circumstances, Arnold said, to insist on a red car, especially when they could save money buying a brand new last year's model from his dealership, a car that happened to be green. When Janice protested, Arnold shot back, "What difference does the color make?" Buying a red car, the teacher insisted, was a matter of keeping faith with the children. Finally, the housewife stepped into the discussion. "The color is a little thing to us, perhaps," she explained, "but I was never more sure of Miss Long's excellence in this position than I am right now. You have to keep faith with the children, Mr. Arnold." Moved by her words, the board decided that Janice should go immediately to pick up the red station wagon, bring it back to school, and beat the horn to summon the children as she drove into the parking lot. When Janice returned, according to plan, and honked the horn, the children came hurrying out of the school almost before the echo had subsided. As they gathered around the bright new car, tow-headed Whitney explored the lettering on the front door with his fingers. "Our name's here," he cried. Then Miss Long invited a little girl named Peg to step forward. Grasping Peg's soft, tiny fingers, Miss Long ran them along the slightly raised lettering and read the words aloud. "Sunset Valley School for the Blind." The tiny girl's dark, blank eyes opened wide with delight. "And is it red, Miss Long?" she asked. Before Janice could answer, however, Whitney, his sensitive fingers still moving over the sleek front fender, answered for her. "Of course it's red, Peggy. Isn't that what we ordered?" "Oh, please," Janice whispered, catching her breath and biting her lip. "Let everyone keep faith with them, always." The Last Leaf by O. Henry. Among the many artists who scoured the streets for lodging in Greenwich Village's low-rent 18th century attics were a pair of adventurous young women who went by the names of Sue and Johnsy. At last they set up a studio together on the top floor of a squatty 3-story brick building. That was in May. In November, a cold, unseen stranger called Pneumonia stalked about the colony, touching one here and there with his icy fingers, and Johnsy, a native Californian unaccustomed to the harsh New York weather, was touched to the very bone. Gravely ill, she lay scarcely moving on her painted iron bedstead, looking through the small Dutch window panes at the blank side of the next brick house. Sooty, who had grown up in the cold climes of Maine, became distraught when the doctor informed her that Johnsy had only one chance in, let's say, 10, of surviving through the winter. He was most concerned because Johnsy seemed to have lost her will to live. "If you will get her to ask one question about the new winter styles in cloak sleeves," he continued more optimistically, "I will promise you a 1 in 5 chance for her." As soon as the doctor left, Sue burst into tears. After composing herself, she swaggered into Johnsy's room and sat down next to the bed. Johnsy lay silent, her face turned toward the window, and Sue decided that her friend must be asleep. But soon she became aware of an intermittent murmur. 12, said Johnsy faintly, and a few minutes later, 11. With her eyes wide open, staring out the window, Johnsy was counting backwards. "What is it, dear?" Sue inquired, unable to see what had caught Johnsy's attention outside the window. Indeed, there was only a bare, dreary yard to be seen, and the blank side of the brick house 20 feet away. An old ivy vine, gnarled and decayed at the roots, climbed halfway up the brick wall. Johnsy had counted down to 5 before she finally answered. "Leaves," she whispered, "on the ivy vine. When the last one falls, I must go too." "Don't be a goosey," Sue chided. "Why, the doctor told me this morning that your chances for getting well real soon... Let's see, he said the chances were 10 to 1. Johnsy, however, seemed not to hear. "I want to see the last one fall before it gets dark," she said dreamily. "I want to turn loose my hold on everything and go sailing down, down, just like one of those poor, tired leaves." "Try to sleep," soothed Sue softly. "Don't try to move till I come back." Then she dashed downstairs to the studio of the girl's self-appointed protector, a fierce-tongued old emigre named Behrman, who earned a sparse living as a fill-in model while drowning his own endless plans to paint a masterpiece in bottle after bottle of gin. "Is there people in the world mit their foolishness to die because leaves they drop off from a confounded vine?" Behrman grumbled as he clambered upstairs behind Sue. But once in the apartment, both Sue and Behrman fell silent. Together they stared despondently at the ivy vine outside the window, where a cold rain was falling, mingled with snow. Johnsy slept through the night. When she awoke the next morning, she asked Sue to draw back the green shade. "Pull it up. I want to see," she whispered. Sue obeyed, but lo, after the beating rain and fierce gusts of wind, there yet stood out against the brick wall one ivy leaf, its serrated edges tinted with the yellow of dissolution and decay. It hung bravely from a branch some 20 feet from the ground. "It is the last one," said Johnsy. "It will fall today, and I shall die at the same time." But as the day passed into another stormy night, the lone ivy leaf still clung to its stem against the wall. And when dawn again awakened the young women, the leaf was still there. Johnsy gazed at it for a long time. "I've been a bad girl, Sudie," she said finally. "Something has made that last leaf stay there to show me how wicked I was. It is a sin to want to die." The following afternoon, Sue came to Johnsy's bed, put an arm around her friend, and imparted the news she had just received from the doctor. "Mr. Behrman died of pneumonia today in the hospital." He had been found unconscious in his studio a day or so earlier. His shoes and clothing were wet through and icy cold. Near his side lay a lantern, still lighted, a ladder, some scattered brushes, and a palette with green and yellow colors mixed on it. "Look out the window, dear," said Sue, "at the last ivy leaf on the wall. Didn't you wonder why it never fluttered or moved when the wind blew? Ah, darling, it's Behrman's masterpiece. He painted it there the night the last leaf fell." 3 Days to See by Helen Keller. Blind and deaf, Helen Keller, 1880 to 1968, lived out her life in a world devoid of both sight and sound, but filled with the riches of inner vision. As a middle-aged woman in 1933, Miss Keller asked a friend what she had observed on her hour-long walk in the woods. "Nothing in particular," the friend replied. Keller was astonished. How was it possible, she asked herself, to walk for an hour through the woods and see nothing worthy of note? I, who cannot see, find hundreds of things to interest me through mere touch. Here, in her own words, are some of the magnificent woman's heartfelt reflections on the gifts of the senses and their supreme, often unawakened powers to connect us with each other and the universe. I have imagined selecting carefully what I should most like to see if I were given the use of my eyes, say, for just a 3-day period. On the first day, I should want to see the people whose kindness and companionship have made my life worth living. I do not know what it is to see into the heart of a friend through that window of the soul, the eye. I should call to me all my dear friends and look long into their faces, imprinting upon my mind the outward evidences of the beauty that is within them. I should let my eyes rest, too, on the face of a baby. In the afternoon, I should take a long walk in the woods and intoxicate my eyes on the beauties of the world of nature, and I should pray for the glory of a colorful sunset. The next day, I should arise with the dawn and see the thrilling miracle by which night is transformed into day. This day I should devote to a hasty glimpse of the world, past and present. I should want to see the pageant of man's progress, and so I should go to the museums. The evening of my second day I should spend at the theater or at the movies. How I should like to see the fascinating figure of Hamlet, or the gutsy Falstaff amid colorful Elizabethan trappings. The following morning I should again greet the dawn, anxious to discover new delights, new revelations of beauty. Today, this third day, I shall spend in the workaday world, amid the haunts of men going about the business of life. I stroll down a busy street. I throw my eyes out of focus so that I see no particular object, but only a seething kaleidoscope of color. I make a tour of the city, to the slums, to factories, to parks where children play. Always my eyes are open wide to all the sights of both happiness and misery. At midnight, permanent night would close in on me again. Naturally, in those 3 short days, I should not have seen all I wanted to see. Only when darkness had again descended upon me should I realize how much I had left unseen.
Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a psychological fiction set in mid-19th century St. Petersburg, Russia. The story features an impoverished, handsome, intelligent young student by the name of Raskolnikov, his sister Dunya, Svidrigailov, an abusive man, Dunya's former employer, Sonia, a prostitute, Razumikhin, Raskolnikov's friend, and the inspector of police, Porfiry. Owing back rent on his cramped and squalid room, Raskolnikov quietly slipped past the landlady's door and exited the building. With sinking heart and nervous tremor, he counted the steps to Alyona, the pawnbroker's apartment. As a result of his destitute condition, Raskolnikov dreamed of committing the perfect crime, to rob and murder Alyona. Stepping inside the shop, he pawned his watch with her and carefully observed where she kept the keys and money. His plan would work. He knew it. Upon leaving the shop, however, his mind took a turn. "How loathsome it all is," he uttered. Can I possibly... No, it's rubbish. How can such atrocious things come into my head? Yes, filthy above all, loathsome. But soon he was able to convince himself that Alyona was a blight on society, while he, an extraordinary man, deserved more. Besides, he told himself, he would use the money to help others, and so his one tiny crime would be wiped out by thousands of good deeds. Perhaps some of the money could be used to help his sister Dunya. Earlier, he had received a letter from his mother telling him that his sister was engaged to Luzhin, who had offered to marry Dunya without a dowry. Raskolnikov was suspicious of the arrangement from the beginning. Surely Luzhin intended to gain control over her, in essence buying his sister like a common prostitute. The situation reminded him of his friend Sonia, who, to support her family, worked as a prostitute, selling herself to a man she did not love. Determined to follow through with his plan, Raskolnikov hurried to Alyona's flat. Once there, he watched nervously while the old woman fumbled with the package he had brought. Then, suddenly, he struck her repeatedly with the blunt end of an axe. After gathering all the money, keys, and trinkets he could find, he emerged from the bedroom to find Lizaveta, the woman's sister, staring in horror at Alyona's body. Rushing at her, Raskolnikov again raised his axe and opened her skull with its sharp edge. After wiping the blood from the axe and his hands, Raskolnikov returned to his room. It was there that weakness and fear gained more mastery over him, and he slunk into a corner, ashamed of his fear. After all, his theory of the extraordinary man condoned violence. When the police knocked at his door to collect on his back rent, Raskolnikov thought they had come to arrest him for the murder. For a moment, he contemplated confessing to the murders then and there. Instead, as he listened to the police discuss the gory details at the murder scene, he fainted, an act that surely would make him a prime suspect. Raskolnikov soon learned that 2 painters had been arrested for the killings. After hiding the stolen jewelry in the park, he returned to his room, where he remained for 4 days, feverish and deeply depressed. During this time, Raskolnikov received several visits from his friend Razumikhin, as well as from the police and his family. When his mother, Dunya, and Dunya's fiancé, Lucian, came to see him, he flew into a rage, bitterly denouncing Lucian and refusing to approve the marriage of his sister to a beggar who sought complete control over her. Raskolnikov, for the most part, only wanted to be left alone, but he also felt a strong compulsion to return to the scene of the crime. Giving in to this urge, he met the painters there and told them he would confess all. On the way to the police station, however, he witnessed an accident in which Sonia's drunken father was run down and killed by a cart. Immediately, he lost his nerve. It wasn't until several days after the murders that Chief Inspector Porfiry began his investigation. He wanted to interview all of Alyona's clients. At the same time, Raskolnikov, who was plagued by nightmares, once more walked to the precinct headquarters to confess his guilt. Seeing the man's strangely tortured behavior, and hearing his theory that, for a man of lofty genius like himself, the end justified the means, Porfiry eyed Raskolnikov with great interest. The theory both intrigued and baffled the inspector, especially since Raskolnikov had secured an alibi for his whereabouts on the day of the murder. The next day, Svidrigailov, who had formerly employed Dunya as a governess, arrived in St. Petersburg to see Dunya. The man reported that his deceased wife had left him a 3,000-ruble inheritance, and he wanted Dunya to have it as a way to expiate his sins against her. Since in the interim Dunya had rejected Lucian and turned her affections to Raskolnikov's friend Razumikhin, Raskolnikov refused to permit Dunya to meet with Svidrigailov. Meanwhile, Raskolnikov visited Sonia's house to scold her for being a prostitute. Sonia, a devout girl, explained that she had only stooped to the profession to support her family after her father had wasted all their money on liquor. Raskolnikov, suddenly frightened by his own atheistic views and much impressed with Sonia's simple faith, now begged the sympathetic girl to read the biblical account of the raising of Lazarus. After she did so, he dropped to the ground, kissing her foot, and cried, "I did not bow to you. I bowed to all the suffering of humanity." Then, with eyes glittering as though he were mad, he said, "I've come to you. We are both accursed. Let us go our way together." Feeling a deep love for Sonia, and now seeing their friendship was cemented for all time, he promised to tell her who had killed the pawnbroker and her sister. Raskolnikov then proceeded to confess. Svidrigailov, however, who rented the adjoining room, heard everything, and he looked forward with interest to learning more. Now Raskolnikov, whose conscience increasingly tormented him, again met with Porfiry. The policeman intimated that he already knew Raskolnikov was the murderer, and he was about to surprise the student when they were interrupted by a painter who confessed to the murder. Over the next few days, Raskolnikov began to see Sonia as his savior, who would resurrect his dead soul by acting as his confessor. He went to Sonia's flat, and with Svidrigailov's ear again pressed to her door, admitted to the killings. When Sonia asked why he had done it, his theory of the extraordinary man failed him. Instantly, he understood that in killing the two women, he had destroyed himself. He keenly felt his guilt, for he had not murdered for money, nor to prove that he was superior to other men. Now it seemed as if everyone knew the truth about the murders: Sonia, Porfiry, and Svidrigailov. Porfiry again brought Raskolnikov to the station. The painter, he informed Raskolnikov, had made a false confession as a way to suffer and thus atone for his own sins. Conceding that he admired the young intellectual, Porfiry accused Raskolnikov of being the murderer and promised him a lesser sentence if he would plead insanity. He, being a patient man, would wait for Raskolnikov's complete confession. On his way home, Raskolnikov met Svidrigailov, who again told Raskolnikov that he desired his sister. Raskolnikov coldly warned him that he would kill him if he did not leave Dunya alone. Aware now that Svidrigailov had overheard his admission of guilt, Raskolnikov reminded Svidrigailov that he was capable of carrying out his threat. In the meantime, Svidrigailov managed to lure Dunya to his room. There he informed her that her brother was a murderer and offered to protect him in exchange for her love. Dunya, however, did not believe him. Infuriated by her refusal to see the truth and craving to have her, Svidrigailov tried to rape her. "It is very hard to prove assault," he laughed. Breaking away from his grasp, Dunya withdrew a revolver from her pocket and fired, grazing her attacker's head. Now convinced that Dunya would never return his love, Svidrigailov decided to give Sonia the 3,000 rubles instead. Then he went home, put the barrel of a revolver against his right temple, and pulled the trigger. Dunya confronted Raskolnikov about the murders. She had come to believe, she said, he was a contemptible person and ready to face suffering for his crime. Raskolnikov, however, denied his guilt. Instead, he retorted angrily, "Crime? What crime? I killed a vile, noxious insect, a pawnbroker." Eventually, Sonia, after pledging her undying devotion to him, managed to persuade him to turn himself in and begin to do penance for his sins. On his way to the police station, Raskolnikov, now at peace, dropped to his knees at a crossroads and kissed the earth. With bliss and rapture, finally he was carrying his own cross back to God. When passerbys mocked him, he almost lost his resolve. But seeing Sonia in the distance, her protective gaze giving him strength, he walked into the station and announced, "It was I killed the old pawnbroker woman and her sister." Judged temporarily insane, Raskolnikov was sentenced to serve 8 years in a Siberian labor camp, indeed a light penalty for such a terrible crime. 2 months after the trial, Dunya and Razumikhin were married. For her part, Sonia followed Raskolnikov to Siberia to support him and aid in his recovery, staying in a nearby village. In Raskolnikov's suffering, Sonia witnessed his gradual regeneration, his initiation into a new, unknown life. Dostoevsky's novel deals with 2 major themes: that of suffering for our sins, the kind of suffering that leads to confession and redemption, and the ideal of the extraordinary man. The work's main character, Raskolnikov, is a sensitive student who, driven by poverty and intellectual pride, believes he is above both moral and social laws. Torn between his extraordinary man theory and the mores that govern common men, Raskolnikov alternately shifts in personality back and forth between his intellect, compassion, and guilt. By suffering, he is ultimately punished and thus redeemed.
Cyrano de Bergerac by Edmond Rostand. A romantic play set in France in the 1630s. The principal character is Cyrano de Bergerac, a romantic poet and swordsman. The play also features Cyrano's beautiful cousin Roxane, Roxane's lover Christian de Nouvier, Comte de Guiche, the married suitor of Roxane and Cyrano's enemy, Valvert, de Guiche's friend and another enemy of Cyrano, Lebray, Ragueneau, and Lignières, Cyrano's loyal friends. A boisterous crowd eager for entertainment throngs to the theater where a famous production is about to be enacted. Because of a personal grudge, however, Cyrano de Bergerac, a high-spirited young nobleman known everywhere by the jaunty white plumes in his hat and by his large nose, placed an informal ban on the drama's principal actor, Montfleury. A group of Cyrano's companions speculate as they wait for the play to begin. Will Cyrano appear to enforce his ban? Ragueneau, one of these companions, laughs as he describes his wild swashbuckler friend. And his hat with 3 plumes is cloaked behind him over his long sword, cocked like a tail of a strutting chanticleer. And to complete this punchinello figure, such a nose. You cannot possibly look at it without crying, "Oh no, impossible, exaggerated." "And God help the man who smiles," another adds grimly. Then the young and handsome Christian spies Roxane entering the theater, and is immediately enamored with the beauty. Lignières tells him all about the girl. She is refined, intellectual, a cousin to Cyrano, rich enough and orphan. However, there is an impediment to any would-be suitor. The Comte de Guiche, a wealthy and influential nobleman, loves Roxane, but de Guiche is also impeded. He is married to someone else. Instead, de Guiche is attempting to arrange a marriage between Roxane and his fellow Comte Valvert, a sad specimen whom de Guiche can count upon to be obliging. Hearing that Roxane, even under pressure, has repeatedly refused Valvert's proposals, Christian expresses his eagerness to challenge the man to a duel. On stage, meanwhile, the curtain rises and Montfleury steps out. Cyrano is nowhere to be seen until suddenly a voice booms out, "Wretch! King of clowns, leave the stage at once." The startled crowd turns to see Cyrano, defiantly poised above them. Montfleury, frightened at the bristling Cyrano, exits at once. When the manager complains to Cyrano of the losses he will incur, the swordsman tosses a generously filled bag of gold onto the stage. In the aftermath, Cyrano struts and proclaims, "Know that I glory in this nose of mine, for a great nose indicates a great man." When Valvert, who was also in the audience, mocks Cyrano's appearance, the two men draw their swords. "I'll compose a ballad while I fight you," Cyrano warns. And at the end of the last line, "Thrust home." This he does, and Valvert falls, mortally wounded. Later, Cyrano confesses to another companion, the sympathetic Lebret, that he loves Roxane, and admits that the only thing in the world he fears is her ridicule. If he declares his love, she might laugh at his nose. Lebret convinces Cyrano to disclose his feelings anyway. Just then Roxane's maid approaches, asking that her mistress might have the pleasure of meeting with Cyrano the following day. Trembling with joy, hope, and disbelief, Cyrano accepts the invitation. The next day Cyrano appears expectantly at the rendezvous. He soon learns, however, that Roxane has summoned him as a confidant. "I love someone in your regiment," she tells him. "He is proud, noble, brave, beautiful." The man in question, as it turns out, is Christian. Numbed, Cyrano still manages to rally from his broken heart, and, out of honor and as a gesture of his love for Roxane, promises to protect the young cadet. Later, back at the regiment, Christian makes an innocent but obnoxious quip about Cyrano's nose. Cyrano orders the other soldiers from the room, implying that he is about to kill the impetuous Christian for his effrontery. Instead, however, Cyrano, swallowing his outrage, reveals himself as Roxane's cousin and the envoy of her love for Christian. Delighted and flabbergasted, Christian sorrowfully admits that, though he is brave with men, with any woman, I am paralyzed, speechless, dumb. "Come, let us both win her together," suggests Cyrano. His plan is to write poetic love verses which Christian will send to the refined Roxane. Cyrano pours all his own ardor into these letters, dictated in Christian's behalf in response to Roxane's delicately penned love notes. After reading several of these stirring epistles, Roxane falls deeply in love with Christian. Soon de Guiche comes to call on Roxane. France is at war with Spain, and he confides that, as commander of Cyrano's and Christian's musketeer unit, he plans to seek revenge on Cyrano for his braggadocio and personal slights. Alarmed, the wily Roxane flatters and teases the despised officer, then works her plan. "Will you order him into danger? He loves that. Leave him here with the cadets while all the regiment goes on to glory. That would torture him." With these words, she hopes not only to protect her cousin Cyrano, but to keep Christian safely at home where they can carry on their romance. Immediately after de Guiche's departure, Cyrano stops by Roxane's home for a visit. She tells him of her delight with the sensitive love verses she has received, calling Christian a master. Cyrano, blushing with pride at the knowledge that it is his own writing she truly loves, departs to brief Christian on the speeches the cadet will deliver to Roxane under her balcony when he will finally meet her face to face. But Christian, by this time confident that he can impress his beloved, refuses Cyrano's help. The two lovers meet at last. "Now, tell me things," Roxane coaxes. "Speak to me about love." But Christian stammers awkwardly. "I love you," he finally blurts out. "I ask for cream," Roxane sneers, pushing him out the door. "You give me milk and water. That displeases me as much as if you had grown ugly." Defeated, Christian again turns to Cyrano for help. In the dark of night, they both return to Roxane's balcony, and Cyrano, in Christian's voice, offers tender speeches and responses to Roxane. Roxane, pleased that her lover has come to his senses, requests that Christian climb the balcony to kiss her. And Cyrano, watching from below, whispers to himself, "I have won what I have won, the feast of love, and I am Lazarus, kissing my words upon your lips." Meanwhile, de Guiche learns of Roxane's deception and immediately orders the cadets to the front. Promising to protect Christian, Cyrano takes his leave with the cadet. Weeks pass. The starving and war-weary cadets press on in battle. Each morning Cyrano crosses through enemy lines to deliver Christian's letter, which he himself has written to Roxane. One day, de Guiche, still fuming at his betrayal, arrives in the cadet camp. By signaling with a subtle wave of his scarf, de Guiche will betray the weakly defended musketeers to a Spanish spy, and thus, under the guise of a surprise enemy ambush, wreak his final revenge on Cyrano and Christian. Suddenly, Roxane also appears to deliver food to the starving soldiers. Turning to Christian, she expresses her true love for him. "I went mad with you. Think of the times you have written me. Forgive me for loving you only because you were beautiful. It's yourself I love now, your own self. I can love you if you were less charming, even ugly." Crushed, Christian now realizes that it is not him, but the soul of Cyrano whom Roxane truly loves. He returns to Cyrano and convinces him to expose the fraud. As the battle breaks out around them, Cyrano approaches Roxane and inquires, "Could you love the writer of these letters if he were ugly, hideous, disfigured, grotesque?" Roxane answers boldly that she could. But just as Cyrano summons up the courage to confess his deception, Christian is carried into camp, mortally wounded by the battle's first volley. Stunned, Cyrano mutters, "All gone. I cannot tell her now, ever." With his dying breath, Christian asks Cyrano if Roxane has learned the truth. Cyrano lies, saying Roxane indeed knows about the letters, but that she has chosen Christian as her beloved. As Roxane weeps over her dead suitor, Cyrano mourns both the passing of his brave comrade and his own symbolic death as Roxane's lover. "I am dead," he laments, "and my love mourns for me and does not know." Roxane, her arm still caressing Christian's body, reaches into his coat and finds the last letter Cyrano has written. On it she sees Christian's blood and the stain of a tear shed by Cyrano while he wrote it. This letter she keeps by her bosom from that day on. 15 years have passed. Each week Cyrano visits Roxane in the convent where she had retired after Christian's death. But one day Cyrano is late for his regular appointment. Eventually word arrives that Cyrano has been ambushed by one of his powerful enemies, but this news is withheld from Roxane. Though badly wounded, Cyrano finally staggers into the convent to keep his appointment with Roxane. When she asks in alarm about the bloodstains on his garments, he reassures her, "It's nothing, just my old wound." "We all have our old wounds," Roxane replies, motioning to her breast where the letter lies. "I carry mine here." Cyrano weakly asks if he can read the tattered letter. Then, in the growing darkness, he recites it word for word. "Farewell, Roxane. Death is near." Suddenly Roxane realizes the truth. "It was you," she gasps. "And I might have known. Every time I heard you speak my name, the letters, the voice in the dark, and the soul. That was you." "The blood, however, was Christian's," Cyrano says quietly in defense of his fallen comrade. As death draws near, he confesses his love and gratitude. "I would not have known womanhood and its sweetness but for you." Finally, in delirium, he rises and strikes out with his sword at imagined demons. "I recognize you now," he calls out. "My old enemies, lies, compromise, prejudice, cowardice, stupidity. I know I can't defeat you all. I know that in the end you'll overwhelm me, but I'll still fight you as long as there's breath in my body. Yes, you've robbed me of everything. The laurels of glory, the roses of love." Fallen, with Roxane bending to kiss his forehead, Cyrano closes his eyes and offers up to her his final words of loving rhyme. "When I go to meet God this evening, I'll still have one thing intact, without stain, something that I'll take with me unspotted from the world in spite of doom. The honor in my hat, my white plume." This famous play has several major themes, loving devotion and honor being the two most visible motifs. Cyrano's self-sacrificing, all-consuming love for Roxane dominates the action. Punctuating this near worship and adding comic relief, the Honorable Cyrano both puts down slights against his appearance and vigorously defends others whom he feels have been wronged. In fact, Cyrano possesses all the most desirable romantic traits. He is a masterful poet, philosopher, swordsman, and scientist. Grosjean's 1897 drama received immediate acclaim on its release, and since then it has been the source of inspiration for countless movies, plays, and other stories. After almost 100 years, the popularity of Cyrano has never waned.
Death of a Salesman by Arthur Miller. It's a dramatic play set in New York and Boston in 1949. The principal characters are Willie Loman, a disgruntled traveling salesman, Linda, his wife, Biff, Willie's favorite and most athletic son, and Happy, another son. Like many plays, this one shifts back and forth in time and place. We view much of the Loman family's daily life through the eyes and mind of the father. Nobody believes more fervently in the American dream than Willie Loman, yet the dream has somehow eluded him. He is now 60 years old, a beaten and discouraged traveling salesman with nothing to show for a lifetime of hard work, but a small house on a crowded street where the grass doesn't grow anymore and apartment houses block his view. Rustling about upstairs are Willie's grown sons, Happy and Biff, home for a visit. Their presence in the house causes Willie to reminisce on happier times, times when their growing strength and athletic feats, especially Biff's, were a source of pride and joy to him, times when it seemed certain that his kids would go out and conquer the world. In this heightened and reflective state, Willie speaks aloud to his boys as if the two youngsters he fondly remembers from the past had materialized in the room. That's just what I mean. Bernard can get the best marks in school, you understand, but when he gets out in the business world, you understand, you're going to be 5 times ahead of him. That's why I thank Almighty God you're both built like Adonises, because the man who makes an appearance in the business world, the man who creates personal interest, is the man who gets ahead. Be liked, and you will never want. Willie's philosophy is sound and foolproof, he feels, but unaccountably it hasn't worked for him, nor for his favorite son, Biff. Ever since graduation from high school, when he inexplicably ignored a prestigious scholarship offer to play football for the University of Virginia, Biff had acted like a restless vagabond, moving from one place and one job to another, unable to get a hold on life. He'd also had a run-in with the police. Stealing, they said. Willie paces the kitchen floor, strolls around the yard trying to understand. How could a boy with such promise have gone so wrong? However, the father is never quite able to admit any responsibility for Biff's problems. I never told him anything but decent things, he rationalizes. During the boy's visit, Willie cannot help but argue with Biff. His son's dreams are simply unacceptable. Biff's latest scheme is to own a ranch somewhere in the West. He figures that Bill Oliver, a man he used to work for, will loan him the $10,000 to buy it. Later that evening, Biff and Happy bound down the stairs to talk with their mother, Linda. Willie comes in from the garden just in time to hear Biff mention his plans to go see Oliver. He always said he'd stake me. I'd like to go into business, so maybe I can take him up on it. Then, seeing Willie and anxious to please his father, Biff stammers on, emphasizing that it's a business he wants, not necessarily a ranch. Retiring to bed that night, Willie is convinced that Biff is off to a new start. God almighty, he'll be great yet, he says to Linda. A star that magnificent can never really fade away. When Willie wakes the next morning, Biff and Happy are gone. Happy to his job, Biff to speak with Bill Oliver. Willie, still feeling the optimism of the night before, is now determined to also make his own life better. First thing he'll do is go to New York to tell his boss that he wants to be taken off the road. Life's too short to be away from home all the time. He and his wife's future promises to be happy. It's changing, she tells him excitedly. Willie, I feel it changing. But once again, things don't work out the way Willie plans. His boss, Howard, who had been named by young Willie himself after he'd just started to work for Howard's father, is not interested in the salesman's problems. When Willie asks that his traveling be cut down, Howard summarily fires him. Broken, Willie stops to see his old neighbor buddy Charlie in his office. But Willie has always been jealous of Charlie, and his friend isn't much comfort to him now. Howard fired you? Yeah, that's not nose. Imagine that. I named him Howard. Willie, when are you going to realize that them things don't mean anything? You named him Howard, but you can't sell that. The only thing you got in this world is what you can sell. The funny thing is, you're a salesman, and you don't know that. Near emotional collapse, Willie leaves and drives to Frank's chop house where Biff and Happy are to meet him. Earlier, Biff, in trying to see Bill Oliver, had waited and waited in the reception area, but finally gave up late in the afternoon. However, before leaving, out of spite, he had stolen Oliver's fountain pen. But through this experience, Biff discovered something deep and previously hidden about himself, and he's anxious to communicate this newfound understanding to his father. But Willie isn't interested in hearing what Biff has learned. I was fired. Now I'm looking for a little good news to tell your mother, because The woman has waited and the woman has suffered. Biff starts, then stops, never really able to get the truth out. Soon, Biff and Happy leave the restaurant, arm in arm with two girls Happy had managed to pick up. But Willie remains at the chop house. There on the dirty floor of the men's room, he relives in his mind a sordid sexual affair from years ago. Biff had inadvertently stumbled onto the affair shortly after his graduation from high school, just before he was to begin college and football. When the young men arrive home that evening, they're greeted by their mother. She says that Willie's been puttering in the yard since he got home, talking to himself, and to Ben, his brother, who's been dead now for 9 months. Biff informs his mom that he'll be leaving the next day, and probably won't be coming back, then walks outside to say goodbye to his father. By and by, their father and son talk turns into an argument. Biff has already tried once to tell Willie what he'd learned that day. Now he's determined to make him hear.
Then hang yourself. For spite, hang yourself.
No, nobody's hanging himself, Willie. I ran down 11 flights with a pen in my hand today, and suddenly I stopped. I stopped in the middle of that building, and I saw the sky. I saw the things that I love in this world. The work and the food, the time to sit and smoke, and I looked at the pen, and I said to myself, what the hell am I grabbing this for? Why am I trying to become what I don't want to be? What am I doing in an office, making a contemptuous, begging fool of myself, when all I want is out there, waiting for me, the minute I say, I know who I am? Why can't I say that, Willie?
The door to your life is wide open.
Pop, I'm a dime a dozen, and so are you.
I am not a dime a dozen. I'm Willie Loman, and you're Biff Loman.
I'm not a leader of men, Willie, and neither are you. You were never anything but a hard-working drummer who landed in the ash can like all of the rest of them. I'm $1 an hour, Willie. I tried 7 states, and I couldn't raise it. $1 an hour. Do you gather my meaning? I'm not bringing home any prizes anymore, Willie. And you're going to stop waiting for me to bring them home.
Still, Willie won't grasp what Biff is saying. The argument escalates, but just as it looks as though Biff is ready to haul off and strike Willie, he falls into his arms, weeping. Deeply moved as Biff stumbles up the stairs to his bedroom, Willie prophesies, That boy is going to be magnificent. That night, Willie remains alone in the kitchen. Everyone else has gone upstairs. He drifts in and out of the past, talking to himself and to his brother Ben, once a successful land developer, who once had gone into the jungle and come out rich. Linda is worried and urges her exhausted husband to come to bed, but Willie puts her off. He's still speaking with Ben, his illusory ideal of complete success. Willie has a proposition to make. Can you imagine that magnificence with $20,000 in his pocket? He mutters across the table. $20,000 is the amount of the benefit in Willie's life insurance policy. Suddenly, Linda hears the car motor turn over. Willie guns the engine. The car squeals off down the street. Then comes the sound of grinding steel and shattering glass. Death of a Salesman is perhaps the greatest and most significant American play of the 20th century. In many ways, it penetrates to the heart of the American experience, to the dark side of the capitalistic ideal. It is also a sensitive, heart-rending drama. Miller's play is hard to classify. Some may label it a tragedy, and Willie Loman a tragic hero. But is he? Typically, heroes make the journey from darkness into light, from ignorance to understanding, but Willie never accepts the truth of what's going on in his or his family's life. He begins to catch a glimpse of the joy life can offer and moves to take advantage of the time he has left, but his firing sends him into a tailspin. His delusions persist till the end, when he manages to misconstrue both his own motives and his son's aspirations, even in the act of suicide. Early in the play, Willie reminisces on a fellow salesman who was highly successful and well-liked. When this man died, people from all over came to pay their respects. However, as the epitome of a shattered dream, Willie Loman dies a forgotten failure, and not one of his associates attends his funeral.
Don Quixote de la Mancha by Miguel de Cervantes, a symbolic Spanish novel set in Spain in the 17th century. The principal characters are Don Quixote, Alonso Quijana, a retired country scholar turned knight-errant, Sancho Panza, a rustic barber who becomes Don Quixote's squire, and Dulcinea del Toboso, Aldonza Lorenzo, a village girl. Alonso Quijana was an ordinary Spanish country gentleman, except in one particular. He was addicted to books of chivalry. He spent every moment engrossed in thick, meandering tomes, filled with tales of knights and squires, magicians and giants, and beautiful ladies. At last, he began to sell parts of his estate in order to buy even more books. Devoting whole days to reading them, Quijana allowed the estate to fall into neglect. Still, he paid no notice and continued to immerse himself in his romantic stories, until finally, from so little sleeping and so much reading, his brain dried up, and he went completely out of his mind. And so the poor man, who had read so much about great knights of the past, now came upon the idea of becoming a knight himself. He poked around his house and found a moldering suit of armor left by his great-grandfather, polished it up, and put it on. Other odd knickknacks, including a helmet visor hastily made of cardboard, added just the right touches to his armor, and though his attire looked ridiculous, Quijana imaged it to be the finest in the world. Since every good knight needed a horse, Quijana went to his stables, where he found only his dilapidated old nag, its hide blemished and its hooves full of cracks. But fancying it a healthy, noble steed, he renamed it Rocinante, for superlative nag. A knight, as well as his mount, ought to have a dignified, sonorous name, and so Alonso Quijana determined henceforth to be known as Don Quixote de la Mancha, after his native village. Finally, before roaming the world to right wrongs, Don Quixote chose his lady love, a buxom country girl, Aldonza Lorenzo, famous for her skill at salting pork, and upon her he bestowed the title of Dulcinea del Toboso. Decked out in his clattering armor and dreaming of fame, the Don wasted no time in mounting Rocinante and setting out in search of adventure. Early in his travels, he happened upon an inn, which he imagined to be an enchanted castle. During his stay there, he persuaded the bewildered innkeeper to officially dub him a knight. Meanwhile, back at Quixote's home, two of the townsmen had learned of their friend's strange departure. Blaming his foolishness on the books of chivalry, they conducted a rollicking inquisition, ordering dozens of the books to be burned. Then these men decided that they would pursue Quijana, bring him back to the village, and cure him of his madness. Quixote, by this time, had already run into his first adventure, freeing a young boy from a flogging by his master. Later, he challenged a party of puzzled travelers, engaging them in battle. But Rocinante tripped, sending Don Quixote to the ground. The travelers seized him and promptly beat him senseless. Quixote then returned home long enough to cajole a rotund, unrefined barber, Sancho Panza, into accompanying him as his squire. With Sancho in tow on Dapple, a small ass, the duo fell into outrageous undertakings, usually springing from Don Quixote's hallucinations. On the plains of La Mancha, the pair spotted a cluster of huge windmills. Quixote instantly declared them to be giants, and despite Sancho's protests, charged on them with lowered lance. The great arms of a windmill caught the knight and his steed, and sent them both rolling. Quixote blamed the disaster on the work of a magician, who must have changed the giants into windmills, in order to deprive me of the glory of overcoming them. Occasionally, though, the deluded Quixote came off the victor, as when he heroically broke up a band of innocent Biscayan travelers. He continually mistook the most common sights for exotic vistas. Once he insisted that a far-off herd of sheep was, in reality, an evil army, and launched an attack on the poor animals. This noble intervention only brought a volley of rocks from the angry shepherds whose sheep had been scattered. The knight also charged a funeral procession, claiming that the pallbearers were devils carrying away a princess. forced himself to undergo a solitary penance in the mountains, and mistook a common barber's basin for the magical helmet of Mambrino. Knight and squire crossed paths with a variety of rural characters, goatherds, galley slaves, innkeepers, and others, all of whom had rambling stories to tell. Meeting such people, Don Quixote inevitably embarked on long-winded, fantastic dissertations, which his listeners found either hilarious or annoying. Amid these blunders and misadventures, poor Sancho tried in vain to deal out a little common sense to his headstrong master. But alas, Quixote's valiant exploits were soon to end. His two friends had located him, and had enlisted the services of a young girl to pose as a damsel in distress to lure Don Quixote into their hands. The old knight, hungry and cold, was easily deceived. He was captured, placed in a cage, and hauled towards his village home. Along the way, his captors coaxed him to give up his preoccupation with chivalry, spelling out to him that the stories of knights were nothing but fanciful and vain fiction. "Do you mean to tell me that they are but lies?" Quixote stormed in disbelief. Arriving home, though welcomed by the villagers, Quixana could not be cured of his fantasies. He was, in fact, Don Quixote the Knight. He remained tied up in bed most of the time, scheming his escape to resume his wanderings. Sancho, for his part, found himself assailed by his enraged wife. How could he have spent so much time away and then come home not a penny richer than before? Following Don Quixote's example, Sancho calmed her by insisting that he would one day, as a reward for his brave exploits, be made governor of an island and become immensely rich. Don Quixote and Sancho one day learned from a student that a best-selling book had already been written about their deeds. Thus encouraged, the knight and his squire set out again, and encountered scores of new adventures as violent and as absurd as the first. Among the puppet masters, apes, and other masquerading knights, they met a certain duke and duchess, who received the pair into their castle. Amused by this buffoon, they pretended to believe Quixote was a real knight, while at the same time eagerly dispatching the credulous knight on a series of wild escapades. With Don Quixote away on one such errand, the Duke and Duchess fulfilled Sancho's dream of becoming a governor by granting him jurisdiction over a whole town. His governorship served the royalty with a good number of comic scenes. Meanwhile, Don Quixote had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a knight who had been so bold as to state that Dulcinea del Toboso was not the most beautiful of women. In consequence, the Don was forced to renounce his knighthood. When he and faithful Sancho turned homeward a second time, the townspeople once more greeted them as returning heroes, but Don Quixote soon fell ill, and a physician's visit revealed that he was dying. Neighbors waited at his deathbed as Don Quixote slept for long stretches of time. When he finally awoke, however, all were surprised to find that his mind had somehow cleared. His insanity had vanished. In stirring language, Don Quixote renounced his books of chivalry, confessing how foolish I was and the danger I courted in reading them. But I am in my right sense now, and I abominate them. Then, in a pathetic moment, he begged forgiveness of Sancho for the delusions he had inspired. Sancho beseeched his master not to die and encouraged him by reminding him of Dulcinea. But Don Quixote no longer believed in the fantasy and insisted, "I was mad, and now I am sane. I was Don Quixote de la Mancha, and now I am, as I have said, Alonso Quixana the Good." After dictating a will, he died. The novel's closing line sadly denounced the dreams of Don Quixote. Those false and nonsensical stories are already tottering and, without a doubt, are doomed to fall. It is surprising that Don Quixote should have come to be regarded as one of the greatest novels of all time, since Cervantes originally intended it to be little more than a hasty parody of the sort of popular romantic book of chivalry of his time, and a quick moneymaker. The book did make money, too. It became a bestseller throughout Europe. Over the years, the general interpretation of the novel has almost reversed. It is now regarded not as a crude slapstick humor, but rather as a warm, human tale depicting the conflict between noble idealism and brute, unfeeling practicality. The foolish knight, once seen as the butt of all the other characters' jokes, is now perceived as a symbol of noble, though impractical, idealism, and has given the adjective Quixotic to the English language. In any case, it is hard not to sympathize with Don Quixote. Despite his misconceptions, his devotion to high ideals in a world filled with scheming and base men is admirable. In fact, Quixote sometimes seems to be the only sane man in an insane society. Certainly he wins the reader over with his sincerity. Sancho, too, despite his coarseness, is endearingly innocent. Bit by bit he becomes more and more like his master, until by the end of the novel he has become almost an heir to Don Quixote's purity and idealism. The book is so full of events, meanderings, digressions, legends, conversations, and adventures that a patient reader will never find his interest exhausted.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. The type of work is a psychological thriller set in London, England in the 19th century. The principal characters are Dr. Jekyll, a noble and prominent London physician, Mr. Hyde, his fiendish alter ego, Mr. Utterson, Jekyll's lawyer and close friend, and Dr. Lanyon, Jekyll's professional associate. Ironically, Robert Louis Stevenson, in his last years, disparaged the revision of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde that was finally published in 1886, after his wife complained that the first version did not contain enough moral message. That lost first writing may indeed have drawn an even deeper and more authentic psychological portrait than the thriller which has become by far Stevenson's best-known work. But today, more than a century after their conception, Jekyll and Hyde seem almost eerily prophetic. When Jekyll notes in his journal that his bad nature flourished not in spite of, but precisely because of his efforts to repress it, when he contends that man will ultimately be known for a mere polity of multifarious, incongruous, and independent denizens, he presages our concerns with both multiple personalities and the depth of self that modern psychologists talk about. Jekyll and Hyde remains a classic, an ageless portrait of a tormented human soul. Mr. Utterson, a highly respected attorney, was strolling with his friend Mr. Enfield through the dark, misty streets of London. They were discussing an incident that had horrified Enfield. He had witnessed the brutal trampling of an 8-year-old girl by a mysterious little man who then left her screaming on the ground. Enfield, along with members of the girl's family, had chased the attacker and demanded that he make reparations. The villain led them to a decrepit cellar door in an otherwise blank brick facade and turned over to the parents a note for £90, which was signed by Dr. Jekyll, an eminent physician. The only thing that Enfield could report about this damned juggernaut, after describing his general air of deformity, was his name. It was a man of the name of Hyde. Utterson was singularly disturbed. His client and friend, the very Dr. Jekyll who signed Mr. Hyde's note, had entrusted Utterson with his will. And in this will, Jekyll had bequeathed his entire estate to a certain Edward Hyde in the event that he, Jekyll, should disappear for a period of 3 months. Utterson could not understand why a man of such stature and prominence would associate with a man of such terrible disposition. Was it blackmail? At first I thought it was madness, Utterson mused. Now I begin to fear it is disgrace. Seeking to delve further into this mystery, the lawyer called on Dr. Lanyon, one of Jekyll's longtime professional associates. Lanyon had little information. Dr. Jekyll, he explained, had embarked years earlier on a series of chemical experiments that had distanced him from the rest of the medical community. Utterson was intrigued by now with this forbidding stranger. If he be Mr. Hyde, he resolved, I shall be Mr. Seek. And one night, hiding near the door of Jekyll's residence, Utterson heard footsteps. As the smallish man locked the door, Utterson stepped forward, introduced himself as a friend of Jekyll's, and demanded an explanation. Hyde, pale and dwarfish, gave an impression of deformity without nameable malformation. He had a displeasing smile, spoke in a husky, whispering, and somewhat broken voice. He seemed hardly human. The two men stared icily at one another. Then, following a brief but hostile exchange, Hyde rushed back into the house and slammed the door. Utterson was now even more anxious to confront his friend, fearing that Jekyll was hiding a terrible secret. After many calls, the lawyer finally found Jekyll at home, serenely seated in his living room. "You know," Utterson began, "that will of yours, I never approved of it." Then he revealed his distaste for young Hyde, of whom he said he had learned abominable things. Jekyll simply replied that Utterson must trust him and fulfill the will as written. Utterson acquiesced. Then, to reassure the doubtful lawyer, Jekyll added, "The moment I choose, I can be rid of Mr. Hyde." A month later, an old gentleman was found cruelly murdered. A maid had recognized Mr. Hyde as the culprit who, with ape-like fury, hailed down a storm of blows under which the bones were audibly shattered. The police, having found the letter addressed to Utterson in the dead man's possession, called on the lawyer to identify the body. Utterson reluctantly obliged. He recognized the dead man's mangled corpse as that of Sir Danvers Carew, a distinguished client. And he also admitted to knowing the murderer. When he took the police to Hyde's residence in the slums of Soho, however, they found the residence empty. Angered, Utterson again called on Jekyll and demanded point-blank whether the pale and dejected doctor had been mad enough to hide this fellow. Jekyll sobbed that he had learned his lesson. "I swear to God, I will never set eyes on him again. I am done with him in this world." Time passed. Much to Utterson's relief, Hyde seemed to have vanished from the earth, and Jekyll's demeanor was improved. Once quite a solitary man, he now came out of seclusion to associate freely with his friends, just as he had before. But bliss was short-lived. One night, Dr. Lanyon summoned Utterson to his home. The usually robust doctor had totally changed. A death warrant etched his face. A terror of mind had apparently sent the dying Lanyon into sudden shock. In his last act, Lanyon turned over a sealed envelope to Mr. Utterson with the instructions to open it if Dr. Jekyll died or disappeared. A short time later, Utterson was visited during the night by Jekyll's frightened young servant, Poole, who insisted the lawyer follow him to his master's home. There he found that Jekyll had locked himself in his cellar laboratory many days earlier. His only subsequent communications consisting of hoarse and desperate demands for a certain medicine, accompanied by angry notes of instruction to the pharmacist, whose concoctions he berated as impure. Poole had caught one fleeting glimpse of a masked monkey figure, however. If that was my master, why did he cry out like a rat and run from me? Fearing the worst, Poole and Utterson axed down the door, but it was too late. Hyde's body lay contorted on the floor, a vial of poison clenched in his hand, his facial muscles still twitching. Jekyll was nowhere to be found. A search of the room revealed a lengthy journal, along with a note from Jekyll asking Utterson to read both the journal and the packet from Lanyon. As Utterson read in disbelief and horror, the mystery slowly unfolded. Lanyon's note told of a letter he had received from Mr. Jekyll asking him to come to Jekyll's home, force open the desk, and remove a drawer containing several vials of chemicals. It also said that a man would come for the drawer later that night. At midnight, Hyde had appeared at Lanyon's door. When Lanyon gave him the drawer, Hyde had asked for a glass, mixed the chemicals, and challenged Lanyon to observe a new province of power. Then, after reminding Lanyon of his oath of silence as a doctor, Hyde swallowed the potion, and before the physician's gaze was transformed into Dr. Jekyll. "My life is shaken to its roots. Sleep has left me," he wrote. "I feel that my days are numbered and that I must die." Unable to unburden himself because of his oath, Lanyon had left only the letter he had written as a testimony of these events. Utterson then turned to Jekyll's journal. His life experiences, he stated, had drawn him steadily closer to that truth by whose partial discovery I have been doomed to such a dreadful shipwreck, that man is not truly one, but truly two. As a youth, he had felt no conflict between good and evil. Indeed, the worst of my faults was a certain impatient gaiety. But his imperious desire to portray himself as a lofty and dignified gentleman had led him to a widening and deepening schism between his noble, daylight, public self and the lower elements of my soul. Finally, he could no longer resist his one beloved daydream to liberate his two selves from each other. After long experimentation, he concocted a drug that controlled and shook the very fortress of identity and allowed the unjust to go his way, delivered from aspirations and remorse, while the just walked steadfastly on his upward path. Recognizing the struggle that raged within him, Jekyll had fought to repress his less developed evil personality. Each time he drank the potion, however, I felt younger, happier in body. I was conscious of a heady recklessness. I knew myself to be tenfold more wicked, sold a slave to my original evil, and the thought braced and delighted me like wine. The doctor had taken every precaution to separate the public identities of Jekyll and Hyde. He rented a room in Soho, which he frequented as Hyde, and drew up a will to ensure that if Hyde somehow took final control, he would be cared for. Over time, the urge to transform himself into the evil Hyde grew stronger and stronger. For a while, the repentant Jekyll succeeded in repressing his wicked and bold alter ego. But I began to be tortured with throes and longings, as of Hyde struggling after freedom. And at last, in an hour of moral weakness, I swallowed the transforming liquid, and Hyde's pent-up energies exploded in rage against the unfortunate Sir Danvers. I mauled the unresisting body, tasting delight from every blow, my lust of evil gratified and stimulated. Fearing capture and punishment, Hyde transported his possessions from his room in Soho to Jekyll's house, where he drank the potion's antidote. This time, Jekyll wrote, he had firmly resolved to bury the incarnation of Hyde once and for all. Devastated by the ruthless act, he sought penance and solace by returning to his former friends and associates. But his new life came to an abrupt end in the park one day, when Jekyll, even without taking the drugs, suddenly found himself transformed into Hyde. Now I was the common quarry of mankind, a known murderer. Fearing the gallows and unable to return to the lab, Hyde had penned the letter to Lanyon under the signature of Dr. Jekyll. In full view of the mortally terrified Lanyon, the potion had once again restored Hyde to his better self. But from then on, Jekyll's mind and body were captive to Mr. Hyde. Whenever Jekyll became sick or tired, Hyde gained control. The end neared as his original supply of the formula dwindled, and he tried to replenish it. But he found the essential catalytic salt no longer sparked the final chemical reaction. Locked in his laboratory, Mr. Hyde was trapped. Finally, swallowing the last dose of his formula, Dr. Jekyll made his final journal entry. Then, in his last besieged moments, helplessly overcome by Hyde, he gulped down poison and lay twitching on the floor when Poole and Utterson axed down the door. Jekyll's final journal entry read, "I am finishing this statement under the last of the old powders. The doom that is closing in on us has already crushed him. I bring the life of that unhappy Jekyll to an end."
Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. It's a conceptual horror novel set in Switzerland in the late 1700s. The principal characters are Robert Walton, an explorer attempting to sail to the North Pole; Victor Frankenstein, a young scientist who creates a monster; Clerval, Frankenstein's friend; and the monster, Frankenstein's angry, frustrated, and lonely creation. His ship surrounded by ice, Robert Walton watched with his crew as a huge, misshapen traveler on a dog sled disappeared across the ice. The next morning, as the fog lifted and the ice broke up, they found another man, nearly frozen, on a slab of floating ice. By giving him hot soup and rubbing his body with brandy, the crew restored him to health. A few days later, he was able to speak. This stranger, Victor Frankenstein, seemed upset to hear that an earlier sled had been sighted. Then he began to tell his story. Victor had been born the only child of a good Genevese family. During a journey with her husband abroad, his mother found a peasant and his wife with 5 hungry babies. All were dark-complected, save one, a very fair little girl. His mother decided at that moment to adopt the child. Victor and his adopted sister, Elizabeth, came to love one another, though they were very diverse in character. Elizabeth busied herself with following the aerial creations of poets, while for Victor it was the secrets of heaven and earth that I desired to learn, the physical secrets of the world. After the death of his mother, when he was 17, Victor departed for the University of Ingolstadt. There young Frankenstein grew intensely interested in the phenomena of the human body. Whence, I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? He investigated the processes of death and decay, and soon became obsessed with the idea of creating life itself. After days and nights of laboring, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay, more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. Frankenstein set out to create a superior living being, hoping to eventually uncover the formula for eternal life. In his brilliant and terrible research, Frankenstein doggedly collected body parts from charnel houses and cemeteries. Finally, on a dreary night of November, I beheld the accomplishment of my toils, an 8-foot monster. Applying electricity to the lifeless matter before him, Victor saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and convulsive motion agitated its limbs. The scientist was appalled. Breathless horror and disgust filled my heart. He had created a freak. Exhausted, Frankenstein fell asleep, seeking a few moments of forgetfulness. But as he tossed in bed, a cold draught woke Victor, and I beheld the wretch, his eyes fixed on me. He shrieked in horror, scaring the monster away, then escaped downstairs. A long depressive illness followed this episode. Victor slowly began to recover, but soon he received terrible news from his father. William, the youngest son, had been strangled, and his murderer remained at large. "Come, dearest Victor, you alone can console Elizabeth," his father pled. The scientist returned to Geneva during a terrible storm. As he plodded along, he perceived in the gloom a figure, and knew instinctively that it was the filthy demon to whom I had given life. Then a horrible thought struck him. This monster might be his brother's murderer. But when Victor arrived at his mournful home, he was told that William's killer had already been unmasked. Justine, the family's longtime servant, had been found in possession of a locket which held a picture of their mother, taken from William during the murder. The poor girl seemed to confirm her own guilt by her extreme confusion of manner, and though Victor believed Justine was innocent, he hesitated to come forward because he felt the story of his monster was too fantastic to be taken seriously. Justine was hanged, and Victor, seized by remorse and a sense of guilt, took a solitary journey to Mont Blanc. During a hike up a mountain path, he saw a strange, agile figure, his own monstrous creation, advancing towards him with superhuman speed. "Begone, vile insect," he commanded. But the monster countered, "You, my creator, detest and spurn me, thy creature. How dare you sport thus with life?" Creature and creator argued back and forth until the monster convinced Victor to hear his account. Life for the intelligent and sensitive being had been difficult. "I saw, felt, heard, and smelt at the same time," he explained. He wandered, surviving on berries and stream water, until he found a fire left by vagrants and learned to keep warm. When food grew scarce, he approached a village, but because of his hideous features, some of the villagers fled, some attacked me, until, grievously bruised by stones, I escaped to the open country. He finally made his home in an abandoned hovel adjoining a cottage. In the cottage lived an old, impoverished blind man with his son and daughter. The creature learned the rudiments of verbal language by listening to their conversations. After some months, the monster gathered his courage and chatted with the blind man as he was alone, relating his situation. But just as the monster was about to ask his human friend for refuge, the son returned home, and with supernatural force tore me from his father. The disheartened, confused monster fled from the cottage. Despised by all who saw him, he wandered the countryside until one day he came upon a young boy, Victor's brother, who loaded me with epithets which carried despair to my heart. In bitter rage, the monster killed the boy, then took the locket which hung around the child's neck and hid it on Justine's clothing as she slept. After relating this tale, the monster made a frightful demand. "You must create a female for me." "I do refuse it," Victor declared. Making a mate for this monster would give rise to a hostile superhuman race. However, promising that he and his mate would retreat in peace to the wilds of South America, the monster's pleas and threats finally moved Victor. "I consent to your demand." Still, back in his laboratory, Victor could not collect the courage for his work. I feared the vengeance of the disappointed fiend, yet I was unable to overcome my repugnance to the task which was enjoined me. Perplexed, Victor traveled to Britain with the intent of marrying his foster sister, Elizabeth. But first he retired to a remote area of Scotland, where he planned to finish his work in solitude. Even there, he could sense the monster near, waiting for the birth of his mate. But shortly before the female's completion, Victor destroyed her in disgust. Watching at a window, the lonely, enraged brute forced his way into the house. But this time Victor was adamant. He would not again enter into such a work. "Man, you shall repent of the injuries you inflict. I shall be with you on your wedding night," the vengeful monster intoned. Despite these words, Victor determined that his marriage to Elizabeth would take place. Following the wedding, Victor stood watch downstairs, waiting for the appearance of his rejected creature. Just as Victor began to believe that by some fortunate chance the monster would not come, a shrill and dreadful scream broke the stillness. Victor rushed to the nuptial chamber, but alas, he was too late. All he beheld was Elizabeth's bloodless arms and relaxed form flung by the murderer on its bridal bier. His story completed, the chilled and weakened Victor Frankenstein died there on the icebound ship, unavenged. That night the monster visited Walton in the dead man's cabin. Standing over his creator's body, the beast first asked the dead scientist's pardon, but then blamed Frankenstein for his sorrow and for destroying his unfinished mate. My heart was fashioned to be susceptible of love and sympathy. But when I discovered that he, the author at once of my existence and of its unspeakable torments, dared to hope for happiness, envy and bitter indignation filled me with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. I desired love and friendship. Am I to be thought the only criminal when all humankind sinned against me? Then, predicting his own imminent death by fire, the monster bid Walton farewell, sprang from the window, and vanished across the Arctic ice fields. Mary Shelley wrote this novel on a dare at the age of 19. While she and her husband, the renowned poet Percy Shelley, were vacationing with Lord Byron and others in the Alps, where much of the story takes place, they started to exchange ghost stories. Intimidated at first by the fame of some of her companions, some of England's greatest writers, Mary finally offered up her contribution, Frankenstein, the modern Prometheus. The work was a breakthrough, spawning the birth of two literary genres, science fiction and horror fiction. This novel, and resultant motion pictures, which have usually degenerated into simple horror plots, has had a recent resurgence in popularity due to the efforts of feminist critics who have penetrated its deeper themes. Along with her exposition of the dangers and ethical dilemmas involved in experimenting with life, and her homily against judging by appearances, perhaps one of Shelley's most important contributions in Frankenstein is her brilliant portrayal of the male desire, conscious or unconscious, to circumvent the role of woman in giving life. with a new focus on these deeper issues during the last half-century, Frankenstein has achieved renewed status as a multi-dimensional literary classic.
The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. The type of work is a juvenile adventure novel set in the backwoods of Missouri and the banks of the Mississippi River in the mid-19th century. This story features a lively country boy by the name of Huckleberry Finn, Huck's friend Tom Sawyer, Pap Finn, Huck's drunkard father, Jim, a runaway Negro slave, and Huck's guardian, the widow Douglas. This story starts out sometime in the mid-1800s in the placid little Mississippi township of Hannibal, Missouri. Some months earlier, Tom Sawyer and his friend Huck had discovered an honest-to-God chest of gold. The two lucky, lively boys had split the $12,000 treasure, and trustworthy Judge Thatcher was safeguarding their money in trust. Meanwhile, the widow Douglas and her sister, Miss Watson, took the rough-hewn boy under their wings and into their home to try to civilize him. Although he managed to put up with school and even learn some religion, Huck didn't take too well to Miss Watson's determined efforts to squelch his swearing and smoking. Then one day, Huck saw some footprints in the snow, realized that his no-good drunken father was back in town, no doubt with an eye to Huck's money. Huck, in response, immediately rushed over to Judge Thatcher's to sign away his rights to the treasure. He left feeling unburdened and satisfied. Now he owned nothing at all to fret over. Late one night, not long afterward, Huck found his pap, pale and ragged, crouched in the corner of his room. "You put on considerable many frills since I've been away," Pat spat in contempt. "You drop that school, you hear? I'll learn people to bring up a boy to put on airs over his own father." Then Pap asked outright about the money. Huck gave him the dollar he had, and the old man left. But the next day, declaring himself Huck's legal guardian, Pap showed up on Judge Thatcher's doorstep, demanding more money. Naturally, the judge refused to turn over a single red cent. Well, Pap got to feeling more and more desperate, till finally one pleasant spring day the elder Finn kidnapped his son and took him to stay in a remote log hut on the Illinois side of the Mississippi. Huck reveled in the fishing and hunting, but he didn't like being kept under lock and key when Pap went into town. Nor was he fond of the beatings he received when Pap staggered home drunk. One night, after Pap almost killed him, Huck decided it was time to escape. The next night, while Pap was in town, Huck sawed a piece out of one of the logs in the cabin wall, crawled out the hole, and carefully replaced the chunk. Then he smashed in the cabin door with an axe, dribbled pig's blood on the ground, and stuck a few of his own hairs on the bloody axe for effect. He sure hoped Pap would think he had been killed. For 3 days the boy happily camped out on Jackson Island. Then out on a ramble one night he saw something that caused his heart to jump up amongst his lungs. Campfire. To his relief, though, he soon saw that the blaze was tended to by Jim, Miss Watson's Negro slave. Jim, meanwhile, stared wildly at what he presumed was Huck's ghost. "Don't hurt me, don't," he wailed. "I always liked dead people and done all I could for 'em." When Huck finally calmed Jim down enough to explain that his death had been fabricated, Jim confided that he'd run off from home after hearing that Miss Watson was planning to sell him downriver, and so the fugitives made camp together. Then one night, after a heavy storm had swollen the river, Jim and Huck found a frame house floating by on the current. Inside they found a dead man lying amongst a scattered deck of cards and empty whiskey bottles. Jim warned Huck not to look at the man's face. It was too ghastly. Together they searched the rooms for useful goods and sent the house on its way. As time passed, Huck found himself itching for news from home. Finally, one day, he dressed up in a girl's calico dress and bonnet and stepped daintily into Hannibal to gather some gossip. Lisping out questions in a high-pitched voice, he learned that some townsfolk thought poor dead Huck had been killed by his pap, who had up and disappeared himself just a few days earlier. Others thought Jim must have done the deed, since he and Huck had vanished on the same night. In fact, some men were talking about going to Jackson Island later that night to see if they could rouse Jim. Double fast, Huck hurried back to Jim's side. "There ain't a minute to lose," he warned. "They're after us." Within minutes, the fugitives had loaded up Jim's raft and started down the Mississippi. Their plan was to board a steamship north, where Jim could earn money to buy the freedom of his wife and children. But Huck couldn't help feeling guilty. After all, Jim was a runaway. He was Miss Watson's property. Huck finally decided that he would turn Jim in the next chance he got. But when a boatload of men appeared looking for runaways, Huck told them that he was sharing the raft with his sick father, who was lying inside the tent with a bad case of smallpox. That sent the men paddling away in a hurry. Huck felt a few pangs about helping a nigger on the lam, but he knew his conscience would kill him if he betrayed a good friend like Jim. So the travelers continued downstream, encountering one adventure after another. Then one night, after drifting into a bank of thick fog, they heard the unmistakable sound of a steamboat bearing down on them, leaped into the water to avoid being mashed. When Huck finally pulled himself up on shore and called out for Jim, there was no answer. Soon afterward, Huck was taken in by a rich family named Grangerford. The Grangerfords were good, generous people, and they treated Huck to all the comforts he could want. But they were somehow caught up in a bitter feud with another family named Shepherdson, for reasons no one could remember. One day, the Grangerford slave who attended Huck asked him to come into the woods to see some snakes. Rather than snakes, however, Huck found his old friend Jim there, hidden in the underbrush. But tragically, that very night, while Huck was gone, a battle was touched off between the feuding families in which the entire Grangerford clan was killed. I wished I hadn't ever come ashore that night to see such things, Huck later grieved. I ain't never going to get shut of them. So once more the raft mates set off down the Mississippi. A few days later, they took two fellows on board with them who professed to be from royal families. One said he was a duke, while the other claimed to be a king. Although Huck knew that they were lying, he decided to play along. The two hucksters stopped periodically at towns along the river to carry out get-rich schemes. At one village, the king learned that a rich man named Peter Wilkes had just died, leaving $3,000 to his three daughters, and that Wilkes' deaf and dumb brother would be arriving soon for the funeral. He gathered as much information as he could about the brother, and then coached the duke to impersonate him. Sure enough, the poor daughters entrusted the uncle with their entire inheritance. Disgusted by these shenanigans, Huck sneaked into the scoundrel's room that night to reclaim the money, which he then stashed safely in the dead man's coffin for the daughters to retrieve. The next day, the real brother showed up, and the duke and the king were hauled away to jail. But just as Huck and Jim were untying their raft to move on, the two escape artists came running down the bank to rejoin them. It was all Huck could do to keep from crying. The next day, the foursome stopped off at another town. After running some errands, Huck returned to the raft to find Jim gone. The duke had sold the runaway, complained the king, and never divided with me, and the money's gone. Immediately, Huck set off to the rescue. But to his surprise, at the plantation where Jim had been imprisoned, he was greeted by a woman who gave him a loving squeeze and called him Tom Sawyer. She was Tom's own Aunt Sally, and obviously she had taken Huck for her nephew, who was due to arrive for a visit. So, in order to help out Jim, Huck gladly assumed Tom's identity. When Tom eventually showed up, the boys shared a grand reunion. They decided that Huck would pretend to be Tom's cousin Sid whenever they were around Aunt Sally. Then Huck told Tom about Jim's situation and revealed his plan to steal the key, unlock the door to the hut where the slave was being kept, and then head down the river. Tom, however, had been reading pirate books. He favored digging a tunnel into the hut. That plan sounded infinitely more complicated and dangerous, so naturally they immediately settled on it. When the tunnel was finally completed, Tom wrote an anonymous letter to Mr. Phelps, the plantation owner. "There's a desperate gang of cutthroats going to steal your runaway nigger tonight." Then the boys made their way through the tunnel into Jim's hut. Fleeing into the darkness, the three were chased by Phelps and a posse of gun-toting farmers. Alive and free for the moment, they reached the raft. But Tom had caught a real live bullet in the leg, and the group was soon recaptured. Back at the Phelps farm, there were cries to hang the double runaway, and Jim was again securely locked up. Suddenly, Tom sat upright in bed. "There ain't no right to shut Jim up. He's free as any creature that walks this earth. Old Miss Watson died 2 months ago, and she set him free in her will." "Then what on earth did you want to set him free for?" cried Aunt Polly. "Well, I wanted the adventure of it," Tom replied. Jim was immediately released. Phelps then fed him and gave him a suit of clothes, while Tom gave him $40 for being such a respectable prisoner. Although Tom was now ready to return home, Huck was reluctant to join him for fear of his pap. Hearing this, Jim made a sad confession. "He ain't a-comin' back no more, Huck. Don't you remember the house was floating down the river, and there was a man in there covered up? Well, that was him." And so Huck headed back on the double toward the Widow Douglas house before Aunt Sally made good on her threat to adopt him. According to Ernest Hemingway, modern American literature begins with Huckleberry Finn, Twain's sequel to Tom Sawyer. Mellowed by the introduction of real pathos, deepened by a new attention to Huck's developing consciousness and conscience, and broadened by its undercover exploration of social and political ambiguities, the book is obviously a richer and more sophisticated work. But what distinguishes it as proudly and quintessentially American is its unabashed use of the first-person Missouri vernacular narrative voice. Naturally, Twain's characteristic humor peppers Huck's pages, Indeed, Twain prefaces the story with a warning that persons attempting to find a motive in this narrative will be prosecuted. Persons attempting to find a moral will be banished. Persons attempting to find a plot in it will be shot. Nevertheless, the novel explores significant and very American issues, including the legitimacy of hierarchical social relationships.
Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, Random House, New York, New York, 1947. This is a realistic work of psychological fiction, set in the Deep South in New York City during the 1930s. The work features the Invisible Man, who is an unnamed black man in search of his identity, the president of a Negro college, Dr. Bledsoe, Mr. Norton, who is a white philanthropic contributor to the college, Brother Jack, leader of the Brotherhood, a white group preaching nonviolence to blacks, and Ross the Exhorter, a West Indian black nationalist. I am an invisible man. I am invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. All my life I have been looking for myself, and asking everyone except myself questions which I, and only I, could answer. The Invisible Man was the intelligent and soft-spoken grandson of black slaves. At his high school graduation, he explained, I delivered an oration in which I showed that humility was the secret, indeed, the very essence of progress. He was asked to repeat the speech at a gathering of the town's leading white citizens. Upon arriving, I was told that since I was to be there anyway, I might as well take part in the battle royal slated for the night's entertainment. He and his black companions were blindfolded, placed in a ring, and goaded to fight by men in the audience. Kill him! Kill him! Slug him, black boy, they called. Before he realized it, only he and one other boy, Tatlock, the biggest of the gang, were left in the ring. Tatlock pummeled his rival until he hit the mat. The fight was over. The face and the dignity of the young man were shattered. When the bloody, sweaty, humiliated youth finally did give his speech, no one really listened. The onlookers returned to their talking and drinking. Frustrated, the Invisible Man spoke two words that silenced the crowd: social equality. Laughter hung smoke-like in the sudden stillness. The men turned on him, forcing him to recant. You sure that about equality was a mistake? The MC asked. Oh, yes, sir. I was swallowing blood. But the young man was allowed to finish his speech, and was afterwards handed a calfskin briefcase. Boy, take this prize and keep it well. Someday it will be filled with important papers that will help shape the destiny of your people. Inside the briefcase was a scholarship to a nearby Negro college. The Invisible Man did well in school. Success was just within his reach, a success that depended on humility and conformity, on invisibility. Then in his junior year, the eager young man was asked to serve as a chauffeur for visiting dignitaries. One day, while driving off campus with a Mr. Norton, one of the school's white benefactors, they passed some log cabins. Mr. Norton could not quite believe it when the Negro student explained that these cabins dated back to the times of slavery. He demanded that they stop at one particular cabin, but the boy hesitated. Jim Trueblood, who had scandalized the black community by having a child with his own daughter, lived in that cabin. But Norton insisted that they stop and talk. After hearing Trueblood's story, the white man appeared to faint. I might have a stimulant, young man. A little whiskey, he groaned as they drove on. Now the only place nearby to get whiskey was the Golden Day, a combination tavern and brothel. When the bartender there would not let the black student buy whiskey, he returned to the car, only to find his passenger barely breathing, lying like a figure of chalk. Frantically, the Invisible Man rushed back in the tavern for help. After being carried inside, the old man finally came around. As he sipped some brandy, drunkards, prostitutes, and lunatics crowded around him, nearly breaking into a riot with their shoving and gutter talk. When Dr. Bledsoe, president of the college, found out about the incident, he exploded. Boy, are you serious? Why that True Blood shack? You're black and living in the South. Did you forget how to lie? The Invisible Man tried to defend his actions, but Bledsoe pronounced his sentence. Boy, I want you to go to New York for the summer and save your pride and your money. You go there and earn your next year's fees." The following day, Bledsoe handed him some letters of recommendation and a list of job contacts. On his way north, the Invisible Man resolved to work hard and serve my employer so well that he would shower Dr. Bledsoe with favorable reports, and I would save my money and return in the fall full of New York culture. I'd be indisputably the leading campus figure. However, in New York, the young man's job search proved curiously fruitless. Secretaries would take his letters, disappear into an office, and then come out and tell the young man that they would let him know if anything came up. Finally, after a number of interviews, the young man was asked if he had read Bledsoe's introductory letter. No, he hadn't. The letters had been sealed. Now he found that they all began, "The bearer is a former student of ours. I say former because he shall never be enrolled as a student again. It is to the best interests of the great work which we are dedicated to perform that he continue undisturbed in his vain hopes while remaining as far as possible from our midst." As the young man sat dumbfounded, the embarrassed interviewer recommended a paint factory where he might apply for a job. Liberty Paints hired the Invisible Man. "The wise guys firing the regular guys and putting on you colored college boys. Pretty smart," was the first comment he heard. "That way they don't have to pay union wages." Sent to the basement as a janitorial assistant, the young man was given the job of watching the paint gauges. He got along reasonably well with his crusty boss, Brockway, until lunchtime, when he was detained at a union meeting he had accidentally walked in on. As he faced his supervisor and tried to explain the delay, Brockway smacked him. Suddenly the boy's mind snapped in anger and frustration, and he knocked Brockway's dentures across the floor. Just then they heard a shrill whistling sound. The Invisible Man grabbed at the gauge valves, but too late. I seemed to run swiftly up an incline and shot forward with sudden acceleration into a wet bath of whiteness. When he awoke, he was in a hospital room, hooked up to a menagerie of electrical devices. He couldn't even remember his name. Later, he was released and given some compensation checks to tide him over. But as he emerged from the darkness of the subway, he passed out. A woman named Mary helped him up and took him to her home to rest. The rest turned into a stay of several months. Mary was a kind and generous woman. But when his compensation checks ran out, the Invisible Man began to feel guilty. Gradually, he lost faith in himself. Then one day, while he was wandering around Harlem, he saw an old couple being evicted from their apartment. A crowd had gathered at the scene, and some of them were attacking the white man directing the eviction. But the Invisible Man stepped in and began to speak. "We're a law-abiding people, and are slow to anger people." Soon he had the crowd under control. His words had attracted some other whites, and when the police showed up looking for black suspects, these whites and scattered blacks, members of an organization called the Brotherhood, helped him escape. Brother Jack, their spokesman, complimented the Invisible Man on his eloquence. Because of his exceptional gift with words, Brother Jack hired him on the spot as the movement's new black spokesman. The first speech the Invisible Man gave for the Brotherhood was an electrifying masterpiece. Many members of the group, however, complained that this black man was appealing essentially to the crowd's emotions, while their organization believed in rational persuasion. "The audience isn't thinking, it's yelling its head off." So Brother Jack decided that the Brotherhood's newest brother would undergo a period of intense study and indoctrination. For the next few months, white brothers, some filled with guilt, some looking for a social cause, and still others dedicated to freeing blacks, smothered the Invisible Man with ideology. They spoke of the black repossessing their heritage and banding together in brotherhood to unite the races. The training period over, Brother Jack appointed his new charismatic speaker as leader of the group's Harlem district. "The Brotherhood was a world within a world," the Invisible Man said, "and I was determined to discover all its secrets and to advance as far as I could." With a new identity and confidence, he went into the ghettos to preach peace. But confrontations with a rival group, the Black Nationalist Gang, soon flared up. Both sides claimed Harlem as their territory. The Nationalists were led by a man named Ross the Exhorter, a West Indian committed to the extermination of whites and Uncle Toms. "You're black, African," he constantly reminded his fellow ghetto dwellers in a bid to win them over as his people. Then one day, Brother Clifton, an important and influential Brotherhood supporter, disappeared. With Clifton gone, Ross and his gang gained a stronghold in Harlem. The Invisible Man was called in to repair the damage. While walking through Harlem, he spotted Brother Clifton selling dancing black Sambo dolls. Clifton could not even look him in the eye. Later, Brother Clifton was killed in an arrest attempt. When the Invisible Man used his funeral as a forum against police violence, Brother Jack scolded him for celebrating a man who sold racist dolls. "You're not hired to think, you are hired to talk," he chided in an ironic about-face. Finally, Harlem erupted. Clifton's death and other similar incidents, combined with the inflammatory words of Ross the Exhorter, pushed the black community over the edge. Now, Ross the Exhorter became Ross the Destroyer, taking to the streets with his followers in an all-out offensive against the white man. The Brotherhood abandoned the Invisible Man. They had no more use for him. However, even as the Invisible Man saw how he had been used and betrayed, he also saw himself more clearly. He had lived his life up to that point under an assumed identity. He had never known who he was. Now, finally, he understood the source of his invisibility. He saw Bledsoe, Norton, Brother Jack, and Ross as all the same man, all destroyers bent on hatred instead of understanding, focused on color, blind to character. Blacks have experienced exceptional prejudice, which has united them under a strong sense of purpose. However, most people experience some sort of invisibility, some deep lack of acknowledgement in the world, which can help them relate to this book and to the extreme situations encountered by the Invisible Man. With its plethora of insights, Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man is perhaps the most important black novel of the 20th century.
King Solomon's Mines by Sir Henry Rider Haggard. This is an adventure novel set in 19th century South Africa. Our principal characters are a British explorer, Alan Quatermain, and Sir Henry Curtis, a British aristocrat in search of his lost brother, Sir Henry's devoted friend and fellow explorer, Captain John Good. Umbopa, a native guide of uncertain origins. Gagur, an aged Kukuwana shamaness, and a beautiful Kukuwana girl, Faulata. Having endured a disappointing elephant hunt, the intrepid colonel explorer Alan Quatermain was returning home to Natal by ship. During the passage, chatting over whiskey and pipes, he made the acquaintance of two distinguished English gentlemen, Sir Henry Curtis, an enormous man with thick yellow hair and beard, and Captain John Good, a stout, dark naval officer who sported a monocle in his right eye. The two were journeying together to Africa in search of Sir Henry's estranged younger brother, George. The brothers had quarreled after their father had died without a will, leaving his estate to pass through rites of progenitorship to the firstborn son, Sir Henry. Embittered, George had changed his surname to Neville and vanished into the African outback in the wild hope of making a fortune. Sir Henry had since come to realize that blood is thicker than water. Now he hoped to find George and make amends. As it happened, Quatermain had heard of this Neville chap. He had set out on a safari in search of the countless diamonds of King Solomon's legendary mines. In fact, Quatermain himself had some connection to the mines. 10 years earlier, a Portuguese treasure hunter, dying of a bilious fever, had bequeathed him a fragment of linen, purportedly a map, showing the way to the remote and fabled treasure. Upon receiving this information, Sir Henry immediately arranged an expedition to search for the mines. If Quatermain would join him, he promised he would pay any amount requested. Quatermain acquiesced. The money would help provide for his son, a medical student in London. But even Quatermain, who regarded himself as a cautious and conservative man, underestimated the hardships that would befall them in Africa's remote bush country. The party left Durban in high spirits. Not until one of their Zulu bears was trampled by a rampaging wild bull elephant did the explorers take a more sober appraisal of the dangers that might await them. "Man must die," intoned their native guide, Umbopa, enigmatically. "Like a storm-driven bird at night, we fly out of nowhere. For a moment our wings are seen in the light of the fire, and lo, we are gone again into the nowhere." The expedition soon entered a region that seemed to fit Umbopa's cryptic designation of nowhere, a boundless wilderness of desert. But despite the natives' somber admonition to turn back, the explorers pressed forward. There in the vast, waterless sands, heat danced over the surface of the desert as it dances over a cooking stove. But still the thirst-maddened men trudged on. At last, at the moment of total despair, one of the bears happened upon an oasis, and the rejuvenated party pressed forward on their blazing 520-mile trek to the walled mountain range that allegedly sheltered Solomon's mines. According to Quatermain's map remnant, the mountain peaks concealed a great road which would lead them on a 3-day journey to the king's palace. The company scaled the narrow volcanic cliffs and finally gained the summit. And there, beneath them, cut out of solid rock and 50 feet wide, winding in splendor across a plain bordered by green forests and undulating rivers, stretched King Solomon's Road. Descending to the road, the men stopped to rest near a small brook. Good had just scrubbed himself and was in the process of shaving when suddenly a throng of towering natives appeared, clad in short cloaks of leopard skins covered with black plumes. "No strangers may live in the land of the Kukuanas," announced a fierce old warrior in broken English. Good responded to this ominous decree by removing his false teeth. The sight of his detachable jaw, his toothless, half-shaven face, his bare white legs, and his strange eyepiece probably saved their lives. The awed warriors promptly escorted these white lords from the stars to meet their king, Twala the Terrible. Twala was an enormous, dreadfully cruel, repulsive man, with one gleaming black eye. To underscore his power, the king ordered that one of his own servants be slain in full view of the explorers. After the visitors were housed in the Kukuana hut, Umbopa slipped out of his clothes and, to their surprise, displayed the royal image of a great snake that had been tattooed around his waist. His true name was Ngosi, he revealed, and he was rightful king of the Kukuanas. Many years earlier, his father had been murdered by Twala, and Ngosi's mother had fled the land with her young son. Now his one wish, as legitimate heir to the throne, was to avenge his father's death, overthrow this tyrant and murderer, reclaim his royal birthright, and lead his people in peace. Hearing these words, Infadus, their aged Kukuana escort guard, suddenly knelt before Ngosi, took his hand, and presenting himself as Ngosi's uncle, vowed to help his nephew and his white friends overthrow Twala. Their attack would be launched, they decided, from the town of Lu, where the great annual witch hunt was to be held on the following day. The witch hunt proved to be a gruesome affair, led by a wizened old witch doctress named Gagul. Yielding to her fearful monkey-like countenance and thin, piercing, hate-filled voice, attendants moved through the crowd, dooming victim after victim to death with a ghoulish shriek. "I smell him, the evil-doer!" Then, with corpses of Lu's citizens littering the ground, Gagul closed the hideous spectacle by choosing an extraordinarily beautiful young woman named Tholata to be sacrificed to the gods. Once again, however, Good's quick-wittedness came through. Remembering that his almanac for that day had predicted the occurrence of a solar eclipse, he now commanded that the sun's light be dimmed. And sure enough, all witnessed at the edge of the great orb a faint rim of shadow. The distraction was working, until Twala's son, infuriated that a white man would possess such wondrous power, tried to spear Good. But somehow the Englishman managed to turn the spear on the false prince, and in the ensuing panic the expedition party fled into the hills. They were accompanied by Fallotta, along with a large number of Kukuana chiefs who had long opposed Twala's atrocities, and now wanted to help Ignosi reclaim his throne. Together they mustered a force of some 20,000 Kukuana warriors. At dawn, Twala's army struck, but although they were severely outnumbered, Ignosi's gallant band overcame the odds. Twala, his warriors either scattered or dead, found himself deserted by all but Gagul. His final wish to die fighting was quickly fulfilled by Sir Henry, as he beheaded the tyrant with a single mighty blow from a Kukuana battle-axe. Once enthroned as king of Kukuanaland, Ignosi commanded the crone Gagul to lead his white benefactors, along with the girl Fallotta, into the deep cave in the mountain, where Solomon's treasure was hidden. She had no choice but to obey. A 3-day march led them to a labyrinth of caves dotting the secluded slopes of a snow-capped mountain. They had found King Solomon's mines. Through the entrance portal, the group passed into a huge, vaulted, cathedral-like cavern, half a mile round, and pillared by exquisite stalactites. However, the next cavern proved to be a chamber of horrors. There, seated on benches beneath a huge figure of Death himself, was a room full of petrified human corpses, the past kings of Kukuanaland. And on a table in front of these silent stone watchers lay Twala's decapitated body. "My lords are not afraid?" jeered Gagul in contempt as she advanced into the shadows of a narrow passageway. At this point, she triggered a hidden lever, lifting a massive stone door. Inside lay one last chamber, brimming with untold stores of gold and ivory, and countless heaps of huge diamonds, glimmering in the lamplight. But while the men stood gaping, awe-struck by the marvelous hoard before them, Gagul crept like a snake toward the doorway, and pulled the lever that would entomb her adversaries alive. When she saw Fallotta moving to block her escape, Gagul stabbed her ferociously. Then, grappling to disentangle herself from the grip of the dying girl, the old sorceress lunged again for the opening. But she was too late. All 30 tons of the massive door came crashing down upon her. For a while, all was silent within the chamber. After the gentle Fallotta had breathed her last, tenderly enfolded in Good's loving embrace, the 3 Europeans desperately scanned the sealed room. They found no exit, however, and eventually the flames of their lamps dimmed and died. For hour upon hour they sat in darkness, buried in the bowels of a lost mountain, quietly awaiting death. Around us lay treasures enough to pay off a moderate national debt, Quatermain mused. Yet we would have bartered them gladly for the faintest chance of escape. Then suddenly Quatermain noticed how perfectly fresh the air in the chamber was. There must be a vent somewhere to the outside. Quatermain's hunch soon paid off. In the blackness, a loose stone was discovered in the floor, beneath which they found a staircase descending into a lair-like earthen enclosure. Some hearty digging followed, and at last they were free. Before leaving their underground prison, however, Quatermain had filled his pockets with enough diamonds to ensure many lifetimes of wealth. this was indeed a provident act. When the men returned later to search for the opening of the treasure chamber, they could find no trace of it. Having bid farewell to Honorable King Ignosi, Quatermain, Sir Henry, and Good started out on the grueling return trip home. Again they passed through the scorching desert, and chancing on an oasis that had previously eluded them, they encountered a rude yet cozy hut situated under a fig tree. Limping out to greet them came a lame white man clothed in skins and an enormous black beard. "Great powers!" cried Sir Henry. "It is my brother George." Disabled by a leg injury on his quest for Solomon's diamonds, George Curtis had been living by the spring for nearly 2 years. Sir Henry at last could smile. Pressed upon to accept a third part of the diamonds which Quatermain had carried from the treasure vault, Sir Henry declared that his share should be handed to his brother as a token of his love and joy. Another third portion was generously bestowed by Quatermain on Good. And so the four adventurers set off for Durban, where Quatermain bid a reluctant goodbye to his friends. His farewell was a vow to take up a pen once he was safely home and set down an account of their most remarkable adventures. King Solomon's Mines, an obvious prototype for the exploits of modern movie heroes like Indiana Jones, is a fine example of what was once termed a boy's adventure tale, a genre which emphasized plot over character and moved from one action-packed scene to another. But H. Rider Haggard's novel is an adventure story with remarkable moral depth. Haggard refrains from stereotyping either his characters or the landscapes they traverse, taking great care in characterizing the Kukuanas, who, despite their warlike appearance, emerge as expert craftsmen, gifted storytellers, and fundamentally peace-loving citizens who must endure the cruelties of a tyrant. Furthermore, underlying the grandiose adventure and breakneck action of the storyline is a deeper theme of loyalty and familial devotion. From the outset, Sir Henry's search for King Solomon's mines is not motivated by greed, but rather his concern for his brother. Likewise, Good accompanies Sir Henry as an act of fellowship. Quatermain joins them in order to provide for his son, and Ignosi guides them to Kukuanaland with the aim of fulfilling his own birthright and restoring order in his homeland. Camaraderie, then, and not bravado, inspires these characters to tackle and surmount the odds of their journey. And the diamonds carried from the Kukuana burial vaults are not trophies of greed, but tools of good. Long may Haggard's characters adorn the worlds of literary and cinematic adventure.
Little Women is a sentimental life drama by Louisa May Alcott. It's set in a small New England town in the mid-1800s. The principal characters include Mrs. March, or Marmee, mother of 4 daughters, Mr. March, her husband, an Army chaplain in the U.S. Civil War, Meg, their 16-year-old daughter, Jo, 15, wants to be an independent writer and serves as the novel's narrator, Beth, a frail girl of 13, the heart of the family, Amy, 12, the beautiful, pampered youngest daughter, and Theodore Lawrence, Laurie, the boy who moves in next door. The upcoming Christmas looked like it would be a bleak affair to the 4 March girls. With their father at the Civil War battlefront and their saintly mother, Marmee, as they called her, working to support her family, the holiday would be void of many of its traditional pleasures. With the dollars Marmee said they might spend, the girls each settled on buying simple gifts for their mother and for the Hummel family down the road, and receiving, in kind, surprise treats of ice cream and bonbons from rich old Mr. Lawrence next door. The girls resolved to face life as pilgrims, to overcome their weaknesses, and to be good little women by the time their father returned. The oldest, Meg, determined to enjoy her work more and fret less about her looks. The tomboy, Jo, pledged to better control her temper, upgrade her writing abilities, and develop feminine qualities. Amy desired to be less selfish and less vain concerning her beautiful golden hair. Everyone believed Beth, the homebody, to be perfect, but she earnestly prayed to overcome her fear of people. The girls labored for the next year to acquire these qualities, with much success and occasional failure. At year's end, Meg confidently and excitedly attended a fashionable New Year's dance. She talked Joe into accompanying her, but Joe didn't care much for girls or girlish gossip, and felt as much out of place as a colt in a flower garden. Running from a prospective dance mate, Joe hid behind a curtain. But she wasn't the only bashful one. To her surprise, there she met little Theodore Lawrence, or Laurie, as everyone referred to him, the new next-door neighbor boy. Awkwardly, they introduced themselves, but as they peeped through the curtain together, gossiping and chatting, they soon felt like old acquaintances. A lifelong friendship was formed. Laurie had been orphaned as a baby, and now lived with his crusty grandfather Lawrence in his great mansion. In the March family, Laurie found a circle of sisters and a mother he never knew, and they found in him a brother and a son. Through that year, the girls learned to be happy in their work. Meg, by spending 2 weeks at the estate of a wealthy girlfriend, discovered how wonderful her own home life was, even if her family was poor. Joe detected that she was not the only one struggling with outbursts of anger. Much to her amazement, her mother also possessed a hidden temper. This knowledge helped Joe believe she could, with effort, control hers. After all, her great wish was to become a famous romance writer. Reaching that goal would require discipline. Joe's romantic novels were soon published. Amy continued to grow more beautiful, but also came to understand the need for humility. After being embarrassingly reprimanded before the whole school, she began to understand that conceit spoils the finest genius. And Beth remained extremely shy, but was still the heart and joy of her family. Everyone, especially Joe, came to gentle Beth for comfort. One winter day, a telegram arrived from the War Department. Mr. March was critically ill. Heartsick by this news, Marmee felt she needed to be with her husband. With no money to spare, Joe offered to sell her only vanity, her long, flowing chestnut hair. The sacrifice, though tearfully made, brought $25 and financed the trip. Mr. Lawrence sent along John Brooke, Laurie's tutor, to assist Mrs. March in her journey. Both Mr. and Mrs. March grew to be very fond of John, and he in turn became very fond of Meg. Back at home, dark days were to visit the little women. Patterning herself after her mother, Beth continued to care for the large, impoverished Hummel family. One night she returned home depressed and crying. She had just held the Hummel baby in her arms as he died of scarlet fever. Beth also contracted the fever, becoming much more infirm than anyone expected. It was a somber time for all as she hovered near death. Fearing the worst, the girls finally telegraphed their mother of Beth's deteriorating condition. But the very night Marmee returned, Beth's crisis passed and her health improved. It was a happy family that welcomed their mother home. As the second Christmas arrived, the girls anticipated their father's homecoming. Their joy was complete when Laurie arrived and announced, "Here's another Christmas present for the March family," and in walked their father. During the jubilant family reunion, Mr. March admired his family, reflecting on how the girls had changed over the years. Meg had defeated much of her vanity and had cultivated industry and the womanly skills to create a happy home. Jo had become a gentle young lady who dressed properly and no longer used slang. He noticed that Amy now took the poorer cut of meat, waited on everyone with patience and humor, and seldom gazed at herself in the mirror. As for Beth, her father simply held her near, grateful she was still alive. They all agreed Mr. March's absence had been a productive period, and that the girls were becoming little women of great talent, beauty, and grace. 3 years passed. Much to Jo's initial horror, she saw the family begin to split up when Meg became Mrs. John Brooke. Like all new wives, Meg learned the art of homemaking and how to organize and spend money frugally. Shortly, twins, Davy and Demi, arrived. Meg discovered that John, too, could help take care of the children, as she began to include him even more in her life. Jo also had matured, and her friend Laurie fell more deeply in love with her. Despite all her efforts to change his heart, Laurie proposed marriage. Jo, devoted to her writing and publishing, was dismayed because she could never love Laurie more than as a brother, and refused his proposal. Broken-hearted, Laurie left with his uncle on a tour of Europe. But Laurie was not the only one voyaging to Europe. Amy was traveling there, accompanying her rich aunt. She soon learned some of life's harsher lessons. To her initial disappointment, she first detected that she would never be a great artist. She also came to recognize that marrying for money rather than love would not lead to happiness. Inevitably, Amy's and Laurie's paths crossed, and they each gradually grew in love for the other. To the delight of all, they too were wed. But at home, the family grieved a great loss. Beth, never fully recovered from the fever, had slowly faded away, no longer to sit contentedly by the fire, knitting and smiling. Jo unearthed a great emptiness in her heart and life after her sister's death. Meg and John and Amy and Laurie were happily married. Though Jo had resolved never to marry, still she felt an awful loneliness as she wondered what direction her life should take. While struggling with these feelings, a tutor entered her life, Professor Baer. He was an older German gentleman, filled with a genteel love. People turned to him because of the compassion he so freely gave, akin to Beth's spirit. This love healed Jo. They married and opened a school for lads, a good, happy, home-like school. Jo looked after the boys while the professor taught them in the large Plumfield home, willed to Jo by her aunt. As the sisters gathered together to celebrate Marmie's birthday, they agreed that their lives were happy, rich, and full. The little women had become cultured, confident young ladies. There at the table, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, along with one empty chair, symbolizing their love for Beth, sat the contented mother. She wished that such a moment could last forever. Louisa May Alcott's most famous novel, Little Women, is based on her own family life in Concord, Massachusetts. Like Jo, the book's heroine, Louisa hungered to gain independence and to improve her family's situation by writing successful novels. Little Women is a cheerful, wholesome account of the daily life of a highly principled family. It is considered one of the earliest realistic novels suitable for older children, and as a children's story, the language is often stilted. Alcott also tends to moralize, but the book also holds a personal charm for grown-ups, who may see their own carefree childhood, the simple joys of youth, and deep love of family mirrored in its pages.
Lord of the Flies by William Golding. Coward McCann, New York, New York, 1954. The type of work is an ideological adventure novel that takes place on a deserted tropical island after a nuclear war. The principal characters are Ralph, a likable, sensible boy of 12, Jack, a cruel, power-hungry, red-headed youth, Simon, a skinny, shy, thoughtful 9-year-old, and Piggy, Ralph's intelligent friend, a fat boy with thick glasses. Ralph wandered out of the tropical jungle paradise. "We're going to have fun on this island," he grinned. The blond boy turned cartwheels on the sand, while his friend Piggy, pudgy, thick-lensed, and asthmatic, looked on. "I can't move with all these creeper things," Piggy stammered, picking thorns from his plump, bare legs. A whole load of schoolboys had been jettisoned on the island before their plane crashed. Ralph was confident his father would rescue them. Piggy wasn't so certain. Ralph found a large conch shell in the lagoon, and Piggy urged him to blow it. Boys soon scampered out of the jungle toward the sound. One, tall, red-headed Jack Meridew, arrived, leading a procession of soldier-like followers. Jack was disappointed when the others elected Ralph their leader. Still, he went off with Ralph and a thin boy named Simon to explore. From atop a mountain, they recognized their isolation, but also a chance for adventure. On the way down, a wild pig crossed the path, but the boys were unable and not quite willing to kill it. Jack promised, though, that the next time he would stab the animal for meat. Jack soon set about making good his promise of meat. On all fours, smeared with clay to disguise his scent, he sniffed the warm, steamy pig droppings and stalked his prey. Ralph, on the other hand, using a lens from Piggy's glasses, built a rescue fire on the mountain and started a project to erect shelters. But the other boys tended to enjoy Jack's fun and games more, and soon began following him on his hunts. The conch became the symbol of order in the boys' meetings. Holding the conch conferred the right to speak. Even Jack was convinced of the need for order. We've got to have rules and obey them. After all, we're not savages, we're English. All the boys looked forward to a heroic storybook island quest, until one little boy with a mulberry-colored birthmark on his face began telling about a snake-like beastie he'd seen in the woods. From then on, fear reigned, especially among the younger boys, the litlins. Jack called them all batty, yet using their terror to his advantage, he often alluded to the unmentionable thing that lurked in the forest. Time passed. The heat of day and the cold dread of night began to overwhelm the litlins, who often cried hysterically. The biggins began forgetting their childhoods altogether. Over the months, friction mounted between Jack and Ralph. Jack became more violent, breaking one of Piggy's lenses and leading hunting parties of ever more filthy and cruel boys. Because it was a chore to keep the rescue fire lit, the boys abandoned it altogether. Ironically, just weeks before a ship passed. Ralph scolded the hunters. They should have helped him instead of playing games all the time. Meanwhile, Jack's words and deeds became primitive and savage. He would often reenact his hunts in a game. Making pig-dying noises, the tribe in swelling excitement would pretend to kill a pig, represented by one of the litlins. Ralph, with Piggy and Simon as his only friends, felt more and more isolated. He blew on the conch to call a meeting, still hoping to organize for survival and rescue. "Things are breaking up," Ralph explained. I don't understand why." His voice trailed off. Then Piggy took the conch and asked, "What are we, humans? Or animals? Or savages?" When Jack interrupted, Ralph shouted, "You're breaking the rules!" "Who cares?" Jack responded. Ralph answered, "The rules are the only things we've got." But Jack no longer heard. "We're strong, we hunt. If there's a beast, we'll hunt it down. We'll close in and beat and beat and beat." And doing a deranged dance, he raced with his hunters into the night. "Blow the conch," whispered Piggy. "If you don't blow, we'll soon be animals." But Ralph didn't blow. His command was finished. The next morning, two boys urgently roused Ralph. They had seen the beast, they said, on the far side of the island. Led by Ralph, the group approached the beast, a dead pilot hanging from the entangled cords of his parachute. But even after showing them that there was no supernatural beast to fear, Ralph still found the filthy, tattered boys siding with Jack, the hunter. Finally, lonely and afraid, the chief allowed himself to give in and follow Jack, too. He even made the decisive blow in a boar hunt. "I walloped him properly. That was the beast, I think," he gushed. Afterward, in a savage dance, they all reenacted the killing by striking at little Robert. The game quickly got out of hand, and Robert went down, sobbing. Even Ralph wanted a handful of that brown, vulnerable flesh. The desire to squeeze and hurt was overpowering. But Ralph soon regained his senses. Homesick and tired, he again competed with Jack for the role of leader. Sensing Jack's unstable nature, most of the boys again voted for Ralph, whereupon Jack gathered his loyal hunters and struck out into the jungle to become his own tribal chieftain. Jack's boys stalked and killed a sow and her piglets. In an orgy of killing, they smeared themselves with blood and impaled the sow's head on a stake as an offering to the revivified beast. But Simon, the loner who had never believed in the beast and who frequently wandered off in the forest by himself, witnessed the scene with disgust. Later, in a trance, he conversed with the devilish fly-covered pig's head, calling it Lord of the Flies. The bloody head told him, "You knew, didn't you? I'm part of you. I'm the reason it's no go, why things are the way they are." In an echo of Ralph's earlier cry, the skull finally gloated, "We are going to have fun on this island." Awakened from his vision, Simon understood. He needed to warn the others. The only evil on the island came from inside themselves. On his way back, Simon freed the rotting corpse of the parachutist from its cords. The beast would be no more. In the meantime, Ralph and Piggy had painfully decided to rejoin the hunters. The boys had feasted and then were gathered in a circle around the fire. "Kill the beast, cut his throat, spill his blood," the ritualistic chant went up. Amidst the gusts and thunderclaps of a storm, their bloodlust grew. Just then Simon arrived. The tribe closed in on the approaching beast with their sharpened sticks. Soon Simon's silent body lay in a heap on the beach. The next day Ralph and Piggy moved to the opposite side of the island. In fear and nervous exhaustion, they dozed off. The fire, symbol of hope, flickered and went out. But at the other end of the island, Jack had incited his mob to believe the beast was somehow still alive, and the hunters prepared a massive lever-propelled rock for protection. The following morning, Piggy discovered his glasses had been stolen. Ralph now decided they must go and reason with the tribe. "I'll have to be led like a dog," Piggy moaned, yet, carrying the conch, he rehearsed his address to Jack. "I ask for my glasses back, not as a favor, not because you're strong, but because what's right's right." The pair arrived at Castle Rock, Jack's fort. Suddenly Jack appeared with a gutted pig and goaded Ralph to fight. "You're a beast and a swine," shouted Ralph as they came together. But Piggy, in a last desperate attempt to make peace, held up the conch and demanded to speak. "Which is better, to be a pack of painted Indians or to be sensible?" Piggy's answer came quickly. High overhead, Roger, with a sense of delirious abandonment, leaned all his weight on the lever. The giant boulder shattered down on Piggy, hurling him and the conch to the rocks below. Piggy's arms and legs twitched a bit, like a pig's after it had been killed, and then went limp. Jack stepped forward and calmly announced, "The conch is gone. I'm chief." Using an instinct that he did not know he possessed, Ralph fled into the jungle. Now he was the beast. Darkness fell. Ralph slept in a thicket. At dawn, the stick-wielding boys rushed, heaving stones and setting fire to the brush. The chase was on. "Think," Ralph commanded himself, but he was past reason. He shot forward, screaming, snarling, bloody. He forgot his wounds, his hunger and thirst, and became fear. Hopeless fear on flying feet. Ralph sprinted for the beach, where he fell on the sand, crying for mercy. When he staggered to his feet, there stood a white uniformed naval officer gazing down at him. Seeing the little boys in the distance, bodies streaked with colored clay, sharp sticks in their hands, he spoke. "Fun and games. We saw the smoke. What have you been doing? Having a war or something? Who's boss here?" "I am," Ralph gasped. Jack, now a little boy who carried the remains of a pair of spectacles, began to protest, but changed his mind. The officer chided the children. Why had they not turned their predicament into an adventure? Ralph, unable to speak, could only weep for the end of innocence, the darkness of man's heart, and the fall through the air of the true, wise friend called Piggy. Everything about Lord of the Flies is thematic. The story revolves around a question. Is unshackled freedom a good thing? Golding's obvious answer is the need for civilization, its rules, laws, and expectations. Ironically, the nearly blind Piggy was the only boy who could see this most clearly. Yet, while Ralph personifies law, cooperation, and democratic choice, it is Jack's reliance on charisma, brute force, and authoritarian rule that wins out on the island. Chilling words from Golding's notes reveal the final irony of this book. The officer, having interrupted a manhunt, prepares to take the children off the island in a cruiser, which will presently be hunting its own enemy in the same implacable way. And who will rescue the adult and his cruiser?
The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett. The type of work is a detective mystery novel set in San Francisco during the 1920s. Principal characters include Sam Spade, a young, hard-boiled detective; Miles Archer, Spade's older partner; Bridget O'Shaughnessy, a beautiful young woman, alias Miss Wonderly; Joel Cairo, an effeminate gangster type; Casper Gutman, a rotund older man; Iva Archer, Archer's wife and Spade's mistress. Effie Perrine, secretary to Private Detective Sam Spade, opened his door to announce that a client, Miss Wonderly, was there to see him. A stunning young woman entered and shyly took a seat. She stammered and bit her lip as she tried to relate her story. Finally, the detective assured her it would be best to begin at the beginning. Miss Wonderly said that she was concerned for her 17-year-old sister, who had run off with an older man named Thursby. She had arranged a meeting with Thursby for that evening, and now wanted to hire a detective to follow him from the meeting, straight to her sister, she hoped. Spade gave his partner, Miles Archer, the details of Miss Wonderly's case. She paid them $200 and left with the agreement that Archer would tail Thursby that evening. That night, Spade was awakened by a phone call. Archer had been murdered. Spade rushed to the scene. According to the police, Archer was shot with a British-made Webley revolver. Spade phoned his secretary and asked her to call Iva, his partner's wife, to break the bad news. Then he returned to his apartment. Sam had just drunk his third glass of Bacardi and was lighting his fifth cigarette when the doorbell rang. It was the police. Lieutenants Dundee and Polhouse wanted to question Sam about the death of yet another man. Thursby, it turned out, had been shot outside his hotel shortly after Spade left the Archer murder scene. Considering the circumstances of Archer's death, the police reasoned Spade must have shot Thursby out of revenge. However, Spade refused to give the cops any information about the case. The next morning, the detective had a visitor waiting for him at his office. Effie had tried to keep Iva Archer away, but she had come anyway. Sam was unhappy to see Iva, but still he kissed her. Then Iva asked him point-blank if he had shot her husband so he could marry her. Spade laughed and shook his head. After Iva had left, Spade took a taxi to the hotel where Miss Wonderly was staying, only to find that she had mysteriously checked out, leaving no forwarding address. Back at the office, Effie informed her boss that Miss Wonderly had called to ask him to meet her at a new hotel. Arriving at the hotel, Miss Wonderly confessed that her real name was Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and that her story the day before was just that, all a story. Spade also admitted that neither he nor Archer had bought her tale, but had indeed believed the $200. Bridget explained that she could not reveal the complete story of why Spade had been hired, but did say that she had earlier met Thursby in Hong Kong and feared that he would betray her. Then she announced that Thursby had been Archer's killer. He had shot Archer with the Webley he kept in his overcoat. Sam agreed to continue working on the case. When Sam returned to his office, a gangster, Joel Cairo, was waiting to ask about the connection between the two murders. He confessed his interest was more than mere curiosity. It seemed that Cairo was searching for a missing black metallic bird, a falcon, and that in some way Thursby had been connected with the falcon's disappearance. Cairo was prepared to pay $5,000 for the statuette's return. Spade told him that when he could get his hands on the bird, Cairo would be contacted. That evening, as Spade left his apartment to meet Bridget, he noticed a young punk following him. Spade quickly lost the tail and went to Bridget's hotel. Bridget became visibly upset on hearing of Cairo and the money he had offered for the bird. She believed that Spade intended to double-cross her, and before she would tell him anything more than what he already knew, she would have to speak with Cairo herself. They decided to meet with the two-bit thug later that night at Sam's apartment. There, Bridget admitted that though she had no idea why the falcon was so important, she did know where it was hidden, but they would have to wait a week before she could get hold of it. Cairo and Bridget had become acquainted in Constantinople, where she and Thursby had stolen the bird. At this point, the doorbell rang. It was Dundee and Polhouse again, this time to inform Spade that they knew he had been having an affair with Iva Archer, and that this was his probable motive for killing his partner. As they were about to leave, they suddenly heard Cairo yell for help from Spade's apartment. When the cops rushed in and found Cairo holding a gun on Bridget, they naturally demanded to know what was going on. Spade offered them a contrived story about this all being a put-on to make them look foolish. The cops reluctantly left, obviously not falling for Spade's explanation. Early the next morning, Spade received a visit from a Mr. Gutman. Gutman explained his position. He had hired Thursby and Bridget to procure the falcon's image for him, but instead they had fled with it to Hong Kong. The ornament, known as the Maltese Falcon, had been fashioned by the Knights of Rhodes on Malta and sent as a tribute to King Charles of Spain. The glorious golden falcon, encrusted with the finest jewels, had shifted hands for centuries and then disappeared, not to resurface until 1921, when a Greek dealer discovered it in an obscure shop. He had covered the falcon with black enamel to keep its value hidden. Unfortunately, the dealer was later murdered and the bird taken. But Gutman had traced the falcon to Constantinople and was on the verge of actually possessing it when Thursby and Brigid turned greedy. To retrieve the treasure, he now offered Spade $50,000. The bird was obviously worth an enormous fortune. Though Spade did not know where the falcon was, he did know that Brigid knew. But now Brigid turned up missing. Spade entered and searched her apartment for clues leading to the bird and found a newspaper folded along the page announcing incoming ships. The Falcon, he deduced, must be on the La Paloma, the one vessel sailing in from Hong Kong that day. Racing to the ship, Spade saw neither Brigid nor the ship's captain. They had departed, along with Cairo, Gutman, and Gutman's hired gun, the one who had been tailing Sam for some time. Later, as Detective Spade related these facts to Effie, a huge man barged into his office, held a package out to Sam, and keeled over dead. Sam opened the package. The Maltese Falcon was inside. He guessed that the dead man was the La Paloma's captain. He also guessed that he would have some visitors soon. He quickly hid the statue away. That night, as Spade strolled up to his apartment, Brigid was there by the door to meet him. Inside waited Gutman, Cairo, and the hired gun. They demanded the Falcon. Spade claimed, lying through his teeth, that they would have to wait until morning before he could get to the bird, and that the ever more valuable item would now cost them an additional $10,000. As the night wore on, Spade suggested that Gutman turn over the punk hired gun to the cops. Somebody has to take the fall for those murders. Gutman hesitated at first, but Spade warned he would not turn over the Falcon unless they could produce a fall guy. Gutman finally consented to make his sidekick the scapegoat, and before the lightweight could retaliate, Sam disarmed him and knocked him cold. Morning came, and Spade, after a brief absence, finally brought out the prized Falcon, collecting from Gutman 60 $1,000 bills. To make sure the Falcon was genuine, Gutman scratched away some of the enamel. It proved to be a lead fake. He had been tricked. Gutman hurriedly reclaimed the money he had brought and, followed by the other men, scurried out of the apartment. Spade picked up the phone and called the police, informing them that he had nabbed his partner's killer. This done, he turned to Brigid, who had stayed behind, and, breaking into a grin, told her that she was the one he was going to turn in for Archer's murder, not the punk still spread-eagle on the floor. Sam had figured out that Brigid, in a plan to frame Thursby, had drawn Archer into the alleyway and killed him with Thursby's weapon. What had tipped him off? Archer's trench coat was still buttoned when he was killed. It was clear to Sam that he had felt no danger before he was shot. He trusted this sensual woman and had taken no thought to ready his gun. Brigid pleaded with Sam to let her go. She even tried to seduce him. But Sam sneered. "I won't play the sap for you." He had to clear himself from guilt, and no woman would stand in his way. His smile widened as he gazed at the ravishing woman, and he said, "If they hang you, I'll always remember you." The Maltese Falcon was written from experience. Dashiell Hammett spent several years as a Pinkerton detective. He was a superlative mystery writer. With this book, he ushered in a whole new genre of classical crime fiction, colored with keen observations of the corruptions and violence permeating American life. Hammett's economical, suspenseful, hard-boiled style is still a model for today's typical detective novel. André Gide summarizes the Maltese Falcon's plot as one in which every character is trying to deceive all the others and in which the truth slowly becomes visible through the haze of deception. Filled with slang, violence, sex, and misogyny, the novel is also touched with incredible pathos and with stark glimpses into the street's sleazier and lonelier side.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville. It's an allegorical novel set on the high seas in the early 19th century. It features the narrator, Ishmael, who is also a teacher seaman, Queequeg, a hardened and savage harpooner, Ahab, captain of the Pequod, Starbuck and Stoob, Ahab's first and second mates, and Fadalla, Captain Ahab's Parsee servant and seer. A Massachusetts schoolmaster, Ishmael, came to give up the comfort and security of his classroom and fulfill his romantic desire to go to sea. Leaving Manhattan, he traveled to the seaport town of New Bedford to seek out work on a whaler. Ishmael's first night in New Bedford was spent in the crusty Spouter Inn near the waterfront. There he found the only bed available, which, by necessity, he consented to share with an unknown harpooner. His roommate turned out to be a bizarre fellow indeed, a hardened South Sea Islander whose body was covered with tattoos. But after Ishmael's initial fear had subsided, he found this strange bedfellow, Queequeg, to be quite friendly. The huge man offered to share his small fortune and an embalmed human head with Ishmael. At first, I knew not what to make of this, Ishmael said, but soon an inkling of the truth occurred to me. I remembered a story of a white man, a whaleman too, who, falling among cannibals, had been tattooed by them. I concluded that this harpooner, in course of his distant voyages, must have met with a similar adventure. And what is it, thought I, after all? It's only his outside. A man can be honest in any sort of skin. The two men became fast friends, both signing on as harpooners aboard the Pequod, a Quaker-owned whaler out of Nantucket. There'd been some question around New Bedford as to the future fate of the Pequod because of its eccentric captain, Ahab, but both Ishmael and Queequeg had no intention of changing their plans. They set sail. For the first few days, the curious captain stayed out of sight in his cabin, and the Pequod was under the command of the first and second mates, Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Stoob. But as the ship continued to sail southward, a stern, relentless man suddenly strode out on deck, Captain Ahab himself. Ishmael was struck by the man's austere expression, but even more by his spectacular artificial leg. Instead of a wooden leg, Ahab wore an attachment carved from the jawbone of a whale. This was complemented by a gaping scar which ran down the side of his face into his collar, so that he appeared to be scarred from head to foot. For several days the crew sailed on in search of whaling schools. Then one day Ahab appeared on deck and summoned all the men. He nailed a 1-ounce gold piece to the mast and announced that the gold would become the property of the first man to sight the great white whale, known as Moby Dick. All the men except Starbuck and Stoob were enthusiastic about the captain's challenge. To the two top mates, Ahab's obsession with the white whale was far beyond reason. Starbuck contended that the captain's madness over Moby Dick was a danger to those in his charge. Ahab had already lost his leg to the whale, and his mates were afraid his reckless quest would end in the loss of all their lives at the next encounter. But none of this diminished the enthusiasm of the other crewmen. They drank an oath with Ahab to the destruction of the white whale. Learning that the last sightings of the whale had been near the Cape of Good Hope, Ahab immediately plotted his course. Upon approaching the Cape, the ship came on a school of sperm whales, and the men busied themselves with harpooning and stripping the huge mammals, then melting down and storing the whale oil. When they happened upon another whaling vessel, Captain Ahab inquired further about the white whale. The captain of the ship warned him not to pursue the whale, but Ahab could not be deterred. Later, another ship stopped the Pequod, and the captain came aboard to buy some oil. He, too, was interrogated by Ahab about Moby Dick, but he replied that he had no news concerning the monster. Just after he had departed the Pequod, a school of whales surfaced, and both ships' crews set out after them. The rival crew had a commanding lead, but the men of the Pequod, spurred on by Starbuck and Stoob, soon outdistanced them, and Queequeg harpooned the school's largest whale. Now the work began. The carcass was dragged alongside and lashed to the ship by ropes so the men could begin to work on it. They quickly stripped off the meat and blubber before it was lost to the menacing sharks that inevitably tracked whaling vessels. The blubber was then melted down in huge try-pots and stored below deck. As the Pequod continued its voyage toward the Indian Ocean, the crew's sense of excitement was high. Before long, they crossed paths with an English vessel, and Ahab once again demanded news of the white whale. In answer, the English captain held forth his right arm, which consisted of whalebone from the elbow down. Ahab quickly boarded the vessel to hear its captain's story. The old sailor gave Ahab still another grim warning that it was foolish to pursue Moby Dick. But pressed, the Yankee captain finally revealed the coordinates of the whale's last sighting. Ahab then ordered the Pequod to change course for the latest haunts of Moby Dick. Queequeg was taken ill, and it seemed sure that he would die. The ship's carpenter was summoned to fashion a coffin in the shape of a canoe, according to the customs of Queequeg's people. The coffin was then placed in the sick man's cabin. When Queequeg miraculously recovered, he carved exotic designs on his coffin and used it as a sea chest. From the start of the voyage, the crew had been puzzled by the presence of the Persian Fedallah, Captain Ahab's highly regarded servant and seer. Now Fedallah prophesied that Ahab would die, but only after he had seen 2 hearses for carrying the dead upon the sea, one not constructed by human hands, and the other built of wood grown in America. Ironically, neither would be for Ahab's burial. The captain's death, said Fedallah, would come by hemp. One night, a terrible storm arose. Lightning struck the ship, and all 3 masts flamed against the black sky. The men took this as an omen. The hand of God was directing them to veer from their destructive course and return home. But still, Ahab refused to abandon his quarry. He planted himself at the foot of the mainmast and challenged the god of evil which blazed up before him in the fire. He was determined to find and destroy that evil incarnate, Moby Dick. Days passed as Ahab stalked the odor of the white whale. Then sounded a gull-like cry in the air. There she blows, a hump like a snow hill. It is Moby Dick. The voice was that of Ahab himself, whose eyes were dim but whose passion was aflame. The boats were lowered, with Ahab, harpoon in hand, in the lead. Then, just as the captain was about to sink his harpoon into the majestic body of the whale, it dived under the boat, splitting it to pieces. Ahab and his men were rescued. Only Fedallah had disappeared beneath the waves. The hunt continued. Harpoons were lost and boats were destroyed, all for the annihilation of a beast by a madman. On the 3rd day, the wounded Moby Dick became listless, and the boats of the Pequod quickly overtook him. As the great white whale surfaced for air, there, bound to its back by ropes from harpoons, was the body of Fedallah. The first part of the Persian's prophecy, a hearse not humanly constructed, had come to pass. Wild with pain, Moby Dick abruptly turned on the boats, splintering them into pieces. From the deck of the Pequod, Starbuck watched the rage of the enormous beast and turned the ship towards it in hopes of saving the crew. But the infuriated animal swam directly into the Pequod, crushing the vessel's timbers. Ahab, seeing his ship founder, cried out that the second part of Fedallah's prophecy was fulfilled. The ship was constructed of American timber. The final prophecy, that Ahab's death would come by hemp, was also shortly fulfilled. The rope from Ahab's harpoon coiled around his neck and wrenched him from his boat. All the crew was lost with the ship, except for Ishmael, who found safety by grasping onto Queequeg's floating coffin. He alone was rescued to tell the tale of Moby Dick, Ahab, and the Pequod, which, like Satan, would not sink to hell till she had dragged a living part of heaven along with her. Moby Dick, or The White Whale, is a book of amazing depth. It can be read on several levels. For over a century, it has captivated young readers, naturalists, historians, and literary scholars alike. On the surface, it is both an adventure story set upon the high seas and a compendium of information about whales and the whaling industry. But the reader who searches more deeply discovers both a complex psychological study and a powerful allegory dealing with the archetypes of good and evil struggling together within the tenets of 18th century Calvinism. Melville wrestles in all his works with man's place in the cosmos, endeavoring to expose the unseen forces of the universe and the effects of these forces on man. In Moby Dick, he recognizes the power of both God and the devil, and strains to comprehend their invisible source. The great white whale symbolizes evil. However, Ahab's obsession to destroy the whale becomes an even darker manifestation of evil. Thus, Melville reveals, with unerring skill and passion, a dilemma that has plagued men and women since the Garden of Eden.
Oedipus Rex by Sophocles. The type of work? A poetic Greek tragedy set in Thebes, a city of ancient Greece. The play features Oedipus, king of Thebes, Jocasta, his mother and finally his wife, Tiresias, a blind prophet, Creon, Oedipus's brother-in-law, and a chorus. The original 5th century BC Greek audience was assumed to be familiar with the background of the play. Laios and Jocasta were king and queen of the great city of Thebes, but it had been prophesied that their son would grow up to kill Laios, his own father, and then marry Jocasta, his own mother. Fearing the divination's fulfillment, Laios and Jocasta delivered Oedipus, their infant son, to a servant with orders that he be killed. The servant bore the babe into the wilderness, but couldn't bring himself to carry out the command. Instead, he turned the child over to a Corinthian herdsman, who in turn passed the little boy on to Polybus, king of Corinth, who adopted him as his own son. Oedipus was thus raised to believe that he was the natural son of Polybus. But Oedipus's life began to unravel the day he overheard an oracle repeat to him the unthinkable prophecy. He would some day kill his father and marry his mother. Supposing that Polybus was his real father, Oedipus determined to leave Corinth so as not to remain anywhere near Polybus. In his travels, Oedipus came to a place where 3 roads converged. There he became caught up in a violent argument with a band of travelers. He managed to kill all but one of his attackers, but remained oblivious to the tragic irony of this triumph. Among the men he had slain was Laios, his true father. Later, the oracular prophecies completed their awful and ironic cycle of fulfillment when Oedipus undertook a mission to save Thebes, still acknowledged as his native city, from the predations of a dire female monster, the Sphinx. Of all the unlikely heroes to make the attempt, Oedipus alone was able to answer the riddle that was posed mockingly to all travelers along the Theban roadside by the winged lion woman. What goes first on 4 legs, then on 2, and then on 3? The Sphinx had ravenously devoured all those brave and foolhardy souls who regaled her with exotic answers. But Oedipus, with the simple rejoinder, man, gained the power to finally destroy her. The grateful populace of the city quickly acclaimed him as king, and in time he met, fell in love with, and married his own mother, Jocasta. Of course, Jocasta had no idea that her new young husband was the son she had sent off to be killed as an infant, nor did Oedipus realize that the loathsome prophecy had now at last been fulfilled. As the play begins, the story of how Oedipus discovers his crimes unfolds. In Thebes, a dreadful plague had struck. The citizens assembled to appeal to King Oedipus to curb the disease, and Oedipus reassured them that Creon, Jocasta's brother, had gone to Delphi to ask the great Apollo how the plague might be ended. When Creon finally returned, he brought startling news. Apollo had declared that the scourge had come upon the city because the very man who had murdered King Laios years before was now a resident of Thebes. Apollo further swore that the plague would endure until the murderer was exposed and exiled from the city. Oedipus, wholly unaware that he himself was the one who had struck down Laios, vowed to discover the identity of the murderer at all costs. Now I reign, holding the power which he had held before me, having the selfsame wife and marriage bed, and if his seed had not met barren fortune, we should be linked by offspring from one mother. But as it was, fate leapt upon his head, and I shall search to seize the hand which shed that blood. Oedipus's first step was to call in Tiresias, a blind soothsayer of renowned wisdom. When the king questioned Tiresias as to the identity of Laius's murderer, the prophet first claimed that he did not know the man's name, but then hesitated. "I shall never reveal. I will not hurt you or me." Still Oedipus pressed, and Tiresias finally relented. "You are the slayer whom you seek," he sadly disclosed, "and dreaded foot shall drive you from this land. You who now see straight shall then be blind." Oedipus, furious at the suggestion of his guilt, berated the prophet, who retorted by insisting that Oedipus was yet blind to the truth and would soon learn of his own guilt. Oedipus angrily dismissed the sightless old man, accusing him of conspiring with Jocasta's brother, Creon, to overthrow him. Afterwards, Jocasta unfolded to Oedipus the complete circumstances about the earlier prophecy, but maintained that it could not have come to pass. Laius had not been killed by his son, but by a band of robbers, at a place where 3 roads meet. When Oedipus heard this, he was stunned. Quietly he told Jocasta how he himself had once killed a man at such a place. For the first time, both mother and son began to suspect that the words of Tiresias might be true. Their suspicions were soon allayed, however, when a messenger arrived from Corinth with the news that Polybus had died. Oedipus and Jocasta were ecstatic. This meant that the whole chain of prophecy was false. Since Oedipus had not killed his own father, there was no reason to believe the oracle's contention that he had also slain Jocasta's first husband. But when the king and queen explained their expressions of joy and relief to the messenger, this man imparted some disquieting news. "Oh, you did not know," he said in effect. "Polybus was not your natural father. You were adopted. It was said that a Theban herdsman found you as a baby on a hillside. He gave you to me, and I presented you to the childless King Polybus, who adopted you." Oedipus was horrified by this account, and immediately sent for the herdsman, who told him the full story of the servant and child he had dealt with years before. The now aged servant was then called forth. Naturally, he was reluctant to confess the truth, but urged on by Oedipus, he blurted out the tale of how Jocasta and Laius had ordered him to take their infant son into the country and slay him, and how he had not found the heart to do the deed. At that moment, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Oedipus was the infant of whom they spoke. Jocasta, his wife, was also his mother, who had long ago turned him over to be killed. And the man he had slain at the crossroads was none other than his true father. At that awful realization that she had actually been an accomplice to the fulfillment of the holy and terrible prophecy she had so diligently sought to thwart, Jocasta rushed to her room. By the time Oedipus broke down the heavily bolted doors, it was too late. He saw his wife, his mother, hung by her neck from twisted cords swinging to and fro. In agony, Oedipus cut down her body, tore the brooches from her clothes, and with them put out his eyes, screaming, "No more shall you behold the evils I have suffered and done. Be dark from now on, since you saw before what you should not, and knew not what you should." Miserable and repentant, Oedipus was led out of Thebes into exile by Creon, who became king in his stead. And the merciless Theban plague at last came to an end. It would be hard to find a play that has been more universally praised than Oedipus Rex, King Oedipus. Aristotle considered it the model tragedy, and that opinion has been widely held to the present day. No drama before or since has managed to so successfully combine a rapid, compelling plot, superb characterization, and elegant poetry into such a tight bundle. The tragedy of Oedipus Rex is not so much that Oedipus commits 2 horrible crimes. After all, he was fated to do so, and committed them unknowingly. It is rather that he, like his doomed parents before him, ran headlong into the destiny he was trying to defy, and then compounded his evils by his imperious refusal to believe the prophet's declaration of his guilt. Pride was his downfall. The Greeks had a distinct word for this: hubris, a heroically foolish defiance, the feeling that one is beyond the reaches of authority or convention. Oedipus Rex is notable for its use of dramatic irony. Everybody in the audience knows from the start that Oedipus himself is the guilty party he seeks out for punishment. The viewer's enjoyment comes as they see and hear the facts accumulate, bit by bit, until it suddenly dawns on Oedipus that he is his father's murderer. The irony is heightened by blind Tiresias's many tauntings and the chorus's musical references to seeing the light. Oedipus, though his physical eyes can see, is blind to the truth, and when he finally does come to see the truth, ironically, he blinds himself. The first and final and most tragic and triumphant irony, however, lies in the implicit acknowledgement that the very quality of hubris, Oedipus's arrogance in defying cosmic and priestly authority, fate, and prophecy, is the same quality that enabled him to earlier confront and defeat the Sphinx and to save an oppressed city. Oedipus, then, is a hero who pits his pride against both gods and fate in the mold of Prometheus, whose downfall was caused by his sharing the gift of fire with man, and another heroine, Cassandra, who was cursed with the blessing of prophecy. And indeed, most Greek tragedies carry this theme of human paradox. Perhaps the symbolism of the Sphinx, who haunts the background of Oedipus Rex with her simple yet terrible riddle, says all that is necessary. The true enigma of the universe lies not in any exotic intergalactic phenomenon. The greatest mystery begins and ends with man. Of Human Bondage by W. Somerset Maugham. This is a semi-autobiographical novel of a young man's painful progress towards maturity. It is set in the late 19th, early 20th centuries of England, Germany, and France. The principal characters are Philip Carey, an awkwardly handicapped but intelligent and responsive young student, Philip's intellectual friend Hayward, and Sally, Philip's long-awaited bride. Torn from the home of his dying mother as a young boy, Philip Carey was sent to live with his uncle, the vicar in a small English village. It was with mixed feelings, however, that the childless clergyman and his wife took on the guardianship of their sensitive, club-footed nephew. Soon after Philip's arrival at the vicarage, they decided to enroll him in a religious boys' school where the students were encouraged to aspire to holy orders. Though at times bitterly frustrated by his impairment, 9-year-old Philip relied on his astute mind to survive and excel among the classmates. Over the next several years, a wave of religious fervor spread throughout the school. Always eager for new experiences, Philip joined the circle of the devout, and every night before the lights went out, he read earnestly from the Bible. One night he came across a passage that particularly excited him. "If ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall say unto the mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea. It shall be done. And all this, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive." When he heard the same words repeated in a sermon on the following Sunday, the young boy received them as an epiphany. Fervently he fell to his knees and asked God to make his clubfoot whole. For the rest of his holiday break he continued in this attitude of prayer. When at last school reconvened, and Philip saw that his abnormality was still not repaired, he consulted his uncle. "Supposing you asked God to do something, and really believed it was going to happen, like moving mountains, and you had faith and it didn't happen, what would it mean?" he asked. The uncle replied curtly, "It would just mean that you hadn't got faith." Although he did not see how his faith could possibly have been any stronger, Philip did not demur. Perhaps this passage, like many other biblical verses his elders had explained to him, somehow meant something quite different from what it actually said. But as the next few years passed, Philip found he could no longer fully embrace the passion of his former faith. Daily religious exercise slipped into mere formality, his classes became cumbersome, and the prospect of ordination oppressed him. After much argument, Philip's aunt and uncle allowed him to continue his studies in Germany under the guidance of a local professor. There, Philip experienced for the first time in his 18 years a sense of beauty and freedom. After 3 months at school in Heidelberg, Philip was assigned a new roommate, a scholarly 26-year-old Englishman named Hayward. Though new acquaintances generally tended to disgust him, Philip rapidly took a liking to his fellow student and soon found himself thirsting for their daily walks and discussions. When Hayward left Heidelberg to tour Italy, Philip was at a loss. Back home in England, however, he struck up a close friendship with the daughter of a former rector, a Miss Wilkinson. In the meantime, his guardian took him aside to discuss his future. Philip flatly refused to attend Oxford University, where his uncle had hoped he could study on a scholarship for his degree. But his aunt continued to aver, however, that there were only 3 professions worthy of a gentleman: army, church, and law. With his club foot and his unwillingness to accept ordination, the first 2 options were ruled out. This left only law. Immediately, Philip's uncle contacted the family solicitor, though this gentleman said that though he had no room for Philip as an apprentice in his own law firm, he knew of a position elsewhere. Philip, sensing that a move to London would be a great opportunity, accepted the position and made plans to leave within the month. Meanwhile, over time, Philip had grown even fonder of Miss Wilkinson. One Sunday evening, while he was calling on her family, the object of his interest complained of a headache and coyly retired to her room. Not surprisingly, Philip offered to stay and attend her, if necessary, while the others left for an engagement. When the house had emptied, he crept up to the door of Miss Wilkinson's room. After what seemed like hours, he finally turned the handle, and there she stood, wearing just her petticoat. In that instant, a sensation of horror washed over him. Was this love? But despite his revulsion, he also felt a tinge of conceit. After all, even with his deformity, another human being had finally demonstrated an attraction to him. Not long after the tepid consummation of his attachment to Miss Wilkinson, Philip set off for London. Unfortunately, the novelty of his new work quickly evaporated. Some nights he would just sit outside a window, watching the people and wondering if he would ever experience any sense of true belonging or joy. Spring came, and Philip looked forward to Hayward's London homecoming. His hopes were dashed, however, by a letter from his friend that extolled the delights of springtime in Italy. Hayward had decided to stay on and enjoy them. "There are only 2 things in the world that make life worth living: love and art," the letter continued. "My feeling is that one should look upon life as an adventure and expose oneself to danger. Why do you not go to Paris and study art? I always thought you had the talent." When the end of the year came, Philip decided to act on Hayward's advice, but his uncle would have no part of this plan. "Going to Paris to be an artist," he sputtered. "What a bohemian idea! Why, no Christian gentleman," his uncle added, "would participate in such an act." "Well," Philip replied disgustedly, "I know I'm not a Christian, and I'm beginning to doubt I'm a gentleman." Since his uncle had refused to provide for him in Paris, and it was still 3 long months before Philip, now 20, would receive his small inheritance, he ended up scrounging for bed and board at Antranio's art school in Paris, where he learned there was very little work to be found in painting, unless one did portraits for rich Americans. With the advent of summer, many Parisian artists retired to the countryside. Philip, finally sustained by his inheritance, joined in the sabbatical. He had but one life to live, he reminded himself earnestly, and it was important to do things right. But after 2 years of the artist's life, Philip received some frank advice from his art teacher to the effect that he should get out while he could. Feeling sufficiently liberated, if not successful, he returned to the vicarage where his aunt had recently died. It was during this interlude at the vicarage that Philip first read Darwin's The Origin of Species. In the struggle for life, depicted so graphically between its covers, the young man found an intensity and grandeur that he had never before encountered. Rapidly turning the pages, he was swept by a flood of new religious elation. On one side of his life lay society's barren and repressive formalities. On the other, like a sun, shone the laws of natural selection. At last he had found the true measure of good and evil. Now 25 and resplendently armored in his new Darwinian vision, Philip once again set out to conquer life in London. The exam he had passed earlier to certify for his accountancy easily qualified him to enter medical school. And romance soon crept back into his life in the emaciated form of a consumptive young waitress named Mildred. But the star of Darwinian optimism soon burned itself out. Every morning Philip awoke with tortured thoughts of Mildred, who snubbed and belittled him at every turn. Desperately the lover persevered, only to find himself recoiling in disgust when Mildred at last relented to his advances. In some perverse way, spurning the love he had finally won from the woman who had once enthralled him, brought a new dimension of freedom to Philip's life. Philip returned to his medical studies with a new and well-grounded vigor. Having failed twice, this time he worked harder than ever. When he took the exam for the third time, he passed it with honors and stepped into his new career as an outpatient clerk at the hospital. Then, when he was in his late 20s, life suddenly passed once again out of Philip's control. It was 1914, and World War had reared its hideous head. Soon nearly all of Philip's old friends and classmates were dead or fighting in the trenches. No one knew where the future of Europe lay. To distract himself, Philip carelessly played the stock market and disastrously lost. He could no longer afford medical school, and he was soon put out on the street. Though he had always been poor, until now the possibility of starving had never entered his mind. Poverty of this order was for Philip, as it was for every respectable middle-class Englishman, a disgraceful and dehumanizing disease. The crippled orphan from the vicarage, who had fought to form a niche for himself in the world, now once again found himself on the outside looking in. Through the next months, Mr. Anthony, a kind-hearted acquaintance from Philip's hospital, often invited the young man to dine with him and his family. And finally, with Mr. Anthony's assistance, Philip landed a job as a clerk in a department store. As the war raged on, Philip avoided the places he had frequented in happier times. His great consolation was a ripening friendship with Mr. Anthony's daughter, Sally. That same year, his uncle passed away, leaving him enough of an inheritance to finish medical school and to ask Sally to marry him. Finally, at the age of 30, Philip Carey was able to find peace in a world that had both enslaved and rejected him. He now saw the underlying sameness of all the elusive dreams and passions that had once repressed him. From his childhood ardor for a biblical God, through his worshipful pursuit of Hayward's intellect, of art and bohemianism, of Darwinian struggles, and of an unattainable woman, he had been chasing the same chimera. All his life he had followed the ideals that other people, by their words or their writings, had instilled in him, and never the desires of his own heart. Always his course had been swayed by what he thought he should do, and never by what he wanted with his whole soul to do. Now, with a gesture of impatience, Philip put all of this aside. Henceforth, he would follow his own soul. As he pressed his hand in Sally's and walked out into the street, he saw that the cabs and omnibuses and people were hastening in every direction, and that the sun was shining. W. Somerset Maugham refers to Of Human Bondage, published in 1915, as an autobiographical novel. In a sense, perhaps, writing this book helped Maugham to exorcise the unhappy recollections of his own early life. The plot is almost void of explicit action. Instead, it transports the reader on a journey through one young man's developing selfhood as he struggles to find a center of meaning in the callow world around him. The intensely personal drama follows Philip Carey through his many new beginnings, aborted careers and relationships, and finally to his epiphanic proclamation: if one has lived thoroughly, then life has a meaning and a pattern as rich, though as unsymmetrical, as those formed by the colors of an oriental rug.
Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck, born 1902, died 1968. A rustic sentimental novel set in Salinas Valley, California, 20th century Depression years. The principal characters are Lenny Small, a clumsy, simple-minded giant of a man, George Milton, Lenny's friend and protector, Candy, a ranch swamper, Slim, a farmhand, Crooks, a Negro stable worker, Curly, the ranch owner's virulent son, and Curly's wife. George and his ponderous friend Lenny followed a dusty path leading to the banks of the Salinas River, toting their only possessions, bedrolls and a few articles of clothing. Slow-minded Lenny had cost them their previous jobs. His innocent fascination with a young girl's red dress and his awkward attempt to touch it had frightened the girl, forcing them to flee a lynch mob. Now they were heading for a nearby ranch to sign on as barley bucks. George reminded Lenny once again to let him do all the talking when they met with the ranch owner. Lenny promised that he would, and then begged George to tell him again about the farm they hoped to own one day. "Come on, George, tell me. Please, George, like you done before." "You get a kick out of that, don't you?" George replied. "All right, I'll tell you, and then we'll eat our supper. The dream farm will include all sorts of animals, and Lenny will be assigned to take care of the rabbits." The two men neared the ranch. Using Lenny's love of animals as a means of control, George once more warned his friend that if he didn't keep quiet, or if he caused any trouble at the ranch, they wouldn't get the job they so badly needed, and then they couldn't earn the money for their dream farm. As hiring negotiations began, the ranch boss questioned George about Lenny's quiet and slow manner, but George was ready with an excuse. "He's my cousin. I told his old lady I'd take care of him. He got kicked in the head by a horse when he was a kid. He's all right, just ain't bright." Once they were hired, both George and Lenny went right to work. Later, as they waited for lunch to be served, in sauntered Curly, the ranch owner's son. He was there to look over the new men. After Curly had gone, Candy, the bunkhouse swamper, warned them about the young man. A former prize fighter, Curly took pleasure in boosting his ego by picking on others. He was also an insecure husband. He became insanely jealous of anyone who even got near his wife. Seeming to sense that Curly would bring them trouble, Lenny now became agitated and nervous about the job. But with no money to fall back on, the pair was forced to continue working at the ranch. Before nightfall, another ranch hand, the jerk-line skinner named Slim, presented the childlike Lenny with a puppy from his dog's litter. Slim appeared to be a kind and sensitive man, so George confided in him about the troubles he and Lenny had had. As they finished their conversation, Lenny shuffled in, smiling, with his puppy hidden inside his coat. George told him to take it back to the barn to be with its mother. That evening, in the deserted bunkhouse, George, Candy, and Lenny, still cradling his puppy, quietly talked. Lenny prevailed on George to tell him still again about their future farm. When George had finished the story, Candy piped up. It seemed that he had $350 saved up and he would be retiring soon. Could he join George and Lenny in their plan? George happily agreed to Candy's proposal. With the swampers' money added to their wages, the three of them would soon have enough to buy a decent farm. Excited by this new development, Lenny was grinning with delight when Curly entered the bunkhouse in search of his wife. For days, the ranch hands had been needling Curly about his wife's most recent wanderings. Now, when the ill-humored husband spied Lenny's wide smile, and supposing that Lenny was taunting him, his temper boiled over. Curly stepped over to Lenny like a terrier. "What the hell you laughing at?" Lenny looked blankly at him. "Huh?" Then Curly's rage exploded. "Come on, you big bastard! Get up on your feet! No big son of a bitch is going to laugh at me! I'll show you who's yella!" The giant, confused over the violent pummeling, refused at first to defend himself. George had warned him against making trouble. Lenny covered his face with his huge paws and bleated in terror. He cried, "Oh, make him stop, George!" Then Curly attacked his stomach and cut off his wind. George, cupping his hands around his mouth, yelled, "Get him, Lenny!" Lenny took his hands away from his face and looked about for George, and Curly slashed at his eyes. The big face was covered with blood. George yelled again, "I said get him!" Curly's fist was swinging when Lenny reached for it. The next minute, Curly was flopping like a fish on a line, and his closed fist was lost in Lenny's big hand. Every bone in Curly's hand was crushed. Before Curly was taken to town for treatment, Slim advised him to say his hand had been caught in a machine to avoid the embarrassment of the truth. With the others on their way into town, Lenny went to visit Crooks, the black stable buck. Crooks liked talking to Lenny because of his innocent nature. Candy joined them. The shaken giant now voiced his intensified longings for escape to the tranquility and safety of the mythical farm, and he calmed himself by describing all the harmonious details of life on the glorified ranch-to-be. He would get to feed the rabbits. George had promised. But abruptly, this gentle vision was interrupted by the appearance of Curly's priggish wife, who had come looking for her husband. When Curly's accident was described to her, she wasn't fooled. She hinted, rather, at how pleased she was that Curly had been taught a lesson. Then, hearing the other men returning from town, she slipped out of the stable. That evening, while the ranch hands entertained themselves with games of horseshoes, Lenny stayed alone in the barn, holding his pup. He did not realize that due to his incessant mauling, the puppy was dead. As he sat in the straw, stroking the animal's fur, Curly's wife again wandered in. At first, Lenny refused to speak to her. George might not let him feed the rabbits. But the girl was able to make him feel at ease. She even let Lenny stroke her long, soft hair. After a time, she tried to pull away, but Lenny unexplainably held on. He was bewildered when the girl started to scream. He began to shake her to make her stop. However, in the process, the innocent but powerful Lenny broke the woman's neck. Later that night, Candy entered the barn expecting to see Lenny. Instead, he found Curly's wife, in the shadows, half buried in straw, dead. Lenny had disappeared. Hearing the disastrous news, George grabbed his gun to join the other men, who by now had been headed up by Curly into a revenge-seeking mob. Curly was determined to hunt down the hulking, simple-minded murderer and see justice done. But fortunately, it was George who found Lenny, trembling with fear, hiding among the bushes by the stream. George, too, was fearful of what Curly would do to Lenny when he found him. For the final time, George solemnly recounted the story of the farm for Lenny. Yes, he could care for the rabbits. Lenny then begged that they leave, right then, to seek out the farm. But George knew that they would never be capable of escaping Curly and his hatred. As Lenny gazed out over the river, George aimed the gun's muzzle at the back of his devoted friend's head and pulled the trigger. Commentary. This touching story clearly illustrates Steinbeck's political and social philosophies. In frustration over what he perceived as the failed American dream, and perhaps with intentional Marxist overtones, Steinbeck populates Of Mice and Men with struggling and bewildered heroes, common souls caught up in tragic combats as they innocently pursue the raw and elusive promise of America. The novel's tragic irony serves to pique the conscience of the reader, as well as to spotlight Steinbeck's political concerns for the equality and happiness of all members of the human family. Within the brief but dramatic 3-day span covered by Of Mice and Men, the spectrum of human emotions is played out. Physical pain, misunderstood intentions, jealous rage, longings for peaceful existence, tenderness, genuine friendship, heartrending pity, confusion, and finally utter resignation. Steinbeck evokes the reader's most profound sympathy by the use of a simple plot, common language, and an easy, natural setting.
On the Beach is an apocalyptic novel by Neville Shute, published by William Morrow and Company, New York, 1957. It is set in a fictional Australia during the late 1950s in the aftermath of a nuclear war. The principal characters are Commander Dwight Towers, an heroic captain of the USS Scorpion, Moira Davidson, Towers' heavy-drinking female companion, Lieutenant Peter Holmes, Australian liaison to the Scorpion, Mary Holmes, Peter Holmes's wife, and John Osborne, a civilian radiation scientist assigned to the Scorpion. Written during the 1950s at the height of the Cold War, Neville Shute's On the Beach depicts the aftermath of a nuclear holocaust. As survivors in Australia await imminent death from fallout, some meet their fates with dignity and others with dread. On the Beach thus delves compassionately but forcefully into the human psyche, and while many of Shute's characters ultimately fail to attain a state of grace, their anger and sorrow are nevertheless profound. Perhaps then Shute's purpose in portraying his characters so vividly is to paint nuclear war as a possibility so repellent as to be unthinkable. Presumably, all life in the northern hemisphere had been destroyed a few years earlier by nuclear detonations and radioactive fallout. Survivors in Australia now awaited the inevitable arrival of the billowing mists of fallout that would eventually kill them. Peter Holmes, a lieutenant in the Australian Navy, had been reassigned as a liaison officer on the USS Scorpion, a former American submarine that had come under Australian command after America's annihilation. Holmes's new commanding officer, Commander Dwight Towers, was a soft-spoken man who, like most displaced Americans in Australia, kept to himself. Thus, in a gesture of goodwill, Holmes invited the commander to stay the weekend at his oceanside home south of Melbourne. At first, Dwight was disinclined to undertake even the most casual of friendships, as he was about to embark on a long and dangerous research mission up north. Finally, however, he decided to accept the invitation. When they arrived at Holmes's house, Peter introduced Dwight to his wife Mary and to Moira Davidson, a boisterous single young woman who drank to excess in order to escape from the war's painful effects. Dwight, nevertheless, soon developed a very close relationship with Moira. In truth, grief-stricken over the loss of his family in Connecticut, Dwight's pain was every bit as intense as Moira's. His wife and family were very real to him, more real by far than the half-life in a far corner of the world that had been forced upon him since the war. The devastation of the Northern Hemisphere was not real to him, as it was not real to her. He had seen nothing of the destruction of the war, as she had not. In thinking of his wife and of his home, it was impossible for him to visualize them in any other circumstances than those in which he had left them. He had little imagination, and that formed a solid core for his contentment in Australia. In Dwight's eyes, then, his wife and children were still alive. "I suppose you think I'm nuts," he once remarked to Moira, "but that's the way I see it, and I can't seem to think about it any other way." Moira, of course, understood. As it happened, Moira's cousin John Osborne had also been assigned to the Scorpion as a civilian radiation specialist. The Australian government intended to send the submarine to the Northern Hemisphere to measure radiation levels and to investigate the source of some recently received radio signals. Transmitted from the Seattle area, the infrequent signals indicated that someone might have survived the nuclear devastation. Although John felt flattered that the Navy had recruited him for such important work, he wanted to stay in Australia for a reason that once might have seemed petty: to work on the Ferrari he had purchased from an elderly widow. For John, the race car, which ran on a methanol derivative rather than ever scarcer petrol, diverted his thoughts from the radiation which was gradually moving southward. Moreover, a lively amateur racing club had sprung up in Melbourne, and the prospects of speeding around curves with other equally reckless drivers invigorated him. Even dying in a fiery collision was preferable to succumbing to painful radiation poisoning. Finally, however, John, Dwight, and Peter were ordered to board the submarine for its northern mission. Both Mary and Moira were left with the fear that they would never again see the men they loved. In fact, before Peter left, he also became quite worried, and advised his wife what to do in the event of his death if she and their baby became caught in radiation's grasp. She was to give the baby a lethal injection and then take one of the lethal red pills. "I think you're crazy," Mary shot back at him in disgust. "If you say one more word, I'll murder you." Now it was John's turn to lash out in anger. Staring fiercely at his wife, he murmured, "This is a time when you've just got to show some guts and face up to things." Later, Mary told him, sobbing, "Oh, Peter, I'm sorry I've been such a fool." Still, she could not really accept the fact that they were all going to die by summer's end. She would simply tend her garden and try to save her life until her husband's return. In contrast, Moira had come to grips with the inevitable, but longed to have more time with Dwight before their lives ended. Now, however, she sensed that she would not see him again. Keeping her feelings to herself, however, Moira, in saying goodbye, tried to ease Dwight's mind about the submarine's dangerous mission. Moira, feeling forsaken, stayed with Mary for a while and then went to her parents' farm, where she thought the chores would provide a distraction. Since beginning her relationship with Dwight, Moira had taken control of her life. She had curtailed her drinking and had even enrolled in a secretarial class at the local university. Meanwhile, the farther north the submarine went, the more restless became its crew. Even after staying submerged for 2 weeks, the men did not dare to step onto the bridge when they surfaced because of the high radiation levels. When the submarine finally approached the American coast near Seattle, the crew hoisted the periscope to survey what remained of the small suburb of Edmonds, 15 miles north of the city. Suddenly a sailor, an Edmonds native named Lieutenant Swain, disappeared through a rear escape hatch and began swimming toward his hometown. Stunned, the crew watched Swain emerge from the water, climb the rocks, and disappear among a cluster of houses. Dwight, in fact, knew that he likely would react similarly if the sub had been sent to Mystic, Connecticut, where he had last seen his own family. Later, as the submarine entered the region of Puget Sound, near where the radio transmissions had originated, John Osborne was fitted into a radiation suit equipped with 2 hours of air and sent ashore to inspect the radio station. He found no survivors. Someone had apparently left a transmitter on, and an open window pane, slapped by occasional gusts of wind, had activated the switch panel. After this disappointing discovery, the crew set course to test radiation levels further north. Near the Alaskan shoreline, they found the levels to be consistently lethal, disproving a popular theory that the fallout gradually was being filtered out of the atmosphere as it blew toward the polar ice caps. Now there was no hope for survival, either on land or at sea. The submarine headed southward on its long journey back to Australia. After Dwight and Moira were reunited, however, their relationship quickly began to deteriorate. As Dwight continued to grieve for his dead family, Moira slowly came to realize that she would never marry and have children. For her, the end had already come. Peter and Mary, on the other hand, coped with their impending fate by retreating into themselves, focusing only on their home, their garden, their baby, and the deep love they felt for one another. They planted seeds in the sterile earth, even though they knew they would never germinate. Australians, in single-minded reverence, savored each day. Before long, the ever-advancing death tide would overtake them. John Osborne, for one, persisted in fixing up his Ferrari, the glimmering sports car that would carry him to death in the upcoming Grand Prix. Now radio broadcasts reported that the southward seepage of radiation had quickened. The end of life on Earth, once calculated for September, would actually come sometime around the end of August. And, as predicted, one by one the cities of the southern hemisphere, Rio, Cape Town, Sydney, blacked out as their remaining inhabitants perished. Now there was only Melbourne. The lone Australian station, still sending out newscasts, saw a certain bitter irony in the continent's plight. The pesky rabbits that had long plagued Australia's countryside and escaped all attempts at eradication would outlive human beings by at least a year. As radiation sickness beset Melbourne's remaining inhabitants, the red suicide pills began to appear free of charge in all the local pharmacies. In fact, when Moira's parents became gravely ill, the older couple ended their lives with the pills. As the days passed, Dwight, who had finally come to terms with his wife and children's deaths and had taken many pleasant outings with Moira, decided to release the Scorpion from its moorings and sink it out beyond the end of the bay. Under skies that were already turning an unnatural color of gray, he bid Moira a tearful goodbye. And as the Scorpion made its way out of port, Dwight emerged from the below deck and walked out onto the bridge. Moira, standing on the gangway, looked on as if in a trance. So this was the end. She watched as the lower end of the gangway was released, as the lines were singled up, watched the water swirl beneath her stern as the propellers ran slow ahead and the stern swung out. Only Dwight, with one other, was left on the bridge. He lifted his hand in salutation to her, and she lifted hers to him, her eyes blurred with tears, and the low hull of the vessel swung away around Point Gellibrand and vanished in the murk. Moira drove her car carelessly around the tip of the point and parked in a spot overlooking a cliff, where she continued watching the submarine as it glided out of the bay and finally plunged out of view. She looked at her little wristwatch. It showed 10:01. Her childhood religion came back to her in those last minutes. One ought to do something about that, she thought. A little alcoholically, she murmured the Lord's Prayer. Then, closing her eyes, she took the pill in her palm, put it to her mouth, and swallowed for the last time. John Osborne later triumphed in his Grand Prix race, but to his disappointment did not suffer the heroic death he had planned. He retired to his shop to do a final tune-up on his Ferrari. Afterwards he donned his racing suit and goggles, and then he, too, popped a red pill into his mouth. Waiting for death together at home, Mary and Peter Holmes had made peace with reality. When they finally became too weak to go on, they enjoyed one last cup of tea. Then Peter prepared the syringe, gave the baby her shot, and extracted 2 pills. "I've had a lovely time since we got married," Mary said gently, touching his arm. "I've had a grand time, too," he replied, kissing her. "Let's end on that."
The Pirates of Penzance, by Gilbert and Sullivan. It is a comic opera, and the setting is a rocky seashore on the coast of Cornwall and Major General Stanley's estate. The principal characters are Frederick, a dutiful boy accidentally apprenticed to pirates; the Pirate King, leader of the pirate band; Ruth, Frederick's dense nursemaid; Mabel, a young maiden loved by Frederick; and Major General Stanley, Mabel's father. When Frederick was a little lad, he proved to be so brave and daring that his father ordered his nursery maid, Ruth, to apprentice the boy to a ship's pilot. Unfortunately, Ruth was hard of hearing and not very bright. Instead of taking the boy to a ship's pilot, she apprenticed him to a pirate. When Ruth realized the terrible mistake she'd made, she was too frightened to return home to Frederick's father, so she stayed on with the pirates as a kind of piratical maid-of-all-work. And once he found himself legally apprenticed to the Pirate King, Frederick considered it to be his duty to fulfill his indenture. Until he completed his term on his 21st birthday, he worked studiously to be the best pirate possible. But now, as the pirates toasted the end of Frederick's apprenticeship 13 years after his arrival, Frederick announced that he was leaving his criminal past. He explained to the pirates that he had only stayed with them out of a sense of duty. Now that his duty was fulfilled, he was going to make amends to society by dedicating himself to their extermination. The Pirate King agreed that extermination might be a solution to the pirates' dilemma. They could not make their piracy pay, and they didn't know why. Frederick replied that he did know why, but alas, I cannot tell you, it would not be right. "Why not? It's only 11:56, responded the Pirate King, "and you're one of us until the clock strikes 12. Realizing he was still duty-bound, Frederick explained that the pirates were too tender-hearted. They were not merciless enough. What's more, they studiously avoided attacking orphans. At this last accusation, the pirate lieutenant tried to excuse himself. "We're orphans ourselves. We know what it's like." "Yes, but it has got about," Frederick continued. "And what is the consequence? Everyone we capture says he's an orphan. The last 3 ships we took proved to be manned entirely by orphans. One would think that Great Britain's mercantile fleet was recruited solely from her orphan asylums. We know this is not the case." When queried as to whether he would have the pirates act totally without mercy, Frederick said, "Why, there's my problem. Till 12 o'clock I would, after 12 I wouldn't." As Frederick prepared to leave, he voiced his concern over Ruth, who had won her middle-aged way into his boyish heart. He felt it was his duty to marry the loyal woman, but having been at sea since he was 8 years old, and never having set eyes on another woman, he wondered if he would later learn to his disappointment that she was plain. After the pirates had assured Frederick that there are the remains of a fine woman about Ruth, the youth promised that if Ruth was as fair of face as she hopefully claimed to be, he would marry her. Finally, before leaving, Frederick called to the Pirate King to forsake his life of crime and return to civilization. The king refused, observing, "Oh, better far to live and die under the brave black flag I fly than play a sanctimonious part with a pirate head and a pirate heart. Away to the cheating world to go you, where pirates are all well-to-do, but I'll be true to the song I sing and live and die a pirate king." Frederick and Ruth then took leave of the pirates. Soon they came across Major General Stanley's beautiful young daughters. Clearly, Frederick quickly realized, as women went, Ruth was plain. "You told me you were as fair as gold." "And, master, am I not so?" "And now I see you're plain and old." "I'm sure I'm not a jot so." "Upon my innocence you play." "I'm not the one to plot so." "Your face is lined, your hair is gray." "It's gradually got so." Then, turning his back on the old nursemaid, Frederick approached Stanley's daughters with the tale of his sordid past, asking if there was not one of the girls who would obey the call of duty and help him reform by marrying him. While the other sisters rejected Frederick, Mabel Stanley claimed that she would marry him as a matter of duty. Mabel's sisters, however, questioned her sense of duty. The question is, had he not been a thing of beauty, would she be swayed by quite as keen a sense of duty? Now the pirates who had followed Frederick and were lurking nearby made an appearance. Their curiosity was also piqued by Stanley's lovely daughters. Frederick urged the girls to flee, but they were not fast enough. The pirates abducted them with the intention of taking them in marriage. Mabel fiercely warned that she and her sisters were wards in Chancery and that their father was a major general. At the mention of his name, the great Major General Stanley appeared in person, announcing himself as the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical, from Marathon to Waterloo, in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematical. I understand equations, both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lot of news, with many cheerful facts about the square of the hypotenuse. For my military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventurous, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century. But still, in matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. When General Stanley learned that the pirates were about to marry his daughters against their will, he turned to the miscreants and recounted a sad story. He himself was an orphan, Stanley claimed, and the only things left to him in this world were his dear daughters. Hearing this, the kind-hearted pirates wept at the thought of splitting up an orphan's family and immediately released the girls. But while this genial lie saved the general's daughters, it also disturbed his sleep. He spent many hours in the family crypt, in torment of conscience, mourning his dishonor. Frederick tried to console the general by pointing out that if he had not spun the tale, the pirates surely would have taken his daughters to wife. But Stanley felt that he had shamed the dead ancestors upon whose tombs he wept. To this Frederick replied, "But you forgot, sir. You only bought this property a year ago, and the stucco in your baronial hall is scarcely dry." This made no difference to the general. "Frederick, in this chapel are ancestors. You cannot deny that. With the estate, I bought the chapel and its contents. I don't know whose ancestors they were, but I know whose ancestors they are, and I shudder to think that their descendant by purchase, if I may so describe myself, should have brought disgrace upon what I have no doubt was an unstained escutcheon." General Stanley was finally consoled when Frederick revealed that he was prepared to exterminate the pirates that very night with the help of the local police, who were in fact quaking at the thought of battling bloodthirsty pirates. A few hours before the attack was to begin, Ruth and the pirate king approached Frederick, begging him to listen to them. Frederick had been the victim of a terrible paradox, they explained. He had been born on February 29th. Therefore, if his life were counted by birthdays, he was only a little over 5 years old. Frederick found this amusing, but of no importance whatsoever, until someone pointed out that the terms of his indenture as a pirate did not expire until his 21st birthday, which would fall when he was 84. "We insist on nothing," Ruth added, well aware of Frederick's weakness. "We content ourselves with pointing out to you your duty." Against such an argument, Frederick's resistance broke. "Duty is before all, at any price. I will do my duty." Once more, a reluctant but dutiful pirate, Frederick revealed General Stanley's unatoned falsehood. "It breaks my heart to betray the honored father of the girl I adore," he told the pirate king. "But as your apprentice, I have no alternative. General Stanley is no orphan." At this, the pirate king vowed to wreak vengeance 50-fold on General Stanley. Frederick bade farewell to his beloved Mabel, who pled with him to stay. "They have no claim," she cried. "But duty's name," Frederick responded. "The thought my soul appalls, but when stern duty calls, I must obey." In desperation, Mabel ran to inform the police of Frederick's return to piracy, and charged them to now do their duty and capture the dastardly pirates. The police, hidden near General Stanley's estate, did not have long to wait. The pirates presently came up the road, singing just above a whisper, "Let's vary piracy with a little burglary." General Stanley, awakened by their bungled march, emerged from the house. Then Stanley's daughters appeared, explaining the sounds they heard as the wind rustling through the trees, and wishing to find out why their father was out of bed on such an unsettled night. At that juncture, the pirates came out of hiding and announced their intentions to kill the general and kidnap his daughters. Mabel begged Frederick to save her father. Frederick, still duty-bound, refused to intervene. But just as things looked truly sticky, the police leapt out of hiding and gave battle. Unfortunately, the policemen were no match for the pirates and were quickly disarmed. Once again, all appeared lost. "To gain a brief advantage you've contrived," the police sergeant announced boldly, "but your proud triumph will not be long-lived." To this the pirates responded, "Don't say you're orphans, for we know that game." But the policemen were unfazed. "On your allegiance," the sergeant answered, "we've a stronger claim. We charge you yield. We charge you yield in Queen Victoria's name." The pirates surrendered themselves immediately, for, above all, they loved their queen. As the pirates were rounded up, Ruth stood to defend her longtime friends. "They are no members of the common throng. They are all noblemen who have gone wrong." General Stanley, his own heart now softened, pardoned the pirates and presented them with an unexpected gift. "Peers will be peers, and youth will have its fling. Resume your ranks and legislative duties, and take my daughters, all of whom are beauties." This pronouncement left everyone happy. Mabel and Frederick were reunited, the former pirates and Stanley's daughters were wed, and the sergeant of police, having longingly eyed Ruth throughout the theatrical display, presented Ruth with a bouquet of flowers. General Stanley felt he had done very well. "My military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventurous, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century. But still, in getting off my daughters, 8 or 9 or 10 in all, I've shown myself the model of a modern Major General." The Pirates of Penzance is unique among Gilbert and Sullivan's comic operas in that it was first staged not in Britain but in the United States, opening at New York's Fifth Avenue Theater on December 31st, 1879. Gilbert's story pokes fun at the Victorian sense of duty. Frederick, a virtual slave of duty, ends up in a dutiful plot to kill the father of the girl he loves. At the same time, the cowardly policemen, though they sorrow for the criminals they are called upon to capture, actually play the heroes. Beneath the humor, however, runs a serious current, questioning blind obedience to any standard or ideal without consideration for human feelings or needs.
Pride and Prejudice is a study of manners by Jane Austen. Its setting is rural England in the early 19th century. The principal characters are Mr. Bennet, father of 5 daughters, Mrs. Bennet, his opinionated wife, Elizabeth, their intelligent middle daughter, and Mr. Bennet's favorite child, Jane, Elizabeth's beautiful older sister, Lydia, the Bennets' impetuous youngest daughter, Mr. Bingley, Jane's rich and amiable suitor, Mr. Darcy, Bingley's arrogant, wealthy friend, Reverend Collins, a conceited bore, and Mr. Wickman, an army officer. Mrs. Bennet felt delighted that Netherfield, a nearby estate, was again rented, and was especially pleased upon hearing that its new occupant, Mr. Bingley, was single and rich. "What a fine thing for our girls," she beamed. She begged her husband to go make the acquaintance of their new neighbor, and after some teasing, Mr. Bennet did pay Bingley a call. Mr. Bingley soon returned the visit, but did not manage to meet any of the beautiful young women he had heard so much about. His interest piqued, he soon invited the entire Bennet family to dine. Everyone at the dinner party was impressed with Bingley's fine appearance and gracious manners. However, his close friend, Mr. Darcy, though handsome and well-to-do, was not viewed so favorably. His manners gave a disgust which turned the tide of his popularity. His pride ruled and ruined his conversation, particularly for Elizabeth. When Bingley suggested that Darcy ask Elizabeth to dance, Elizabeth indignantly overheard Mr. Darcy reply that she was tolerable but not handsome enough to tempt me. However, Bingley and Jane Bennet were soon drawn to one another, even though Mr. Bingley's 2 haughty sisters saw Jane as much beneath their brother. They pretended great fondness for Jane, but Elizabeth easily saw their hypocrisy. The following day, as the Bennet women sat and discussed the prior evening's party, all were in agreement as to both Bingley's charm and to Darcy's coarseness. "I could easily forgive his pride," Elizabeth huffed, "if he had not mortified mine." In a matter of days, the ladies of Netherfield and those of the Bennets' Longbourn estate had exchanged visits. By Jane this attention was received with great pleasure, but Elizabeth still saw superciliousness in their treatment of everybody, and could not like them. Bingley's sisters took an equal dislike to Elizabeth. One morning Jane received an invitation from the Bingley girls to spend the day. Mrs. Bennet viewed this as an opportunity for Jane and Mr. Bingley to get better acquainted. "It seems likely to rain," she said hopefully, "and then you must spend the night." Elizabeth, on the following day, received a note from Jane explaining that she had contracted a fever. When Elizabeth arrived at Netherfield after a muddy 3-mile walk, she was quite a sight, with weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise. The Bingley sisters giggled, but Mr. Darcy seemed concerned to see her in that state. Privately, he found her charming, though, of course, still inferior due to her family connections. Elizabeth immediately set about attending to her sister's needs. The two girls were compelled to remain a few days at Netherfield. One evening, Elizabeth sat quietly reading a book in the Holmes' front room. She was quick to notice that one of Bingley's sisters seemed quite fond of Mr. Darcy. As Darcy sat writing a letter, this girl insisted on complimenting him, either on his handwriting or on the evenness of his lines, or on the length of his letter. Mr. Darcy strained to ignore her comments, which greatly amused Elizabeth. Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy also bantered back and forth, with Elizabeth usually coming out on top. With Jane recovered from her illness, the Bennet women returned home, and soon the Bennets had a visitor of their own. The Reverend Collins had written his distant cousin at Longbourn to request the pleasure of a brief visit, and Mr. Bennet was inclined to honor the request. At first, Mrs. Bennet was unhappy with the prospect of Collins' visit. Since the Bennets had no male children, Collins stood next in line to inherit their estate, and she felt certain that he was coming to lord it over his cousins. But when the letter went on to explain that the Reverend's intent was to seek a suitable wife among the daughters, Mrs. Bennet's attitude quickly changed. Mr. Collins arrived. However, his advances toward the Bennet girls lacked both grace and wit. When Collins saw that Jane, his first choice, had no interest in him, he turned his eye toward Elizabeth, who did not fail to detect the ease with which he changed his affections. During this period, the Bennets were invited to their uncle's estate for a party. One guest, a Mr. Wickman, a new officer from the nearby army post, was adored by all the girls. When he walked into the room, every female eye turned. Elizabeth felt fortunate that the officer chose to sit by her. As they chatted, Wickman divulged that the infamous Mr. Darcy had once cheated him out of an inheritance left by his godfather, Darcy's father. "This is quite shocking. He deserves to be publicly disgraced," murmured Elizabeth. "Almost all his actions may be traced to pride," continued Wickman, "and pride has often been his best friend." Now, while Elizabeth had set her eye on Mr. Wickman, Reverend Collins had set his eye on Elizabeth. One evening he made his desires known, listing his reasons for seeking marriage, the foremost being that his patroness, Lady Catherine, who employed him as the local pastor, had ordered him to find a wife. Elizabeth promptly rejected him, and although he did not quite believe her, still he hurriedly turned to ask the hand of a neighbor girl, Charlotte Lucas. They were soon married. After this, the Bennets heard some distressing news. The Bingley family had returned to London. At first depressed, Jane welcomed an invitation to go to London to stay with an aunt and uncle, and to renew her acquaintance with Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth likewise was invited to visit the new bride and groom, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, and was amused to discover that Mr. Darcy would shortly be paying a visit. Reunited with Darcy, Elizabeth observed that he looked just as he had always looked, reserved, formal, and conceited. One morning Elizabeth was left alone in the Collins house when Darcy knocked on the door. She coldly but politely invited him in, and once again they began to argue, their conversation punctuated by long periods of silence. Suddenly Mr. Darcy stated his purpose for calling. In vain have I struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you." He explained that, in spite of her family's low social position, he wanted her to be his wife. Elizabeth's astonishment was beyond expression. She flatly refused him. Besides insulting her and her family, he had cheated Mr. Wickman from his inheritance. Darcy hastily exited, but before he left to return to his Pembury estate, he delivered a letter to Elizabeth answering her charges. He assured her that Wickman had received more than his fair share from the will, and that he personally had gone to great lengths to help the unprincipled wretch. But Wickman had become disgruntled when Darcy thwarted his intended elopement with Darcy's younger sister. Elizabeth's long-held prejudice toward her adversary began to melt. Elizabeth returned home shortly thereafter. Jane was there to meet her, and Elizabeth was disappointed to hear that her sister had been unable to see Mr. Bingley while in London. Soon it was springtime, and the youngest Bennet daughter, Lydia, was invited to visit the military home at Brighton. Elizabeth was asked once more to vacation with her aunt and uncle near Pembury. Elizabeth, as they drove along, watched for the first appearance of Pembury Woods with some perturbation. She felt both relief and disappointment when she discovered that Darcy was away indefinitely. But, as fate would have it, Darcy was called home early, and the two old antagonists once more confronted each other. This time, however, their eyes instantly met, and the cheeks of each was overspread with the deepest blush. Unfortunately, their day was cut short. Elizabeth received the distressing news that Lydia had run off to Scotland with one of the military officers, Wickman. This Elizabeth could not believe. Darcy, too, though not surprised, was concerned. Home again, Elizabeth learned that the couple had disappeared apparently without the benefit of matrimony. Such a scandal could destroy Lydia's reputation. But Darcy, discovering their whereabouts, quietly convinced Wickman to marry the young girl and offered the man a vocation. After Lydia's wedding, the inhabitants of Longbourn had further good news. Mr. Bingley and his friends were again at Netherfield. Elizabeth was sure that Bingley had returned at Darcy's request. Not long after, Mr. Bingley and Jane became engaged. During one of their frequent walks, Darcy asked Elizabeth if his letter had lessened her dislike of him. When Elizabeth explained how gradually all her former prejudices had been removed, he repeated his proposal of marriage, and this time Elizabeth was happy to accept. Mr. Bennet was perturbed. "Lizzie, what are you doing? Have not you always hated this man?" He was mollified when Elizabeth revealed that it was the arrogant Darcy who had arranged Lydia's marriage and saved her reputation. Happy for all her maternal feelings was the day on which Mrs. Bennet got rid of her two most deserving daughters. With Elizabeth's engagement to Darcy, prejudice had dissolved, pride had been humbled, love had prevailed. Jane Austen's intricate novel exhibits dry, subtle humor. She paints her genteel and refined characters with a fine brush, allowing them to ennoble or lower themselves with their own actions and words. A symmetrical plot provides insight into both the foibles and the warmth of human nature. Pride and Prejudice is a perceptive examination of the relationship between the classes in Britain, with middle-class, upwardly mobile aspirations to progress rubbing against upper-class efforts to keep them in their place. Austen's adroit depiction of the plight of women in pre-Victorian Europe also shows her superlative insight into her own world, and this insight is skillfully mirrored through one of the most intriguing and admired heroines of English novels, Elizabeth Bennet. The Reader's Choice Treasury is a collection of short stories compiled by the readers and editors of Together magazine, Doubleday and Company, Inc., Garden City, New York, 1964. The short stories included in this anthology first appeared in the popular Reader's Choice section of Together, a Methodist-sponsored family magazine, when its editors invited older readers to send in stories they remembered from their youth. The Red Wagon by Leon Ware. Janice long loved her job working at the Sunset Valley School for children with special needs. She marveled at their appreciation for all that was done for them, as well as the almost complete lack on their part of any feeling of being ill-used by fate. Not all aspects of Janice's work, however, were as delightful as her interactions with the children. On the school's governing board were some of the city's staunchest citizens, stalwarts who often disagreed with her on policy decisions. Fortunately, Janice had one ally on the board, a housewife who usually backed her in the tussles with the board, most of which were about money and the sensible use of it. At today's meeting, though, Janice was certain there wouldn't be any squabble. A local philanthropist had given the school a check to buy a brand-new station wagon for field trips. When the children heard about the check, they had shouted and clapped and laughed in their delight. And when Janice asked them to select a color for the station wagon, they had called out in unison, "Red!" One of the boys then wondered, "Please, Miss Long, will it have our name on it?" "In gold," answered Janice. But when Janice came before the board to obtain their blessing, the okay was snagged on the objections of Mason Arnold, an auto agency owner. It was rather ridiculous under the circumstances, Arnold said, to insist on a red car, especially when they could save money buying a brand-new last year's model from his dealership, a car that happened to be green. When Janice protested, Arnold shot back, "What difference does the color make?" Buying a red car, the teacher insisted, was a matter of keeping faith with the children. Finally, the housewife stepped into the discussion. "The color is a little thing to us, perhaps," she explained, "but I was never more sure of Miss Long's excellence in this position than I am right now. You have to keep faith with the children, Mr. Arnold." Moved by her words, the board decided that Janice should go immediately to pick up the red station wagon, bring it back to school, and beat the horn to summon the children as she drove into the parking lot. When Janice returned, according to plan, and honked the horn, the children came hurrying out of the school almost before the echo had subsided. As they gathered around the bright new car, tow-headed Whitney explored the lettering on the front door with his fingers. "Our name's here," he cried. Then Miss Long invited a little girl named Peg to step forward. Grasping Peg's soft, tiny fingers, Miss Long ran them along the slightly raised lettering and read the words aloud. "Sunset Valley School for the Blind." The tiny girl's dark, blank eyes opened wide with delight. "And is it red, Miss Long?" she asked. Before Janice could answer, however, Whitney, his sensitive fingers still moving over the sleek front fender, answered for her. "Of course it's red, Peggy. Isn't that what we ordered?" "Oh, please," Janice whispered, catching her breath and biting her lip. "Let everyone keep faith with them, always." The Last Leaf by O. Henry. Among the many artists who scoured the streets for lodging in Greenwich Village's low-rent 18th century attics were a pair of adventurous young women who went by the names of Sue and Johnsy. At last they set up a studio together on the top floor of a squatty 3-story brick building. That was in May. In November, a cold, unseen stranger called Pneumonia stalked about the colony, touching one here and there with his icy fingers, and Johnsy, a native Californian unaccustomed to the harsh New York weather, was touched to the very bone. Gravely ill, she lay scarcely moving on her painted iron bedstead, looking through the small Dutch window panes at the blank side of the next brick house. Sudie, who had grown up in the cold climes of Maine, became distraught when the doctor informed her that Johnsy had only one chance in, let's say, 10, of surviving through the winter. He was most concerned because Johnsy seemed to have lost her will to live. "If you will get her to ask one question about the new winter styles in cloak sleeves," he continued more optimistically, "I will promise you a 1 in 5 chance for her." As soon as the doctor left, Sue burst into tears. After composing herself, she swaggered into Johnsy's room and sat down next to the bed. Johnsy lay silent, her face turned toward the window, and Sue decided that her friend must be asleep. But soon she became aware of an intermittent murmur. 12, said Johnsy faintly, and a few minutes later, 11. With her eyes wide open, staring out the window, Johnsy was counting backwards. "What is it, dear?" Sue inquired, unable to see what had caught Johnsy's attention outside the window. Indeed, there was only a bare, dreary yard to be seen, and the blank side of the brick house 20 feet away. An old ivy vine, gnarled and decayed at the roots, climbed halfway up the brick wall. Johnsy had counted down to 5 before she finally answered. "Leaves," she whispered, "on the ivy vine. When the last one falls, I must go too." "Don't be a goosey," Sue chided. "Why, the doctor told me this morning that your chances for getting well real soon... Let's see, he said the chances were 10 to 1. Johnsy, however, seemed not to hear. "I want to see the last one fall before it gets dark," she said dreamily. "I want to turn loose my hold on everything and go sailing down, down, just like one of those poor, tired leaves." "Try to sleep," soothed Sue softly. "Don't try to move till I come back." Then she dashed downstairs to the studio of the girl's self-appointed protector, a fierce-tongued old emigre named Behrman, who earned a sparse living as a fill-in model while drowning his own endless plans to paint a masterpiece in bottle after bottle of gin. "Is there people in the world mit their foolishness to die because leaves they drop off from a confounded vine?" Behrman grumbled as he clambered upstairs behind Sue. But once in the apartment, both Sue and Behrman fell silent. Together they stared despondently at the ivy vine outside the window, where a cold rain was falling, mingled with snow. Johnsy slept through the night. When she awoke the next morning, she asked Sue to draw back the green shade. "Pull it up. I want to see," she whispered. Sue obeyed, but lo, after the beating rain and fierce gusts of wind, there yet stood out against the brick wall one ivy leaf, its serrated edges tinted with the yellow of dissolution and decay. It hung bravely from a branch some 20 feet from the ground. "It is the last one," said Johnsy. "It will fall today, and I shall die at the same time." But as the day passed into another stormy night, the lone ivy leaf still clung to its stem against the wall. And when dawn again awakened the young women, the leaf was still there. Johnsy gazed at it for a long time. "I've been a bad girl, Sudie," she said finally. "Something has made that last leaf stay there to show me how wicked I was. It is a sin to want to die." The following afternoon, Sue came to Johnsy's bed, put an arm around her friend, and imparted the news she had just received from the doctor. "Mr. Behrman died of pneumonia today in the hospital." He had been found unconscious in his studio a day or so earlier. His shoes and clothing were wet through and icy cold. Near his side lay a lantern, still lighted, a ladder, some scattered brushes, and a palette with green and yellow colors mixed on it. "Look out the window, dear," said Sue, "at the last ivy leaf on the wall. Didn't you wonder why it never fluttered or moved when the wind blew? Ah, darling, it's Behrman's masterpiece. He painted it there the night the last leaf fell." 3 Days to See by Helen Keller. Blind and deaf, Helen Keller, 1880 to 1968, lived out her life in a world devoid of both sight and sound, but filled with the riches of inner vision. As a middle-aged woman in 1933, Miss Keller asked a friend what she had observed on her hour-long walk in the woods. "Nothing in particular," the friend replied. Keller was astonished. How was it possible, she asked herself, to walk for an hour through the woods and see nothing worthy of note? I, who cannot see, find hundreds of things to interest me through mere touch. Here, In her own words are some of the magnificent woman's heartfelt reflections on the gifts of the senses and their supreme, often unawakened powers to connect us with each other and the universe. I have imagined selecting carefully what I should most like to see if I were given the use of my eyes, say, for just a 3-day period. On the first day, I should want to see the people whose kindness and companionship have made my life worth living. I do not know what it is to see into the heart of a friend through that window of the soul, the eye. I should call to me all my dear friends and look long into their faces, imprinting upon my mind the outward evidences of the beauty that is within them. I should let my eyes rest, too, on the face of a baby. In the afternoon, I should take a long walk in the woods and intoxicate my eyes on the beauties of the world of nature, and I should pray for the glory of a colorful sunset. The next day, I should arise with the dawn and see the thrilling miracle by which night is transformed into day. This day I should devote to a hasty glimpse of the world, past and present. I should want to see the pageant of man's progress, and so I should go to the museums. The evening of my second day I should spend at the theater or at the movies. How I should like to see the fascinating figure of Hamlet, or the gutsy Falstaff amid colorful Elizabethan trappings. The following morning, I should again greet the dawn, anxious to discover new delights, new revelations of beauty. Today, this third day, I shall spend in the workaday world, amid the haunts of men going about the business of life. I stroll down a busy street. I throw my eyes out of focus, so that I see no particular object, but only a seething kaleidoscope of color. I make a tour of the city, to the slums, to factories, to parks where children play. Always my eyes are open wide to all the sights of both happiness and misery. At midnight, permanent night would close in on me again. Naturally, in those 3 short days I should not have seen all I wanted to see. Only when darkness had again descended upon me should I realize how much I had left unseen.
The Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne, a work of impressionistic fiction set in Boston, Massachusetts in the 17th century. The principal characters are Hester Prynne, a condemned adulteress, Pearl, her daughter, Arthur Dimmesdale, one of the community's ministers, and Roger Chillingsworth, Hester's estranged husband, his assumed name. Condemned to wear a bright red A over her breast wherever she went, Hester Prynne had been convicted of adultery by Boston's Puritan leaders. A child had been born to her during her husband's long absence. Emerging from the prison house under the gaze of her neighbors, Hester surprised the townsfolk with her air of aloof and silent dignity. Led to the town square, she ascended a scaffold, her babe cradled in her arms. There on the scaffold she suffered scorn and public admonishment. One good woman loudly decried the elaborate letter Hester had embroidered into her frock, blazing scarlet, ornately fashioned and bordered with prominent gold stitching, the requisite token of her deed. A minister in the crowd denounced her crime and called on her to reveal the identity of her partner. Another minister, Arthur Dimmesdale, pled with her more gently. He, in compassion, also begged her to unmask her lover. Unknown to the multitude, however, Dimmesdale himself was that lover. His gentle prodding was, in fact, a distraught and convoluted effort to urge a confession from Hester which he knew she would never make, and which he could not find the courage to make for himself. From her place on the pulpit, Hester's eyes met with those of a hunched, wrinkled man in the crowd, a stranger in the town, but well known to her. He was Hester's husband, a scholar and a physician of sorts, who had spent years away. exploring the western wilderness. Now he had reappeared under the name of Roger Chillingsworth. Visiting Hester in her prison cell later that day, Chillingsworth expressed his rage that she should betray him, and made her swear not to expose him as her husband. Furthermore, he vowed that he would discover the identity of his wife's lover. Finally released, the adulteress took up residence in a lonely cottage by the sea. Her chief employment, for which she demonstrated a prodigious talent, was sewing. She managed to win the business of nearly everyone in the community. Still, despite the acceptance she won as a seamstress, Hester was forced to bear social ostracism. Children jeered as she passed. Other women avoided her, and clergymen pointed to her as a living example of the consequences of sin. Rumors circulated that she was a witch, and that the scarlet letter she bore on her clothing glowed a deep blood red in the dark. Still, Hester withstood this abuse without complaint. Hester felt much more concern for her daughter, Pearl, than for herself. She cringed when the illegitimate girl was pushed aside by other children. In contrast to Hester's remarkable dignity, Pearl displayed a wild, undisciplined character, seemingly incapable of natural affection. The governor of Boston and all the clergy publicly proclaimed their doubts that the sprite-like, curious child could develop the capacity to enter Christian society. Even more tragically, the townspeople looked on Pearl as a kind of evil spirit, the perverse offspring from a moment of unholy passion. Even Hester little understood her daughter, who served at once as both a comfort and a painful reminder of her past. In the meantime, Roger Chillingsworth had taken lodgings with Minister Dimmesdale. Chillingsworth immediately suspected that the clergyman had been his wife's once guilty partner in lust, and posing as a true friend, he managed, over the course of months, to wring his roommate's conscience with subtle hints and comments about the dire strait of hypocrites in the eyes of God. Soon it became clear that Dimmesdale was indeed Hester's lover, but rather than expose him then, Chillingsworth chose to continue torturing the preacher's moral sanity. Dimmesdale's sense of guilt grew, ultimately causing his health to wane. He took to holding his hand over his heart, as if he felt some deep pain. Yet he failed to recognize the treachery being perpetrated on him, blaming only himself for his growing infirmity. To make matters worse, the weaker and more guilt-ridden Dimmesdale became, the holier he appeared to his congregation, whose members regarded him as unequaled in piety. Every sermon he preached seemed to be more inspired than the last. More than once, the minister resolved to confess his hypocrisy and take his place beside Hester, but he was too afraid of the shame open confession would bring. And so it was that the years passed, Hester suffering in disgrace and isolation, devoting her life to charitable service, and winning the hidden admiration of many of her peers. Pearl, maturing into a lovely girl, but still showing no signs of outgrowing her eccentricities. Dimmesdale, weighed down by unbearable remorse, even as his reputation for holiness increased. And Chillingsworth, daily tampering with Dimmesdale's fragile conscience. Frequently the four of them crossed paths. However, no momentous event transpired, until one day 7 years after Hester's initial public censure. While Hester and Pearl were strolling into the woods, they came upon Dimmesdale, and he and Hester finally savored a long-awaited and emotional reunion. Speaking of their long-kept secret, Hester attempted to assure the minister that his good works and humility had gained him penance. But the priest cried, "Happy are you, Hester, that wear the scarlet letter openly upon your bosom. Mine burns in secret." In sorrow and pity, Hester admitted that Chillingsworth, Dimmesdale's own valued friend, was in fact her estranged husband, and he the nurturing demon behind the minister's living hell. Then she convinced her dear Dimmesdale to escape with her to Europe, where they could enjoy a new, unfettered life together. Their plan was to depart after the minister had delivered his final sermon. The day of departure came, and Hester waited anxiously outside the church. Nearby, the captain of the ship on which they would sail mentioned to her that Roger Chillingsworth was also booked as a passenger on his vessel. So the evil man intended to follow them, she thought in horror. Their plans were dashed. When the service ended, the townsfolk exited the chapel in a high state of emotion. Minister Dimmesdale had imparted an extraordinarily spiritual message. But to their surprise, Dimmesdale made his way out of the procession and feebly trod toward the scaffold in the marketplace. Then he turned and beckoned Hester and Pearl to come to him. Roger Chillingsworth thrust himself through the crowd and caught the minister by the arm. "Madman, hold! What is your purpose?" he whispered frantically. "Wave back that woman. Cast off this child. Do not blacken your fame and perish in dishonor. I can yet save you." "Ha, tempter," Dimmesdale replied. "Methinks thou art too late. Thy power is not what it was. With God's help I shall escape thee now." Then, extending his hand to Hester, Dimmesdale admitted to his partnership in her sin, and berated himself for the years he had lived in deceit. Then he focused on Roger Chillingsworth and exposed the true identity and sinister nature of the man. This done, he turned and mounted the scaffold. His emotional anguish over the years, though, had devastated his body and spirit. His confession proved to be fatal. As he collapsed on the wooden planks supported on Hester's bosom, Dimmesdale bid farewell to his beloved, and then to little Pearl. Finally, in the triumph of a soul at last filled with peace, the minister breathed his last. Hawthorne, through his narrator, adds a final chapter in which he speculates on the fate of the other characters. He proposes the following: Roger Chillingsworth, hatefully hunched over and shriveled, died within the year. But in sympathy, he left his considerable estate to Pearl. Having come into such wealth, both Pearl and Hester sailed abroad. Hester eventually returned to Boston alone to occupy her old cottage, frequently receiving letters and gifts from her daughter. She became a trusted confidant to scores of local women, but never removed the scarlet letter from her breast. Her gravestone, it is suggested, can still be seen, a plain black headstone with no name engraved, only a blazing scarlet A. The Scarlet Letter, as one of the first and finest psychological Gothics, may bewilder modern TV readers who keep waiting for something to happen. The book contains very little dramatic action. The bulk of the novel is occupied by the narrator's uniquely penetrating descriptions of his characters' thoughts, feelings, and relationships. This narrator also breaks other literary ground. Not content to slip into the background and let the storyline flow, he constantly interrupts the plot, speculating on motives, offering his opinions, and suggesting alternative views. Sometimes he even takes part in the interactions, as when in the first chapter he plucks a rose from a bush outside the town prison and offers it to you, the reader. Furthermore, he claims to be guiding the story through its many macabre twists, based on various sources, manuscripts, gossip, rumors, and legends that may or may not be reliable. The reader is often left to choose one or another version of the tale, or to reject them all. Hester Prynne is one of the great heroines of literature. Though Hawthorne never condones her crime, he is, as described in Harry Levin's introduction, concerned to show that fundamental morality is not so much a series of rigorous laws to be enforced by a meddling community, as it is an insight to be attained through continuous exertion on the part of the individual conscience. An ambiguous blend of sin and virtue, pride and humility, Severity and gentleness, justice and mercy. The novel's true message may lie in what Hawthorne describes as its true genre. The Scarlet Letter, says its author, is not so much a novel as a romance, filled with details that disclose the truth of the human heart.
Seize the Day by Saul Bellow, Viking Press, New York, 1956. This is a psychological novel in the setting of New York City in the 1950s. Our principal characters include Wilhelm Adler, an emotionally ravaged young man, and Dr. Adler, Wilhelm's perfectionist father, Wilhelm's ex-wife, Margaret, and his present girlfriend, Olive. Emotional brutality had marked the 40-odd-year relationship between Wilhelm Adler and his father, Dr. Adler, the respected diagnostician. Fastidious in both dress and manners, Dr. Adler had a face marked by a wholesome reddish and almost translucent color like a ripe apricot. The wrinkles beside his ears were carved deep because the skin conformed so tightly to his bones. With all his might, he was a healthy and fine, small old man. The doctor had little tolerance for his son's slothful ways, and even long years after Wilhelm had reached adulthood, he treated him as if he were a spoiled, messy child. The fact that Dr. Adler insisted upon calling Wilhelm by his childhood nickname Wilkie typified the doctor's domination over his son. In fact, whenever he found himself trapped in his father's presence, Wilkie actually reverted to markedly childlike behavior, stammering and fidgeting uncontrollably. It was characteristic of Dr. Adler to judge a man on the size of his bank account. As a matter of pride, he often lied to friends about Wilhelm's earnings, pretending that his son, who had recently been laid off from his latest job with a toy manufacturer, was a successful businessman. Wilhelm's pleas to his father for financial relief, however, were met only with formulated homilies from the father's well-rehearsed litany. There's a poor man with a bone condition which is gradually breaking him up. I've learned to keep my sympathy for the real ailments. That Wilhelm was also gradually breaking up, not from any physical disease, but from a progressive state of financial and spiritual decay, was a reality which Dr. Adler refused to apprehend. To him, only money and medicine, the two palpably useful commodities that he knew and respected, were real. Dr. Adler's only recommendation was that his son undertake hydrotherapy or muscle massage. And now, as Wilhelm confronted his father with a last desperate plea for money, the doctor's disgust erupted into an irrevocable dismissal. "Go away from me now. It's torture for me to look at you, you slob. You want to make yourself into my cross, but I am not going to pick up a cross. I'll see you dead, Wilkie, by Christ, before I let you do that to me." Wilhelm's estranged wife, Margaret, also had dismissed him from her conscience. She refused to give him the divorce he asked for, yet still insisted that he agree to support her and the two children, despite the fact that he was nearly bankrupt. In addition, she held him solely responsible for everything that had gone wrong with his life, for his unemployment, his sexual impotence, and their family breakup. When he begged for mercy, her reply was immediate and brutal. "How did you imagine it was going to be, big shot? Everything made smooth for you?" Margaret had even denied Wilhelm the companionship of the family dog. 4 years ago, when we broke up, I gave her everything, goods, furniture, savings, he remembered bitterly. I tried to show goodwill, but I didn't get anywhere. Why, when I wanted scissors, she absolutely refused. Not that she cared a damn about the animal. Margaret's unyielding, unsympathetic spite had spilled over to contaminate Wilhelm's new attachments, too. After his separation, he had fallen madly in love with a girl named Olive who promised to marry him once he was divorced. But Margaret would not let him go. Now his romance with Olive had begun to crumble. When she would get up late on Sunday morning, she would wake him almost in tears at being late for Mass. He would try to help her hitch her garters and smooth out her slip and dress, and even put on her hat with shaky hands. She got out a block from church to avoid gossip. Perhaps Wilhelm's pain had really begun as a teen, with the death of his mother. He was, after all, his mother's son. It was from her that he had inherited sensitive feelings, a soft heart, a brooding nature, a tendency to be confused under pressure. The doctor's mistreatment of both his wife and son had also made them equal partners in sorrow. They shared the iron bonds of the mutually oppressed. "You were set free when Ma died," Wilhelm once accused his father. "You wanted to forget her." Though other authority figures in his life had generally ignored him, Wilhelm could recall that his mother had cared enough at least to attempt once to dissuade him from what she considered a foolish course of action. On the day he had announced his decision to become an actor, Dr. Adler, ashamed of his son, had literally turned his back on Wilhelm. "Mama was the one who tried to stop me," Wilhelm remembered, pondering the incident, "and we carried on and yelled and pleaded. Poor mother. How I disappointed her." Declining his mother's appeal that he go into medicine with his father, Wilhelm had moved to Hollywood anyway and taken on the name Tommy Wilhelm, dropping the searing Adler. And he had actually been hired a few times, though only as an extra. Dr. Adler had often tried to explain his son's new name. "I uphold tradition. He's for the new." But Tommy had left Hollywood when his agent finally shared with him the fact that he was wasting his time trying to be an actor. And since then, his forays into various business ventures had all somehow led into shadowy dead ends. Finally, desperate to earn his father's approval and to meet the support payments demanded by his wife, Wilhelm had invested his last $700 in lard futures. His investment partner, Dr. Tamkin, a self-proclaimed psychologist with a mesmerizing gift of persuasion, had promised him huge returns. "I am at my most efficient," Tamkin had boasted with customary exuberance, "when I don't need the fee, when I only love. The spiritual compensation is what I look for, bringing people into the real universe. That's the present moment. The past is no good to us. The future is full of anxiety. Only the present is real. The here and now. Seize the day." But Wilhelm's association with Dr. Tamkin had proved only one in a long line of disastrous attempts to find nurturance, to be loved and watched over by a sympathetic parent. Once again he had placed his trust, not to mention his money and his fragile psyche, in the wrong hands. Tamkin had claimed that the whole secret to this type of speculation is in the alertness. You have to act fast, buy it and sell it and buy it again, get to the window and have them wire Chicago at just the right second. Yet, when the time came to sell, Tamkin had dawdled, and the golden moment was lost. And then, predictably, the wizard had disappeared, leaving his raving, almost lunatic disciple to search for him in the streets. What a creature Tamkin was when he took off his hat, Wilhelm now marveled in despair. The indirect light showed the many complexities of his bald skull, his gull's nose, the rather handsome eyebrows, his vain mustache, his deceiver's brown eyes. In the end, even God the Father had seemed to fail Wilhelm. His petitions to heaven all went unheard or ignored. "O God," he prayed, "let me out of my trouble. Let me out of my thoughts. For all the time I have wasted, I am very sorry. Let me out of this clutch and into a different life, for I am all balled up." But God did not release Wilhelm from his weighty burden of selfhood. No, the spirit, the peculiar burden of his existence, lay upon him like an accretion, a load, a hump. In any moment of quiet, when sheer fatigue prevented him from struggling, he was apt to feel this mysterious weight, this growth or collection of nameless things which it was the business of his life to carry about. Now, jobless and destitute, abandoned by every being whose love he had craved and solicited, Tommy Wilhelm Adler realized that his only hope for relief lay in death. Wandering randomly into the funeral service of a stranger, he gazed enviously down at the figure in the coffin. The dead man had 2 large waves of gray hair at the front, but he was not old. His face was long, and he had a bony nose, slightly, delicately twisted. His brows were raised as though he had sunk into the final thought. Now at last he was at the end of all distractions, and by his meditative look, Wilhelm was so struck that he could not go away. Then the funeral music started up, and Wilhelm's moment of epiphany swelled into being. The flowers and lights fused ecstatically in his blind, wet eyes. The heavy, sea-like music came to his ears. It poured into him, where he had hidden himself in the center of a crowd by the great and happy oblivion of tears. He heard it and sank deeper than sorrow, through torn sobs and cries, toward the consummation of his heart's ultimate need. Jolted out of his lonely, vulnerable trajectory into another, more peaceful orbit, he had experienced a catharsis, an annihilation of his faltering former self, and an acceptance of himself as a lone, free creature. In a single climactic moment of rebirth, Wilhelm Adler had at last come to terms with his own humanity. At once he found himself resurrected, strengthened, serene, intact, whole. Saul Bellows' Seize the Day chronicles one day in the life of Tommy Wilhelm Adler, a day which captures the whole agony of a man's descent into emotional and financial ruin. Though he is already well into middle age when we meet him, Wilhelm is still not free to accept responsibility for his life. Forever frozen into his early role as the family failure, he behaves as a helpless, forsaken child, flailing and howling as he slides down into hell. "I expect help," wails Wilhelm. But his cries are left unanswered. Help is not forthcoming. No kind, wise parent appears to rescue the doomed spiritual orphan. Release and help are at last attained only through his own symbolic death. As the book's introduction conveys, Wilhelm's search to affirm his own humanity not only moves the reader through deep pity, but arouses an identification with that search as expressive of what everyone who would come to terms with himself must undergo. At the same time, Bellow raises some probing questions for each of us. Just how much and what kinds of financial, emotional, or spiritual support do parents and children owe to one another? And to what extent does a man's monetary worth determine his inner value?
The Short Stories of Mark Twain. Taken from the Complete Short Stories of Mark Twain, Doubleday and Company, New York, 1985. Before he began writing novels and short stories, Mark Twain, the pseudonym of Samuel Langhorne Clemens, 1835-1910, earned his living as a journalist. As a result, his short stories usually read more like slightly improbable newspaper stories than pure invention. These 4 stories, written between 1865 and 1897, represent a stylistic and chronological cross-section of Twain's best fiction. The Notorious Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. In compliance with the request of a friend of mine, Twain begins,
I called on good-natured, garrulous old Simon Wheeler and inquired about my friend's friend, Leonidas W. Smiley. But the request for this favor was actually a ruse. In truth, Leonidas W. Smiley never existed. Rather, his friend had known that if I asked old Wheeler about Leonidas Smiley, it would remind him of his infamous Jim Smiley, and he would go to work and bore me to death with some exasperating reminiscence, as long and as tedious as it should be useless to me. If that was the design, it succeeded. This infamous Jim Smiley, it turned out, was a gambler of almost supernatural repute. He would bet on absolutely anything, take any side of the bet. He'd wager, for example, on a cockfight, a catfight, a dog fight, or even on which of two birds would fly off a fence first. Smiley often bet, and always won, on his bullfrog, Daniel Webster. One day, Smiley bet a newcomer $40 that Daniel could jump farther than any frog in Calaveras County. "Well," said the man, "I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog, I'd bet you." Obligingly, Smiley went to catch him a frog in a nearby swamp. While he was gone, however, the stranger poured a hefty quantity of quail shot down Daniel Webster's throat. When Smiley returned with a freshly caught frog in hand, the contest began. Counting 3, Smiley yelled, "Git!" and the new frog hopped off lively. Meanwhile, Dan'l give a heave, Wheeler recalled, and hoisted up his shoulders so like a Frenchman. But it warn't no use. He couldn't budge. He was planted as solid as a church. The stranger gladly took Smiley's money, and as he walked away, he turned and said over his shoulder, "I don't see no pints about that frog that's any better than any other frog." A few moments later, when Daniel belched out a handful of quail shot, Smiley figured out what had happened, and he took out after that fella, Wheeler continued, but he never catched him, and at this point, Wheeler heard his name called and stopped in mid-sentence to go answer the summons. When he returned, he started in on another tale, one about Smiley's one-eyed yellow cow. But Twain said, "Lacking both time and inclination, I did not wait to hear about the afflicted cow, but took my leave." The story of the bad little boy. Once there was a bad little boy named Jim, though, if you will notice, you will find that bad little boys are nearly always called James in your Sunday school books. But things went differently for this bad little boy from the way they usually go in Sunday school books. Jim did not have a pious mother who was dying of consumption or destined to go to her grave from anxiety over her little James' welfare. In fact, she said, if he were to break his neck, it wouldn't be much loss. Once when Jim stole the key to the pantry and ate his mother's jam, then put tar in a jar so she would not notice, a terrible feeling didn't come over him, and something didn't seem to whisper to him, "Is it right to disobey my mother?" And then he didn't kneel down alone and promise never to be wicked any more. No, Jim ate that jam, put the tar in the jar, and laughed. On another occasion, Jim stole the teacher's penknife. Afraid he would get caught with it, he slipped the knife in George Wilson's hat. Poor George Wilson, the moral boy, the good little boy of the village, who always obeyed his mother and never told an untruth. When the knife slipped out of George's hat, and he was about to get whipped for stealing, no one appeared to make Jim into an honest, God-fearing, upstanding, moral young man. The episode ended with a pointed but very un-Sunday school-like moral, and so the model boy George got thrashed. No, this Jim bore a charmed life. Nothing bad ever happened to him. He did not get sick or bitten by a dog when he ate too many of the farmer's stolen apples, and did not shoot off 3 or 4 fingers when he stole his father's gun and went hunting on the Sabbath. On the contrary, Jim grew up, married, raised a big family, and got wealthy through all manner of cheating and dishonest, unscrupulous means. And now he is the infernalest, wickedest scoundrel in his native village, and is universally respected and belongs to the legislature. So you see, there never was a bad James in the Sunday school books that had such a streak of luck as this sinful Jim with a charmed life. Is he living or is he dead? Twain spent the month of March, 1892, at a posh hotel on the French Riviera, and there he became acquainted with a gentleman whom he gave the anonymous name of Smith. During breakfast one morning, Smith pointed out an old, wealthy silk dealer, Théophile Magnon, from Lyon. I suppose, Twain said, that Smith would now proceed to justify the large interest which he had shown in Monsieur Magnon. But instead he dropped into a brown study for some minutes. At last Smith returned, recounting the fairy tale about a little boy who owned a beautiful songbird which he loved very much but often neglected. Presently the bird died. Smith added, "It isn't children only who starve poets to death, and then spend enough on their funerals and monuments to have kept them alive and made them easy and comfortable." The conversation now turned into a story. As a young man, Smith reminisced, he, along with 3 of his friends, had spent several years trying to earn a living as artists. Despite the obvious merit of their work, no one bought their paintings. One of the group, Carl, finally hit upon a plan to improve their condition. One of the 4 would have to die in order to gain recognition for his work. It was a law, Carl explained, that the merit of every great unknown and neglected artist must and will be recognized, and his pictures climbed to high prices after his death. So lots were drawn, and one of the young painters, François Millet, was elected to fill his role. The other 3 would travel around France pretending to be Millet's students, alluding to his reputation as a master and dropping casual, ominous remarks about his impending death. At the appropriate time, Millet would indeed die. A wax dummy would be buried, and the 4 friends would split their earnings from Millet's enormous stock of paintings and sketches. The plan worked magnificently. They all became quite rich. Yes, we same old 4, Smith concluded, who have lovingly shared privation together, carried the cough. Which 4? Twain broke in. We 4. For Millet helped to carry his own coffin. In disguise, you know. Disguised as a relative. Distant relative. After the burial, the 4 conspirators did not even know how to begin to spend all the money they had made. It is a wonderful history, perfectly wonderful, Twain exclaimed. Whatever became of Millet? Smith replied. Do you remember the man I called your attention to in the dining room today? That was François Millet. Yes. For once, they didn't starve a genius to death. This songbird was not allowed to pipe out its years unheard and then be paid with the cold pomp of a big funeral. We looked out for that. A story without an end. One of the ways he found to pass the time during a recent cruise, Twain related, was by completing incomplete stories. After dinner, someone would tell a story but leave off the ending. Each member of the group then made up his own ending to everyone's delight. One story, however, defied the most ambitious and persistent efforts to arrive at a suitable ending because the original version had no ending. The fellow who told it had begun reading it 25 years earlier, but had been forced to leave it unfinished when the train on which he was riding suddenly disrailed. The story follows. Jim Brown, a good-hearted, bashful, and upright Presbyterian living in Missouri, longed to marry the modest, sweet, and beautiful Miss Mary Brown. Mary's mother, who opposed the match, seemed to be wavering, so John resolved to make an ardent attempt to win her over to his cause. Donning his best white suit, complete with matching white hat, and renting the most ornate carriage and livery in town, which included an elaborately stitched lap-robe, he drove out to the Brown farm. As he rode along, a gust of wind blew his hat off his head and across a mud-filled ditch. In order to present himself properly, John would have to recapture the hat, but he did not want to risk soiling his suit. So looking far down the road in either direction, he doffed his clothes, set them on the carriage, crossed the ditch, and retrieved his hat. Just as John ran for the carriage, however, the horses began easing down the road. He finally caught the carriage and mounted the seat. Quickly he slipped on his shirt and threw the lap-robe across his legs and lower torso, hoping to find a secluded spot in which to finish dressing. At last, he turned into a narrow tree-covered trail and immediately froze. Standing before him were Mary Brown, her mother, and two impeccably respectable friends of the Browns, Mrs. Taylor and her daughter. Wrapping the lap-robe tightly around his nude lower body, John looked on in speechless shock. The Browns and the Taylors, it seemed, had gone to help a family whose house had burned down, and in the aftermath of the fire, they had found themselves without a conveyance to return home. John Brown's arrival seemed a godsend. But since his carriage was only a two-seater, the women spent considerable time discussing how to get all four of them back to the Browns' farm, all the while largely ignoring John. For his part, he said nothing, and did not stir from his seat. At length, the older women decided that Mary should ride with John back to the farm, fetch their wagon, then return to pick them up. Just then, Mrs. Taylor told her daughter, "The evening chill will be coming on pretty soon, and those poor old burnt-out people will need some kind of covering. Take the lap-robe with you, dear." The young woman stepped to the buggy and put out her hand to take John's lap-robe. Thus ended the tale. Twain's companions never were able to come up with a satisfactory ending. Everyone sought a happy finale, certainly, but how to arrive at it perplexed them. At 3 a.m, the group gave up and went to bed. Meantime, Twain concluded, Mary was still reaching for the lap-robe. We gave it up and decided to let her continue to reach. It is the reader's privilege to determine for himself how the thing came out.
Tales of King Arthur by Sir Thomas Malory. This is a tragic chivalric mythology set in 6th century Britain, featuring Arthur, King of England and legendary leader of the Knights of the Round Table, Arthur's Queen Guinevere, Merlin, a worldly magician and a devil's son, Lancelot, friend of Arthur and Guinevere's lover, Galahad, Lancelot's son, finder of the Holy Grail, and Arthur's illegitimate son, Mordred. King Uther Pendragon lusted after Igraine, the Duke of Tintagil's wife. His advances spurned, Uther waged war against Tintagil and besieged his castle. "I am sick for anger and for love of fair Igraine, that I may not be whole," he cried. Beholding his king's grief, Ulfius, one of Uther's knights, summoned Merlin. The wizened magician cast a spell upon Uther and gave him the appearance of Igraine's husband, the Duke. And so disguised, Uther laid with Igraine, and she conceived. But Merlin had required a payment in return. "When the child is born, it shall be delivered to me to nourish." Soon after, the Duke died, and Uther married Igraine. When the child Arthur was born, Merlin claimed him as agreed and gave him to Sir Ector's wife to nurse. Several years later, when Uther fell sick and died, Arthur became next in line to the throne. The young man, however, had yet to prove his worthiness. One day, Merlin advised the archbishop to summon all the lords of Britain to a church in London. In the courtyard was a great stone. upon which stood an anvil, and therein was stuck a fair sword naked by the point, and inscribed as follows: Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise born King of England. Inasmuch as none of the knights gathered there could dislodge the sword, a tournament was called to mollify their indignation. As it happened, Arthur's guardian, Sir Ector, had a son, Kay, who was to participate in the jousting contest. Kay, however, had left his sword at home and asked Arthur to retrieve it. Unable to find the sword, Arthur decided to ride to the churchyard and take the sword with me that sticketh in the stone. When the lad returned to Sir Kay, the knight, seeing the inscription on the hilt, sought to claim kingship for himself, but Ector knew it was Arthur who had fetched the sword. The assembly of lords traveled to the churchyard, where Arthur replaced the sword in the stone. Again, none could pull it from its place but Arthur himself, and he was crowned King of England. However, angered that one so young would rule them, 3 of the lesser kings declared war on Arthur, but he defeated them with his wondrous sword. One of the defeated kings, Lot, sent his wife Morgause to spy on Arthur. Arthur, who did not know that Morgause was in fact his own sister, seduced her, and she bore him an illegitimate son, Mordred. Merlin, seeing Arthur's plight, disguised himself and went to him as the son of Uther Pendragon. There he prophesied that Mordred would one day murder Arthur. To circumvent this, Merlin counseled Arthur to gather all the sons of nobles born on May Day, Mordred included, and dispatch them on a ship. Complying with this advice, Arthur later heard that the ship had been smashed on the rocks, with Mordred as the only survivor. Enraged by the loss of their sons, the nobles plotted revenge. In a skirmish with Pellinore, a gallant knight, Arthur was defeated and lost his sword. Appealing to Merlin to reveal how he might get another, they went to a lake where, in the middle, Arthur saw a woman, as well as a hand which held a sword and scabbard above the water. The king asked this lady of the lake, "Damsel, what sword is that yonder that the arm holdeth above the water? I would it were mine, for I have no sword." Answering that it was his, she took it and laid it in his hand. "While you have the scabbard upon you," Merlin later promised, referring to Excalibur, "ye shall lose no blood, be ye never so sore wounded." Merlin, who counseled Arthur in all of his decisions, especially warned him against marrying the lovely Guinevere. Nevertheless, Arthur ignored Merlin's advice, and after his marriage he received as dowry the Round Table. From that time forward, Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table devoted themselves to the chivalric code, defending the right and engaging themselves in many acts of valor and mercy. On one occasion, King Arthur, having declined to pay Roman tribute, sent an invading army led by Sir Lancelot into the heart of Italy. In the midst of the battle, Arthur, in hand-to-hand combat, killed the emperor, thrusting his sword into Lucius from the crest of his helm unto the bare paps. Ultimately, the Britons routed the Romans, winning glory for the Round Table and a crown for Arthur in Rome. Lancelot, determined to gain even greater fame for himself, embarked on a series of triumphant contests against all challengers. As a result, Queen Guinevere favored him above all the knights, and soon Lancelot began to love her more than he loved Arthur. Unbeknownst to Lancelot, he was destined to become the father of the great Sir Galahad. Thus, in order that fate might be meted out, the brave Lancelot would have to be outwitted, and this would be achieved by a woman. Dame Brisson, an enchantress, gave Lancelot a cup of wine that muddled his senses. Asking where Guinevere was, he was directed to a room where Elaine, daughter of a king, lay waiting for him. Believing she was the fair Guinevere, Lancelot laid with her, and she conceived Galahad. When he found out that he had been deceived, Lancelot said to Elaine, "Thou traitress, thou shalt die right here of my hands." But when she revealed her identity as King Pelias' daughter, and he saw how beautiful she was, he promptly forgave her. Galahad, son of Lancelot, grew to be the noblest knight in the land. He alone was worthy to remove a sword lodged in red marble that floated on a river. "Never shall man take me hence," the sword's inscription read, "but only he by whose side I ought to hang, and he shall be the best knight of the world." In due time, Galahad and the other knights of the Round Table set out on their quest of the Holy Grail. But the vain and worldly knights were unsuccessful at obtaining the Grail. Only humble, brave, and merciful lieges, who did not seek their own fame but followed the teachings of Christ, were deserving of honor. Lancelot, therefore, having committed adultery with Guinevere, was unworthy to complete the quest. Shaken by this flaw, Lancelot promised to forsake his love of Guinevere and never to see her again. After many adventures, Galahad, Percival, and Bors obtained the Grail. Even though they were captured and locked in a dungeon, the magic of the Grail fed them great feasts. After Joseph, the son of Joseph of Arimathea, appeared and placed the Grail into Galahad's hands, Galahad beheld a vision of Christ and prayed to be with him. His prayer offered, he immediately died, and his soul rose to heaven, accompanied by a throng of heavenly angels. Lancelot, meanwhile, returning from his own unsuccessful pilgrimage, soon forgat his promise and returned to Guinevere. Sir Agravaine, one of Arthur's knights, took note of the renewed affair and spoke of it openly in court. Once again, Lancelot parted with the queen, this time intent on honoring his promise and on defending other maids in jousts. But Guinevere became inflamed by her beloved's apparent snub and banished him from the kingdom. "Now I well understand that thou art a false recreant knight," she spoke, weeping, "a common lecher who lovest and holdest other ladies, and of me thou hast disdain and scorn." Accordingly, Lancelot took his leave, deeply saddened. After a time, Lancelot and Guinevere once more rekindled their romance, but this time Mordred set a trap for them. In the end, Lancelot was caught with the queen. In the bloody battle that ensued, Lancelot wounded Mordred and escaped. Meanwhile, Guinevere had been swiftly and falsely accused of poisoning a knight and was sentenced to burn. Lancelot, hearing of the court's rulings, launched a daring rescue, carrying her off to his castle. The king, in retaliation, besieged Lancelot, who finally returned Guinevere. Arthur, though, would not be appeased, and he began a full-scale assault on Lancelot's domain, leaving all of England in Mordred's sinister power. In Arthur's absence, Mordred usurped his father's throne and took Guinevere, his own mother, to wife. Hearing of this, Arthur immediately returned to England to meet Mordred in battle. Although Arthur was victorious, Mordred fled the field and gathered the many lords who sought vengeance on Arthur. Once more Mordred came against Arthur at Salisbury, a skirmish that led to an all-day campaign. Spying him on the battlefield, Arthur rushed Mordred and impaled him with a spear, crying, "Traitor, now is thy death day come." In his last breath, however, Mordred struck Arthur in the helmet, mortally wounding his father king. Seeing the destruction his sword had caused, the dying king ordered Sir Bedivere to cast Excalibur into the lake from whence it came. As he threw the sword, the hand rose up from the lake's surface, and grasping its hilt, brandished the blade 3 times before sinking back into the water. Arthur then asked to be placed on a boat, accompanied by 3 queens adorned in black. "I must go into the vale of Avalon to heal me of my wound," he sighed. Arthur was never heard from again. Some say he never died. But later, Bedivere found a fresh grave that a hermit had dug for a corpse borne by 3 ladies dressed in black garb. When Lancelot sensed that Arthur was dead and heard that Guinevere had entered a convent as a nun, he became a priest. Both died soon afterwards. Guinevere's grave was hallowed next to Arthur's, even as the remaining knights, led by King Constantine, set off to fight the holy wars. The Round Table, excepting for a place in history, was no more. Thomas Malory, a knight-turned-thief, wrote Morte d'Arthur around 1469. Tales of King Arthur is the abridged version that renders Malory's Middle English prose into a more readable form and deletes some of the numerous combats and conquests. The story revolves around those who would achieve knighthood and fame at any cost. Malory depicts a group of honorable knights dedicated to the chivalric code who fall prey to corruption, savagery, incest, lust, intrigues, and in the end, near annihilation. Though there is much good in most of the knights, even Arthur ultimately pays the price of incest by having to kill his own son and then losing his own life. Indeed, Lancelot, the noblest of knights, is responsible for the deaths of those he loves most, and in the end, it is the abandonment of virtue and honor in favor of a more desperate warfare that rescinds the age of chivalry.
The Day of the Triffids, by John Wyndham, Michael Joseph Limited, London, England, 1951. The type of work is a science fiction narrative set in London, England in the mid-1950s. The principal characters are William Masson, a biologist, the narrator, Josella Playton, a writer, and Coker, a professional speaker and intellectual. Wednesday, May 8th was the day I was scheduled to have the bandages removed from my eyes, said William Masson as he began his story. But when I awoke in my hospital bed to hear the distant clock strike 8, I knew that something was very wrong. By this time I should have already been washed, dressed, and fed. I rang the service bell to summon a nurse. There was no response. I felt my way to the door and shouted into the hall, only to hear hundreds of babbling voices sound an unintelligible response. I tried to collect my thoughts. I had spent the evening before listening to the nurses' raving accounts of a spectacular meteor shower. What a pity it was that I had to miss it, they kept telling me, but nothing in what they said seemed to tie in with the chaos I now sensed around me. Finally, I reached up to remove the bandages from my eyes. Squinting against the sunlight, I saw a few people wandering aimlessly on the street below. I made my way out into the hall and almost stumbled into a doctor who was reeling blindly toward me. I helped him, ranting and shuddering in pain, to his fifth-floor office, where he grabbed for the telephone. When he found the line dead, he turned before I could stop him and flung himself from the window. Back in the corridors, I dodged between blinded, babbling fugitives and a litter of dead bodies. In the downstairs lobby, a sightless mob groped unsuccessfully for the main doors. I immediately fled. Let me start at the beginning. I had landed in the hospital in the first place due to a Triffid sting. You see, I was a biologist involved in Triffid research. Years earlier, when the laboratories in communist-ruled Russia attempted to smuggle some Triffid seeds out of the country, the jet carrying the seeds had been destroyed as it flew high in the stratosphere. The seeds, dispersed by air currents all across the globe, spawned a deadly menace. At maturity, the Triffids stood some 7 feet tall. They grew roots, so I guess you could call them plants, but they were like no plants anyone had ever seen before. At will, they could pull themselves from the ground and lurch about on 3 leg-like appendages. Even more alarming, the whorl topping every Triffid stem could lash out as a slender, stinging weapon 10 feet long, capable of discharging enough poison to kill a man, whereupon it would feed upon its victim's flesh. Scientists immediately launched into the all-but-impossible task of corralling the Triffids, which by now had popped up everywhere. Since they could not easily be destroyed, the captured plants were commonly docked, a safety precaution involving removal of the whorl stinger, or else herded behind enclosures of safety netting. However, because of the valuable oil they produced, Triffids by the thousands were soon under cultivation in scores of privately owned nurseries. On one occasion, while I was examining some rather unusual Triffid specimens, a stinger had reached out and struck my mask. Poison splashed right through the mesh and blinded me. In fact, only quick medical attention had saved my life. Ironically, I seemed to be the only human creature in the city who could still see. I wandered through the streets, watching as people felt their way down the sidewalks, occasionally colliding with one another. From time to time, they broke into storefronts, searching for food. Then suddenly I heard a scream. I turned to see a woman, her hands tied behind her back, being beaten in an alley. Since her assailant was completely blind, I easily rescued her, and was delighted to discover that she too could see. Like me, this young woman had missed the fateful meteor shower. Her name was Josella Playton. She was a writer. Together we commandeered an auto and set out toward her family home. When we arrived, however, we found only decaying corpses strewn upon the floor and several Triffids silently roaming the house. With a chill, I recalled the words of one of my co-workers. "I tell you," he had said some days before his death, "a Triffid's in a damn sight better position to survive than a blind man." Josella and I drove on to Clerkenwell and supplied ourselves with the best Triffid guns and masks in the world. The next morning we hooked up with a small group of people at the university who, for various reasons, had also missed the meteor shower. Working as a unit, we broke into warehouses and scavenged supplies, loaded up a lorry, and headed out of the city. When night came, we gathered in a small lecture theater and discussed our long-term plans. Eventually, it was decided that we must abandon the blinded masses and work for our own survival. Early the next morning, I woke to shouted warnings. "Fire! Fire!" Hurrying down a smoke-filled staircase, I tripped and hit my head on the landing. When I again awoke, I found myself a captive. As it turned out, another group, led by a sighted intellectual named Coker, had hatched a plan different from ours. Coker's squads were collecting sighted prisoners to serve as the eyes for a company of blind people, scrounging up food and other necessities for them until help arrived. When and from whom the help would come, however, Coker could not say. My assigned scavenge district was Hampstead, a London suburb. Josella, who had also been captured, was assigned Westminster. Chained between two rough-looking blind attendant guards, my 53-member team went to work. At first, my sightless captors could do virtually nothing without me. Soon, however, we began working as a team, rounding up the often infirm, sightless nomads. On day 5 of my servitude, we came upon another work party, whose sighted guide straightway shot and killed one of my guards. Fearing for my life when the other guard refused to release me, I instantly beat him to the ground, rifled through his pockets for the key, unchained myself, and ran. Returning to base, I discovered that the roving Triffids and bands of human marauders had decimated our group, and many of the survivors were desperately ill with plague-like symptoms. Over the next several hours, most of them died or deserted the base. I knew the end for all of us was not far distant. By the next morning, only the dead and the dying and I remained. Hoping to find Josella, I headed towards Westminster. When I arrived, however, I spotted only an occasional Triffid and a random blind scavenger weakly stumbling about. No Josella. Even the university had been abandoned. It was then that I again ran into Coker. Desolated, he admitted that he had been wrong. It's just that he couldn't believe that some kind of help wouldn't come. Coker and I finally scouted out another band of sighted survivors at Tinsham, led by a Miss Durant. She reported that my original group, having rejected her ultra-religious brotherly philosophies, had gone on to Beminster some weeks earlier. Trudging to Beminster, Coker and I merged with a trio of sighted men, a remnant of one of his squads of hopefuls, and together we searched the countryside. Isolated bands of survivors huddled together for protection, but still there was no sign of the person who was uppermost in my own heart, Josella. Coker's plan was a return to Tinsham, but suddenly I remembered that Josella had said something about going down to Sussex Downs. So while the rest of our group proceeded toward Tinsham, I, in a crush of loneliness, headed for Sussex to find Josella. Miraculously, she was there. My arms went around her in a relief that was too vast for words. After we stopped hugging and kissing long enough to speak, we shared our hair-raising stories. When Coker's group was overwhelmed by a combination of Triffids and plague, Josella had made a terrified beeline for Sussex, the home of her friends, Dennis and Mary Brent, who were now with her and expecting a baby at any time. Several weeks later, I returned to Tinsham to see Coker, only to find that both his and Durant's group had been obliterated. Apparently, the typhoid-like plague had taken its terrible toll. By the time I returned to Sussex, Mary's baby had been born. A few months later, Josella bore our own son, David. We spent the next several years at Sussex, frequently making runs into the nearby towns and cities to forage for the essentials that couldn't be grown on the land. Our only danger now came from the ever-present Triffids pushing at our fenced perimeter. Over the years, we came up with some ingenious schemes to kill or trap them, but none became a viable solution. The plants seemed uncannily capable of learning from their mistakes. Then in our 4th year at Sussex, a man by the name of Ivan, the friend of Coker's, appeared, piloting a helicopter. Ivan reported that Coker, who had survived the plague, had abandoned Tinsham when the epidemic struck. After eventually locating my original university group, which had established itself on the Isle of Wight, Coker sent Ivan to find us and bring us to join them on the island. We decided to go in the fall after spending one last summer at Sussex. But as it turned out, we were never to see Coker again. Droves of soldiers who had spotted the smoke given off by the burning logs we had used to signal the helicopter arrived in their half-tracks the following day. Their intentions were both simple and terrible. 17 blind superintendents were to join us at Sussex. The soldiers spoke proudly of being the first country to get on its feet. Indeed, they offered me an administrative post if I would aid their efforts. I pretended to warm to their sinister plan. That night we even threw a party for our guests. But then, at the height of the celebration, I slipped out and filled all but one of the vehicle's fuel tanks with honey. Finally, as the soldiers slept, we made our break in the one honeyless half-track. As we smashed through the fences of our enclosed compound, the Triffids suddenly became our rescuers. Through the breach they filed, heading for the soldiers, who sat wide-eyed in their stalled vehicles. And there my personal story joins up with the rest. William Masson ended his narrative. You will find it in Elspeth Cary's excellent History of the Colony. Written in 1951 at the dawn of the Cold War era, John Wyndham's The Day of the Triffids painted a dark portrait of humanity's future, a future filled with bizarre adversaries and horrific diseases. The blinding meteor shower and resultant mysterious plague, Wyndham implies, might actually have been the result of malfunctioning military missiles or satellites armed with deadly bacteria colonies. And the Triffids themselves were probably developed by the Soviets for use as secret weapons. Some of Wyndham's doomsday pessimism can be attributed to the general aura of McCarthy-era paranoia that hovered over the early 50s. However, his assertion that a militant 5% of the world's population keeps the other 95% living in fear is as true today as it was then. And despite the powerful developed countries' claims that their defensive weapons are safely stored and in competent hands, we can never really know for sure.
The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. This work of social and political criticism is set in Oklahoma and California in the 1930s. The story centers on Tom Joad, a recent parolee in his mid-20s, Ma and Pa Joad, a strong middle-aged Oklahoma couple, their strange eldest son, Noah Joad, Al, their wild 16-year-old, the eldest Joad daughter, Rose of Sharon, married and pregnant, the earthy old couple, Grandma and Grandpa Joad, Jim Casey, a preacher and later a labor agitator, and the other Joad children. As Tom Joad hitchhiked his way home after a 4-year stay in prison for killing a man in a fight, he met up with Jim Casey, a former preacher who was returning from a sojourn in the wilderness, where he had been soul-searching. Tom invited Jim to walk with him on the dusty road to the Joad family farm and to stay for dinner. Arriving there, he saw that the small, unpainted house was mashed at one corner, and it had been pushed off its foundation so that it slumped at an angle. The farm was deserted. Muley Graves, a nearby tenant farmer, told Tom that his family had moved out to their Uncle John's house. They was going to stick it out when the bank come to tractoring off the place. A long drought was making barren ground out of what had once been fertile farmland. Early the following morning, Tom and Casey walked the 8 miles to Uncle John's farm. As they approached, Tom saw his pa working on a truck in the yard. Pa's eyes looked at Tom's face, and then gradually his brain became aware of what he saw. With Tom's homecoming, the Joad family unit was complete. Now Ma and Pa, their pregnant eldest daughter, Rose of Sharon, and her husband Connie, Grandpa, Grandma, and all the rest started packing. They were all going to California to start over as fruit pickers. Like thousands of other displaced tenant farmers, the Joads, spurred on by the promise of good wages and sunshine, sold what they could, bought a used car, and headed out on Highway 66. A people in flight, refugees from dust and shrinking land, from the thunder of tractors and shrinking ownership. After the supplies and tools were loaded into the old Hudson, which teenaged Al Joad had converted into a truck, the Joad family and Casey, 12 people in all, squeezed into what little space was left and started west. During the first overnight stop, Grandpa suddenly was hit by a stroke and died. They buried him on the roadside. Soon, the Jodes met up with the Wilsons, a married couple with a broken-down car. After Al had fixed the vehicle, Ma and Pa Jode invited the Wilsons to travel with them. "You won't be no burden. Each'll help each, and we'll all get to California," Ma said. The two groups crawled westward as a unit, suffering along the way from too little money, not enough food, dilapidated vehicles, profiteering junk dealers, and overpriced replacement parts. Eastward-bound migrants warned the travelers that working conditions in California were bad, but they still pressed on toward the promised land. Crossing the border into California, the family camped next to a river that ran parallel to the town of Needles. They'd wait until nightfall to cross the desert. As Tom, Noah, and Pa sat down in the shallow river water to wash off the road grime, they were joined by an itinerant father and his son, who apprised them of the treatment they could expect in California. "Okie used to mean you was from Oklahoma. Now it means you're a dirty son of a bitch. Okie means you're scum." Later that day, Tom's aloof and backward brother Noah notified him that he was staying to live by the river, and then wandered away. That evening, after saying goodbye to the Wilsons, the Jodes began the last leg of their journey. Early during the desert crossing, Grandma quietly died, but Ma waited until they reached Bakersfield before she told anyone. After another roadside burial, the family drove on into a Hooverville, one of many designated migrant camps opened during the Depression. Like other Hoovervilles, it was a chaotic community. Little gray tents, shacks, and cars were scattered about at random. But the Jodes elected to stay. On their first evening in camp, two men in a shiny sedan drove up, a labor contractor and a local sheriff. The contractor had come out to offer jobs to the migrants, but when he declined to reveal the actual wage he was prepared to pay, a fight ensued. Tom and Casey got in the middle of things and managed to knock the sheriff out cold. Since Tom was on parole and couldn't afford any more trouble, Casey ordered him to hide while he stayed behind to give himself up in Tom's place. That night, before the family drove away, Rose of Sharon's husband sneaked off, abandoning his wife and soon-to-be-born child. From the Hooverville, sounds of shouts and screams could be heard as the clattering old Hudson crept away in the night. The Jodes headed south toward Weed Patch, where they had heard a government camp was located. Once there, they were immediately struck by how different this camp was from the Hooverville. Clean showers with hot water greeted them, indoor toilets, and the best Saturday night dances in the county. The camp's inhabitants had the right to make their own rules and elect their own leaders. Unfortunately, though, there was no work in any of the surrounding areas. The children began having dizzy spells from hunger, and with Rose of Sharon near to giving birth, they had to make a decision. They left the camp on their last tank of gas. As the worn-out vehicle headed north, the Jodes met a man who pointed them to possible work on the Hooper Ranch near Pixley. When they finally reached the ranch, however, they found themselves in the middle of a heated dispute. A row of policemen held back picketing strikers who shouted and cursed at the scab peach pickers crossing their lines. But the Jodes didn't care. They were hungry. Everyone except Ma and Rose of Sharon, who stayed behind to clean their filthy new home, straightway went to work. Before nightfall, the men and children had earned $1 among them, and Ma took their note of credit to the company store, where she was able to buy a little hamburger, bread, potatoes, and coffee. After eating his scanty dinner, Tom ambled down through the brush along the highway to investigate what all the commotion was about. He came upon a tent. To his surprise, he discovered that Casey, the preacher, was one of the main agitators. Casey gave Tom the lowdown. "We come to work there. They says it's going to be 5 cents. We got there and they says they're paying 2.5 cents. Now they're paying you 5. When they bust this here strike, you think they'll pay you 5? Tom was about to return to the ranch when suddenly he heard guys coming from every which way. Everyone scattered for cover, but Tom and Casey were intercepted by 2 deputies. "You fellas don't know what you're doing," protested Casey. "You're helping to starve kids." The nearest deputy snatched up a pick handle and cracked Casey's skull, killing him. In a fit of passion, Tom wrenched the club free and clubbed the deputy to the ground. As he bolted from the confusion, he received a deep gash on his face, but he managed to make it back to the ranch where he hid out. As the family worked on, the strike was broken, and just as Casey had predicted, the pay for peaches dropped to 2.5 cents a box. Soon all the peaches were picked, and once again the Jodes set out. Luckily, they happened on some work picking cotton. While they camped with other migrants in abandoned boxcars along a stream, Tom, still hunted by the law, stayed a few miles down the road in a clump of trees. At last, the Jodes were making enough money to eat properly. Then the littlest girl, Ruthie, made a mistake. During a fight with another girl, she threatened to get her big brother, who had already killed 2 fellas. That evening, Ma took Tom his dinner, told him about Ruthie's words, slipped him $7 that she had saved, and urged him to leave, for his own and the family's sake. Tom hugged Ma and promised he would carry on Casey's work of improving the workers' plight. When the cotton picking ended, the Jodes remained in the boxcar. Winter was approaching, along with the birth of Rose of Sharon's baby. The money was nearly gone. Hunger and hopelessness grew. Amid heavy rains, Rose finally gave birth to a stillborn son. As the stream swelled into a thundering river, water began entering the boxcar. The soaked, frantic, and fragmented family ran for higher ground. Finally, sheltering in a rickety barn, they found inside a young boy tending his sickly father. "Gotta have soup or milk," he told them. "You folks got money to get milk?" Bereft of her baby, Rose of Sharon now went to the famished man, bared her breast, and nourished him with her milk. It was all she had. Perhaps Steinbeck's most popular and true-to-life novel, The Grapes of Wrath, exposes the grinding hardships of the Okie migrants. With brief yet descriptive passages moving quickly from one scene to another, he conveys a sustained air of urgency. The novel is heavy with religious symbolism. Casey offers himself to suffer for Tom's crime, then later dies uttering, "Father, forgive them." The family meets up with fathers and sons throughout. The stillborn baby is placed in a wooden box and set adrift, Moses-like, on the river. The name Rose of Sharon comes from the Song of Solomon, and the list goes on and on. As a portrait of a family being destroyed by nature, mechanization, greed, and changing times, and as a sometimes sentimental yet powerful indictment of our capitalist economy, this book is a masterpiece. However, it can be argued that even through all of the appallingly harsh events, the Jode family endures. The book promotes optimism, a milk of human kindness theme, a journey from drought and despair that ends in water and hope. Though capricious nature and human nature cannot always be depended upon to alleviate human misery, Rose's act of mercy symbolizes the need for all of us to develop within ourselves a genuine responsibility and compassion for each other. The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, published by Houghton Mifflin of Boston, Massachusetts in 1986. This work of futuristic fiction is set in the mythical Republic of Gilead, what used to be the USA, in the near future. Principal characters are Offred, a Rachel, a woman kept for the purpose of producing a baby; Moira, Offred's best friend; the commander, Fred, her 60-ish governmental master; Serena Joy, the commander's wife; Nick, the commander's chauffeur bodyguard; and Ofglen, another Rachel. The events that transformed the United States into the Republic of Gilead were quick and all-encompassing. Immediately after the catastrophe, when they shot the president and machine-gunned the Congress and the Army declared a state of emergency, the media blared, "Everything is under control." But shortly thereafter, the Constitution was suspended. Newspapers were censored or shut down, and roadblocks began to appear. and eventually even more radical changes took place. Women lost their jobs, their bank accounts were frozen, and they were assigned to the care of legal male guardians, whose first names they generally assumed. Fearing the worst if they stayed, Offred, named for Fred, the man who later owned her, her husband, and their young daughter had passports forged for themselves and made a run for the Canadian border. They planned and prepared carefully. When we get to the border, we'll pretend we're just going over for a day trip. But when the border guard checking their passports picked up a phone, they knew that the eyes of God, the secret police, were waiting for them. Into the woods they raced on foot. Later, all that Offred could remember was her capture. She never knew what happened to her family. In some ways, Offred was fortunate. Since she was still young and fertile, she was not declared an unwoman and sent to the colonies, where thousands of unfortunates were forced to work in agricultural camps or clean up toxic waste dumps. Life expectancy was low in the colonies. Instead, Offred was declared a Rachel, after the favored biblical wife of Jacob, and sent to a center where women were re-educated and prepared for the duty of producing a baby in a commander's house. In the center, Offred was overseen by an aunt and shown movies depicting former society to make her see how corrected this new society was. To her joy, Offred's old friend Moira arrived one day at the center. "This is a loony bin," Moira declared. The two women often talked secretly through a hole in the partition between stalls in the washroom, vowing covert rebellion. During one of their bathroom conversations, Moira confided that she had to escape. She was going batty. After recovering from the torture inflicted as punishment for her first futile attempt, Moira finally did escape by jumping one of the aunts, putting on her clothes, and scurrying out of the building. Soon, Offred was sent to her first post. Serena Joy, the commander's hostile, blue-eyed wife, met her at the door. "So, you're the new one," she said. "I want to see as little of you as possible. If I get trouble, I'll give trouble, you understand?" Surprised by this warning, Offred quickly stammered that she understood. Serena Joy continued, "As for my husband, he's just that, my husband. I want that perfectly clear. Till death do us part. It's final." Offred's duties were simple. Number 1, get pregnant. And number 2, go into town daily to buy food. On her excursions into town, of course, Offred had to be accompanied by another Rachel. Widespread pollution and societal shake-up had made food scarce in Gilead. Thus, no one could trust any Rachel to shop alone, and informants were placed everywhere to ensure that any budding conspiracies were squelched. Offred's shopping partner was Offglen. Each day after the shopping was done, Offglen suggested that they pass by the wall, where Gilead executed its criminals. Abortionists, heretics, Quakers, Catholics, and Jews, they all hung suspended on hooks cemented into the wall. Offglen noted that the corpses looked like scarecrows, which in a way is what they are, since they're meant to scare. Books, pens, paper, and television were all forbidden. Once, alone in her room, Offred recalled a film she had been shown at the center. Meant to serve as an example of what not to be, the film had depicted women forced into a rape march. Horribly, Offred had recognized her own mother in the movie. Where she was now was anybody's guess. Once each month, Offred, the commander, and Serena Joy would retire to the bedroom for a ceremony of insemination. There, while the commander read the Bible, his wife literally offered the handmaid to her husband, holding Offred by the arms throughout the proceeding, supposedly to signify that we are one flesh, one being. All three remained fully clothed. There was no passion or love or romance involved. Even in her confinement, Offred still indulged in certain small rebellions. She stole butter and other cosmetics with which to keep her skin soft. On one such escapade, she slipped into the sitting room to look around. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Nick, the commander's bodyguard and chauffeur, had brought news that the commander wanted to see her in his office. As Offred entered the commander's office, he stuttered out his request. "I'd like you to play a game of Scrabble with me." Offred felt like laughing, but agreed. They played 2 games that night. I let him win the second. Before she left to return to her room, the commander had one more wish. "I want you to kiss me." Offred complied. After this, Offred would creep to the commander's room 2 or 3 times a week and play Scrabble. Their arrangement required that they set up a signal involving Nick. If Nick's hat was on askew when Offred returned from shopping, that night they would meet. On their second night together, the commander brought a gift for Offred, an old Vogue magazine. Offred hesitated. These were supposed to be burned. By the 3rd rendezvous, she was bold enough to ask for some hand lotion, which she received. Obviously, the black market in Gilead was alive and thriving. About halfway through the next ceremony, the commander, as though the act was done out of reflex, reached up and almost touched Offred's face. "You could get me transferred to the colonies," she said afterward. He promised to be more discreet. Meanwhile, one afternoon, Offred and Offglen went to the Soul Scrolls store, where people solicited prayers from machines. As they stood watching the machines spin out prayers, Offglen asked, "Do you think God listens to these machines?" Offred summoned her courage and said no. After this, the women began to open up to one another, eventually even devising a password for use in a crisis: Mayday. Later, Serena Joy asked Offred if she was pregnant yet. "No, nothing," Offred answered with relief. Then Serena suggested that maybe the commander was sterile and perhaps she should try another man, Nick. Startled, Offred realized how much Serena wanted a baby. As incentive, if Offred slept with Nick and produced a child, then Serena promised to show her a picture of her daughter. In confusion, elation, hope, and sadness, Offred walked away. During one of Offred's visits to the commander, he presented her with a pink, feather-adorned slip-on, the kind of thing, supposedly long since burned, that women had once worn to look sexy for men. Then he led her outside, past roadblocks, to a building once used as a hotel. Inside were numerous men, along with women dressed like Offred. Each wore most laughable dowdy lingerie or showgirl garb. "Well, what do you think of our little club?" he boasted. "Nature demands variety from men." Then Moira emerged from the crowd. Her eyes met Offred's, but neither woman flinched. Then Moira flashed the hidden signal they had used in the re-education center. 5 minutes later, the two were in the ladies' room, exchanging news and barbs about one another's outfits under the stall. Moira had almost escaped into Canada, but was caught at the border. She thought they would kill her or send her back to the center, but instead they gave her 2 choices. The colonies, where eventually your nose falls off and your skin pulls away like rubber gloves, or this: steady work as a prostitute for the government of Gilead. While Offred spent that night with the commander, Serena Joy was discreetly arranging with Nick to impregnate the Rachel. At first, this liaison with Nick was a duty, but soon Offred found herself freely in love with Nick, and she suspected he felt the same about her. One morning, when Offred went to meet Offglen for the day's shopping, a new Offglen greeted her. For days, Offred was gripped by fear. Had the old Offglen talked? However, Offred's fears were finally allayed when she learned that Offglen had committed suicide. Still, Offred remained unsure about who knew what. Then, one day, Serena Joy confronted Offred, holding the lipstick-marked costume she had worn. "I trusted you. I tried to help you," she sobbed. "You could have left me something." Offred silently slipped back to her room to await the black van that would surely come for her. Offred heard the van pull up and braced for the entrance of the military henchman, but it was Nick who pushed open the door. "It's all right," he whispered. "It's Mayday. Go with them. Trust me." As the guardians led the still wavering Offred away, the commander and his wife protested. It was no use. As she was locked into the van, she wondered what would become of her. "And so I step up into the darkness within, or else the light." The Handmaid's Tale is meant as a warning shot. Atwood suggests that this type of rigid, joyless world is what we can expect when freedom is restricted by dogmatic fanatics. In this case, the religious right of the United States. Though men and patriarchal societies in particular are the villains of the book, the male sex is redeemed somewhat by Nick's actions. This novel is feminist at its core, and it may merit some criticism for the occasional preachy tone it takes. Atwood's writing, however, takes on an honest, hard-hitting tone and is surprisingly humorous.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame by Victor Hugo is a Gothic romance set in Paris, France in 1842. The principal characters include Quasimodo, the grotesque hunchbacked bell ringer of Notre Dame, Esmeralda, a beautiful 16-year-old gypsy girl, Pierre Gringoire, a poet and writer, and Claude Frollo, an archdeacon who desires Esmeralda for his own. It was the Festival of Fools' Day in Paris. A boisterous crowd had gathered to witness the performance of a play written by Pierre Gringoire and to choose the Prince of Fools, the title bestowed on the ugliest person in all Paris. Several acts into the play, however, the Parisians grew restless and demanded that the Prince of Fools be elected immediately. To Gringoire's consternation, the crowd turned its attention from his production to the contest. After several hideous contestants had shown their faces, one particularly grotesque figure appeared before the judges. His huge head was covered with red bristles, and between his shoulders rose an enormous hump. This candidate had a forked chin and lip from which protruded a tusk, and one eye was covered by a wart. In spite of his deformities, however, he was strong and agile. This hideous creature was unanimously acclaimed Prince of Fools. "It's Quasimodo," the crowd roared, "the bell ringer of Notre Dame." Placing a jester's hat on his head, a mitre in his hand, and a robe on his rounded back, they paraded him through the streets of the city, singing and playing instruments. Quasimodo was overcome. This was the first time he had ever felt the gratification of self-love. Deaf from long years of ringing Notre Dame's massive bells, he grinned in dignified muteness at the spectacle around him. The procession paused when the crowd reached a spot where a trained goat danced gracefully to the enchanting sounds of a beautiful gypsy girl's tambourine. The girl was named Esmeralda. Suddenly, Frollo barged through the crowd, snatched the scepter from Quasimodo's hand, and ripped off the hat and robe. The gathering stood aghast at the archdeacon's harsh treatment, yet they knew Quasimodo would submit himself to the master who, many years earlier, had taken in a deformed, unwanted baby left in the foundling box at the gates of the cathedral. Later that night, Gringoire, now destitute and forced to walk Paris's cold streets, watched in horror as two men, one of them hooded, abducted the beautiful dancer Esmeralda. Gringoire called for the guard and drew closer to the scene, and saw that the hooded man's partner was none other than Quasimodo, who, on orders from the other, struck Gringoire to the ground. Phoebus, the captain of the guard, appeared and commanded the two men to free Esmeralda. In the ensuing melee, Quasimodo's accomplice released Esmeralda and escaped. Esmeralda, moved by Phoebus's bravery, immediately fell in love with him. Gringoire soon ran into a band of thieves and beggars, who threatened to hang him unless one of their women agreed to marry him. Just as the noose was lowered about his thin neck, Esmeralda stepped forward and volunteered herself. The couple was married, but Gringoire did not enjoy a wedding night. Esmeralda now loved Phoebus. She had rescued the poet merely out of pity. Meanwhile, Quasimodo, for his part in Esmeralda's attempted kidnapping, was sentenced to a flogging in the marketplace and a 1-hour public humiliation on the revolving pillory. Bleeding and exhausted, he was soon overcome by thirst and pled for water. His plea, however, was greeted with scorn by the throng, who hurled stones and insults at him. But once more, just as she had with Gringoire, Esmeralda appeared. The derisive crowd parted, and she ascended the pillory and placed a water flask to Quasimodo's swollen lips. A big tear was seen to trickle slowly down his deformed face, perhaps the first that he had shed since he arrived at manhood. Quasimodo spied Frollo in the distance, which mitigated Esmeralda's kindness. Secretly, the archdeacon had become infatuated with her and wanted her for himself. To Quasimodo, all but this curious and enchanting girl had turned away from him. Over time, Esmeralda's love for Phoebus turned more fiery. She even trained her goat to spell out Phoebus's name with alphabet blocks, an act many considered irrefutable evidence that she was a sorceress. At the same time, Frollo became more jealous of Esmeralda's attraction to Phoebus. One day, learning that the pair planned a rendezvous, he followed them to the prescribed spot and watched from a hiding place. When he saw Phoebus kiss Esmeralda, the priest, overcome by envy, leapt out and plunged his dagger into the captain's breast. Stunned, Esmeralda pulled the dagger from Phoebus's body, and then, as the assailant fled, she fainted. When Esmeralda was found with the knife in her hand, she was arrested for murdering Phoebus. Frollo decided that if he could not have her for himself, he would rather see her hanged for murder and witchcraft. His confederates brutally tortured Esmeralda, extracting a confession that she had used sorcery to murder Phoebus. The judge's sentence was threefold: to pay an indemnity, to do penance before the grand porch of Notre Dame, and to be taken with her goat to be hanged. While Esmeralda awaited execution, Frollo appeared at her cell door and confessed that it was he who had killed her lover. He tried to strike a deal. In return for her love, he would spare her life. Horrified, the girl cried, "Begone, monster! Leave me to die! Nothing shall bring us together, not even hell itself." Unknown to Esmeralda, Phoebus had not died from his wound. On the day of the execution, he and his new fiancée gazed on at the court proceedings. Soon to be married, he did not come forward. Esmeralda, however, caught sight of him, but unfortunately too late. Her doom was sealed. There would be no rescue. Frollo came to give Esmeralda last rites, and once more to offer himself to her. Once more she refused him. Taken to the town square, the hangman was just about to place the noose around Esmeralda's neck, when Quasimodo vaulted up on the scaffold, scooped the girl into his arms, and carried her into the cathedral, shouting, "Sanctuary! Sanctuary!" Safe within Notre Dame's walls and high atop the bell towers, the hideous hunchback held the girl aloft for the delighted crowd to see. After Esmeralda had rejected him, Frollo hurriedly left the proceedings, missing the girl's rescue. He wandered the streets of Paris and reflected on the folly of eternal vows and the vanity of chastity. Later, when he returned to his room in the cathedral, he looked out at the spires of Notre Dame and there beheld a spectacle that made him shudder. 'Twas she herself, pale, sad. She was free. She was dead. The sight of her ghost chilled his blood. In the meantime, Quasimodo brought Esmeralda food and blankets. "In the daytime you shall stay here," he explained, motioning to the locked doors. "At night you walk about all over the church, but stir not a step out of it, either by day or by night, or they will catch you and kill you, and it will be the death of me." Esmeralda, at first frightened by her rescuer's appearance, was joy-struck when she found that he had saved her goat as well. "Never till now was I aware how hideous I am," Quasimodo said, gazing upon the lovely girl. "When I compare myself with you, I cannot help pitying myself, poor, unhappy monster that I am." When Esmeralda asked him why he had risked his life to save her, he replied, "You have forgotten a wretch who attempted to carry you off, a wretch to whom the very next day you brought relief on the ignominious pillory. A draught of water and a look of pity are more than I can repay with my life." Then, giving her a whistle that would warn him if anyone came to abduct her, he departed. Although Quasimodo loved Esmeralda, he also knew that she still loved Phoebus. A few weeks later, he stole into the night to bring Phoebus for her, but the captain, still overcome by guilt, refused to come. "Tell her I am going to be married, and that she may go to the devil." When the sensitive hunchback returned to the bell towers, he did not have the heart to tell Esmeralda the truth. He simply had not been able to find Phoebus, he reported. Archdeacon Frollo had since learned that he had not seen Esmeralda's ghost, and that she was, in fact, in the cathedral. He secured a key to her room and tried to force himself upon her. As repulsed and terrified as ever, Esmeralda blew the whistle. Quasimodo suddenly sprang from the darkness and, not recognizing his guardian, attacked him. But when he heard Frollo's voice, the devoted creature groveled at the feet of his master and said, "Kill me first, and do what you please afterward." It was only the girl, now armed with a sword, and Quasimodo's presence, who prevented the priest from any further mischief. Frollo slunk away, still vowing that if he could not have her, no one would. Frollo, still determined to have Esmeralda, now concocted a scheme to free her from Quasimodo and to win her love. He enlisted the aid of Gringoire, whose purpose was to obtain the trick goat with which he could make money, and his band of robbers who, blind to the priest's deadly intention, were happy to come to Esmeralda's aid, since she was an outcast like themselves. Gringoire's band would attack the cathedral, claiming that the sanctuary had been rescinded, creating a diversion that would allow Frollo to spirit Esmeralda away. Quasimodo, however, met the robbers with a hail of beams and stones and with a rain of molten lead. This defense gave the king's guards time to gather at the cathedral and rout the attackers on the steps of the church. Frollo's plan, however, was successful. As the siege raged on outside, he slipped into the cathedral's upper chambers and abducted Esmeralda and turned her over to the authorities. Now, perched atop a spire, Frollo watched the hangman position the noose around Esmeralda's neck. Behind him, Quasimodo also watched the tragic proceedings, a silent rage fomenting in his heart. When the execution order was given and Esmeralda met her fate, Quasimodo suddenly lunged at Frollo, sending him plummeting to his death. Shifting his gaze from the fallen figure in the street to the lifeless gypsy girl swinging at the end of the noose, the hunchback breathed a pathetic sigh. "There is all I ever loved." Quasimodo disappeared, never to be heard from again. But in the open grave of criminals outside the city, two skeletons lay locked in an embrace, one horribly misshapen, the other small and delicate. As an example of the Romantic movement, Hugo's monumental novel, rich in human emotion and filled with a wide range of characters, is somewhat atypical. How the loving and the innocent survive and many times die in the corrupt world in which they find themselves is a touching spectacle. We recognize the contrast between the hunchback's noble character and the twisted, disfigured soul of the staid Archdeacon Frollo. The book's theme, then, is that it is society rather than human nature that binds and fetters people, and that, though imperfect, we truly are created in the image of God. And, as Quasimodo and Esmeralda show us, only through human kindness and acceptance can we transcend physical limitations and achieve spiritual reunion with God.
The Joy Luck Club by Amy Tan, published by Ballantine Books, New York, New York, in 1989. This is a book about mothers and daughters facing each other through all the veils that separate their cultures and their generations. In 20 intricately interwoven vignettes, Amy Tan probes the love, the passion, the humor, and the deep exasperation that mold their relationships, and celebrates the unpredictable tenacity of the mother-daughter bond. The dedication to this book reads, "To my mother and the memory of her mother. You asked me once what I would remember. This and much more." Su Yuan Wu was suddenly dead. Many years earlier, she had brought to America a swan that was said to have once been a duck. At that time, she promised herself that she would have a daughter who would grow up just like herself. And like that duck, transformed into a swan by stretching its neck, her American daughter would unfold into someone unexpected. Now, Su Yuan's daughter, Jingmei, was invited to take her mother's place at the east corner of the mahjong table in the meeting of the Joy Luck Club, where 4 friends from 4 different corners of China for years had come together every month, hoping, like the 4 winds, to breathe success and happiness into the trajectories of their bright game tiles. Su Yuan had told her daughter many times about the origins of the Joy Luck Club. As a young military wife in China, she had been left, along with her twin baby daughters, to stay for safety in the enchanted mountain city of Guilin. Though the Japanese army had not as yet penetrated there, refugees flooded in from every pocket of the country until Guilin lost its enchantment. Finally, on a summer night so hot that even the moths fainted to the ground, Su Yuan turned away from the unbearable smells floating up through the sewers and decided to hold a gathering of 4 women, 1 for each corner of my mahjong table. Each week, one of us would host a party to raise money and to raise our spirits. The hostess had to serve special foods, dumplings shaped like silver money ingots, boiled peanuts for conceiving sons. People in the city thought we were possessed by demons to celebrate. But was it worse to sit and wait for our own deaths, or to choose our own happiness? Each week, we could hope to be lucky. That hope was our only joy. And that's how we came to call our little parties the Joy Luck Club. Su Yuan had finally fled Guilin just ahead of the Japanese slaughter. "I lost everything," she told Jingmei as the girl grew older. "Everything?" gasped Jingmei. "What happened to the babies?" But her mother's story always ended there. Tonight, however, just weeks after Su Yuan's death, the story was continued. The 3 remaining ladies from the Joy Luck Club, Jingmei's unofficial aunties, addressed her by her Chinese name and handed her a check for $1,200. Through her mother's untiring queries over the years, they told her, the missing twin babies had at last been found. And now the aunties had taken up a collection to send Su Yuan's American daughter for a visit with her older Chinese sisters. "Tell them about your mother," said Auntie Ying, the south wind at the mahjong table. "What will I say?" asked Jingmei. "I don't know anything." A friend had once told her she was very like her mother. The same wispy hand gestures, the same sideways look, and Su Yuan had seemed insulted. "You don't know little % of me," she had said. "Not know your mother?" cried Auntie Anmei. "How can you say that? Your mother is in your bones." And at that moment, Jingmei saw that all the aunties were seeing their own daughters in her face. Daughters who think they are stupid when they explain things in broken English. They see that joy and luck do not mean the same thing to their daughters. That to these closed American minds, joy-luck is not a word. It does not exist. The prodigy. Of all the Joy Luck Club daughters, Waverly Zhong was Jingmei's closest friend. At age 9, Waverly had become intrigued with a second-hand chess set and emerged as a local prodigy, Chinatown's littlest chess champion. "Of course, you can be a prodigy too," Su Yuan assured her daughter. But after many anguished months at the library, on the piano bench, and in the museum, It was finally determined that Jingmei was not to become a prodigy after all. "You just aren't a genius like me," Waverley announced, smiling. The red candle. "Blow like the wind," instructed Waverley's mother, Lindo, standing over her daughter's chessboard. "Blow from the north, south, east, and west." Lindo was not really sure which chessmen moved in which direction, but she knew about the wind. Many years earlier in China, she had been joined in an arranged marriage to the teenage son of a prosperous family. When months passed, however, and she did not conceive, her mother-in-law, Huang Tai, was advised that the girl had too much metal. A girl with too much metal would find it difficult to conceive sons, who grew best in a belly where their own strong metal balanced a deficiency. So Huang Tai removed all the metal wedding bracelets from Lindo's thin arms and consigned the girl to bed, to ensure that the seeds planted by her son did not fall out. But the fact was, her son was planting no seeds. Dismayed and shamed by his aversion to women, he lived in sullen silence, while Lindo obediently awaited whatever destiny might decree for her as his true spiritual wife, in a marriage sealed forever by a red candle, which, or so the matchmaker had triumphantly declared the next morning, had burned continuously from both ends throughout their wedding night. But now, relieved of her heavy gold bracelets, Lindo grew light with an unexpected surge of freedom, and once again pondered on what had truly occurred at the time of her wedding. On that gray, windy afternoon she had waited, weeping, at a neighbor's house to ride the red bridal palanquin. Uneasy rumors swirled in the stiff breeze, blowing from 100 nearby Japanese assaults. And then I realized I could see the power of the wind. I couldn't see the wind itself, but I could see it carried the water that filled the rivers and shaped the countryside. That night, banished from her unconsummated bridal bed, Lindo had sat again by herself. Across the courtyard, under the dozing gaze of the matchmaker's servant, burned the red candle. Then, suddenly, as a thunderclap echoed through the rain, the servant woman started from her half-sleep and fled into the storm, crying out unheard warnings of a Japanese attack. By the time she made her embarrassed return, Lindo had crossed the courtyard like the breath of the south wind itself and blown out the candle. In careful tears, Lindo now told Huang Tai of a dream which had warned her that she was cursed with barrenness and decay because she had entered into a forbidden marriage. But what about the good binding omen, the wedding candle? In my dream, she told her mother-in-law, the servant left the room and a big wind came and blew the candle out. And so the matchmaker's servant was questioned, and Lindo left with a little money and a ticket to Peking, the first passage on her long journey to America. One day, Waverley the prodigy turned on her mother. "Why do you have to use me to show off? Why don't you learn to play chess?" Running off into the Chinatown alleyways, she hid in silence for the rest of the afternoon. Days passed. Lindo wisely said nothing to Waverley about the missed practice sessions, the unused chessboard. But I knew the strategy, remembered Waverley, the sneaky way to get someone to fall into a trap. Not until weeks later did Waverley announce, "I'm ready to play chess again." "No," responded the mother who had put her whole soul into her daughter's chess games. "It is not so easy now." And it was not. Waverley was free to return to her practice and her tournaments, but without her mother standing behind her, admiring, uninitiated, and breathing useless instructions into her soul, she never regained her early victories. I had lost my magic armor. I had lost the gift, and turned into someone quite ordinary. Years later, on the eve of her own second wedding, Waverley, now a successful tax lawyer, brought Lindo into the city for a style and set. "It's uncanny how much you two look alike," exclaimed the hairdresser, patting down Lindo's wet hair. Waverly's eyes grew narrow as her mother squinted at her through the mirror. "Ay-ya!" said Lindo. "What happened to your nose?" But her daughter's slightly crooked nose, as she discovered when Waverly bent closer, was the replica of her own. "Our nose isn't so bad." Waverly sounded pleased. "It makes us look devious." "Devious?" "It means we're looking one way while following another. We mean what we say, but our intentions are different." "This is good?" asked Lindo. "This is good," said Waverly, "if you get what you want." Independently, mother and daughter had each learned to think for herself and to blow like the wind in order to attain her ends. Ticket to China. Auntie An Mei's words from the Joy Luck Club still haunted Jing Mei. "Your mother is in your bones." An Mei had stories to tell of a long-ago China where she had lived in a fine house with her mother, her merchant father, and his 3 concubines. What part of Auntie An Mei lived in the bones of her American daughter Rose, who sat in a psychiatrist's office twice a week to work out her upcoming divorce? And Auntie Ying, dreamy, detached Auntie Ying, who had lost her own concubine mother to suicide. "Chun Wang Qian," Auntie Ying frequently repeated, whispering into the air. "If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold." Her daughter Lena was an architect, dedicated to the open and independent marriage contract which she shared with her Caucasian husband Harold. Did the meaning of her mother's cryptic chant live anywhere at all inside Lena? On the plane to Shanghai, Jing Mei still wondered how she would know her sisters. And what would she say? But at the airport, all questions ended. There before her stood the answer. Her short hair, her small body, and that same look on her face. She is crying. And I know it's not my mother, yet it is the same look she had when I was 5. And now I see her again, 2 of her. We run toward each other, embracing. "Mama, Mama," we all murmur, as if she is among us. And so, in fact, she was.
The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett. The type of work is a detective mystery novel set in San Francisco during the 1920s. Principal characters include Sam Spade, a young, hard-boiled detective; Miles Archer, Spade's older partner; Bridget O'Shaughnessy, a beautiful young woman, alias Miss Wonderly; Joel Cairo, an effeminate gangster type; Casper Gutman, a rotund older man; Iva Archer, Archer's wife and Spade's mistress. Effie Perrine, secretary to Private Detective Sam Spade, opened his door to announce that a client, Miss Wonderly, was there to see him. A stunning young woman entered and shyly took a seat. She stammered and bit her lip as she tried to relate her story. Finally, the detective assured her it would be best to begin at the beginning. Miss Wonderly said that she was concerned for her 17-year-old sister, who had run off with an older man named Thursby. She had arranged a meeting with Thursby for that evening, and now wanted to hire a detective to follow him from the meeting, straight to her sister, she hoped. Spade gave his partner, Miles Archer, the details of Miss Wonderly's case. She paid them $200 and left with the agreement that Archer would tail Thursby that evening. That night, Spade was awakened by a phone call. Archer had been murdered. Spade rushed to the scene. According to the police, Archer was shot with a British-made Webley revolver. Spade phoned his secretary and asked her to call Iva, his partner's wife, to break the bad news. Then he returned to his apartment. Sam had just drunk his 3rd glass of Bacardi and was lighting his 5th cigarette when the doorbell rang. It was the police. Lieutenants Dundee and Polhouse wanted to question Sam about the death of yet another man. Thursby, it turned out, had been shot outside his hotel shortly after Spade left the Archer murder scene. Considering the circumstances of Archer's death, the police reasoned Spade must have shot Thursby out of revenge. However, Spade refused to give the cops any information about the case. The next morning, the detective had a visitor waiting for him at his office. Effie had tried to keep Iva Archer away, but she had come anyway. Sam was unhappy to see Iva, but still he kissed her. Then Iva asked him point-blank if he had shot her husband so he could marry her. Spade laughed and shook his head. After Iva had left, Spade took a taxi to the hotel where Miss Wonderly was staying, only to find that she had mysteriously checked out, leaving no forwarding address. Back at the office, Effie informed her boss that Miss Wonderly had called to ask him to meet her at a new hotel. Arriving at the hotel, Miss Wonderly confessed that her real name was Bridget O'Shaughnessy, and that her story the day before was just that, all a story. Spade also admitted that neither he nor Archer had bought her tale, but had indeed believed the $200. Bridget explained that she could not reveal the complete story of why Spade had been hired, but did say that she had earlier met Thursby in Hong Kong and feared that he would betray her. Then she announced that Thursby had been Archer's killer. He had shot Archer with the Webley he kept in his overcoat. Sam agreed to continue working on the case. When Sam returned to his office, a gangster, Joel Cairo, was waiting to ask about the connection between the two murders. He confessed his interest was more than mere curiosity. It seemed that Cairo was searching for a missing black metallic bird, a falcon, and that in some way Thursby had been connected with the falcon's disappearance. Cairo was prepared to pay $5,000 for the statuette's return. Spade told him that when he could get his hands on the bird, Cairo would be contacted. That evening, as Spade left his apartment to meet Bridget, he noticed a young punk following him. Spade quickly lost the tail and went to Bridget's hotel. Bridget became visibly upset on hearing of Cairo and the money he had offered for the bird. She believed that Spade intended to double-cross her, and before she would tell him anything more than what he already knew, she would have to speak with Cairo herself. They decided to meet with the two-bit thug later that night at Sam's apartment. There, Bridget admitted that though she had no idea why the falcon was so important, she did know where it was hidden, but they would have to wait a week before she could get hold of it. Cairo and Bridget had become acquainted in Constantinople, where she and Thursby had stolen the bird. At this point, the doorbell rang. It was Dundee and Polehouse again, this time to inform Spade that they knew he had been having an affair with Iva Archer, and that this was his probable motive for killing his partner. As they were about to leave, they suddenly heard Cairo yell for help from Spade's apartment. When the cops rushed in and found Cairo holding a gun on Bridget, they naturally demanded to know what was going on. Spade offered them a contrived story about this all being a put-on to make them look foolish. The cops reluctantly left, obviously not falling for Spade's explanation. Early the next morning, Spade received a visit from a Mr. Gutman. Gutman explained his position. He had hired Thursby and Bridget to procure the falcon's image for him, but instead they had fled with it to Hong Kong. The ornament, known as the Maltese falcon, had been fashioned by the Knights of Rhodes on Malta and sent as a tribute to King Charles of Spain. The glorious golden falcon, encrusted with the finest jewels, had shifted hands for centuries and then disappeared, not to resurface until 1921, when a Greek dealer discovered it in an obscure shop. He had covered the falcon with black enamel to keep its value hidden. Unfortunately, the dealer was later murdered and the bird taken. But Gutman had traced the falcon to Constantinople and was on the verge of actually possessing it when Thursby and Bridget turned greedy. To retrieve the treasure, he now offered Spade $50,000. The bird was obviously worth an enormous fortune. Though Spade did not know where the falcon was, he did know that Bridget knew. But now Bridget turned up missing. Spade entered and searched her apartment for clues leading to the bird and found a newspaper folded along the page announcing incoming ships. The falcon, he deduced, must be on the La Paloma, the one vessel sailing in from Hong Kong that day. Racing to the ship, Spade saw neither Bridget nor the ship's captain. They had departed, along with Cairo, Gutman, and Gutman's hired gun, the one who had been tailing Sam for some time. Later, as Detective Spade related these facts to Effie, a huge man barged into his office, held a package out to Sam, and keeled over dead. Sam opened the package. The Maltese Falcon was inside. He guessed that the dead man was the La Paloma's captain. He also guessed that he would have some visitors soon. He quickly hid the statue away. That night, as Spade strolled up to his apartment, Bridget was there by the door to meet him. Inside waited Gutman, Cairo, and the hired gun. They demanded the Falcon. Spade claimed, lying through his teeth, that they would have to wait until morning before he could get to the bird, and that the ever more valuable item would now cost them an additional $10,000. As the night wore on, Spade suggested that Gutman turn over the punk hired gun to the cops. Somebody has to take the fall for those murders. Gutman hesitated at first, but Spade warned he would not turn over the Falcon unless they could produce a fall guy. Gutman finally consented to make his sidekick the scapegoat, and before the lightweight could retaliate, Sam disarmed him and knocked him cold. Morning came, and Spade, after a brief absence, finally brought out the prized Falcon, collecting from Gutman 60 $1,000 bills. To make sure the Falcon was genuine, Gutman scratched away some of the enamel. It proved to be a lead fake. He had been tricked. Gutman hurriedly reclaimed the money he had brought, and, followed by the other men, scurried out of the apartment. Spade picked up the phone and called the police, informing them that he had nabbed his partner's killer. This done, he turned to Bridget, who had stayed behind, and, breaking into a grin, told her that she was the one he was going to turn in for Archer's murder, not the punk still spread-eagle on the floor. Sam had figured out that Bridget, in a plan to frame Thursby, had drawn Archer into the alleyway and killed him with Thursby's weapon. What had tipped him off? Archer's trench coat was still buttoned when he was killed. It was clear to Sam that he had felt no danger before he was shot. He trusted this sensual woman and had taken no thought to ready his gun. Bridget pleaded with Sam to let her go. She even tried to seduce him. But Sam sneered. "I won't play the sap for you." He had to clear himself from guilt, and no woman would stand in his way. His smile widened as he gazed at the ravishing woman, and he said, "If they hang you, I'll always remember you." The Maltese Falcon was written from experience. Dashiell Hammett spent several years as a Pinkerton detective. He was a superlative mystery writer. With this book, he ushered in a whole new genre of classical crime fiction, colored with keen observations of the corruptions and violence permeating American life. Hammett's economical, suspenseful, hard-boiled style is still a model for today's typical detective novel. André Gide summarizes the Maltese Falcon's plot as one in which every character is trying to deceive all the others and in which the truth slowly becomes visible through the haze of deception. Filled with slang, violence, sex, and misogyny, the novel is also touched with incredible pathos and with stark glimpses into the street's sleazier and lonelier side.
The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway. A symbolic drama set on the north coast of Cuba in the early 20th century. The principal characters are Santiago, an old weathered fisherman, Manolin, a boy, Santiago's young fishing companion, and the marlin, a gigantic fish. 84 days had passed since Santiago, the old fisherman, had caught a fish, and he was forced to suffer not only the ridicule of younger fishermen, but near starvation as well. Moreover, Santiago had lost his young companion, a boy named Manolin, whose father had ordered him to leave Santiago in order to work with more successful seamen. But the devoted child still loved Santiago, and each day brought food and bait to his shack, where they indulged in their favorite pastime, talking about the American baseball leagues. The old man's hero was the New York Yankees' Joe DiMaggio. Santiago identified with the ball-player's skill and discipline and declared he would like to take the great DiMaggio fishing sometime. After visiting one particular afternoon, the boy left Santiago, who fell asleep. Lions immediately filled his dreams. As a boy, he had sailed to Africa and had seen lions on the beaches. Now, as an old man, he constantly dreamed of the great and noble beasts. He no longer dreamed of storms, nor of women, nor of great occurrences, nor of great fish, nor fights, nor contests of strength, nor of his wife. He only dreamed of places now, and of the lions on the beach. He loved them as he loved the boy. Before dawn of the next day, the fisherman, as usual, hauled his salt-encrusted skiff onto the beach and set out by himself. But today, in hopes of breaking his unlucky streak, he was determined to sail into deep waters, out much farther than the other anglers would go. He followed the seabirds and flying fish. They would tell him by their movements where the fish congregated. He watched the turtles swimming near his boat. He loved the turtles, with their elegance and speed. Most people are heartless about turtles because a turtle's heart will beat for hours after he has been cut up and butchered. The old man thought, I have such a heart too. Early on, Santiago managed to land a 10-pound tuna. Thinking this a good omen, he used the fresh meat to bait one of his lines. By now, he was far away from land, and much farther out than all the other fishermen. Resisting the temptation to sleep or to let his mind wander, Santiago concentrated on his lines reaching deep into the dark green waters. At noon, he felt a bite. Testing his line, he guessed that it must be a marlin nibbling at the tuna bait. He must be huge, the old man thought, and waited anxiously for a strike. Suddenly the fish took the bait entirely and began to swim furiously out to sea, dragging the boat behind him. The fish was so powerful that Santiago was helpless to stop him. He could only brace himself against the weight placed on the taut line that cut across his shoulders and hold on until the fish exhausted its strength. Darkness fell, and still the fish swam steadily out to sea. The seaman spent a grueling night with the line looped painfully around his back. Though he was weak, old, and all alone, Santiago knew many tricks and possessed skills the young men yet lacked. Besides, he loved the sea with a passion and had faith that she would handle him with a reverent though bitter kindness. Once, when the fish gave a sudden tug, the line slashed Santiago's cheek. Fish, the old man vowed softly, I'll stay with you until I am dead. Then he began to pity the great fish that he had hooked. He is wonderful and strange, and who knows how old he is, he thought. Perhaps he's too wise to jump. He could ruin me by jumping, that it is only one man against him, nor that it is an old man. His choice had been to stay in the deep, dark water far out beyond all snares and traps and treacheries. My choice was to go there, to find him beyond all people. Now we are joined together and have been since noon, and no one to help either of us. By morning of the second day, the fish was still heading northward. Vigorous, seemingly tireless strokes of its tail guided it forward. There was no land in sight. A stiffening cramp in Santiago's left hand, a wicked slice in his right, and his shivering from cold was hampering his work. I wish I had the boy, he said aloud. All at once the fish surfaced and leaped into the air. Santiago marveled at the enormous lavender marlin, 2 feet longer than the boat itself, the biggest fish the old man had ever seen. Once again the fish set out, relentlessly towing the boat. Santiago could do nothing but hold on and wait. Sitting in the hot afternoon sun, Santiago cut strips from the tuna and chewed them slowly. He drank sparingly. Throughout his ordeal, he spoke to his only friends, the birds that came to rest on the side of the skiff. He spoke to his brother, the great fish. He also addressed his cramped hands and arms, as though they, like himself and the fish, were in their own detached struggles for survival. His mind constantly returned to baseball, the lions, and Manolin. Over and over, he longed for the boy to be with him, to help him land the fish, and to take his mind from his cut hand and aching back. He wondered how the Yankees were doing, envying the younger fishermen who could afford radios in their boats to listen to the games. He thought of DiMaggio, wondering if the Yankee clipper would stay with a fish as long as Santiago had stayed with this one. I'm sure he would, and more, since he's young and strong, he thought. Also, his father was a fisherman. At one point, Santiago fell into a daydream about an arm wrestling match he'd had as a young man, the contest with the great Negro, who was the strongest man on the docks, had lasted 24 hours. But Santiago had held out and won. Amid these reveries, night fell again. Santiago allowed himself a moment's sleep and dreamed of the lions. All night he instinctively played the line. At sunrise on the third day, the marlin began to circle, and after hours of struggling, the drained and dizzy fisherman finally managed to bring the fish close to the surface. Then, on one of its many passes by the side of the boat, the old man took aim and drove the harpoon with all his strength into its side. The fish came alive with death in him. It shook violently, rose high out of the water, hung in the air, then fell in a great mist of salt spray. Its struggle over now, it floated motionless. I think the great DiMaggio would be proud of me today, said the old man. After resting his sore muscles and sipping some water, Santiago examined his catch. Far too big to be brought into the boat, the fish had to be lashed alongside it. Santiago soaked his hands in the salt water and tried to keep his head clear. He mused on his great prize, which seemingly sailed next to his boat. Is he bring arm? Still, the fish would bring him fame and fortune when he arrived in Havana harbor. But Santiago's problems were far from over. He was still a day's journey from land, and he knew that the fish's blood would attract sharks. And after a short time, the swift, hungry makos and hammerheads did come. Without fear, they began tearing hunks of flesh from the marlin. Despite Santiago's all-day resolute efforts to kill and beat them off, sharks continued to close in, hitting the carcass again and again. His hands and arms bleeding and raw, the weary sailor was beaten. The sharks would leave him nothing but a huge skeleton. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, fish. Not until deep into the night did Santiago steer his skiff into the quiet village harbor. Dutifully he beached his skiff, dragged his mast and sails into their shed, and finally crawled off to his shack to welcome slumber. The next morning, Manolin came to Santiago's shack and found his old friend. The boy saw that the old man was breathing, and then he saw the old man's hands, and he started to cry. All the way down the road, as he retrieved some coffee for Santiago, he cried. When Santiago woke, the boy told him that he'd been presumed lost at sea and that search planes had been dispatched to find him. The other fishermen had seen the marlin skeleton and were astonished at its size, 18 feet from nose to tail. Manolin brought the old man food, nursed his wounds, and firmly told the fisherman, now we fish together again. Then he left Santiago to sleep, and the old man dreamed about the lions. Everything about The Old Man and the Sea is classically simple. The style is pure Hemingway, short, straightforward sentences with one-syllable words. The storyline is linear, easy enough for a child to follow, and the themes are clear and basic, touting manly courage, endurance, and noble suffering. In fact, the novel would be little more than an adventure story were it not for Santiago's dialogues with himself, his repetitive and symbolic musings, daydreams and plottings. Unlike other fishermen who see the ocean merely in terms of economic gain, Santiago looks on the sea and its inhabitants with love and respect. Notably, he prefers to call the sea La Mar, its feminine form, rather than the harsher masculine El Mar. Some readers may see Christian symbolism in the story. Santiago means St. James in Spanish. The battle with the fish lasts 3 days. Santiago, arriving at the shore, carries his mast like a cross on his shoulders, and, like the biblical Christ, stumbles under its load. Later, the fisherman lies down exhausted on the floor of his hut with his arms stretched out stiffly and the palms of his hands up. But the giant fish, representing the hopes and dreams of mankind and the old man's relationship with it, is what creates the extraordinary pathos of the novel, and in the end, even Santiago's, humankind's, modest expectations are snatched from his grasp, 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 from his grasp.
The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. This fantasy novel is set in London, England in the late 19th century. Its principal characters are Dorian Gray, an extremely handsome young man; Basil Hallward, Dorian's older friend, a portrait artist; Lord Henry Wotton, Dorian's vile tempter; Sybil Vane, Dorian's actress lover; and James Vane, Sybil's brother. As Basil Hallward artfully put the finishing touches on his full-length portrait of an extraordinarily beautiful young man, Lord Henry Wotton paid him a call. Lord Henry much admired the painting and desired to meet the subject. The artist objected, knowing the poisonous influence of which Lord Henry was capable. Young Dorian Gray was Basil's ideal of purity and had inspired him to the most expressive art of his life. Just then, in walked Dorian Gray. Against Hallward's wishes, the two met, and Dorian was immediately taken by Lord Henry's fascinating words, presence, and wittiness. Henry flattered Dorian with his comments on the virtues of beauty and the charms of youth, and expressed his sadness at the thought that such youth should fade into the ugliness of age. This caused Dorian to plummet into melancholy. Seeing his portrait for the first time, Dorian gasped at his own beauty. He lamented that the picture would mock him his entire life. Age would indeed steal his color and grace. I know now that when one loses one's good looks, whatever they may be, one loses everything. Lord Henry Wotton is perfectly right. Youth is the only thing worth having. When I find that I am growing old, I shall kill myself. Then he wished instead that the picture might grow old while he remained forever young. I would give everything. I would give my soul for that. Alarmed by these passions in the young man, Hallward attempted to destroy the painting, but Dorian stopped him and had it taken home that very evening. After that first meeting, Dorian and Lord Henry became fast friends and frequent partners at local theaters. Henry presented Dorian with a gift, a book about a young man's passions, sins, and vileness. Dorian became captivated by its plot. For years he leafed through its pages, and the book became an entrenched, tragic guide in the life of Dorian Gray. Dorian met and fell madly in love with Sybil Vane, a beautiful and talented actress who was portraying Juliet in a cheap theatrical troupe. But the night Dorian invited Sir Henry and Basil Hallward to meet his new love, her performance was lifeless. She was hissed and booed by even the uneducated audience. Afterward, she joyfully explained to the disappointed Dorian that her love for her Prince Charming, as she knew him, had transformed her from a mere actress into a real woman. Dorian coldly shunned her, declaring that his love for her had been killed, and vowing that he would see her no more. On returning home, Dorian was surprised to notice that the face in his painting had changed. A touch of cruelty now lined the mouth. His wish that the painting might be seared with suffering and guilt while his own face was left untarnished had been granted. But now he pitied the portrait and resolved to live a pure life. He would return to Sybil and marry her. He would see no more of the selfish Lord Henry. Dorian wrote Sybil a passionate letter and fell asleep, confident that he would make amends to Sybil the following day. However, the next morning Lord Henry brought bad news. In her grief, Sybil had killed herself during the night. Lord Henry charmed the devastated youth, urging him to imagine the tragedy as a drama, with Juliet or Ophelia the victim, not the flesh-and-blood Sybil. No, she will never come to life. She has played her last part. To you, at least, she was always a dream, a phantom that flitted through Shakespeare's plays. But don't waste your tears over Sybil Vane. She was less real than they are. Now Dorian forgot his good resolutions. If fate would deal unjustly with him, he, in turn, determined to give himself up to a life of pleasure and let the portrait bear the burden of his corrupting soul. Eternal youth, wild joys, infinite passion would be his. Horrified at Dorian's lack of remorse and feeling, Basil Hallward tried to reason with him. But Dorian was unmoved. He continued to guard the secret of the portrait from Basil, first covering it with a sheet, and later moving it to an upstairs room, unopened since his grandfather had died there 5 years earlier. Separated by this chasm of secrecy and scorn that Dorian had created, Dorian and Basil could no longer be friends. For years Dorian lived in cruel joy, yet he kept the look of one unspotted by the world. He derived pleasure from comparing his own virtuous face with the gruesome image appearing on the canvas. Dorian consorted both with the town's thieves and its social elite. He collected jewels, fine clothing, and art. And when he would appear on the street, men would whisper to each other in corners or pass him with a sneer or look at him with cold, searching eyes, as though they were determined to discover his secret. At age 38, Dorian was again visited by his old friend Basil Hallward. It was on the eve of Hallward's departure for an extended stay in Paris. Hallward came in hopes of persuading Dorian to finally change his ways, hardly believing the rumors concerning the young man's evil deeds. By this time, Dorian had become totally corrupt, as vile and ugly as the figure in the portrait. Through some strange quickening of inner life, the leprosies of sin were slowly eating the thing away. The rotting corpse in a watery grave was not so fearful. One day, in spite, Dorian invited the elderly Hallward up to the room to see his filthy soul face to face. As he drew back the curtain from the portrait, Hallward stood aghast at the hideous figure on the canvas. Yes, there was his own signature that at one time stood out beneath the portrait of a handsome young lad. Basil immediately begged Dorian to pray and repent. Instead, Dorian seized a knife and plunged it again and again into the painter's neck and back. Then, relocking the door, He left the slumping figure in the room, feeling sure that Basil would not be missed for months. After all, no one knew he had come to the house, and he was expected to be in Paris from that night forward. A few days later, Dorian coerced a former acquaintance, a chemist, Alan Campbell, into destroying Basil's body using chemicals and fire. He threatened to expose a past crime Campbell had committed if he refused. That night, red blood stained the hands of the loathsome image on the portrait. Late one evening, as Dorian was leaving an opium den, a drunken woman called him Prince Charming. A sailor standing nearby turned out to be Sybil Vane's brother James. Overhearing this familiar nickname, James seized Dorian with the intent of killing him and avenging his sister's death. But Dorian's youthful appearance and smooth tongue saved him. When the crime occurred, Dorian could have been no more than a mere infant. When James returned to the den, however, the woman swore before God that Dorian was indeed the ruinous Prince Charming. After destroying her life, too, he had once boasted that he had sold his soul to the devil years earlier in exchange for a beautiful face, and he had not changed in appearance since then. For months, Dorian imagined himself being hunted, tracked down by a vengeful sailor. His mask of youth had saved his life, but not his conscience. Then, during a hunt at Dorian's country home, an unknown man in sailor's garb was accidentally killed. Dorian rushed to where the body was taken, and there discovered James Vane, dead. At last they were all dead. Sybil, Alan Campbell, a mysterious suicide victim, and Basil Hallward, though lately people were inquiring about his strange disappearance. Only Dorian knew the truth. But now he would welcome death for himself. His only terror lay in the waiting. In his final poignant visit with Lord Henry, Dorian admitted that despite his unchanged features, he no longer thought himself handsome. His zest for life was shattered. "What does it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Lord Henry righteously quoted. Dorian begged Henry never to be the devil's advocate again, never again to poison another soul with his book or his evil thoughts. Disheartened, alone, and longing to be at peace with himself, Dorian contemplated his situation. Should he confess and atone for his evils? No, the only evidence against him was that horrid, hidden pictorial record of his debauchery. A new life, that is what he wanted. Resolving to kill that monstrous soul life in the portrait, Dorian hurried upstairs, seized the same knife he had used on poor Basil, and stabbed the picture. A horrible cry brought the house servants creeping up to the barred room. Finally gaining entrance, they found upon the wall the splendid portrait of their master, as fresh and beautiful as the day it was painted. On the floor was a dead man, a withered, wrinkled, and loathsome man, with a knife in his heart. Only the rings on his fingers revealed his identity. It was Dorian Gray, who, in a miscarried attempt to kill his conscience, had killed himself. In the picture of Dorian Gray, Wilde produced a work very typical of the mood of the period, as well as of his own personal love of paradox. Himself an accomplished painter, Wilde took the theme of his book from a real-life event similar to the opening of the story. As Wilde finished the portrait of a radiant lad, his close friend Basil Hallward wished aloud, "How delightful it would be if the youth could remain exactly as he is, while the portrait aged and withered in his stead." The Faustian motif of the novel, the willingness to sell one's soul to the devil for worldly vanity, unfolded from this idle comment, together with the bizarre imagination of a brooding artist.
The Short Stories of Vladimir Nabokov, taken from Nabokov's Dozen, a collection of 13 stories. Doubleday and Company, Garden City, New York, 1958. Vladimir Nabokov once remarked, "While I keep everything on the very brink of parody, there must be, on the other hand, an abyss of seriousness." The interplay of solemnity and humor in his work underscores the double-edged nature of life, which contains elements of both comedy and pathos. In addition, Nabokov's vagueness about time and place hurls his readers into a fractured and unreal world. That in Aleppo once. Although I can produce documentary proofs of matrimony, V's friend wrote him in a letter, I am positive now that my wife never existed. They had married, the letter continued, not long before the gentle Germans thundered into France. The groom was a journalist, and his criticisms of the Nazi regime were sure to breed trouble, so the couple wanted to flee to New York, where the bride's uncle lived. But they could not get proper immigration papers, and so were forced to settle for a move to Nice. His wife greatly mourned the loss of their dog, which they were obliged to leave behind. "The honesty of her grief shocked me," he wrote, "as we never had any dog." The newlyweds traveled by train, stopping along the way at the city of Fourvière. Unfortunately, while he was in the station buying food, the train left without him. He sent frantic messages to all the stops between Fourvière and Nice, to no avail. After several months, he finally found his wife in Marseille. They were enormously relieved to be together again, and promptly began the long, tortuous process of applying for visas to America. In the meantime, he tried to get his wife to tell him what had transpired during the time they were separated. She told him several tales. They all differed wildly. According to one story, she had taken up with a group of refugees and found shelter at a Russian church. Later, she claimed that she had met a traveling salesman who abducted her and took advantage of her. In still another version, she told how she'd run off with the salesman of her own accord. On the day their visas were issued, he arrived at their apartment to discover that she had disappeared with all of her belongings. He made a few inquiries, all without success. He did run into an elderly acquaintance who berated him for having done away with the dog back in Paris. Despondent, he took a boat to America. On board, he encountered a doctor who claimed to have known his wife in Marseille. The doctor said she had told him about her husband, who was planning to meet her shortly with their bags and visas. "It was at that moment," read the letter's final paragraph, "that I suddenly knew for certain that she had never existed at all." Her uncle's address in New York, he later ascertained, was no more than an alley between two buildings. Still, sometimes he had the desire to look for her. At the same time, he feared to make the attempt. "It may end in Aleppo if I'm not careful," he closed. The war was raging on, and Aleppo was a dangerous place to be. Scenes from the life of a double monster. Floyd was trying to resolve a question that he and his brother had been asked years ago. Could they recollect, a doctor had once asked, the very first time either of them realized the peculiarity of their condition and destiny? Floyd and Lloyd had been born conjoined twins and were wed forever at their navels. They had shared the same umbilical cord in the womb. Their mother had died immediately after their birth, shocked beyond measure by their condition, Floyd conjectured, and were left to be raised by their grandfather Ibrahim. After thinking it over, Floyd remembered that by the age of 3 or 4 he had started wondering about his strange relationship with his brother. By the age of 9, he decided, "I knew quite clearly that Lloyd and I presented the rarest of freaks." Soon Grandfather Ibrahim began exhibiting them for money. Floyd had never felt shame or revulsion at his condition. However, the first time he ever saw another child, a normal child, a child other than Lloyd, that is, Floyd concluded that he must be a person with 2 shadows. He reflected on the strangeness of it all. He and the other child both cast shadows in the sun, but Floyd possessed yet another shadow, a palpable reflection of my corporal self. And looking on at the awestruck boy who stood gazing at the conjoined twins, Floyd merely wondered if the boy had somehow managed to lose his shadow, or had unhooked it and left it at home. Linked, Lloyd and Floyd were complete and normal. He was neither. The twins, though unashamed, lived in fear of one person, their uncle Novus. They knew that he was determined to steal them from their grandfather and sell them to a showman or a carnival. So one day, thinking they had little time left to enjoy themselves, they decided to visit the Black Sea. They had lived near its shores their entire lives, but had never seen it. This was their only chance to do what we were absolutely forbidden to do, go beyond a certain picket fence, open a certain gate. But as they emerged from a stand of cypress trees onto the beach, they saw Uncle Novus waiting for them with his carriage. They tried to flee, but he easily snatched them up and pitched them into a large box. They would never again see their home. Now, 20 years later, Floyd thought back on the moment of their abduction. Had some adventurous mariner stepped out on the shore just then, would he have experienced the thrilling trace of some ancient enchantment as he confronted a gentle two-headed mythological monster framed by cypress and white stone? But alas, Floyd reminisced, there was nobody to greet us there save our nervous kidnapper, a small, doll-faced man wearing cheap spectacles. Conversation piece, 1945. I have a disreputable namesake, the writer began, complete from nickname to surname, a man whom I have never seen in the flesh, but whose vulgar personality I have been able to deduce from his chance intrusions into the castle of my life. The writer's double did indeed seem to be both real and disreputable. For example, in Nice once, a young woman called on the writer at his hotel, took one look at him, apologized, and left. The writer also learned that his double had once borrowed, and never returned, a copy of the Protocols of the Wise Men of Zion, a fraudulent document whose only use was to incite anti-Semitic pogroms. And while lecturing in Zurich, the writer had been arrested in a restaurant for the other man's crime of violence, smashing 3 mirrors. After emigrating to the United States, the writer thought he had escaped his evil twin. But one month he had received a phone call. A woman's voice on the other end invited him to attend a lecture about the war. The caller had assured him that he would be very, very much interested in the discussion. Yes, when he attended the lecture, he found that he was interested, but also deeply disgusted. The lecturer, a Dr. Schuh, made apology after apology for German atrocities committed against the Jews, but then turned around and equated those atrocities to the Allied bombing of Leipzig, Munich, and Dresden. When the writer could stand no more, he retrieved his coat and galoshes and stormed out, but not before he had announced to his hostess, "You are either murderers or fools or both, and that man is a filthy German agent." A week later, he received a letter. "Esteemed Sir, you have been pursuing me all my life. Good friends of mine, after reading your books, have turned away from me, thinking that I was the author of those depraved, decadent writings. In 1941 and again in 1943, I was arrested in France by the Germans for things I had never said or thought. Now, in America, not content with having caused me all sorts of troubles in other countries, you have the arrogance to impersonate me and to appear in a drunken condition at the house of a highly respected person. This I will not tolerate. I could have you jailed and branded as an impostor, but I suppose you would not like that. And so I suggest that by way of indemnity," the amount demanded was actually quite modest. Time and ebb. A 90-year-old scientist had survived a disease that he and everyone else thought would kill him, and now he was resolved to write his memoirs. He discovered, however, that while his early memories were remarkably clear, his recent recall was frustratingly confused. "I cannot," he scrawled, "remember the name of the eminent scientist who attacked my latest paper, just as I have also forgotten those other names which my equally eminent defenders called him." Stymied by this phenomenon, he decided to content himself with contrasting the world of his childhood with the world of his old age. He was born a Jew in Paris, but his family had fled to the United States to avoid the tortures another nation had inflicted upon his race. He remembered thinking that the skyscrapers of New York were quaintly misnamed. To his childish eyes, they did not grate against the sky at all, but seemed to merge delicately and serenely into the sunset, their pulsating lights merging softly with the twilight. As a child, he had also been fascinated by airplanes, though he doubted anyone born since the 1970s would remember them as fondly as he did. There was such a romance about them in those early days. A boy would know planes from propeller spinner to rudder-trim tab, he recalled, and could distinguish the species by the pattern of exhaust flames in the darkness. One of his most cherished boyhood experience was imitating the drone of an engine as he watched a plane approach, growing larger as it roared overhead. Then slowly it would shrink into the distance until nothing but a lone star remained in the sky, like an asterisk leading to an undiscoverable footnote. Tragicomedy is Nabokov's stage. Timelessness is a major component in his fiction. Consider the newlyweds in That in Aleppo Once. At the beginning of the story, we chuckle at the thought of a man deducing that his wife never existed. As we read on, however, the story turns to tragedy when we comprehend that she is a woman who in fact physically exists and lives in a web of lies and deceit. A similar development occurs in Scenes from the Life of a Double Monster. Initially, it is amusing when Floyd says that the first child he ever saw was neither complete nor normal. But the mild humor is transformed into pathos when we learn that the conjoined twins have previously been abducted by their uncle, sold to strangers, and made to live out their lives under the gawking eyes of circus-goers. Conversation piece 1945 also stretches the limits of credibility. A writer is haunted by an apparent double throughout his life. Finally, he is contacted by this disreputable doppelganger, who has likewise been troubled by the antics of the writer. Time and Ebb is a more tender and melancholy story. An aged scholar writing his memoirs, perhaps in an attempt to liberate himself from the painful thoughts of his own mortality, becomes lost in reverie about the early days of flying machines. In the end, he leaves his readers in a state of wistful reminiscence, in much the same way as he was left behind by his vanishing airplane.
The Stand, written by Stephen King, published by Doubleday of Garden City, New York in 1978. It's a contemporary symbolic horror story set in Boulder, Colorado and Las Vegas, Nevada, June 1990 through January 1991. The principal characters are Mother Abigail, a 108-year-old prophetic black woman, Randall Flagg, the Dark Man, Stuart Redman, a survivor of the superflu, and an assembly of other survivors of Earth's tragic environmental disaster. The government's Project Blue had developed a fatal superflu virus that, like a nuclear weapon, had the capability of bringing an entire population to its knees. Resembling the AIDS virus, it could constantly alter its blueprint and eventually wear the body out. Following an accident involving germ warfare agents, one infected worker had escaped to become the human host for this deadly virus. Highly contagious, the virus quickly spread, nearly wiping out Earth's human population, reducing the human race to a plodding assortment of cynics. What route could they take now? Who would lead them on this newly brutal and baffling planet? Stuart Redman had been on shift at the Texaco station in Arnett, Texas, when a blue Chevy with California plates recklessly swerved into a gas pump. Coughing up thick mucus, the driver died within minutes. Soon, everyone in Arnett was sick, except Stu. Seemingly resistant to the virus, he was taken to the plague center in Stovington, Vermont. His immunity to the fatal virus was inexplicable. Finally freed from investigative probings by the scientists, Stu met up with sociology professor Glenn Bateman, who told him of a recurring nightmare he was having of a faceless dark man with red eyes. That night, Stu, too, dreamed of the same terrifying dark man. Meanwhile, down in Shoyo, Arkansas, superflu survivor Nick Andros dreamt of an elderly black woman in Nebraska named Mother Abigail, who invited him and his friends to come to her. The dream impressed Nick so much that he and his two friends, a guileless, semi-retarded man named Tom Cullen and a disorganized but resourceful man named Ralph Brentner, set off immediately. When they arrived, Mother Abigail greeted Nick by name and appointed him leader. She instructed Nick and Ralph to move to Boulder, Colorado, to prepare a place where she and her righteous followers could assemble. Ralph, she knew, was the kind of man who couldn't fill out a job application without having it look like it had been through a Hamilton Beach blender. But when the fabric of the world began to tear open, would say, let's slap a little epoxy in there and see if that'll hold her. More often than not, it did. In the meantime, Stu and Glenn made their way toward Nebraska in the company of 2 survivors from Maine, Harold and Fran. Harold, all along the route, chewed on payday candy bars and jealously guarded Fran from Stu's advances. Elsewhere, in Phoenix, Arizona, Lloyd Henry sat in his prison cell, starving. It had been days since his last meal, a rat. He salivated unconsciously, staring at the teeth marks in his cellmate's leg. Suddenly, Randall Flagg, the immortal Dark Man, appeared in his cell, promising Lloyd his freedom on condition that he become Flagg's loyal servant. You and I, Lloyd, the enigmatic Flagg glowered. We're going to go far. It's a good time for people like us. Flagg, reborn when the superflu hit, was a lonely lunatic cell looking for a mate to set up house for a malignant tumor. He was also a powerfully demonic man who felt a transfiguration coming on. He could taste it, a sooty, hot taste that came from everywhere, as if God was planning a cookout and all of civilization was going to be the barbecue. Flagg also needed trash. At 9 years of age, Donald Merwin Elbert had begun lighting fires in people's trash cans. Ever since then, his fires had gotten bigger and bigger. The angry explosions had become his lifeblood. The trash can man had come there, his final destination for the great burning, the one the Dark Man had promised him. After Lloyd's warm handshake, Trash, for the first time in his life, felt like he belonged. But the very next day, Trash learned that it could be cold in hell. For his initiation, he had to drive the crude nails into the hands and feet of the first crucifixion victim. Larry Underwood was the last member of the group to arrive in Boulder, having followed Harold's trail of payday rappers all the way from Maine. Along the road, he had met Nadine Cross, a schoolteacher. Nadine was the only one who didn't admit to having dreams. But she was lying. She had dreamed about Randall Flagg, who now called her to come to Las Vegas. To her, Flagg was her savior, the Dark Man, the walking dude. After Mother Abigail greeted Larry, she turned to Nadine. Something about the woman made Abigail feel grave cold. He's here, she thought. He's come in the shape of this woman. The following day, Larry walked over to Harold's to thank him for the trail of candy wrappers Harold had left for him to follow. He was surprised to find a smiling, broad-shouldered boy who looked like he hadn't eaten a payday for a month. When Harold left the room momentarily to fix them a drink, Larry noticed a loose stone that sat over the hearth. Removing the stone, he saw that a ledger was hidden inside the crevice. He replaced the stone and waited for his drink. When Larry left Harold's place, he noticed the shades were pulled down throughout the entire house. In Boulder, he reflected, only the houses of the dead had their shades drawn. When they got sick, they had drawn their curtains and died in privacy, like any animal in its last extremity prefers to do. The living, maybe in subconscious acknowledgement of that fact of death, threw their shutters and their curtains wide. The Free Zone Committee was established to provide structure in the new society. Committee members included Abigail, Stu, Fran, Larry, Nick, Glenn, and Ralph. Along with discussing matters such as how to deal with power outages and how to improve housing, it was decided that 3 non-committee survivors would be sent to act as spies in Flagg's Las Vegas camp. Judge Ferris, a clever 70-year-old man, Dana Juergens, a dauntless woman self-trained in the art of weaponry, and simple-minded Tom Cullen were selected for this mission. However, when the committee went to gain Abigail's approval, she was missing. She had felt her sin, the one she thought of as the mother of sin, pride, and set out on a pilgrimage to purge herself of sin, to seek God, and she would return only if it were His will. Harold volunteered to serve on the search committee, but he had already heard and decided to follow the alluring voice of Flagg. Along with Nadine, he would have his revenge on the Free Zone Committee. Several months later, Tom returned, alone from his Las Vegas spy mission. The others had been killed. Apparently, Flagg's mysterious third eye wasn't able to track Tom's movement. His uncomplicated mind and heart were too childlike and pure. That afternoon, Fran and Larry decided to see what Harold's ledger contained. They wondered, what side was he on? Had he gone over to Flagg's camp? Looking through the ledger, the scrawls seemed to be those of a profoundly disturbed mind. The first sentence read, "My great pleasure this delightful post-apocalypse summer will be to kill Stu, and just maybe I will kill Nadine, too." Later that evening, Harold and Nadine looked on as the committee members filed into Ralph's home. Harold held the signaling device. His thumb rested lightly on the send button. He would depress it and blow them all to hell. It was Fran's instinct that warned her to get everyone out of the house, but for Nick, it was too late. Harold pushed the button. At that moment, Mother Abigail suddenly reappeared, very near death, to strengthen the committee for one final crusade, to destroy the Dark Prince. Stu, Larry, Glenn, and Ralph, weaponless, left on their mission that very night. Nadine, convinced that Harold was a traitor, that he'd gone over to the wrong side, determined to make him pay. As they biked along the highway, he flipped over the side of a guardrail and broke his leg. Nadine refused to rescue him. Someone who would betray one side would probably betray the other. Harold, left for dead, held a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Nadine continued on alone through the cold desert. Suddenly, she could feel Flagg's cold, dark presence. She felt his baking heat. He radiated it like a well-stoked brick oven. His smooth, timeless hands slipped around hers and then closed over them tight like handcuffs. In a flash, she felt repulsed by his presence. In less than an hour, she would be catatonic and pregnant. Later, she would jump off a balcony to her death. Flagg camped in the desert that night, his dreams filled with the coming of his followers. He couldn't believe they were coming to him of their own choice, wrapped in righteousness like a clutch of missionaries approaching the combat's village. But in the end, only 3 survived the journey. Stu had fallen into a ravine and shattered his leg, and the others had gone on without him. Before long, Flagg's men captured them and placed them in separate jail cells. Within 24 hours, Glenn was staring Flagg in the eyes, laughing. "Oh, pardon me," said Glenn. "It's just that we were all so frightened. We made such a business of you. I'm laughing as much for our own foolishness as for your incredible lack of substance." Glenn laughed and laughed until his entire face was blown off, and he could laugh no more. During the night, Larry made peace with himself. He knew he was going to die a martyr's death. If there's a God, and now I believe that there must be, that's his will, he concluded. Somehow, all of this will end as a result of our dying. The captives were placed in 2 cages attached to a flat bed. It was Ralph who understood the implications of the machinery. "Larry," he said in a dry voice, "they're going to pull us to pieces." Suddenly, the mood of the gathered crowd changed. Unexpectedly, one man cried out, "This ain't right. You know it ain't. This ain't how Americans act, listening to some murdering freak in cowboy boots." All at once, sensing his power waning, Flagg began reacting to another, more ravaging and unknown terror. Trash, it turned out, had thrown dirt into the foolproof machinery of the Dark Man's conquest. Trash, a gruesome display of the last stages of radiation sickness, parted the crowd, riding a dirty electric cart and dragging an A-bomb behind him. Larry felt a sense of relief wash over him as the silent white light filled the world, a holy fire sent to consume the righteous and the unrighteous alike in nuclear holocaust. 1 year later, the citizens of Boulder were reveling once more in the pleasures of good health, electricity, and television. Fran and Stu were in the process of planning their next project to rebuild Maine. And halfway around the world, on a primitive Pacific island, a man named Russell Faraday introduced himself to a native tribe. He'd come on a mission, he announced. The islanders reverently knelt at the Dark Man's feet, worshiping him, loving him. truly, life was such a wheel that no man could stand on it for long, and it always, at the end, came round to the same place again. The Stand portrays the cardinal struggle between good and evil in a post-apocalyptic world where the few survivors must quickly choose a side before it is chosen for them. Abigail's community is left with the difficult responsibility of choice, while Flagg's sinister society mirrors Nazi Germany during the reign of Hitler, where individuals mechanically follow orders without questioning the cause or the effect. When the world comes to this point, one of the book's characters says, "Someone has to take a stand."
To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, a symbolic drama set in southern Alabama in the early 1930s. The principal characters are Atticus Finch, an attorney and single parent; Scout, Jean Louise Finch, his daughter, a young 6-year-old tomboy, and the story's narrator; Jem, Jeremy Finch, Scout's older brother; Arthur Boo Radley, a mysterious, reclusive neighbor; and Tom Robinson, Atticus's Negro client. When Jem was nearly 13 years old, his arm was badly broken at the elbow. After it healed and Jem was assured that he could still play football, his arm never bothered him, though it always remained shorter than the right and hung at a funny angle. Years later, Jem and his sister Scout still talked about the accident and the events leading up to it. They finally agreed it had all started the summer when they tried to get Arthur Boo Radley to come out of his house. Jem and Scout lived in Macomb, Alabama, a drowsy, isolated town where everyone knew everyone. Their mother had died when Scout was 2 years old. Calpurnia, a Negro cook, took care of them and taught them tolerance that took them beyond the rigid prejudices of Macomb society. Their wise father, an attorney, Atticus Finch, played with them and read them stories. In fact, Scout learned to read before going to school, which later caused trouble with her teacher, who didn't think early reading fit into proper educational theory. During the summer when Scout was 6 and Jem was 10, the children became fascinated with the Radley place next door. Most of the community's young people believed the house was haunted. At night, children would cross the street rather than walk in front of the Radley house. Nuts that fell from the Radley pecan tree into the schoolyard were never eaten. Surely Radley nuts would kill you. A baseball hit into the Radley yard was a lost ball. Scout and Jem raced past the property on their way to or from school. The only person seen going in and out of the dwelling was old Nathan Radley, the meanest man ever God blew breath into, according to Calpurnia. But inside the weathered home also lived Boo, Nathan's younger brother. No one had seen Boo for the past 20 years. It was said that he had gotten into some trouble all those years ago and had been imprisoned in the house ever since, first by his now-dead father and then by Nathan. All that summer, Scout and Jem bravely assailed the Radley home, trying to get a glimpse of Boo. They never saw him, but they did see evidence of his existence. On one occasion, Jem's torn pants, lost on a wire fence while escaping from the Radley yard, were returned to him mended. Another night, when a fire forced the Finches out of their house, Scout, shivering in the cold, found a blanket suddenly thrust around her shoulders. "We'd better keep the blanket to ourselves," Atticus gently said. "Someday, maybe, Scout can thank him for covering her up." "Thank who?" Scout asked. "Boo Radley," replied her father. "You were so busy looking at the fire, you didn't know it when he put the blanket around you." Atticus finally ordered his 2 children to stop harassing Arthur. What Mr. Radley did was his own business. If he wanted to come out, he would. If he wanted to stay inside his own house, he had the right to stay inside, free from the attention of inquisitive children. Through the next fall and winter, objects began to mysteriously appear in the knothole of a tree on the corner of the Radley property. Gum, then twine, a carved soap sculpture, Indian head pennies, and other treasures, gifts clearly intended for Scout and Jem. Boo became even more of a puzzle. The following summer, trouble cropped up over Atticus's recent appointment as defense counsel for Tom Robinson, a Negro accused of raping a white girl, Mayella Violet Ewell. The Ewells were the lowest family in Macomb society, but Mayella was white and Tom was black. No matter how trashy the girl might be, her honor had to be upheld against a Negro. What angered many of the townspeople most was Atticus's attempt to truly defend Tom. Atticus and his children had several threats aimed at pressuring them to let things stay as they'd always been in the South. But Atticus felt Tom was innocent, and he would do all he could to prove it. Every lawyer gets at least one case in his lifetime that affects him personally, he told Scout. Nevertheless, he had to be realistic. They would probably lose, he explained, because they had been licked 100 years before they had even started. But that was no reason not to try. Atticus then extracted a promise from Scout not to fight her friends at school, a difficult promise to keep. She heard her father called nigger lover, and she herself, for the first time in her life, was labeled a coward. But Scout stayed true to her word. Her father rarely asked for favors. The day of Tom Robinson's trial dawned hot and droopy, but it still seemed everyone in Macomb was packed into the courthouse. Sheriff Heck Tate was the first witness. He testified that on answering a summons from her father, he had found Mayella at her home, her head bloodied, bruises on her arms and neck, and her right eye blackened. She claimed to have been beaten and raped by Tom Robinson. Sheriff Tate added that he personally felt Mayella had been battered by a left-handed person. Her principal wounds were on her right side. The next witness, Robert E. Lee Ewell, Mayella's ne'er-do-well father, described coming home to find Tom attacking his daughter. He had run Tom off, he said, and fetched the sheriff. Just before Mr. Ewell left the stand, Atticus demonstrated to the jury the fact that Bob Ewell was left-handed. Then Mayella Ewell testified. Through careful questioning, Atticus was able to paint for the jury the type of life Mayella led. The welfare check never went far enough. Her father drank most of it up. Her many younger brothers and sisters were always dirty and sick. There was never enough food or clothes, and the family rummaged through the dump to find their belongings and food. Mayella was a lonely girl trying to make the most of a miserable situation. The final witness was the defendant himself, Tom Robinson. As he took the oath, it became obvious to all that his left arm was totally useless. It had been mutilated in a farming accident. This gentle, hired hand could never have beaten up Mayella Ewell. Atticus concluded his closing statement using Thomas Jefferson's words, "All men are created equal." All men aren't created equal, he argued. One individual may be faster than another. Some people are gifted beyond the scope of most men. But in one arena, this country presumes that all men are created equal in their rights before a court of law. Despite the many hours the jury spent deliberating, Tom Robinson was declared guilty. Though Atticus tried to describe that they would probably win when the case was appealed to a higher court, Tom was left without hope. Only a few weeks later, as he tried to escape from jail, he was shot and killed. But the episode was not yet closed. Bob Ewell's anger still smoldered. Atticus Finch had made a fool of him, and he publicly vowed revenge. School started that autumn, and life slipped back into the ordinary. For Halloween, the ladies of Macomb decided to produce an original pageant at the elementary school, and Scout was assigned the role of a walking, talking ham, ingloriously costumed in chicken wire and brown paper. After the pageant, she waited, humiliated, backstage with Jem until everyone else had left. Then the two started for home. It was dark, and Scout couldn't see much anyway because of her costume, but she could hear. Someone was following them. As they started running, suddenly someone seized Scout, and she fell. After a brief, frenzied scuffle, the children dashed on toward the house. This time, Scout felt Jem jerked backwards to the ground, more scuffling, then a dull crunching sound, and Jem screamed. As Scout groped toward Jem, she was grabbed, and her breath was slowly squeezed out of her. Suddenly, the attacker lurched back, twitched, and fell. Scout heard someone breathing heavily, and then a violent sobbing and coughing. This someone picked Jem up and staggered down the street to the Finch's home. After Sheriff Tate had surveyed the scene of the fight, he reported to Atticus, "Bob Yule's lying on the ground under that tree down yonder, with a kitchen knife stuck up under his ribs. He's dead, Mr. Finch." As the household calmed down that night, and Scout was reassured that Jem would live, she suddenly realized that a stranger was standing behind the door, a man so white he looked as if he never saw the sun, his cheeks thin and hollow, his eyes colorless, and his hair disarranged and dead-looking. At last Scout had met Arthur Radley. "Hi, Boo," she said, just as she always imagined greeting him. According to Heck Tate, dragging shy Boo Radley into the limelight of a murder trial would be as sinful as killing a mockingbird. There would be no trial. Heck Tate's report would read that Yule had fallen on his knife. Boo Radley hardly ever left his home, but one October night, when his friends, the children he had watched so frequently from his window, needed him, he came. "Thank you for my children, Arthur," said Atticus Finch, as Scout turned to walk Boo home. Upon receiving an air rifle for Christmas, Jem had been counseled by his father never to kill a mockingbird. It would be a sin, because they don't do one thing but make music for us to enjoy. To Kill a Mockingbird tells of the gradual ethical awakening of Scout Finch and her brother Jem. Slowly they become aware of the difference between truth and gossip, and learn that people and things are often both more and less than what they seem. That kind, easygoing neighbors can be twisted by prejudice and convention. After the Halloween attempt on their lives, Jem and Scout finally see that the fear and ignorance behind their own harassment of gentle Boo Radley was not so different in essence from the suspicion and scapegoating that led to the killing of Tom. To tease Boo was as shameful as killing a mockingbird.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. The type of work is an adventure fiction set in England, the Hispaniola, and Treasure Island in the 1700s. This story features an enterprising young lad by the name of Jim Hawkins, Billy Bones, a pirate captain, Dr. Livesey, Jim's benefactor, Squire Trelawney, an experienced seaman and friend to Dr. Livesey, and a one-legged buccaneer named Long John Silver, and a maroon sailor by the name of Ben Gunn. Jim Hawkins was startled one day when a gnarled, filthy old seaman with a saber cut across one cheek demanded room and board at the inn kept by his parents, the Admiral Benbow. And after taking up residence, Captain Billy Bones, as he called himself, lived up admirably to his colorful appearance. He cursed loudly, drank copious amounts of rum, and told harrowing tales of murder and other dark deeds at sea. Bones was especially fond of one particular ditty. 15 men on the dead man's chest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Drink and the devil are done with the rest, yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. The old buccaneer was a true sea dog. He bullied Jim's parents, who feared to ask for his rent, and alternately terrified and entertained the townsfolk. Everyone held him in awe except Dr. Livesey, whose refined manners and powdered hair marked him as one of the town gentry. One evening, when the gentleman doctor came to visit Jim's ailing father, Bones, drunk and in a rage as usual, pulled a knife to Livesey's throat. Unperturbed, the doctor ordered him to put down the knife, and invoking his powers as a magistrate, threatened that he would have Bones hunted down, routed out, and hanged if he did not obey. Bones retreated, grumbling like a beaten dog. The doctor also warned Bones that if he did not cease his heavy consumption of rum, he would soon be dead. But the surly seaman ignored the advice. Then one day, A pale, tallowy creature, wanting 2 fingers of his left hand, came to the inn asking for Bones. He collared young Jim and hid with him behind the parlor door, waiting for the captain's return. When Bones entered the room, the stranger stepped forth and revealed himself. "Black dog!" gasped the captain, and Jim was summarily banished from the room as the 2 old seamates started a spirited argument. As the argument finally erupted into blows, Black Dog, wounded, scurried from the inn, leaving Captain Bones behind him to fall full length upon the floor in a swoon. Now bedridden, Bones grew weaker and weaker. Semi-delirious, he rambled to Jim about escaping from a mysterious curse involving something called the Black Spot. Jim found out more about this one day when a blind beggar approached the inn, tapping with his cane. This old codger grabbed the terrified lad by his shirt and forced him to lead the way to the captain, whom he confronted with a piece of blackened parchment inscribed with the message, "You have till 10 tonight." Reading these words, Bones fell back, dead. He had been summoned to his doom by the Black Spot. That evening, Jim and his newly widowed mother opened the captain's sea chest and rifled it in a search for the black rent that Bones owed. Among other trifles, they found a bag of assorted coins and a canvas package. Just then they heard the tapping of the beggar's cane outside. Together they snatched up the coins and the packet and stole out of the inn. Hidden close to a low ridge, Jim watched a motley group of cursing buccaneers assail the inn. Among them was the blind beggar, Pew. Suddenly a group of revenue officers galloped up and the men scattered. In the confusion, blind Pew darted out in the streets and was trampled to death under the horses. After the furor had died down, Jim took the canvas package to be opened by the trusted Dr. Livesey and his friend, Squire Trelawney. When it was discovered to contain the map of an island, with a detailed account of buried treasure, excitement rippled through the room. Trelawney decided to outfit a ship and recover the lost treasure. Jim was invited to come along as cabin boy. In addition to Dr. Livesey, Trelawney enlisted the aid of a Bristol innkeeper named Long John Silver. When Trelawney told the peg-legged salt that he needed a crew, Silver was more than willing to comply. Long John gathered a rough-looking, though experienced gang, and signed himself on as cook. For captain, Trelawney chose a sharp-spoken man named Smollett. Finally, all was readied. The ship Hispaniola set sail. Jim, assigned as Silver's mate, took an immediate liking to the garrulous old man. He was especially enamored of the sailor's parrot, Captain Flint, who repeatedly shrieked, "Pieces of 8, pieces of 8," and would swear straight on, passing belief for wickedness. One night, looking for a forbidden apple, Jim climbed into the fruit barrel. When he heard men approaching, he stayed put. The crewmen were speaking in hushed tones about taking over the ship. Suddenly a cry of "Land ho!" diverted their attention. Jim scrambled out of the barrel and raced to warn Dr. Livesey, Smollett, and Trelawney. Apparently, there were only 7 trusted men on board. The rest, recruited by Silver, were nothing more than pirates. The doctor listened gravely and then decided to use Jim as a spy. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad. Meanwhile, Treasure Island had indeed been spotted. Captain Smollett allowed Silver to take a landing party ashore, reasoning that if he prevented their going, the men would mutiny on the spot. And at the last minute, Jim, full of his own plans, hopped aboard a skiff. When the boat reached shore, he ran and hid in the overgrowth. From this vantage point, he observed the mutinous crew, and was repulsed at seeing Silver impale an honest sailor with a well-aimed fling of his sharpened crutch. The frightened boy retreated into the jungle, only to find himself face to face with the most ragged, bedraggled-looking man he had ever seen. "I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am," the weathered hermit told him, "and I haven't spoke with a Christian these 3 years." Gunn, as it ensued, had been marooned after leading a party in a futile search for treasure buried years earlier by a certain Captain Flint. Flint had gone ashore with 6 men to bury the booty. He had returned to his ship alone, and among the guard crew awaiting him on board were Gunn, Billy Bones, and Long John Silver. Flint had kept his silence with them all. Meanwhile, Dr. Livesey had decided to move the honest sailors left in his charge from the ship to the remains of an old fort he had discovered on the island. However, when Livesey's overloaded skiff began to go down, the pirates, looking on from shipboard, overpowered their guard and fired the ship's cannon at the sinking craft. Livesey's men finally reached shore and took refuge in the fort. Soon Silver approached under a flag of truce. In return for their treasure map he offered, he would leave Smollett's party alive. "Refuse that," he bellowed, "and you've seen the last of me but musket balls." Smollet's response was an offer to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. "Before an hour's out," Silver cursed, "I'll stove in your blockhouse like a rum puncheon. Them that die'll be the lucky ones." And true to his word, when the hour was up, Silver sent a group of pirates over the walls of the blockade. But after a bloody melee, the remaining pirates decided they had had enough and bolted back over the wall. Within the fort, Captain Smollett had been wounded, and only 4 of his faithful men were left to fight. While the pirates recouped, Livesey went out to seek Ben Gunn, and Jim also struck out into the jungle. There he stumbled upon Gunn's homemade boat and paddled out to the Hispaniola, which he found guarded by only 2 pirates, both drunk and fighting. Silently, Jim set to work cutting the anchor. When the obviously untended ship began drifting erratically, Jim decided to board it. On deck, one of the pirates lay dead. The other was wounded in the leg. "I've come aboard to take possession of this ship," Jim announced, giving the man a drink and tending to his wound. But suddenly the pirate rose up and came at the lad with a knife. Jim seized the mainmast rope and began to climb for his life, with the pirate close behind. Finally, just ahead of the pirate, he reached the crow's nest and cocked his twin pistols. "One more step, Mr. Hans," Jim smiled, "and I'll blow your brains out." The pirate smiled back and pretended to surrender, but as soon as Jim relaxed a bit, he flung his knife. The blade grazed the boy's shoulder, pinning him to the mast. But Jim had not yet lost his spirit. Firing the pistols, Jim toppled the pirate into the sea. In the dark of night, the boy returned ashore. Creeping toward the fort, he saw too late that it had been taken by the pirates. Awakened by the parrot's warning squawk, the pirates seized the boy before he knew what was happening. Jim found the pirate group in a nasty mood. Though they had spared Livesey so that he might dress their wounds, they had already served Silver with the black spot of death, and were about to kill Jim as well, but Silver, as usual, held an ace. "I'll save your life, you save Long John from swinging," he whispered to Jim, and turned to display the missing treasure map before the mutineers. The black spot was retracted. Once again the pirates rallied around Silver. Pretending allegiance to the pirates, Jim set out with them, but when they came across a pile of human bones arranged to point out the way, the group was struck with fear. That fear rose to a fever pitch when they heard the voice of Ben Gunn, hidden in the brush, singing life into the sleeping bones with the words to 15 men. Still the pirates pressed on, trembling. At last they came to the spot, only to discover a gaping hole in the ground. The treasure had been stolen. Just then shots rang out, and 2 pirates fell dead. Dr. Livesey quickly grabbed Silver and Jim and raced for cover. This, Livesey realized, was the work of the sly hermit Gunn. In fact, Gunn had long since removed the treasure and hidden it in a well-provisioned cave. Trelawney was waiting at the cave's entrance when the group returned. "You're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir," Trelawney spat at Silver. Undaunted, Silver replied, "Thank you kindly, sir." The 5 survivors, with Silver in tow, loaded the hoard of gold and coins into the Hispaniola and set sail. The 3 surviving pirates were left marooned and very drunk on the island, along with necessary supplies. When they came upon another island, Silver convinced Gunn to help him launch a boat over the side, and the resourceful pirate, crafty to the end, escaped with a bag of gold. "I think we were all pleased to be so cheaply quit of him," Jim wrote. At last the remaining men reached Bristol. There they divided the spoils. Jim surmised that Silver had returned to his long-suffering wife to live out his life in comfort, for, as he observed, his chances for comfort in another world were small indeed. And from then on, Jim and his mother lived comfortably. Jim confessed, however, that in his worst nightmares thereafter he would awaken with the sharp voice of Captain Flint ringing in his ears. "Pieces of 8! Pieces of 8!" Stevenson traveled abroad much of his early life. Thus the heroes gracing the pages of his novels are often after his own image, brave young seafarers. He produced Treasure Island after being hounded by his young stepson to write something really interesting. The suspense and lively action of the novel has enthralled readers.
The Last of the Mohicans by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a historical romance set in Upper New York region in 1757. Our principal characters are Hawkeye, Natty Bumppo, a skilled white scout and frontiersman; Chingachgook, Hawkeye's lifelong Mohican Delaware friend; Uncas, Chingachgook's son, and last heir to the title of Chief of the Mohican tribe. Major Duncan Hayward, Hawkeye's Scottish soldier friend, David Gamut, a psalm singer and comical, naive, self-proclaimed missionary, Magua, le renard subtil, the sly fox, a displaced and bloodthirsty Canadian Huron Indian, Colonel Munro, defender of British Fort Henry, Alice Munro, fair and innocent daughter of Colonel Munro, Cora Munro, her darker, elder half-sister, and the story's real heroine. War between England and France had spilled over into the North American continent. There, amid the various Indian tribal conflicts, a small party set out from the British Fort Edward toward Fort William Henry, defended by the Scottish veteran Colonel Munro. Major Duncan Hayward, ordered to escort Colonel Munro's two daughters, Cora and Alice, to Fort William Henry, was followed by a tall, awkward, psalm-singing missionary, David Gamut. Fort Edward's troops were in a weakened state. Now Major Hayward, in an attempt to reach Munro's fort before the French forces, led by Montcalm, could surround it, hired a renegade Huron Indian guide known as Magua, who claimed to know a shorter route to their destination. But now, after traveling most of the day and finding themselves still only a few miles from Fort Edward, they at last decided the guide must be lost. Late that same afternoon, a seasoned white scout, bearing the fitting name of Hawkeye, sat by a stream conversing with his Delaware Mohican friend Chingachgook. By their dress and weaponry, it was obvious that they were not allied with the French or the Iroquois. The Indian lamented aloud the sad history of his people, who had dwindled after they foolishly parted with their land. He ended with a vision of his own death. "I am on the hilltop, and must go down into the valley, and when Uncas follows in my footsteps, there will no longer be any of the blood of the Delaware, for my boy is the last of the Mohicans." As if conjured up by his father's words, another voice announced, "Uncas is here. Who speaks to Uncas?" And stepping between the two, a young warrior seated himself. Soon the three men heard the horses of white men approaching, and Hawkeye was appointed to speak to them in his native English tongue. He went out to meet Hayward's group. When told that the Indian guide, who was by this time lurking in the shadows, had lost his way, Hawkeye doubtingly asked what tribe he belonged to. He was Mohawk by birth, but an adopted Huron, came the reply. At this, both Chingachgook and Uncas sprang to their feet. "A Huron," spat the scout. "They are a thievish race, nor do I care by whom they are adopted. I should like to look at the creature." Now Magua saw that his plan to betray Hayward and kidnap Munro's daughters had been foiled, and he fled into the forest. Hawkeye and the Mohicans, sensing the danger the little party now faced, agreed to see them safely to Fort William Henry. But as Hawkeye had feared, Magua and his fellow Hurons gave chase. The woodsman guided his travelers to an island cave and hid them behind a waterfall. But they had been too closely followed, and the cave was soon under attack. With little ammunition, the capture of the little group was certain. In order to secure their only chance for rescue, Cora gallantly persuaded Hawkeye and the Mohicans to try an escape, which they managed to do by swimming underwater downriver. Captured, Cora and Alice were taken by Magua on a path leading far away from the fort. As they walked, Magua spoke privately to Cora. Long ago, he divulged, after drinking the white man's firewater, he had lost control of himself, and Colonel Munro had ordered that he be publicly beaten. Magua's plan of revenge for this humiliation was to take Munro's daughter as his wife and slave. Cora hid her fear and responded calmly. She would not go with him. In fury, Magua was about to massacre the whole lot, when Hawkeye and his comrades rushed the camp, killing all the Hurons except their villainous leader, who once again escaped. The group then journeyed on in the darkness toward Fort William Henry. It was dawn when Hawkeye and his charges drew near the fort, only to find it already under siege by Montcalm and his French and Iroquois troops. Cora suggested that she go to Montcalm to beg that he grant them entry into the fort so they could be with their father. "You would scarce find the tent of the Frenchman with the hair on your head," Hawkeye told her bluntly. From that point, a quiet bond was formed between Uncas and the brunette Cora, while Hayward was taken by fair Alice. Led by Hawkeye, the consummate frontiersman, a happy blend of the white man's civilization and the red man's noble savagery, the protagonists threaded their way through the thick morning mist to the gates of the fort. Happily united with his daughters, Monroe exclaimed, "For this I thank thee, Lord. Let danger come as it will. Thy servant is now prepared." After a few days of ominous quiet, Montcalm arranged a parley to reveal the text of a message he had intercepted, indicating that no troops could be dispatched from Fort Edward. Although Montcalm now held the upper hand, he offered the British honorable terms of surrender. He would ensure safe conduct for the entire garrison if they would give up the fort peaceably. Dismayed by the cowardice of his allies, and with no other options open, Monroe accepted the terms. The next morning, as the evacuation of the women and children proceeded under the gaze of the victors, Magua included, one of the Indians tried to seize a brightly colored shawl worn by one of the women. In terror, she wrapped her child in it and folded both close to her. Enraged, the Indian darted forward and grabbed the child from her arms and dashed his head against a rock. Excited by the sight of the blood, he then turned on the mother and drove his tomahawk into her brain. Now Magua raised a blood-curdling whoop of battle, and the Indians responded instantly, scalping and murdering with brutal abandon. Montcalm and his soldiers, perhaps surprised by the suddenness of the attack, perhaps out of fear for their own safety, did nothing to hold back their savage allies. David Gabbett stood in the midst of the killing to shield the two Monroe girls, and burst forth singing hymns in an effort to calm the frenzied killers. Bemused by this eccentric display, the warriors left the sisters unmolested, but Gamut's singing finally attracted the attention of Magua, who quickly seized upon an opportunity to persuade Cora to accompany him. Reaching down and scooping up her sister Alice, Magua headed for the woods. Cora ran, shrieking after him, and faithful Gamut followed, his voice still in song, his arm beating time. The astonished natives gazed on him as one who had been given the protecting spirit of madness. Hawkeye and his companions searched in vain for the bodies of the girls, and were now certain that Magua had taken them captive. Heading north and then west, the scouts finally came across their trail. Hayward was particularly concerned for Alice's safety, and Uncas, admiring Cora's courage and depth of soul, hoped ardently for her rescue. Paddling across lakes and hiking over mountain passes, the woodsman traced Gamut and the girls to an Indian village. Wandering on its outskirts, they found the psalmist, dressed as an Indian, who told them that Cora had been entrusted to the care of a tribe of peaceful Delawares, but that Alice was being held at the Huron camp. It was decided that Hayward would accompany Gamut into the village, disguised as a white medicine man sent by Montcalm to heal the sick. But just as he was being led to the cave of a dying woman, Uncas was brought into camp, a captive. Inside the sick woman's cave, Hayward also found a large, shaggy bear, whose head slipped back to reveal the face of Hawkeye. Knowing that Huron conjurers often attired themselves in animal skins, he had used the bear skin to also gain entrance to the village. The two sought out Alice, wrapped her in a blanket, and carried her out of the camp under the pretense that she was Hayward's dying patient. Hawkeye, in his bear disguise, remained long enough to find and rescue Uncas. As soon as Magua discovered Alice's disappearance, he hurried to the Delaware village to reclaim his wife-to-be. Uncas was already there before him, but had failed to negotiate Cora's release. Magua was allowed to pass unmolested into the forest with his prized prisoner, protected by the inviolable laws of Indian hospitality. A terrible battle ensued between the two tribes and their white allies. In the end, the Hurons were defeated, but Magua had kept Cora close, and followed by a few braves, he now scrambled up a steep mountainside, with Uncas, Hayward, and Hawkeye in hot pursuit. Cora refused to cooperate, and begged Magua to kill her. But just then, a piercing cry diverted the villain's attention. It was Uncas, leaping down from a cliff above. At that moment, one of the Huron braves sheathed his own knife in Cora's bosom. Infuriated, Magua turned to kill his companion, but Uncas leaped between them and became Magua's victim instead. The Huron bounded off up the mountains. Shouting, he leaped a wide fissure and neared the summit. One more leap and escape would be ensured. But this time he fell short and clung to a shrub on the side of the cliff. Hawkeye, watching from below, sighted his long rifle. A loud crack pierced the air. Then Magua gave a defiant shake of his fist and a menacing sneer and fell headlong to his death. Amid deep mourning, Uncas and Cora were laid side by side in their forest graves. Hawkeye returned to comfort his sorrowing friend Chingachgook. The Delaware patriarch, Tamenund, then lifted his voice to bewail the tragic death of the last warrior of the wise race of the Mohicans. Shortly after the birth of James Fenimore Cooper, his father came into possession of a vast tract of land around the headwaters of the Susquehanna River and built a mansion by Otsego Lake. A village grew up around the estate, eventually becoming Cooperstown, New York. Surrounded by primeval wilderness, alive with animals, and still inhabited by a few Indians, and growing up on the frontier tales told by his father's guests, Cooper was able to bring to life a genuine and sympathetic view of both pioneer and Indian, and a first-hand knowledge of their lives, lore, and surroundings, to become America's first significant novelist.
Ulysses by James Joyce. The type of work is an experimental novel set in Dublin, Ireland in June of 1904. The principal characters are Leopold Bloom, a canvasser at the local newspaper, Molly Bloom, his wife, Stephen Daedalus, a recent college graduate, and a host of characters, including a number of journalists, an old mariner, a caretaker, priests, and several drunken soldiers. In nearly every imaginable way, James Joyce's novel is like no other, and that's aside from its presenting such anomalies as a 50-page-long running sentence filled with a wife's ruminations, its stream of consciousness flavor, and its innovative, twisting 750-plus page pseudo-plot. Massive, mythic, and, due to its earthiness, still frequently placed on the adult shelf at the library, Ulysses, first published in 1922, is probably the most ambitious and multidimensional jigsaw puzzle ever assembled out of the English language. But the novel is also something much more pivotal than a juicy literary crossword. It is a work that ushered the world's English language readers and writers into the landscapes of 20th century modernism. In a sense, modernist and postmodernist narrative begins with Joyce. Like T.S. Eliot's influential poem The Wasteland, Joyce's Ulysses grows out of the early 20th century's drastic redefinition of civilization. While Europeans of the late 19th century had assumed that technological advancements would foster peace, prosperity, and unchecked progress, Artists and intellectuals of the new century not only started questioning technology's contribution to humanity on moral and ethical grounds, but they also began to allocate progress to the realm of myth. Thus, writers like Joyce and Eliot focused on the dissolution of the old order. In the tragic wake of World War I, writers discovered both a profound pessimism and a new emphasis on the individual. Freud, of course, had recently posited the existence of the id, a great psychic repository of unconscious impulses and urges that lay deep within the human soul. Thus, armed with this new knowledge, writers and artists like Joyce courted a far less sanguine view of the individual and his experiences than previously romantic-era writers had entertained. In Ulysses, for example, Joyce chooses to depict individual experience as far too fragmentary and multi-textured to be subjected to the constraints of traditional plot. Thus, no story of any real consequence emerges in the novel. In lieu of a traditional narrative, Joyce focuses on the psychology and perceptions of Leopold Bloom, the middle-aged Irish Jew who is Joyce's modern Ulysses. Like Homer's timeless Greek voyager wending his way home to Ithaca after the Trojan War, Bloom lives a life of exile, wandering from adventure to adventure before he returns home to his wife. In contrast to Homer's epic The Odyssey, in which heroes and gods are truly heroic and godly, Joyce's Ulysses, Bloom, is left trudging the wasteland streets and pubs of lower-middle-class Dublin in search of life's meaning, or, at very least, some sort of stepping stone on the pathway leading home. Bloom's errant wanderings are depicted in a single, ordinary Dublin day, and as the routine of this day unfolds, the reader is offered what critic A. Walton Litz calls an encyclopedia of modern life. Litz goes on to say that no matter how we view Ulysses, the ways in which we can approach it are almost endless. We can only conclude that the best reading of the work is the one that yields the greatest number of related perspectives. June 16, 1904 was an ordinary day in the city of Dublin, Ireland. As the early summer sun began to spread her majesty over that vast borough, Stephen Dedalus awoke. Dawn had come as usual, much too soon. The life of the young Latin poetry instructor lacked any hint of happy anticipation. Still in mourning for his mother, who had died of pneumonia the year before, vainly pleading with her son to pray for her, Stephen brooded once again over his guilty memories and the appallingly aimless condition of his life. He had no faith, no true friends. What's more, he received no sympathy in his grief from his roommate and only close companion, the vulgar, bullying medical student Buck Mulligan. "Oh, it's only Dedalus whose mother is beastly dead," offered Mulligan. After breakfasting, Stephen and Buck walked to the beach with a new house guest, a Mr. Haynes. Buck Mulligan sang as they went. "I'm the queerest young fella that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree, so here's to disciples and Calvary." Later, Stephen made his way to the academy. "Tell me now, what is a pier?" he asked a pupil. But he did not get the expected Latin translation. "A pier, sir? A thing out in the waves," explained the boy helpfully. After spending the entire morning in such tedium, Stephen finally realized what it was that kept him in a sort of paralyzed, hopeless conspiracy with these boys. In them he saw his own awkward, fearful, impoverished childhood. When at last class was dismissed, the principal of the academy, Mr. Deasy, approached Stephen with a manuscript in his hand. "It's about the foot-and-mouth disease," Deasy explained. He wanted Stephen to use his influence with the local newspaper to have the article published as a public service item. And since Stephen did not feel he was in any position to deny the request, he made his way to the newspaper office. On the other side of town, meanwhile, a middle-aged Jew named Leopold Bloom was just beginning his day with an appetizing breakfast of grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Bloom worked as an ad salesman with a newspaper and carried a dead weight within him. Since the death of their son Rudy, he had found himself unable to complete the act of sexual intercourse with his wife, Molly. And yet, in the aftermath of Rudy's death, both had often sought comfort in the arms of others. After breakfast, Bloom rode off in the carriage to the funeral of his friend, Patrick Paddy Dignam. As the service commenced, however, he suddenly decided that he detested funerals. "My kneecap is hurting me," he thought as he knelt in prayer. In truth, the whole affair reminded him of little Rudy and of his own father, who had died of suicide. At one point, gazing ahead at the coffin, he wondered, which end is his head? And then, as his mind strayed further and further from here and now, Bloom's brief respite from work was over. Most of Bloom's dismal working day was spent trying to negotiate the terms of advertising space with a tea merchant named Keyes. The editor, Miles Crawford, was aghast when he reviewed the final agreement for approval. Keyes was a bloody cheat, he screamed. "He can kiss my Royal Irish arse." Later in the day, Stephen Dedalus arrived at the newspaper office to talk with the staff about the D.C. article. Crawford, still peeved by the Keyes incident, was not in favor of printing a piece dealing with the loathsome and ridiculous subject of foot and mouth disease. His readers wouldn't stand for it. They'd read anything but an article about a damn disease. "All balls," howled the editor. "Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn its soul. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost and Jakes McCarthy." As daylight faded, Stephen, still flushed from drink, met up with Mulligan and some other young scholars at a local tavern. In time their talk turned to a rousing analysis of Hamlet. Hamlet was a Jew, one of the young men spat out, scowling. Stephen quickly rebutted this with the proposal that the Prince of Denmark indeed represented the playwright Shakespeare himself. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death, Stephen contended. As for Leopold Bloom, after he left the office, he made his way from the pubs to the seaside. There he happened upon a flirtatious lass named Gertie, who leaned back against a rock, exposing her bare thighs and knickers. She was trembling in every limb from being so far back. He had a full view, and she wasn't ashamed, and he wasn't either, to look in that immodest way, like that, because he couldn't resist the sight of the wondrous revealment half offered. "Oh, sweet little, you don't know how nice you looked," thought Bloom as the girl left. "I begin to like them at that age. Green apples. Grab at all that offer." Bloom staggered back toward the taverns, the pictures in his mind coming one right after another. There was his dearly departed Rudy. Why did his 11-day-old man-child have to die? Then came the lurid vision of his wife in bed with one of his cordial acquaintances. Now his only recourse was to drown his sorrows. He arrived at the pub just in time to catch the last of Stephen's discourse on Hamlet. The conversation then moved on to civic issues. Frequently Mulligan would turn to stare in the direction of a certain Jewish patron while he voiced his supercilious views. "For the enlightenment of those who are not so intimately acquainted with the minutiae of the municipal abattoir as the morbid-minded aesthete and embryo philosopher, who, for all his overweening bumptiousness in things scientific, can scarcely distinguish an acid from an alkali." After a few more hours of drinking and enduring such bluster, Bloom made his way to Mabbott Street, a nearby lane of enticing ill repute. Stumbling onward, he received sad, ethereal visitations from his dead father, then from an anonymous bearded woman, then from his wife, and finally from his lover. In this state he came across Stephen again, who in a similar state of despondency was revisited on the spot by the ghost of his dead mother, begging her son once more to pray for her soul. Strolling on together, Bloom and Stephen stopped to cavort with a group of prostitutes, until two soldiers happened upon the scene and took exception to Stephen's surly demeanor. In concert, they struck the young scholar and knocked him bleeding to the ground. As the soldiers continued on down the lane, Bloom helped Stephen up, brushed him off, handed him his hat. For refreshment, they then trudged on to a seaside cafe and listened to a scruffy old sea veteran recount his grandiose tales. "I seen a crocodile bit the fluke of an anchor," he boasted. "I seen icebergs plenty, growlers. I was in Stockholm and the Black Sea." Bloom and Stephen listened on in rapturous envy. Never had either of them braved such wonderful explorations. Quite recovered from the beating he had taken, Stephen accompanied Bloom home, where they mulled over the intricacies of music, religion, and life. As the night wore on, Bloom implored his new young friend to stay, to leave his reckless circle and come live with him and his wife. And even though Stephen refused, both men now knew that despite an age difference of 16 years, their lives were irrevocably intertwined. After commanding his wife to arise early and prepare his breakfast, Bloom now finally drifted off to sleep, leaving Molly Bloom lying there awake, thinking of her most recent lover, of her girlhood, of the mysteries of the human body, of the possibility of Stephen Dedalus, refined young writer, coming to live with them, and at last of her long-past courtship with Leopold Bloom, of how he kissed me under the Moorish wall, and I thought, well, as well him as another, and then I asked him with my eyes to ask again, yes, and then he asked me, would I, yes, to say, yes. And so the woman's thoughts flowed on, pungent, earthy, and homey, while her far-wandering husband snored in the darkness at her side.
Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. It's an abolitionist novel set in antebellum Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Ohio. The principal characters are Tom, a saintly old man, a slave affectionately called Uncle Tom; Eliza, a young part-Negro slave woman; George Harris, Eliza's husband, also a slave; Augustine St. Clair, a rich white slaveholder; Eva St. Clair, Augustine's benevolent young daughter; Simon Legree, a cruel planter and slave dealer; and George Shelby, the son of a slave owner. The Northern-based movement to abolish slavery was in full swing, and Connecticut-born Harriet Beecher Stowe was an ardent sympathizer in her 40s when she sat down 10 years before the outbreak of the American Civil War to breathe life into her idealized and long-suffering plantation slave, Uncle Tom, and the colorful galaxy of characters who surround him. Soon afterward, she found herself spotlighted as one of the foremost novelists of her age. "So this is the little lady who started this big war," said Abraham Lincoln when he met her in 1863. Ironically, Stowe's meek and patient martyr has often met with scathing ridicule among social crusaders. The character of George Harris, proudly flaunting the law and his master, and finally shooting his family's way out of slavery, is much closer to the contemporary hero ideal. But it should be remembered that for Stowe, the Uncle Tom whose name so acutely embarrasses black activists today represented something much more than either a model or a stereotype of black manhood. Tom was her Christian paradigm, the idealized moral victim suffering through all the indignities and brutalities conferred by a deranged world on its noblest children and emerging with his soul intact. Seen in this light, Tom's gentle, optimistic endurance becomes the ultimate show of human strength. Not incidentally, it also becomes the one instrument capable of moving Tom's white masters to turn against their own worldly interests and start working for the dismantlement of the very evil that empowers them. In the end, it is not the courage of George or Eliza or the tears of little Eva, but the unquenchable forgiveness of Uncle Tom which hastens the end of slavery. A well-mannered Kentucky gentleman, Mr. Shelby, was trying to convince his creditor, a coarse slave trader named Haley, that the requital of an old Negro slave named Tom was sufficient reimbursement to settle Shelby's debt. I mean, really, Tom is a good, sensible, pious fellow. He got religion at a camp meeting 4 years ago, and I always find him true and square in everything. Though he realized that Shelby was on the verge of losing his plantation, Haley was bent on squeezing the honeycomb dry. Just then, a captivating 4 or 5-year-old little black boy entered the room. "Tell you what," said Haley, "fling in that chap and I'll settle the business, I will." "Oh, missus," cried the young child's mother, Eliza, to Mrs. Shelby after overhearing this conversation, "do you suppose Massa would sell my Harry?" Stunned, Mrs. Shelby replied, "No, you foolish girl. You know your master never means to sell any of our servants, as long as they behave well." Eliza tried to take comfort from this, but later in the day she had another wrenching jolt. Her husband, George Harris, who belonged to an owner of a nearby plantation, had discovered that his master was resentful of the admiration George had won among his fellow slaves for his hard work and intelligence. "Now," George reported, "he says he'll bring me down and humble me, and he puts me to just the hardest, meanest, and dirtiest work on purpose." So George had resolved to flee to Canada and earn money to buy freedom for Eliza and little Harry. Eliza wept and embraced her husband, then watched as he fled into the darkness. Still later that night, Eliza's distress turned to horror when she discovered that the Shelbys, looking to save their plantation, had indeed sold Harry. There was no time now for useless protests. The young mother hurried to her room to pack some belongings. Then she took her son up in her arms and made her way to the cabin of Uncle Tom. As soon as Tom and his wife Chloe opened the door, Eliza blurted out her news. Shelby had sold both Tom and her own little Harry, and she was running away with the little boy. Chloe tried to convince Tom to flee with Eliza, but he refused. "It's better for me to go to the new plantation," he explained, "than to break up the place entirely." Then, staring at his own brood of children, his pride and joy, Tom began to sob. The next morning, Haley set off on horseback in pursuit of Eliza and Harry. But when he caught up with them on the banks of the Ohio River, Eliza, nerved with strength that God only gives the desperate, seized her child and raced to the water's edge. With one wild cry and flying leap, she vaulted sheer over the turbid current by the shore onto the raft of ice beyond. It was a desperate leap, impossible to anything but madness and despair. With wild cries and desperate energy, she leaped to another and still another cake, stumbling, leaping, slipping, springing upwards again, till dimly, as in a dream, she saw the Ohio side. Across the borders of a free state, Eliza was led to a refuge in a Quaker shelter for runaways, and miraculously, George was eventually guided to the same house. But soon after the family's tearful and joyous reunion, they learned that Haley, still bent on reclaiming his prize, had commissioned 2 unsavory slave hunters to scout the area for Harry. Under the cover of darkness, the runaways fled again. When the bounty seekers managed to track them down, George dispatched one of them with a bullet, and at last the fugitives made their way into Canada. But at the Shelby plantation, Haley was furious that Harry had escaped. Still, he came to take possession of Tom. The grizzled old slave bid his heartbreaking farewell to his own family and to Shelby's adoring son, young Master George, who promised to someday buy Tom's freedom. Then, chained to Haley's wagon, he followed it down the road. During the voyage down the Mississippi to the New Orleans slave markets, Tom's quiet demeanor impressed even the callous Haley. Unshackled, the old man was allowed to come and go freely. In his walks on the boat's deck, Tom soon became acquainted with little Eva St. Clair, a beautiful white child who often made secret visits to the slaves in their chains, sometimes with her hands full of food for them. One day, as little Eva stood on the dock with her father, Augustine St. Clair, she suddenly lost her balance and fell sheer over the side of the boat into the water. In a moment, Tom was after her, saving her life. The next day, the grateful St. Clair purchased Tom from Haley. After returning to New Orleans with the St. Clairs, Tom became the family carriage driver. He soon learned that his wealthy new master loved his daughter above all else, and that he also cared deeply for his slaves. In fact, St. Clair even allowed little Eva to read to old Tom from the Bible. Everyone on the estate loved good-natured Eva. Even a mischievous, ragamuffin little slave girl named Topsy succumbed to Eva's kind nature. "Oh, Topsy," Eva told her one day, "I love you and I want you to be good." Eva's heartfelt kindness made Topsy weep, and thereafter she tried hard to behave. Thus it was that a great gloom spread over the entire estate the day news came that little Eva was dying of a fatal fever. Flushed and tearful, the child told her father, "I feel sad for our poor people. I wish, Papa, they were all free." "Oh, Tom, my boy," wailed the distraught master as the old slave held his hand, "it's killing me." Moments later, Eva's suffering ended. A glorious smile came over her face, and she was gone. In the dismal days that followed, St. Clair made plans to follow his daughter's dying wishes and free his slaves. Before the formalities were completed, however, St. Clair himself died in an accident, leaving his widow with the task. Marie St. Clair, the stepmother of poor little Eva, had long berated her husband for his wild, extravagant notions about the dignity of slaves. At her direction, Tom was sold to a particularly loathsome planter named Simon Legree. Upon his arrival at the new cotton plantation, Tom despaired at the bleak sight of the slaves in Legree's charge, human beings, of whom nothing good was expected and desired, and who, treated in every way like brutes, had sunk as nearly to their level as it was possible for human beings to do. 2 specially trained, singularly brutal black overseers stood guard over the laboring slaves. One day, a guard saw Tom trying to help a sick and feeble woman with her work. Immediately, he took a whip to the old man. Later, Legree demanded that Tom himself flog the woman. Horrified, Tom refused. "Massa," he said, "if you mean to kill me, kill me. But as to my raising my hand again anyone here, I never shall. I'll die first." Tom was beaten savagely on the spot and then dragged to an old forsaken room. Later, a slave woman named Cassie sneaked in to tend to his wounds. Cassie told him her own story, recalling the agony of having her daughter sold to another master before she herself was forced into Legree's bed. When Tom urged her to trust in God, Cassie shook her head. "There's no use calling on the Lord," she said. "He never hears." Not long afterward, Cassie ran away with another slave woman, and Tom was accused of complicity in the escape. "Well, Tom," roared Legree, "do you know that I've made up my mind to kill you?" "Oh, massa," replied Tom, "don't bring this great sin on your soul." Unmoved, Legree summoned his guards. "Take every drop of blood he has until he confesses," he commanded. Then he watched while Tom was beaten senseless. But when Legree had stalked off, the guards tended Tom's injuries. "We's been awful wicked to you," they cried. Tom's reply came tenderly. "I forgive ye with all my heart." 2 days later, George Shelby, now a grown-up young gentleman, arrived at Legree's plantation. George had not forgotten his childhood promise to purchase Uncle Tom's freedom, but it was too late. "Oh, Massa George," Tom sighed from his cot, "the Lord's bought me, and is going to take me home." Moments later, he died. When Legree strode into the room, grinning, George knocked him flat upon his face. Then he took Tom's body up onto a shady knoll nearby and buried it, vowing, "I will do what one man can do to drive out this curse of slavery from my kind." After leaving the plantation, George ran across Cassie in the company of another runaway, Madame de Tout, on a riverboat going north. To his delight, he was able to help them. From his own family plantation records, he soon ascertained that Cassie was Eliza's mother and that Madame de Tout was George Harris's sister. With this knowledge, the women were eventually able to locate their families in Canada, where they celebrated a joyous reunion. Meanwhile, George Shelby returned home to Kentucky. True to his word, he freed his slaves. As they circled around to thank him, he pointed to his old friend's cabin. "Think of your freedom every time you see Uncle Tom's cabin, and let it be a memorial to put you all in mind to follow in his steps and be honest and faithful and Christian as he was."
This is the end of Side A. Please turn the tape over to continue on Side B.
Anna Karenina is a tragic love story by Leo Tolstoy. It's set in Moscow and St. Petersburg, Russia during the 19th century. The principal characters include Anna Karenina, a beautiful young woman, Alexei, her cold, vindictive husband, Count Vronsky, a young military officer who falls in love with Anna, Stepan Oblonsky, Anna's spendthrift brother, Dolly, Stepan's frustrated wife, Kitty, Dolly's sister, Levin, Stepan's rustic friend, and Kitty's suitor. Stepan Oblonsky's wife Dolly had discovered that her husband was having an affair. With her beauty fading and her household a wreck, she had had enough. Stepan fretfully wrote to his sister Anna Karenina, asking her to come to Moscow and convince Dolly not to leave him. Later, while working at his job in the entrenched Moscow bureaucracy, Stepan received an unexpected visitor. Levin, an old friend from the university, came to discuss Dolly's sister Kitty, whom he wanted to marry. After being informed by Stepan that he had a rival for Kitty's affections, a certain Count Vronsky of St. Petersburg, Levin resolved that he would propose to Kitty that very night. At that same moment, Anna and Count Vronsky were riding together in a train bound for Moscow. Vronsky noticed the charming woman as he made his way to the first-class compartment that he shared with his mother. He had time to take note of the suppressed eagerness which played over her face as their eyes met, and she remained in his mind. However, upon reaching their destination, the two went their separate ways, Anna to her brother's home, Vronsky and his mother to a hotel. Approached by Anna, Dolly at first refused to discuss her husband's infidelity. "Everything's lost after what has happened. Everything's over," she raged. But finally she relented to Anna's pleas to keep the family together. Meanwhile, Levin had arrived early at a dinner party hosted by the parents of Kitty and Dolly, determined to make his desires known to Kitty before the appearance of the rich and handsome Count. "But that cannot be. Forgive me," Kitty replied upon hearing his stammering proposal. Crushed by the rejection, Levin escaped from the gathering at the first opportunity. A few days later, at her coming-out ball, Kitty couldn't help but notice how Anna and Vronsky kept gazing at each other. Vronsky's face had a look that puzzled her, like the expression of an intelligent dog when it had done wrong. It was clear to Kitty that the two were in love. Nevertheless, with her task of seeing to Stepan and Dolly completed, Anna boarded the next train for St. Petersburg. She thought of her son, Seryozha, and her husband, Alexei. "My life will go on in the old way, all nice and as usual," she thought. But she found that she could not easily dismiss Count Vronsky from her mind, and stopping along the way, as Anna stepped out for a breath of air, there he was. "You know that I have come to be where you are. I can't help it," confessed the officer. Anna was both delighted and flattered by this, but it was simply unthinkable that anything could come of his attraction to her. After all, she was a married woman. Back in Moscow, Kitty was devastated. Not only had Count Vronsky spurned her, but Levin had also left the city to supervise work on his country estate. Humiliated and distraught, Kitty became so ill with despair that she was soon unable to eat or sleep. Her frantic parents, after finding no restorative medical treatment in Moscow, sent her to Europe to consult various doctors. Meanwhile, life for Anna in St. Petersburg remained strangely unsettled. The happiness that in Moscow had fairly flashed from her eyes now seemed hidden somewhere far away. To her further disquiet, the love-struck Vronsky took every opportunity to see her. One night she knelt and begged him to leave her in peace, but still he persisted. "I can't think of you and myself apart. You and I are one to me." And at that moment Anna let her eyes rest on him, full of love. Soon afterward, Alexei Karenina walked into a party and found his wife with Vronsky, but Anna denied any impropriety. Still, she and Vronsky met night after night, with Alexei seemingly powerless or unwilling to stop them. Anna by now felt so sinful, so guilty, but still she could not curb her passion for the Count. The following summer, while staying at her husband's villa outside the city, Anna confronted her lover with an announcement. She was pregnant. Though he understood the gravity of Anna's position, Vronsky smiled. This was the turning point he had been longing for. "Leave your husband and make our life one," he implored. But Anna shook her head. If she left, Alexei would take sole custody of Seryozha, and she would not be allowed to see her son. But Anna did promise Vronsky that she would tell her husband the truth about the child she was carrying. When Anna made her confession, Alexei, instead of showing jealousy or indignation, merely warned his wife against public displays of flirtation. His sole concern was to preserve his social and business reputation. A duel or a divorce would only serve to disgrace him. The family cannot be broken up by a whim, a caprice, or even by the sin of one of the partners in the marriage, he informed Anna. Our life must go on as it has done in the past. Anna reacted to his words at first with guilt and shame, but this quickly turned to anger. He knows that I can't repent that I breathe, that I love. He knows that it can lead to nothing but lying and deceit, but he wants to go on torturing me. Vronsky also was increasingly anxious to begin a new life with Anna, who would not leave her son. And so the position was one of misery for all three. Kitty had by now returned to Moscow, feeling somewhat better. One morning, just after dawn, Levin caught sight of her in a carriage as it skirted his estate, destined for her family's summer home. The pangs of love, long since buried, welled up in him once more. Months later, taking advantage of a trip to the city, he called again upon Kitty. It was apparent to both that they cared deeply for each other, and, after a proper courtship, they were united as man and wife. Levin, for years caught up in trying to find out who he was and where he fit in God's universe, had finally and happily found his place. But in St. Petersburg, relationships were breaking up. The nearer Anna came to the birth of her child, the more demanding and cold Alexei became. Then Anna survived a deadly fever to give birth to a baby girl. Oddly, the difficulty of the birth eased the tensions between herself and her husband. At the other extreme, Vronsky saw no end to the barriers separating him from his lover. Desperate at the prospect of living without Anna, he unsuccessfully tried shooting himself. Still torn, Anna finally did move in with him, and soon the couple left Russia to live in Italy for a time. Meanwhile, Kitty and Levin were living on their estate outside of Moscow. Levin felt gratified to be spiritually sustained by a loving wife. Like Anna, Kitty went through a difficult pregnancy, but it culminated in the birth of a fine little boy. Theirs was an idyllic life. Upon returning from Italy to St. Petersburg, Vronsky and Anna found themselves ostracized. Gossip followed them everywhere. The couple argued frequently, and Anna, in a burst of depression, finally accused Vronsky of being unfaithful. Even after they moved into a newly inherited estate, Anna felt alone in the world. She revived her habit of taking a little morphine to help her sleep, a legacy from her pregnancy. Summer turned to winter, and the family relocated again, this time to Moscow. There, the badly strained relationship fared no better. Though Anna pled for Vronsky to love her and give her security, at the same time she increasingly insisted on greater freedom. "This is becoming unbearable," Vronsky screamed one day. "Why do you try my patience? It has limits." Anna could only gaze at him, with terror at the undisguised hatred in his whole face. Vronsky checked himself. "I mean to say, I must ask what it is you want of me." "All I want," she replied, "is that you don't desert me, as you think of doing. I want love, and there is none." Vronsky vainly protested. He would never cease to love her. Suddenly Anna turned on Vronsky, cursing him for the sacrifices she had made to be with him, her marriage, her son, her social position. Delirious with bitterness, Anna had no place to turn. Vronsky, she was convinced, had found another, and she could never return to Alexei. Ambling into the train station, she purchased a ticket. Then, standing on the platform, watching the trains, she said to herself, "I will punish him and escape from everyone and from myself." Measuring both the speed of the oncoming train and her resolve to end her suffering, she jumped. Something huge and merciless struck her on the head and rolled on her back. Lord, forgive me all. Anna Karenina was dead. Leo Tolstoy is considered one of Russia's greatest 19th century novelists, an honor he shares with Dostoevsky. Tolstoy, however, focuses his novels on the vicissitudes of the upper classes, rather than on Dostoevsky's underprivileged peasants or criminals. Tolstoy foresaw the end of the aristocracy in Russian society. Serfs had already been set free. The working class was beginning to expand in power. Moreover, new mores and morals were being imported from the West, and society's upper crust was the first to feel the strain of these changes. a strain running an undercurrent throughout Anna Karenina. The novel reads like a soap opera, with the exhaustive cast of characters continually creating their own problems. Contrast Anna's tragic quest for love and personal fulfillment with the spiritual odyssey of Levin. Through hard work and the support of an understanding family, his search is rewarded by happiness. Thus, Tolstoy's gripping masterpiece revolves around the dissimilar paths of these two characters, allowing a forum for the author's commentary on Russia's maze-like social system fraught with unresolved incongruities. Tess of the D'Urbervilles by Thomas Hardy is an impressionist novel set in 19th century England. The principal characters include Tess Durbeyfield, a beautiful farm girl, Alec d'Urberville, her wealthy suitor, and Angel Clare, her lover, and later her husband. Don't you really know, Durbeyfield, that you are the lineal representative of the ancient and knightly family of the D'Urbervilles, who derive their descent from Sir Pagan d'Urberville? The parson asked. Never heard it before, sir, said John Durbeyfield, a penniless chicken trader. Well, it's true. Once Durbeyfield had digested this news, it was not long before the entire village had heard about the distinguished heritage of Sir John. John and his wife soon began a busy round of pub hopping to celebrate their newfound nobility and formulate plans for reclaiming the wealth of the D'Urbervilles, leaving their oldest daughter Tess with the chores of caring for her 6 brothers and sisters, making deliveries for her father, and dragging her parents from the pub each night. Then, after an accident killed the family horse, Mrs. Durbeyfield dispatched Tess to see Mrs. d'Urberville, one of their newly claimed relatives who lived close by. It was suggested that after telling Mrs. d'Urberville of their kinship, Tess might appeal for money to purchase a new horse. At the d'Urberville estate, Tess was greeted by Alec d'Urberville, the woman's handsome yet manipulative son. Alec explained to his attractive visitor that his invalid mother was unable to appear. He also revealed that his family were not in fact d'Urbervilles at all, but from a line of Stokes who had simply appropriated an unused title as their own. Though the young man made her vaguely uncomfortable, Tess chatted politely for a while, then took her leave, unaware that she had left her host enamored and intrigued. Thus the thing began. She was doomed to be seen and marked and coveted that day by the wrong man, and not by a certain other man, the right and desired one in all respects. Days later, Tess received a letter, ostensibly from Mrs. d'Urberville, but actually written by Alec, inviting her to come and manage the d'Urbervilles' fowl farm. At her parents' urging, she agreed to go. For weeks, Tess labored at the d'Urberville farm, all the while hounded by the infatuated Alec. At every opportunity, he tried to force himself upon her. She held off his advances until one night when she accepted his offer for a ride home. On the way, Tess fell asleep. She was still deep in slumber when Alec veered off the main path. When she awakened, they were lost in a dark fog deep in the forest. Out of fright and exhaustion, Tess finally succumbed to Alec's passion. Soon afterwards, Tess learned that she was pregnant. Ashamed, she returned home and recounted what had happened. Her mother, only mildly shocked, was disappointed when Tess told her she was not going to marry Alec. Tess spent most of that winter indoors to hide her swelling belly. Then, after the child was born, she returned to work in the fields. Just a few months after its birth, Tess's baby died. She tried to give it a Christian burial, in spite of the fact that it hadn't been baptized. The sorrows of the past 2 years had taken their toll. Longing to start a new life away from her heartless parents, Tess took a job as a milkmaid in Talbothay, a village to the south. Once she had left home, she became more and more hopeful that she could put the past behind her. She settled comfortably into her new position, boarding with a dairyman, his family, and 3 other milkmaids, Marion, Izzy, and Reddy. Though the male hands good-naturedly teased Tess, she ignored them all. Then one day, Angel Clare, a fellow farm worker, came to call on Tess. She recognized instantly that Angel was intelligent, educated, and something of a dreamer. He was also unimpressed by religious dogma, and saw nothing special in Tess's d'Urberville heritage. He told her that he was apprenticing at the dairy in order to someday establish a farm of his own. Hearing of his high aspirations, Tess seemed to regard Angel Clare as an intelligence rather than as a man. The 3 other dairymaid boarders were fascinated with Angel and talked about him constantly. Tess, for her part, tried to persuade Angel that any of the 3 would make a worthier companion than herself. Angel, however, was captivated by Tess, and despite her protests and lack of formal education, he found her an exceedingly novel, fresh, and interesting specimen of womankind. One day when Tess and Angel were alone, he took her by the arms and pulled her close to him. She was at once pleased and distraught. The experience with Alec was still too near the surface, and she was afraid to tell Angel of her past. Angel sensed her discomfort. After apologizing, he reprimanded himself for allowing his feelings to overcome his judgment, and left. But Angel soon returned to ask Tess to marry him. At first she hesitated. Though she loved him, she felt she could never be worthy of him. Nevertheless, after much persuasion, Tess agreed to marry Angel on New Year's Eve. But as the marriage date drew nearer, she fell into despair. How could she reveal her secret and still keep Angel's love? A few weeks before the wedding, Tess resolved to tell Angel about her past. Since she could not bring herself to confront him in person, she wrote him a letter and slid it under the door of his room. She was puzzled the next day when Angel, cheery as usual, said nothing about the letter. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. Still guilt-ridden and baffled by Angel's reaction to her confession, Tess went to his room. There she found the letter, unopened, still jammed under the carpet near the door, just as she had left it. Panicking, Tess tried again to confess her secret to Angel, but he put her off. They could trade confessions after the wedding, he said. So the simple ceremony took place as planned, and the newlyweds left for their honeymoon at the old d'Urberville family manor. During dinner that night, Angel announced that it was time to set the record straight. He had earlier had an encounter with a prostitute in London. Relieved beyond measure that his confession was so similar to hers, Tess related the events that had marred her own past. But to her utter dismay, Angel, the Angel whom she had always known as so generous and charitable, would not forgive her. "Forgiveness does not apply to the case," said her new husband. "You were one person, now you are another." Beneath his layers of kindness and generosity, Angel was, in fact, a moralizing hypocrite. He could not love someone who had proven to be so different from the pure and innocent young girl he had imagined. To avoid a scandal, Angel refused to accept a divorce. At last he gave Tess some money and sent her away with the hope that they might reconcile at a future time. Angel's family, waiting eagerly to meet his bride, was naturally disappointed when he returned home alone. He explained that his plan was to open a farm in Brazil, and gave them the impression that his wife would stay with her family until she could join him there. Meanwhile, at her home a few miles away, Tess, feigning that she was happily married and would soon join her husband in South America, turned over half the money Angel had given her to her family and left in search of employment. A letter from Marion, one of the Talbothay milkmaids, informed her of a job on the Flintcomb Ash farm, a place as bleak and formidable as its name. The labor there turned out to be brutal. But worse, at Flintcomb Ash, Tess discovered that after rejecting her, Angel had asked Marion's friend Izzy to accompany him to Brazil. This revelation shattered any hope for reconciliation. On her way into town one day, Tess passed by a large crowd gathered to hear a preacher. The preacher's voice was a familiar one. It was Alec d'Urberville. Alec had apparently repented of his predations and become a barnyard preacher. Tess hurried away, but not before Alec had sighted her. Not long afterwards, Alec showed up at Flintcomb Ash. Converted to Christianity, the preacher had come to an understanding of his moral obligation. Now his wish was to wed the woman he had dishonored. Tess begged him to leave. She was already married. But Alec insisted that she forget about her estranged husband and marry him instead. Following months of Alec's vows and visits, Tess wrote a last impassioned letter to Angel, imploring him to come back or send for her before something regrettable happened. In the meantime, Tess learned that her parents had taken ill, and once again she returned home. Life there became progressively hopeless. First her father died, then the lease expired, and the family was turned out of their house. Resolved in his pursuit of Tess, Alec proposed that the family stay at his estate. She initially rejected his offer, but facing the prospect of being homeless, she relented. Once she was installed at the d'Urberville estate, Alec convinced Tess to marry him. Meanwhile, Angel had made his way home, sick and weak from the hardships he had suffered in Brazil. Deeply moved by the pleas in Tess's letter, he was now determined to find her and make amends. When he found her, however, Tess greeted him with sobs. "It is too late," she told him. "Alec has won me back to him." When the confused and painful exchange was over, Alec angrily inquired about Angel's visit. Tess turned and rebuked him bitterly. "You have torn my life all to pieces. My sin will kill him, and not me. Oh, God, I can bear this no longer." Alec's only response was to mock her, cursing Angel to her face. At this, Tess seized a knife, thrust it into his chest, and ran from the house. "I have killed him," Tess confessed when she reached Angel's side. "I have done it. I don't know how. Still, I owed it to ye and myself, Angel." Embracing desperately, they took a vow never to part again. Fleeing into the woods, the couple came to an abandoned house, where they remained for 5 days. At last, in quiet and seclusion, they found the bliss that had so long eluded them. On the 6th day, they moved northward to Stonehenge. But feeling that her fate was closing around her, Tess made Angel take a vow. For her sake, should anything happen, he should marry her younger sister, Liza Lou. Angel promised to abide by her wish. The next morning, Tess was arrested. She was sentenced to hang for the murder of Alec d'Urberville. From atop a hill, Angel and Liza Lou watched as a black flag was raised, signaling that Tess's worldly trials were over. Like many of Hardy's works, this novel was publicly rejected due to its dark and sensual themes. Hardy eventually turned to poetry, forsaking novels entirely. The plot of Tess is built around an indiscretion. At first it appears the author condemns Tess for her act and sides with Angel Clare, whose very name connotes virtue. However, as the story progresses, the reader is led to feel that Tess is the one who has been ill-treated by the monstrously cruel, self-righteous Angel. This growing sympathy for Tess, along with the portrayal of Alec as a scheming, sadistic predator, leaves Tess somewhat justified in her killing the man who has destroyed her life. Indeed, afterward she is granted a brief measure of happiness with Angel, but the author never quite condones her crime, and in the end justice prevails, as Tess is punished for what she has done.
Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe. The type of work is an adventure novel, set in England, on various ships at sea, and on a small island near Trinidad during the 17th century. Here we read about an Englishman named Robinson Crusoe and his island companion, Friday. Young Robinson Crusoe told his parents that he wished more than anything else to go to sea. His father bitterly opposed the idea and warned his son that if I did take this foolish step, God would not bless me, and I would have leisure hereafter to reflect upon having neglected his counsel, when there might be none to assist in my recovery. These words proved prophetic. The youthful Crusoe set out on his first voyage with little knowledge of the perils of a sailor's life. In telling later about the tremendous storm in which his ship was caught, he remarked, "It was my advantage in one respect that I did not know what they meant by founder till I inquired." So ill and afraid was he during this first harrowing crisis that he vowed never again to leave solid ground if he was blessed enough to escape drowning. But once safe on shore, he found his old longing resurfacing, and Robinson took sail aboard another ship. Alas, the ill-fated vessel was captured by Turkish pirates. Crusoe managed to avoid capture and made off in a small craft. Together, he and a young companion navigated along the coast of Africa, where they were pursued by wild beasts and natives. A Portuguese ship finally rescued them, and they sailed for Brazil. In the new land, Crusoe established a prosperous sugar plantation. But again, a feeling of lonely dissatisfaction overcame him. I lived just like a man cast away on some desolate island that had nobody there but himself. Then came an offer from some planters for Crusoe to act as a trader on a slave ship bound for Africa. But this voyage also met disaster. Fierce hurricanes wrecked the ship, drowning everyone aboard except Robinson, who was finally tossed up on a desolate beach. A subsequent storm washed the ship's wreckage close to the shore, and Crusoe constructed a raft to haul most of its supplies to land, where he stored them in a makeshift tent. After a few days, he climbed a hill and discovered that he was on what he assumed to be an uninhabited island. On his 13th day there, still another storm pushed the shipwreck back out to sea, where it sank, leaving him with no reminder of civilization. Crusoe soon discovered that goats inhabited the island, and began domesticating some of them to provide himself with meat, milk, butter, and cheese. Near the entrance of the cave where he stored his provisions taken from the ship, he painstakingly built a well-fortified home. After crafting a table, a chair, and some shelves, Crusoe also began keeping a calendar and a journal. Over the next few months, an earthquake and a hurricane damaged his supply cave, and though he still spent most of his time at his coastal home, in case a ship should happen by, he decided to erect an additional inland shelter. Later, during a brief but raging fever, the adventurer was confronted by a terrifying apparition who announced, "Seeing all these things have not brought thee to repentance, now thou shalt die." Remembering the advice of his father, Crusoe commenced to pray and to read from the Bible. In a strangely inverted search, he began to seek deliverance from his sins, rather than from his adverse situation. In a small valley on the island, Crusoe found an abundance of wild grapes, lemons, limes, and other fruits and vegetables. From the grapes he made raisins, which became a favorite staple food. In his wanderings, he also caught a parrot, whom he taught to speak. With a few grains of rice and barley from the bottom of one of the ship's sacks, the sailor planted what would become large fields of grain. For several years he experimented with making bread and weaving baskets. One of Crusoe's biggest frustrations was the lack of bottles or jars in which to cook or store food. Over time, he succeeded in making clay containers and even fired some pots that were solid enough to hold liquids. After 4 years on the island, he was a changed man. I saw upon the civilized world as a thing remote, which I had nothing to do with, no expectation from, and indeed no desires about. Crusoe dedicated his entire 5th year as a castaway to building and inventing. He constructed a summer home on the far side of the island. He fabricated for himself a suit made from skins, as well as an umbrella. He fashioned a small canoe in which he traveled around the island, and so the years passed in solitude. One day, in his 15th year on the island, Crusoe spied a human footprint in the sand. When he finally summoned the courage to measure it against his own foot, he found the strange print to be much larger. "Fear of danger is 1,000 times more terrifying than danger itself," he declared. Still, for safety, he built a second wall around his home and fitted it with 6 muskets. Once, while exploring, Crusoe came upon a beach spread with human bones. He quickly abandoned the area, and for the next 2 years he stayed close to home, never fired a gun, and avoided making fires. 24 years had passed, when one night Crusoe heard gunfire, and in the morning he spied a ship's hull impaled on the rocks. Then he saw something that sent shivers down his spine, about 30 cannibals on the beach, enjoying a gruesome feast. Robinson shot at them, killing some and driving the others away. he rescued one of their native prisoners and named his new companion Friday, for the day upon which he was delivered. Friday proved to be strong, loyal, and intelligent. Though Crusoe still had cause to worry, Friday was also a bit cannibalistic. Crusoe began introducing Friday to his mode of living, especially hoping to turn him to Christianity. Friday managed to learn English quite well, and was pleased to answer his benefactor's questions concerning the surrounding islands and their inhabitants. Crusoe discovered that his island must be near Trinidad. One day in the course of their conversation, Friday told Robinson about 17 white men who were held prisoner on his home island, survivors of a shipwreck. If Crusoe rescued them, they might be the key to his return to the civilized world. But before the two men could finish constructing a canoe to reach the captives, another group of cannibals arrived. This time Crusoe and Friday were able to save two of their prisoners from the cooking pot, a Spaniard and another islander, who turned out to be Friday's father. After assuring Crusoe that the other Spanish and Portuguese prisoners would willingly follow the English castaway in an escape attempt, the Spaniard returned to the island with Friday's father to explain the plan and have the men sign an oath of allegiance. While they were gone, an English ship anchored near the island, and 11 men came ashore, 3 of them, the ship's captain, his mate, and a passenger, as prisoners of mutineers. Crusoe and Friday killed the most belligerent of them, and the others turned themselves over to Crusoe, swearing loyalty. With control of the ship, Crusoe prepared to return to England. Some of the mutineers, however, chose to remain on the island rather than return to England and hang. Though Crusoe hated to leave the island before the return of the Spaniard and Friday's father, he sailed with the ship and arrived in England on June 11th, 1687, 35 years after his earlier visit. Finding 2 sisters and 2 children of a brother still living, he decided to sail on to Lisbon to learn what had become of his Brazilian plantation. Friday, in all these ramblings, proved a most faithful servant on all occasions. Surprisingly, Crusoe's holdings had been well managed by his friends. In fact, they had earned him a small fortune. He generously gave portions of his profit to charity, as well as to his family and others. In Lisbon, Crusoe, apprehensive about traveling back to England by sea, organized a party of men to travel overland as far as the Channel. After many difficult adventures in the Pyrenees, and as usual, with a great deal of luck, the company reached England. Finally home, the wanderer married and had 2 sons and a daughter. But alas, Crusoe's wife died, and he was compelled to join one of his nephews on a voyage to the East Indies. Miraculously, this ship sailed safely. Crusoe revisited his island, where he found that the Spaniards and the English mutineers had taken native wives. After hearing a full account of what had happened since his departure, he left supplies, furnished the islanders with a carpenter and a smith, and divided the island among them. The ship then sailed around the Cape of Good Hope and on to China. On an overland trip through Siberia and on back to England, Crusoe had many more encounters. Ultimately, Robinson Crusoe, after a total of 54 years abroad, returned home, an old, weathered man, and lived out his remaining days in peace, never to take to sea again. An adventurous tale, the life and strange surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe, as Defoe titled his novel, is especially loved by children, although there is certainly enough to keep an adult entertained as well. Since the story is told in the first person, it is easy to confuse the author with the character of Crusoe, and in fact, the novel is based on the real-life adventures of a man named Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor who was marooned for a little over 4 years on an island called Juan Fernandez. Defoe obviously added a great deal of imagination, adventure, and romance to his tale. He also incorporates into his novel many of his own beliefs in divine providence and the importance of faith. It is evidence of Defoe's talent and spirit that this book is still, after more than 250 years, popular reading.